How's everyone? How's it going? Turn this music down. Happy Monday. Hey. It was raining so hard for us yesterday. Holy cow. What's going on? What is new? How was everyone's weekend? I'm curious to hear all about it. I had a very interesting weekend. I did a lot of crying. I did a whole bunch of crying this weekend. It was crazy. And you know what? A lot of it was watching this animated fan film called A Hero's Purpose for Zelda: Ocarina of Time. And I was just like, holy shit, I don't think I can play this game now that I've watched this. It got me so upset. Well, I mean, it's very true in a lot of cases. It just gives you a backstory to what happened after we were sent back in time 7 years, and then Link had to just relive life and spend all that time before coming back to Hyrule. Keeping it safe, but it's kind of what ended up being his downfall, which is just so hurtful, so painful. I was fucking around with my mic over the weekend, and I want to say I messed it up. I really do. I also just don't understand 99% of the filters that are here to just like put in to make your mic sound normal and like podcasty for a stream. So I feel like I kind of took away a little bit of that magic that I had going on for it. Also, it shouldn't have had to have been like I shouldn't have had to amp it up so much louder. It should have been loud as it was. So I was listening to it with a monitored playback, which can be kind of hard to hear after a while, hearing yourself like that, because then after, like, in a bit you kind of get used to it and think that that sounds good. But I had to play around with quite a few settings, so I was trying to add echo and delay and stuff like that, but just none of those filters are in my OBS. I wasn't able to spend too much time kind of looking around to find any of that, because of all things I would really like an echo. I think an echo would just sound like super fucking epic, but we didn't end up getting around to that. I took a clip, I took a highlight of our ending Ganon boss fight, and I started editing it in DaVinci Resolve. I at least got up to all the cuts that I want. I just have to go in and just like make it the LOL that I'm thinking in my head, right? Because there's like a moment where I slam the desk and I get mad. So like there's a moment in the clip where I would go slam, 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 and then I tweak out. But again, I'm so upset with my mic because my mic capped me out on peaking when I screamed, which is not what I want it to do, because they're like the kind of mic effect that I want to be doing is like when I scream, I want you guys to hear the scream. I don't want it cut off just because I over peak it. I want it to just suppress it so that it doesn't go over a certain threshold of level of noise, right? So that you can still hear the scream. I just don't keep screaming, like, and it's a horrible peak to the ears, right? Like, at least you guys heard a scream but it didn't scare the crap out of you, kind of thing. But then also when I talk low enough or whisper, I want it to be able to pick up the whispers, but it hasn't been picking up whispers, so now I just feel like a total idiot when I've just mumbled into the mic. So this is like a level of tech that's kind of hard to wrap my head around to figure out and understand. So anyway, trial and error, gotta keep figuring it out. I learned that my mic is a super Polaroid or super cardioid, whatever the fuck is the name. There's like all these polar patterns with mics and how they receive sound. So there's no perfect backside to my mic, but there's a perfect front side. So I either have to speak to it when it's like facing you or like laying down, whatever. It has to be like semi-vertical. But I typically have it horizontal where I'm kind of speaking at the very top of it. But it doesn't seem to be, that isn't how it's supposed to take in sound. So oopsies, whatever. Sounds fine to me for now anyway, so I'll just keep it as it is. So today I want to run around just doing a bunch of Korok farming. I want to watch a lot of YouTube lore on Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know, I don't think I have a whole lot of questions with it. I've just kind of been like going down a deep rabbit hole with a lot of theories. There is a ton of confirmed theories that Z-Link is 100% ship for show. Between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. One YouTuber explained it really well, that like Breath of the Wild is Zelda's confession and love for Link, and then Tears of the Kingdom is Link's love and confession to Zelda. So like how this game split into two as well. Like I've actually been watching a lot of hate videos too of just like why people are so upset with the Zelda series right now with the Wild era. Like so many people seem to be so sick of it, and I get it. It was like the same landmark that we had for 2 games back to back, open world to explore. I know a lot of people weren't happy with the depths. Okay. But what I understand is that how big of a game they wanted this to be, it's easier to just think of both games as part 1 and part 2, like a movie series, right? Like this is your, like you have a 4-hour movie that you can't crunch into 1, so you gotta put it into 2. So I see Breath of the Wild as part 1 and then Tears of the Kingdom as part 2. Right? Like because it was one entire story. I don't see it as 2 different games and 2 different stories. I see it as one entire long adventure that this Link and Zelda had to go through. And if we really think about it, Ganon being Malice, it was his Malice being reborn, and we kind of like stopped him on his reincarnation process. So we actually didn't end up killing him, because only a few laters we only really slowed him down, and then we really fought him. So even though Link has like saved Hyrule for you know, 2 times in a row. Really, it was just one big time, and this was like a really delayed super fight if we think about it. So yeah, I just like took some more time to kind of reflect on the whole story in the end and really think about how much our Link really went through since Breath of the Wild, you know? Since we just like banged that out for a whole month and a half, that was just so much Zelda that it's got me thinking more about what we actually went through. So I have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it so much. I think this Link is by far the strongest Link in any series, even though we watched like who was the strongest Link by tests of this and that on Z-Link's YouTube video the last day we streamed. But yeah, just hands down, with all the experience, for sure, this Link went through a lot. So watching the animated series of A Hero's Purpose, okay, that was some heavy watching. That was some really heavy watching. And like the theory that they brought into it was that Ganon at some point kind of already knew and had a feeling that they were wrapped up in this vicious repetitive cycle, and that Ganon actually didn't want to be evil. He didn't want to keep living that way, but he was being controlled by the reincarnation and power of demise within him that he had to fight. So then the Link still had to fight him, even though he was that close to choosing mercy for him. He continued to just slow him down. And so I think our biggest question in this entire series is, yeah, what is Ganon's, I mean, Ganon is the reincarnation of this evil, right, that keeps coming up over and over and over. But it's hard to say, because we didn't even get much Triforce action in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which I find very, very strange, right? Isn't that weird? So I guess that's what it is. That's kind of what's happening with that. So yeah, I mean, those are my thoughts. I'd like to keep on going. I'd like to watch a couple YouTube videos. I've saved a few of them here. Some things to know about the Switch. There's some like hot new stuff about the Zelda anniversary, things like that. There's just been like other linky things I wanted to watch. A whole bunch of useless information. And I thought that this would be a funny video to watch, is this how Zelda broke 90s kids' brains, and it'll be shocked to watch it to the core. I'm a 90s kid, so I feel like this is like a really good question, you know? And then of course a hate video, like people saying that old Zelda was better, and like what their argument is in this. I think it's very interesting to see. But I'd like to break out with 27 things we'd like to know about the Switch 2, because I know we said that we were going to buy this at some point. 27 things you need to know before buying a Nintendo Switch 2. Whether you're a die-hard Nintendo fan or just curious about what this new system offers, I've got you covered with everything you need to know before deciding if it's worth your hard-earned cash. Yeah, we're talking hardware specs, controller improvements, game compatibility, online features, and more. First things first though, and that is the price tag. And I have to say, your wallet is definitely going to feel this one. The base Nintendo Switch 2 will set you back $450. If you're at all interested in Mario Kart World, however, I mean, American, consider the bundle. Remember, it's all the game. This one retails for $500. One interesting note about the prices here is they actually could have been even higher, and could be higher in the future. Nintendo previously delayed pre-orders in the US due to the ongoing tariff situation and considered raising the base price of the console. But now they've decided against that. In a highly unstable global market, this could definitely change in the future. Microsoft, for example, actually just increased the price of the Xbox Series family of consoles, and there are rumors Sony may have to follow suit as well with the PS5 and PS5 Pro. Now, is the Switch 2 worth that $450 price tag? Hopefully by the end of this video, you'll know exactly what you're getting for that investment. The Switch 2 is right for you. So how is Nintendo attempting to justify the Switch 2's asking price? First off, more power. Now, it isn't going to rival a PS5 or Xbox Series X in terms of power, but the Switch 2 should be a significant leap over the original. It features a custom NVIDIA chipset that delivers roughly 10 times the GPU performance of the original Switch. Not only that, this bump in power will also bring 4K gaming to a Nintendo console for the first time.
at least when your system is in docked mode. When connected to your TV, the Switch 2 can output games at up to 4K resolution running at 60 frames per second, or 1080p at a buttery smooth 120 FPS. On the handheld side of things, there are still plenty of upgrades there as well, but also one significant downgrade, that is if you're coming from a Switch OLED. We'll start with the improvements though. One significant improvement is that the Switch 2 screen is now a 1080p display. It even supports HDR and a 120Hz refresh rate. We even get VRR here, which is a very welcome addition. This will eliminate screen tearing, delivering smoother, more vivid visuals even during intense gameplay with fluctuating frame rates. The screen also gets a nice bump in size to 7.9 inches compared to the 7 inch on the OLED model,
what's up?
6.2 inches on the original
How's it
Switch.
going?
Unfortunately, this does lead us to the one big downside.
Just checking out
That's that
some
the Switch 2
YouTube
will launch with an
videos
LCD screen and not
being
an
told
OLED
about
panel.
the Switch
Of course,
2.
This is almost certainly a decision to
set
try
me
to
back
keep
a
the
bunch
cost
of
of the
money.
system from being even more
This will be
expensive.
our next
On the
Christmas
positive side,
present.
those who have had a chance to go hands-on with the new system report that the display is vibrant, sharp, and really
I hope you had a
pops
good
in HDR.
weekend. Happy
Of course,
Monday.
no LCD panel will be able to come close to the rich, inky blacks that you get on an OLED screen. Now, one other big benefit on Switch 2 will be faster internal storage. The Nintendo Switch 2 storage capacity sees a massive jump with 256 gigabytes of internal UFS storage compared to the original's 32 gigabytes of eMMC storage. UFS is significantly faster than eMMC storage, so the system should feel much snappier and responsive overall, and of course games should load even faster. Fortunately, you'll still be able to add even more storage to your Switch 2 by taking advantage of its micro SD express slot. You can add up to 2 terabytes of additional storage for all your game downloads.
Holy shit, 2 terabytes.
Here, the Switch 2 only supports micro SD express cards. So if you had a standard micro SD card in the original Switch, you won't be able to use the same one here. Nintendo also makes it clear that attempting to use a micro SD card previously used on a Switch 1 will not allow you to save or load digital games or save data. So if you want to expand the storage on your Switch 2 system, you'll need to look specifically at micro SD express cards. Moving on to number 7, and I'm happy to report
having to
that
buy
Nintendo's
extra shit
embracing
like
modern
that.
wireless standards with the Switch 2. The new system
It's like my
includes Wi-Fi
biggest
6
turnoff
support
with
for lightning fast
consoles.
downloads and reduced latency during online play. The improved Bluetooth also means better wireless performance for your controllers and audio devices. And speaking of audio devices, the Switch 2 features newly designed independent stereo speaker enclosures that deliver richer, more immersive sound when playing in handheld mode. There's also a built-in microphone with mode and echo cancellation for voice chat. As for other connectivity options, the Switch 2 now has 2 USB-C ports, one on the bottom for charging and docking, and one on the top for accessories. This is a small change, but it should add some much-needed flexibility here, especially for handheld and tabletop play. Now for some slightly disappointing news, despite all these upgrades, battery life remains similar to the original Switch, ranging from 2 to 6.5 hours depending on the game you're playing. So you'll still want to keep a charger or battery pack handy for any long gaming sessions when you're away from the dock. Even though the Switch 2 looks very similar to the original, one of the biggest differences is how the new Joy-Cons connect. Nintendo certainly revolutionized the handheld market with the Switch 1. They had a portable system here that could also dock as a home console. Now, a big part of this were the sliding wheel Joy-Cons, and while a solid idea in theory, many Switch 1 owners were plagued by Joy-Con issues over time. The Joy-Con 2 controllers are attempting to solve this wear and tear issue with a new attachment mechanism. Rather than sliding rails, the new Joy-Cons will attach magnetically to the Switch 2. This should provide a stronger, more secure grip. They're also easier to attach and remove, thanks to a release button on the back. This should result in a console that feels more premium overall, and hopefully one that will hold up better over time without those sliding rails. The new Joy-Con controllers are also about a ½ inch longer than the originals to fit with the new larger system. Now, depending on your hand size, this could be a good or bad change for you. Chances are, if you felt the original Joy-Cons were slightly too small, then you'll be happy with this change. But if you were someone who thought the original was perfect, the new size would take some time. Unfortunately, we still don't know how well Nintendo addressed what was by far the biggest issue with the original Joy-Con.
How are you? Happy Monday.
Almost every Switch owner I know suffered from this at one point or another. I personally had to send a few Joy-Cons back to Nintendo for repair. Many fans had hoped the Switch 2 would use Hall effect analog sticks, which are known to greatly reduce stick drift. That is not the case here though, and only time will tell how well the new Joy-Cons hold up. I have to say, one of the coolest innovations with the Joy-Cons is the new mouse. They now include edge sensors that allow for mouse-like control and
Yeah, I'm just checking out these tips on
so many new possibilities for strategy
the
games,
Switch, so I know what I'm kind of getting myself into when we eventually get it
no setup
in the future.
menus. You simply place the Joy-Con down on a
So
flat
what I'm doing
surface
now is
start
I'm
moving as you
Korok
will
farming
with a
and
mouse.
side
The game will
quest
detect this change
farming
almost
for
instantly. It
the
works the same way when
100%
you reattach
on
back to
the
console.
game percentage,
Another
because
nice
right now we're at
improvement on the
75.
new Joy-Cons is that
Since
Nintendo
we
has
began
upgraded
and we
their
did
already
a hefty
impressive
amount. I
haptic
mean,
feedback system with
completing
HD
Koroks is like
Rumble 2.
80%
This
of the
upgrade should
game,
offer
so
more precise and immersive feedback
I have like 551, so we have another 500 to go. I know, I hadn't had the time to like farm it as hard as I would have liked to at the end of stream, so yeah. It's just kind of like a mundane day-to-day. It's just this. It's just chilling, and
at the same time, HD Rumble 2 should be even
a lot of
quieter for
watching
gameplay to reduce
lore
noise while
videos.
still
So right after this one, I'll be putting on a interesting Zelda lore video I was curious to watch. So yeah, and like conversation.
It's a small addition that adds a nice convenience for those who frequently use the voice chat option. This game chat feature will be free for all Switch 2 owners for the first 10
spent
months.
a good deal of the weekend crying
however, this feature
over someone's animated film they made, like a fan film called Hero's Purpose on YouTube for the Hero of Time. I was like, oh my god, this is actually really good. It's really good. It's really true. It's really raw, and it just like made me think of just like how sad the Zelda stories are, because they really fucking are. They're kind of like really like they give you hope, but they're hopeless all
if you're
at
someone
the
who
same
already has a
time,
handful
you know.
of Switch 1 accessories lying around, I have good news for you. Your
My
original Switch 1
husband,
controller,
yeah.
both
I
Joy-Cons
cry.
and the
I
Pro
mourn for
controller
him.
will still work with the Switch 2
Fuck,
via
he went through
Bluetooth.
so much
now,
shit,
of course, the
you
old
know?
Joy-Cons won't be able to physically attach to the magnetic attachment mechanism. So these old accessories will be best used for playing your Switch 2 in tabletop or docked mode. Of course, even though the old controller is old, Nintendo is also set to release an updated version of the Switch 2. This controller will release a one-size system in retail for $85. It features a high-quality gamepad designed for the Switch 2, but it comes with a very similar form factor compared to the original Pro controller. One difference on this controller is the inclusion of the new C button for easy game chat, as well as a 3.5mm audio jack for those who want to connect their wired headphones. This new controller will also come packed with the updated HD Rumble 2 technology, but I think the standout feature here has to be the new customizable back buttons. These new buttons, labeled GL and GR, will let players reassign controls for each game.
That's for the Pro controller. Those back clicky buttons are actually so handy. I've had one Xbox like that. It was fucking awesome.
Will also have an outstanding
I really liked
80-hour battery life. Now for number 18 here, we have what I think is one of the best features of the Switch 2. Nintendo has confirmed the new system will be backward compatible with the vast majority of Switch 1 games.
That's so good that it's backwards compatible.
So it's great to see your existing library won't go to waste. Some old titles will even include free updates that make those games run better on the new system. Now notice before I said the vast majority of games should work fine, but there are some that could have issues. Some legacy games with unique control schemes or hardware requirements like Nintendo Labo won't function on the Switch 2. Nintendo does have an official compatibility list on their website, so I'll include a link to that in the video description. Be sure and check that before making your purchase decision, especially if there are some specific Switch
The Hero of the Wild? What do I think of him? You mean our hero? I definitely think he's just gone through a lot of bullshit. I like him. I like him a lot. I think he's one of the strongest. I think he's gone through like the biggest adventure. And if I were gonna say, oops, oh shit. If I were gonna say which Link kind of went through well, there's like the most, but if I were gonna say like, oh sorry, okay, retract all of that. Retract all of that. What I was gonna say is like I see like a lot of hate online of people between the two games. Like people just didn't like kind of getting a repeat of Tears of the Kingdom. Like yes, this is the same land that we have, and yes, the game maneuvers very differently, but how I actually have seen it is that this is like part two. Like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, this is one whole huge story. This is their story. This is their experience in this era with what happened. And how I kind of see it is that the developers were like, well, we can't get this massive story that we want all in one game. we've actually got to split it into two.
And
to me, it makes sense. It totally makes sense. It's like I'm not even.
Even though Switch 1 owners can play, they cannot.
Excuse me, I'm not even tired of the entire Wild era. Like
games like Super Mario Odyssey.
It was just this massive story that this Link and Miss Zelda had to go through into saving Hyrule.
Share with other Switch 2 systems through the new
That's kind of how I see it. So
this will work with
I mean, I love the Hero of the Wild. I think he's great. I think their outfit choice, like this is kind of where I lightly disconnect. But
multiplayer games, what about other titles?
But he's in a whole other era, almost a more modern feeling era, right? Because like only a few links that we have in the world were links that
show up as a virtual game card.
Got to actually go through Knight Academy, right? They actually got to go through Knight
and then load it onto a second system. This does require an internet connection.
You know, where this Link he dresses differently. There's another Link that dresses differently.
But if you plan on having multiple Switch 2
or did he? Because there was I think it was Twilight. Was it Twilight or Skyward Sword? One of them went through night training as well, and they ended up being right-handed.
Second Switch 2, and then load it again first. Basically, think of it as just like a physical
They're
game.
powerful. They're just powerful. They're amazing.
There's also a web-based version of this as well. So if you're a parent traveling with your
But like for this Link here, it makes sense that he wouldn't be in like, you know, his wild garb set. If he was living in Hiteno, and he stayed living in Hiteno, I could totally see this Link wearing a lot, you know, his green. But him wearing his blue,
these look virtually identical.
It makes sense.
But there's one key difference here. They actually contain a key to download a game instead of the
it makes sense to wear a night tunic than it is like, you know, a little green
fans, but the good news here is that
tunic.
unlike regular digital purchases, you can actually loan, trade in, or even resell game key cards. They are not tied to your Nintendo account. The first time you insert the card, you'll need an internet
What do you think about the Hero of the Wild? Who is your favorite hero, Kudita?
I don't think this means you can just toss that physical card because you'll absolutely still need it to play the game. It will act as your physical key each time you want to play the game. So even though the game will be downloaded digitally to your Switch 2, you won't be able to play without the game key card loaded into the game slot each time. Unfortunately, the days of $60 first-party Nintendo games appear to be over. Most new first-party titles for the Switch 2 will cost between $70
Hero of Time comes second. Okay, so you like Wild first, and Hero of Time comes second. I feel like I've got them really tight on par, but really Hero of Time for me, like just his story, just relates. I wouldn't say relates the most to me. Like I obviously did not live a life like he did, but I just find the mental and emotional maturity of the Link Hero of Time greater than the Hero of the Wild. Whereas the Wild, he's very optimistic, you know, he's still bright and stuff. Like the Hero of Time really started out so bright and then really broke down, but really like he put up the biggest fight. I think he put up the biggest emotional fight for me. Which is tough because he had like a fucking shit story. Like he really did. He really did. I would say the Hero of Time's ending is not a happy ending. And that's what makes it so bittersweet. And like the Breath of the Wild hero, like their whole story is like, you know, it's traumatic, it's strong, it's, you know, but it ends up happy. It ends up happy and it ends up fine. So it's like, it kind of takes a little bit of that away from me. I don't need it to be a tragic ending, but you know, you kind of have nothing to worry about with this one. Like we were scared for a bit, but it ended up well. But with Ocarina of Time, there was just like, there was just so much mystery, so much left behind, so much to ask, so much to know. Fuck, I fucking hate my YouTube when it does this shit. Okay, hold on. So yeah, so my next video, actually, let's watch this. Time Twilight Tears. A Tale of Three Links. I like to see a lot of these like fan-made videos and see like what it is they're talking about, you know.
By the power of light and time, the links of other legends have come to the world of Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, other
what do you
ones.
think he's like? Tough on the outside, soft on the inside, like you.
From what I know, wild.
Huh?
Oh, what?
Being able to roam around like this.
What is that?
I mean, this This is so funny.
I see what you mean.
This is amazing. You can see everything from here. These hot air balloons are nice. Back home, all I had was a cannon.
Cannon? It's magic beans.
Magic beans?
They grew into floating platforms.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we did have magic beans.
Really? I didn't notice. Who would have thought there was a whole other world?
Oh, Shaq. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I was actually not ready for that.
Hey, that's mine. Are we there yet?
Look out! Reminding of something.
Gotta love those water temples, huh?
Ugh, no.
Oh, it's in the
got
treasure
chills.
chest. That is good.
Okay, and that's a problem because...
Nothing good comes from wells.
What are you saying? Wells are full of evil. It can't be that bad. I've been in wells before, too. They're pretty harmless. And I've been in worse places. Can't be worse than the sewers.
I'm serious.
God,
Wells are
this...
full of monsters.
That's not a problem.
It's so funny that he'd be so scared of him.
No, wells are different. Evil hands grab you from the ground.
Time and Twilight are in the world of tears of the kingdom.
Yeah, I wonder how these heroes would react.
You are no stranger to these shores. A child of the forest. You have returned. Much time has passed, but you are always welcome here.
Aw. That's so cheesy. That gets me crying.
Child of the forest. But he's all grown up. Yeah.
This place is called Mido Swamp? I knew Mido.
You did?
Yep, and he's just like this swamp. A real stick in the mud. He was caught on my case, and I never did anything to him. I don't think he ever liked me. But I know he meant well. Mido was very serious about protecting the 𝖃. But back then, I thought it was because I wasn't one of them.
I'm sorry.
Hey, don't apologize. What are you apologizing for?
It must have been hard for you.
What?
Feeling alone. It's a terrible feeling.
Why
were
does
just a
everyone
kid.
say the hero of time is so alone? You know, I guess for the most part he really was.
Come here, you little brat. How did you deal with this? Was he always like this?
Aw.
Wow! I can see the ocean from here.
Look, there's another chasm.
Whoa, look at that thing. What is that? You can
I thought
travel
that I
the
got a
world
little
with
bit
this thing.
stronger after watching
what
some
does it mean
videos
when it's
yesterday.
sleeping?
I think I'm gonna end up crying harder in a period of time. It's gonna be a bad time. I was actually so excited clicking it on yesterday. I was like, wow, the fucking nostalgia is just hearing the like N64 snap, you know?
When it opens its mouth.
It's a 𝖃𝖪toad. It jumps and belly flops, and the thing's on its back.
Oh, a 𝖃𝖪toad. I've never actually thought that. That's funny that the two of them are fighting over this shit. This is so funny.
He's picking up its toenails.
Get used to it.
Get behind me!
Huh? What's going on?
How is this possible? This isn't the water temple.
Wait, where is...
Whatever. I've defeated you before. I'll do it again.
This is a funny comic. Oh, is it just him? Yeah, it is.
Huh? I'm ready. What's so funny?
My stomach hurts. Those boots are supposed to get
Oh
you
my
through the desert?
God, they are.
Over anything, even nothing. These boots got me through a river of sand and all sorts of places.
Yeah, they did.
Sorry. They just look so comfy.
Don't come crying to me when you step in quicksand.
I said I'm sorry. I have funny items too. They don't really help the desert. Yeah.
You should probably take this back.
Those hover boots work for you, then go ahead. You're the one who has to keep up with us.
Hey!
Oh know him all, dude.
Didn't realize you knew how to surf on the sand.
Well, not on sand. I've surfed down snowy mountains before. In the desert, if I'm not in wolf form, I'd hitch a ride on a bulbo.
Bulbo?
They're big boars that the monsters used to ride.
Ah! I'm tired of waiting. Let's just go in there already. I still have my Gerudo token. They'll accept that, right?
I don't think they use those here.
My
Then
Gerudo
let's just
token?
sneak in. I've done it before. It's so quiet in there anyway. No one will notice.
We can't.
Well, not with that attitude. He went in there without a problem.
Oh
No,
my god.
we really can't. They'll lock us up as soon as they see us.
That's why I said we'll sneak in.
That doesn't work here. If you want to sneak in, we need a disguise.
Disguise? What kind of disguise? What kind of disguise?
So, this is Hyrule. Remarkable.
Oh, they did the Zeldas in here too.
Zelda of this era is faring.
You know, I really don't like the Zelda in Ocarina of Time. I think she's the shittiest Zelda in my opinion. She's one of the strongest. I think she's definitely the strongest since she's Sheik.
Regardless, she seems very involved in the lives
She's
of
like
her
the
people.
best fighter, for sure.
Always lamented the distance between myself and my people. To
But I
bridge
think her
that gap
choice in
and
sending
connect
Link
with
back
the
was
people
just the
was such a
shittiest thing she
marvel
could
to
do.
inspire their loyalty. A noble pursuit.
Super
and
shit.
An admirable effort.
And I think they could have,
I have
after
much
he
to
went
learn.
back in time, I think they could have just delayed the whole situation and scene so that he could have his reprise at saving Hyrule again. But I don't know.
It is your
I don't know. It's like,
By
it's a
acknowledging
tough
your
choice.
shortcomings, you allow yourself to grow.
I'm trying to think in her
Your
situation what
desire
would I have done,
better
you know?
understand your
Because like
people
dealing with that
shows you
7-year time jump is just, again, that's
Suppose
tough.
you're right. Thank you.
Watch out!
Is that the Twilight Princess Zelda? That's crazy. I didn't think she could do that.
These flowers.
See?
She was here. You sense her too, don't you?
Yes, she is distant, but she is there. Her presence, her light, is scattered everywhere.
Wait, what? It's
Her
not at the top of the
memories are
tree.
printed
Oh,
in
it's at the
these
bottom.
geoglyphs. She
You've been through a lot, haven't you?
Wow.
Princess Zelda.
Whoever is doing
You've
the voice
endured
acting
so
is great.
much on your own.
While our little Link of the Wild is just running around being a diphead. Okay, let me go back to watch later. So I wanted
Hello,
to really
everyone.
watch
This
a...
is Andres Restart.
Can my
and we
YouTube just
got
work, please?
What is tech?
Just please work. Okay, so this is someone's Zelda timeline, but I was very curious as to this 40th day anniversary. So when I looked at it yesterday, it was like at a couple hours that came out. I've got to watch it. We've got to watch it together. So a lot of people are getting their information from Nintendo Direct, like when you go on nintendo.ca. That's where a lot of people are getting their kind of dropped information on all the new Zelda stuff, or what, like sneak peeks or leaks or this or that, for the most part. And then other leaks are, I guess, people who work closely or are on podcasts, so on and so forth. So let's see where this one comes out for, because four people I follow or like I see constantly on YouTube with this stuff right now that are like, they're like really on it. Each of them just came out with something over this news, so I'm very curious to hear how this person talks about it. I like the Commonwealth, but I find him very hard to listen to sometimes, and I feel like he's really good at making like these clickbaity videos, so I'm kind of a little exhausted with it, so trying to find someone who's not going to annoy me.
Hello, everyone. This is Andres Restart, and we just got what may be an interesting rumor for Zelda's 40th anniversary this year.
Which is pretty fucking
We could be getting a little bit of a hint for one of the games that could be planned for this anniversary, and there's a variety of potential implications, which I want to dive into today. Now, before going forward, let me point out I have this goal to reach 60,000 subscribers, so if you watch my videos, if you find yourself enjoying them and you haven't subscribed already, your subscribing would be very much appreciated. So here's what we're talking about today. Friend of the channel Attack the Backlog posted this just a few short hours ago. This man knows things. I've only found out about this game a year later. So 𝖨, this is the person he's saying knows things, reported a year ago, or just said cryptically on Twitter, Richard Edward Bernard. And so what does this all mean? What are the big implications? Several. So firstly, let's talk about my friend Attack the Backlog. Attack the Backlog is actually shown to have some pretty good sources himself. Last year, he heard about multiple Nintendo Directs, and he would even schedule live streams when they would happen, like a week in advance, exactly when they would be happening, or right before, because he knew when they would be happening, we'd have a pre-show. And he even teased The Adventures of Elliot, one of the big announcements from a partner showcase last year. Like, these are just some of the examples of the things that Attack the Backlog heard last year, and to my knowledge, whenever he's teased something from his sources, he's been 100% spot on so far. And so Attack the Backlog has a pretty good track record, I would argue, and here he is backing 𝖨, who he does podcasts with, and they have conversations, and we've talked about 𝖨 a lot on this channel because 𝖨 has reported on many leaks and has been continually getting more and more right. So yes, I think they are reliable. I don't assume everything's 100% correct, but they continue to get things correct, so I'm led to believe it's based off real, legitimate information. And so, what 𝖨 said a year ago that now Attack the Backlog has just heard about from his own reliable sources is this Bernard project. So Richard is actually the codename for The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening remake, and Edward was the codename for The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. So to put Bernard here in this tweet, I think there's a suggestion that the next project following these line of games is in the works. Now, what does that suggest? The next 2D Zelda? The next Grezzo project? I think it suggests that. The next Grezzo-made 2D top-down Zelda game.
What?
But what might that be?
Spend their time doing that.
Actually, recently 𝖨 was saying this on Twitter this week. Why Zelda Triforce Heroes and Zelda Four Sword Adventures might be on the way to Switch 2. Here are the reasons. As part of the Zelda anniversary, to boost game chat through multiplayer, new patents explore coordination between multiple players.
Could you guys imagine playing a Zelda game and being multiplayer?
And unifying the two games into one
and doing game
with
chat?
a Heroes Pack. So here's what's interesting about this possibility here.
I see a lot of people screaming
We're
at each other.
assuming that this codename Bernard project that 𝖨 reported on a year ago and would Attack the Backlog is now saying he's also just heard about is a Grezzo-made 2D Zelda game. Well, Triforce Heroes, the original release, was actually developed by
I don't think it's
Grezzo.
worth making a top-down 2D
so,
Zelda game. I really don't think so.
Could it be that what 𝖨 is alluding to here is that this is the next Grezzo project, a remake or remastering of Triforce Heroes, and perhaps also Four Swords Adventures? I am not so sure, but it's certainly an interesting possibility. But why am I not so sure? So if you look throughout this thread, people ask 𝖨 different questions. So, for example, here, John Q here said, with the number of Zeldas they could be bringing back and they're going to come at us with this, what a shame. By the way, I do agree with this statement to an extent if it's the only thing. However, I would assume it's not the only thing because that would just make no sense. But anyways, 𝖨 responds and says, it's an option, but if they arrive, I don't think it would be the only thing for the anniversary. Okay, so here 𝖨 is not saying he's heard that it's for sure coming out this year, but he's just saying that it's an option and that there could be other options. But continuing, John Q also said this: do you think a remaster is on the way? Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, and 𝖨 says, yo creo que sería el momento. And that just means basically, I think this would be the moment. Which I also agree with. Like, if we're going to get the been rumored for years from several different journalists and insiders that Twilight Princess HD and Wind Waker HD are going to be coming, the only way it would make sense is if Nintendo intentionally held back on releasing them because they were planning them for a specific event, a moment. the 40th anniversary perhaps being that moment. We look at the Mario Galaxy 2 situation. We just got Mario Galaxy 2 alongside 1 for Mario's 40th anniversary just a couple months ago. Many people wondered what was going on with Galaxy 2 because it was oddly left out of 35th anniversary marketing and not in 3D All-Stars, obviously. People thought it was a real head-scratcher, but it now makes a lot of sense that Nintendo held back on releasing Galaxy 2 because they were saving it for the 40th anniversary because they have the Mario Galaxy movie. Galaxy 2 has Yoshi. We know Yoshi's going to be in the Mario Galaxy movie, and they also have Yoshi and the Mysterious Book coming out. It's all meant to be cross-promotion. They saved Galaxy 2 for this moment. Could it be that Nintendo might be doing something very similar, and the rumors from all these different insiders are legitimate, like from Jeff Grubb and Andy Robinson and such, that yes, there is supposed to be a Switch version of Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, and they've been saved for a particular moment, and this moment will be the 40th anniversary. I agree that if there's any legitimacy to these rumors, Nintendo saving it for this anniversary is the last time it would really make sense for them to come out in the not-so-distant future, if they're even going to come. But continuing on the thread, there's a little bit more here. Sergi here asks, does that exclude the release of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and the Ocarina of Remake? And Nash says no, plus I'm not confirmed, I'm just gathering clues that are around about it. So basically, for clarity, what this overall means, this is not one of Nash Weedle's leak expresses. Typically when he provides leaks, he says leak express, he talks about what he has heard. Here he's simply sharing logical points to explain why he thinks Triforce Heroes plus Four Swords Adventures makes sense. But could this be him hinting at something based off what he heard regarding Project Bernard a year ago? Possibly. But I also think we should consider something else here. Maybe this isn't Project Bernard, and I don't know if a remaster compilation would have a codename like Bernard. Like, if it was just one project that they were fully remaking, sure. But if we're talking about the Heroes Pack here, I feel like that might be something different. On the flip side, though, I do feel like getting a Triforce Heroes Four Swords Adventures remastering pack might make a lot more sense to come out this soon, because Grezzo just put out Echoes of Wisdom in 2024. They're definitely not ready for the next new 2D Zelda game, be it a full remake of something like maybe Link to the Worlds, or Link to the Past, or Minish Cap, or even a new one, obviously. That would take even more work. But let me point something out here. While Echoes of Wisdom did just come out not even 2 years ago, and I do think that if Grezzo was working on a full remake of a single-player Zelda game, or a new 2D Zelda game, it would probably take longer than 2 years. We don't know when they finished Echoes of Wisdom. We're assuming that they would start development after the release of Echoes of Wisdom. But we also know that Nintendo, in the latter half of the Switch era, sat on a lot of games. They sat on Metroid Prime Remastered, they sat on Fire Emblem Engage. We have reason to believe they were sitting on Mario Galaxy 2. They might have been sitting on even more. We've seen a lot of evidence for this. And we even have an interview from about half a year prior to the announcement of Echoes of Wisdom from A.D. Anuma, the Zelda series producer, where he was hinting at a Zelda game coming out in the not-so-distant future that would have a playable Princess Zelda in the starring role. Now, that doesn't mean the game was done at that point when he put out that hint, but it's possible that it may have been done for a while, is what I'm really getting at here. And so if Echoes of Wisdom has been done for a while, maybe the next Zelda game that's been in the works by Grezzo has actually had more time in development than we realize. So maybe Grezzo could have something for this 40th anniversary, although maybe we'll have to wait a little bit longer. But going back to Attack the Backlogs post, if he's just heard about this Bernard project, it does have me wondering if maybe it'll be announced in the next Nintendo Direct, given Attack the Backlog's history about hearing about things in Nintendo Directs that are about to happen. It's not confirmation, he's not saying in this tweet here that what he's heard about is going to be in the next Nintendo Direct,
Twitter.
But I am wondering about it if maybe it will be. But there's another interesting implication here. The fact that Attack the Backlog is corroborating Nash's information on Zelda projects, it brings us over to another Zelda project we've heard about from Nash Weedle that also, before these rumors even came out, we were theorizing about for a few years, that Nintendo has been working on an Ocarina of Time remake of sorts. As we talked about before, 𝖬𝗎yitél has heard about this project and has suggested that it's actually a fairly ambitious project, but from what he has heard, doesn't expect it until 2027 at the earliest.
Okay.
Now, assuming these timing expectations are correct here, maybe we're not getting the Ocarina of Time remake this year, even though it would make so much sense for the 40th anniversary.
It would.
And it also does feel like Nintendo is priming us for an announcement like this, because we did just get the official confirmation of the Ocarina of Time Lego set. Maybe the Ocarina of Time remake is just announced this year to get us excited and invested early on.
Well, I would appreciate that. I
Which
mean,
to me, if you at
tell
least announce it, give us something to chew on, to look at, like a little bit of a teaser to analyze.
Yeah, man.
Because
Give
I'm
us
sure it'll
something
be
to chew
beautiful to
on.
look at. That will definitely help a lot of us to
like
wait until when it comes out, presumably
Because
in
either
2027.
that, or I don't even want to hear an inch of a rumor.
If that's not what's going to be the big 40th
you know what
anniversary
I mean? Like,
release,
I want it to become like an absolute shock and surprise.
What is Nintendo going to do for the 40th anniversary? Some people are going to argue that Nintendo's just not going to have that much for the 40th anniversary.
How interested people
because
are
Nintendo
for
hasn't
the
pushed
game
Zelda in the same way
over
as
the movie.
they pushed Mario.
Like, no one was asking
But
for a movie.
I will say,
and they're all
we
like, hey,
have
there's a
the
movie,
Zelda
and we're all
movie
like,
coming
okay.
up. And Nintendo has seen how the cross-promotion of different games and such coming out before and after the movie and all that together leads to increased sales. It makes sense to do that for Zelda as well from that perspective. If you can combo in the 40th anniversary, that'll help things even more so. Also, it is the beginning of the Switch 2 era. There's more reason to push things now than other times throughout a generation. And since we are talking about rumors here, 𝖬𝗎yitél did say he heard about multiple things to come out about Zelda in this year of 2026. So what would Nintendo do? What are we going to get for this 40th anniversary here? I think Nintendo needs to do something that's strong. I don't think a Triforce Heroes remaster would really cut it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone
either
would be
you
happy
come out with
that.
something really big, or you have several little things and you tease something really big. So let's say we do get like a Triforce Heroes 4 Swords Adventures pack, and we also finally get Twilight Princess HD. Let's say they do both those things this year, and they tease this ambitious Ocarina of Time remake for next year, and then also, you know, you have things like news on the Zelda movie, announcing the Zelda expansion to Super Nintendo World, maybe another Zelda concert. We have the Lego set that's already been announced. If you put that all together, I think that would be a worthwhile
I can't believe an Ocarina of Time Lego set. Like, that's epic.
Of course, if that is what we're getting, that would also mean we're not getting anything too major for Zelda's anniversary this year. Just some small things and promise of more exciting things later down the road. But I know some people that would kill for Twilight Princess on Switch and Switch 2.
Yeah,
so, you know, if we get that would be something,
I don't know why people are so crazy about it.
I never actually played a Triforce Heroes, so if we're also getting that,
we'll figure out why people are so crazy about
this. Although I am hoping that this Project Bernard is something else.
We're gonna end up
maybe
playing
that
it at some
something else is not that far
Wii.
off, or perhaps Nintendo has something else in mind, as Aonuma alluded to in his recent interview, where he talked about how he wanted the Zelda team or Nintendo to have something on Switch 2 before Koei Tecmo with Hyrule Warriors. But we'll see what that turns out to be,
We'll see what
if
ends
anything
up
at all.
happening.
Probably something, because Aonuma consistently teases future Zelda projects. But what do you all think? Let me know in the comments below. This is Andres Restart. Thank you so much for listening and watching, and I will see you all
I feel
really soon.
I feel
Take
a
care.
little deflated with that message. I guess we're just not gonna get any of that, so whatever. I gotta just drop it. It's hard though. It's so hard. Because once you're like set up on hype or anything exciting, it's like, fuck. The hope is so strong. Quote scenarios, evidence from the games. I like that they do that.
We recently passed the anniversary for Breath of the
Your
Wild.
YouTube video is so quiet.
It's been 6 years as of the recording of this video, and the release of Tears of the Kingdom is nearly upon us. The Zelda franchise has a rich history that goes back 37 years now to the original Legend of Zelda: Hyrule Fantasy. The history of Hyrule itself is just as long in story, and its cycle of malice and the hero who battles it doesn't seem to have any end in sight. Skyward Sword is the earliest game in the Zelda timeline that we have. In this video, I want to look beyond the history that we've seen in the games thus far. Going back to a time long before Demise's assault on the surface, we'll take a look at the character who is briefly mentioned, but whose existence could have profound implications about the history of Hyrule as we know it. You've all heard theories about how the hero from Skyloft is the very first Link. Many people, including people in the Zelda YouTube space, believe that this iteration of Link is the very first that ever existed, but I'd like to suggest an alternative to that theory. Long before the time of Skyloft, the goddess Hylia once participated in a particular ceremony. In this ceremony, the goddess gave her chosen hero at the time a sailcloth as a reward for achieving victory at the celebration of the bird folk. If the golden words that appear on screen represent what Hylia herself said long ago, then we can tell that this Birdman ceremony is something that has been going on for ages.
What the fuck? How am I this lost?
This is the primary evidence that has been held by those who believe that there are heroes before the Link of this title. As a consideration for those who think that this ceremony we experience is some kind of loop, Zelda confirms that the sailcloth she's giving Link is not the same as the one Hylia gave. Further still, Hylia is said to have given it to her chosen hero long ago.
Damn it.
This Link does not receive a sailcloth from Hylia in the past. Therefore, we can surmise that the chosen hero spoken of here is not the hero of the sky. This information alone is not enough to convince many people that prior heroes existed. I'd like to bring some points to light that I found interesting and that may help sway your opinions once you take these points into consideration. In my experience, this next little story is one that the majority of Zelda fans are unaware of. So, if you are one of the few who already know this, give yourself a pat on the back, drop a comment, and let me know. Fi's lore drops are one of my favorite things about this entry in the series. While it is understandable that she can annoy some players, she's also a wealth of lore if you're the type to inspect everything. One of her stories gives some insight on a great warrior from ancient times. Here's what she has to say.
A great warrior devised a strategy to collect lots of arrows. Do you know it, Master? The warrior took out his wooden shield and approached the 𝖮𝖮𝖪 fort. He hid behind his shield as the 𝖮𝖮𝖪 rained arrows down at him. He then retreated out of range. Many arrows were stuck in his wooden shield. All he needed to do then was pull them out and fire them back at his enemies with his bow.
This bit of lore has some massive implications that could change how you view the origin of the series. However, I'd like to address a few questions that some of you might be thinking in regards to there being heroes before the hero of the sky. First, we need to prove that there was the existence of evil before the advent of Demise. After all, what would you need a hero for if there's no evil for him to fight against? Fi's description of Demise states that he was the source of all monsters. This is a contextual statement. There are monsters that seemingly do not come directly from Demise. I believe the meaning here is that Demise is the source of all monsters at this particular time period. For example, the great warrior in Fi's story is fighting at a 𝖮𝖮𝖪 fort. In regards to where this story falls on the timeline, I believe that this is an event that had to take place before Hylia lifted Skyloft above the clouds. Hylia tells us that she created Fi to assist her chosen hero in response to the invasion of Demise, and sent Fi and the goddess sword skyward. Therefore, Hylia had to give this information to Fi before she was sent above the clouds. Otherwise, Fi could not have known about the exploits of this warrior if his story took place on the surface after she was sent up. Next, let's consider 𝖮𝖮.
Treasure sleeps beyond the path shown by the stone statues.
That caused the rimlet,
shown by the stone statues,
to turn into vicious monsters at night. By turning 𝖮𝖮 into a human with the help of gratitude crystals, the malicious energy coming from him dissipated, and the rimlets returned to their docile forms. This malicious aura was coming from 𝖮𝖮, so it can be seen as another example of monsters whose source is not Demise. Another small consideration could be the tech 𝖮𝖮𝖪s that appear when you're utilizing a time shift stone. These 𝖮𝖮𝖪s are wearing high-tech gear from a different age of the past. When Girahim takes Zelda back in time, He summons a horde of bokoblins to stall Link's approach while he completes
But we
his
can't
ritual.
get up
These
to it
bokoblins
from
that he
here.
summons during this scene are of the same style as the ones in the present, not contemporary with the tech bokoblins that we see when time shift stones are activated. This may suggest that tech bokoblins are from a different time, even further back from Demise's first sealing. Suffice it to say that just by looking at Skyward Sword alone, there seems to be room for monsters before the advent of Demise. This fulfills the requirement of there being evil that a hero would be needed to fight.
Oh. Okay. I didn't think that they were so
What
close.
proof from the game is there that signifies a prior hero? Let's have a look at the prologue. Here, we find a line that alludes to adventures prior to that of the beginning of the game. This is a tale that you humans have told for many ages, generation to generation. But there are other legends,
barbarian
long
helmet.
hidden away from memory, that are intertwined with this tale. Now, a
Do we
new
head
legend
back
bound
into
to this great
Kakariko?
story stands ready to be revealed.
Where is this one?
A legend that will be forged by your own hand, the legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword. These lines seem to imply that there are multiple potential Zelda games that have taken place before the era of this entry in the series. Those legends are separate from the events that take place in this game, including the time travel portions. This may have been Nintendo's way of leaving a door open for them to create a new Zelda game set even earlier in the timeline, should they ever decide they want to do that.
Could you imagine another game in between all
locale of
that
Lake Floria,
they would make
we can
for
speak
it?
to the water dragon, Farron.
Ridiculous.
She, like her other dragon counterparts, has a bit to say about the way humans used to live on the surface. Farron
Whoa.
appears to make mention of other heroes. She says,
Let's have a look at you. Yes, you seem a good deal stronger than the last time we met.
Than the
And
last
look
time
at
we
that
met.
sword. You're the real thing, boy. It's clear you have the spirit of a hero of the goddess. That's all well and good, but I can't go around giving away something that precious to every hero who flounders into my waters.
the way she speaks about every hero who flounders into her waters could be interpreted to mean other heroes have met with her before. While we're speaking about the dragons, the Thunder Dragon Lineru has a test in which you can fight a gauntlet of bosses you've previously faced in order to obtain different prizes, such as a heart piece, loads of rupees, and most importantly,
Loads
the
of
Hylian
rupees.
shield. The shield has a little tidbit in its flavor text that is pretty interesting.
You got the Hylian shield. This legendary shield is imbued with heroic power, making it completely indestructible.
The Hylian shield is legendary according to this. Normally, the Hylian shield is associated with the Kingdom of Hyrule, but in the era of Skyloft, the kingdom as we know it has not yet been established. Yet here we are, looking at a shield that would be evidence of such a kingdom. And its legendary status indicates that the shield must have been a thing for a long time. Could this imply that the surface world had
And
a
I think it's
theocratic
strange to
nation
us that
with
we
Hylia
we
at the
have the
head,
shield in the
and
wild
that
area,
this shield
but
is
it's
a relic
just
of those times?
ignored.
Leave a comment with your thoughts on what might be the answer to this.
And like this, the
One
Link
final
of this
point to
world
keep in
doesn't even
mind
use
are the
it.
words uttered by
He
Demise
doesn't even need
himself.
to use it. And I mean,
Upon
for the
seeing
most part, our
resolve
fight with
of Link
Ganon,
stepping forward to
in my
challenge him.
opinion, like I know I didn't have it and I really wanted it for the
say.
fight and I would have used it, but it would have made me very ignorant to realizing that, hang on, it seems like the developers didn't really care for us to have it for this fight either. Especially the way that they constructed the fight, you know?
Demise claims that he has never met a human who wasn't a coward. Link was the first human to ever stand up to him, a paragon of humanity. If Demise has never met a human who wasn't a coward, then this would mean that any of the heroes or warriors we have been talking about so far had to have all come and gone before Demise came onto the scene. Now that we've established that there was a need to smite evil before Demise appeared, and that there are references to things in the ancient past that relate to the hero, what kind of person would this Link, or this hero, be like? What sort of adventures would he be tasked with by the goddess? Link obtains the goddess sword, and by using the goddess flames, he tempers it into the mighty Master Sword, which we all know and love. However, the Master Sword would not exist for a hero to wield in any time prior to this. The Master Sword not appearing in the Zelda game is not an uncommon situation, as we have had several games without it. For example, the Phantom Sword of Phantom Hourglass, or the Locomo Sword of Spirit Tracks.
But those are all in the adult timeline,
which was forged by the elements from the 𝖃ορη blade. We know the 𝖃ορη blade was given to the hero of men by the 𝖃ορη themselves. In a similar fashion to this blade, perhaps our ancient hero would use a sacred sword that's different than the Master Sword. This new weapon may have some unique ability and would allow for some new experiences from a gameplay perspective. Since Hylia is ruling and is at the peak of her power in these ancient times, there would be no royal family for Link to communicate with. The hero would report directly to Hylia, and his charge would come from her. This is a big contrast compared to the games where we have ties with the royal family and Princess Zelda. We would likely be able to see Hylia's interactions with the other gods of Hyrule. For example, in Breath of the Wild, Hylia is said to be the one responsible for the horned statue of Hateno being sealed as a statue. Because he was dealing in the exchange of force for mortals, he was punished by the goddess. Perhaps we would serve Hylia by assisting her in dealing with beings like these. Thank you for watching this theory video. Maybe you saw some stuff you've never seen before. If that's the case, I'd be grateful if you were to leave a like and a sub to the channel. I plan to keep doing these theory videos as a member of Rated N, so stay tuned for more.
I want to hear about this person perfecting the timeline.
My main gripe with the current timeline is that it sucks really bad and makes me angry whenever I see it. The Fallen Hero timeline only exists as a what if section, which removes any weight the branch would carry. Then there's Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which exist in a state of quantum superposition, where they are both canon and not canon depending on who you ask and what Aonuma had for dinner last night. That being said, I still absolutely love to theorize about the Zelda series, and I think that the lore and story are what makes it special. So something like blatant retcons and inconsistencies aren't going to stop me from writing my own fan fiction timeline that I think functions much better. So that's what we're doing. We are fixing the Zelda timeline. About a year ago, I made a video where I fixed the Zelda timeline. Please don't watch that video. The audio alone is enough to lower your life expectancy. And there's a ton of new info that we need to consider now. I enlisted the help of my good friend and fellow YouTuber Gossip Guys to review and fix silly mistakes that I made in my last video. The main factors that we need to consider are Echoes of Wisdom and the fact that Age of Imprisonment, the new Hyrule Warriors game, is canon. Believe it or not, these two simple additions make a really big difference when trying to consider the overarching story. So, without further ado, let's jump into this.
Some videos or audios is like too loud. I turn that in the game quite a bit because I found the game to be a little bit loud.
Skyward Sword is going to be the most obvious pick to start the timeline. This is because of two main factors. The first and most important is the creation of the Master Sword. This weapon is used in too many Zelda games for it to be created at some other point in the timeline. The second is that this Princess Zelda is the one who goes on to create the royal bloodline. She is literally the goddess Hylia, and that magical goddess blood is what allows for the sacred power that Zelda wields in all of the other games. Now, one of the main problems with Skyward Sword is that it decides to play around with time travel. And as we know from Ocarina of Time, this never leads anywhere good. I have had many people try and tell me that Skyward Sword is a closed loop and doesn't make any timeline branches. Their main argument is that Impa has the bracelet that Zelda gives her in the past for the entire game. This is fine and all, but we are shown plenty of other examples of why the time travel in Skyward Sword is not as stable as people would like to pretend. In Skyward Sword, in order to save the Thunder Dragon and complete your quest, you must plant the Life Tree seed in the past and then bring the fruit to him to save him. This results in two massive changes. One, the life tree does not exist in the present until you go back in time to plant it, and two, you literally prevent the Thunder Dragon from dying in the present by altering the past. This is not closed loop behavior. My second argument is that if we defeat Demise in the past, then why is the imprisoned here in the present? Again, this is not closed loop behavior. Finally, the most important piece of evidence that convinces me that some kind of time travel shenaniganry is going on is the goddess statue. After the final dungeon in Skyward Sword, Link uses the Triforce to defeat the imprisoned once and for all. This is done by the Isle of the Goddess falling from the sky and destroying the imprisoned completely. After that, Ghirahim goes back in time to revive Demise before he was destroyed by the Triforce. This is where Link embarrasses the literal incarnation of evil in a Final Destination 1v1 no items duel. Now, here is my beef. If Link straight up defeats Demise in the past, then the imprisoned should no longer be a problem for us to deal with in the present. So, obviously, Link never would have needed to use the Triforce to defeat the imprisoned, because he shouldn't even be there anymore. In fact, Link's entire adventure in Skyward Sword would have been nullified if the imprisoned wasn't there to cause problems in the first place. Now, these two events can exist simultaneously, but only if they exist as two completely different timelines. There are serious ramifications for altering the timeline to this degree, and this is why I propose that Skyward Sword creates a timeline split right at the top of the timeline. We have one timeline where Demise is murdered by Link using the Master Sword, and the other timeline where the imprisoned is eradicated using the Triforce. We will call these two the Wish timeline and the Murder timeline. Let's start by looking at the Murder timeline.
The wish and the murder. It's pretty funny. I didn't mark these ones out.
At this moment in time, there are a few things going on. First, Demise was able to bind his hatred to the hero spirit and blood of the goddess. This is kind of important later. Second, the Master Sword is placed in a pedestal, which we see in the past and present, with a freshly sealed Demise slowly dissolving away within it. Third, now that Demise has been sealed away inside of the Master Sword, the surface in this time period is now considered to be safe. So the recently rescued Skyloftians up in the sky eventually make their way back down to the surface. During this time, the establishment of the Kingdom of Hyrule begins. There are, of course, problems with the founding of Hyrule because despite Demise being defeated, there are still demons, monsters, and evil spirits scattered throughout the land. During this time, a new hero, the Hero of Men, that's mentioned in Minish Cap's backstory, is given a sword from the sky. The 𝖃 blade, which, if you look closely, strongly resembles the goddess sword from Skyward Sword. The reason for this is because in this timeline, Skyward Sword Link never needed to pull the goddess sword and turn it into the Master Sword. So what we're seeing here is a brand new path for the goddess sword that's entirely unique to this timeline. Now, here's the fun part. Because this timeline started 1,000 years or so before Link was born in Skyward Sword, the Hero of Men described in Minish Cap could totally be the same Link that we play as in Skyward Sword. He's still a chosen hero that was destined to do something heroic, but he's just a little displaced because of his own actions from another timeline. In other words, it's actually the same hero who ends up wielding the goddess sword, as well as the 𝖃 blade, which then leads us into the events of Minish Cap. During Minish Cap, Link takes ownership of the 𝖃 blade and transforms it into the Master Sword's spiritual counterpart, the Four Sword. Basically, instead of forging the Master Sword by absorbing 3 goddess flames in Skyward Sword, we forge the Four Sword by absorbing 4 elements in Minish Cap, which we then use to defeat Vaati. This leads us into Four Swords, where we fight that pesky wind mage Vaati again, and then directly into Four Swords Adventure, where we fight an escaped Vaati once more, followed by Ganon for the very first time in this timeline. This is important because up until this point in the timeline, the Triforce has not been used once. Normally, Ganon turns himself into this beast form only after utilizing the Triforce piece of power. But given the current timeline of events, this couldn't have happened. Instead, Ganondorf loses his humanity by collecting the trident from the pyramid in the Desert of Doubt. The trident is said to grant anyone who wields it the power to become the King of Darkness, which turns out to be a nice little alternative to using the Triforce. This version of Ganon then goes on to haunt the remainder of this timeline. A really cool fact is that we see some dungeons in Four Swords Adventure that make another appearance throughout the timeline. This includes the Desert Temple and the Eastern Palace. At the end of Four Swords Adventure, Ganon is sealed away inside the Four Sword by the 7 maidens, and the sword is then placed back into its pedestal in the Four Swords Sanctuary. Now, at this point, you might be confused. There are a lot of other games that have Ganon as the bad guy. How is he supposed to come back if he is sealed away in the Four Sword? As we've seen a few times, the seal on the Four Sword sucks. Like bad. If Vaati can break out of the seal on the Four Sword, so can Ganon. During this time, Ganondorf is able to quietly make his way back to the Gerudo Desert and amass a band of thieves. He is likely able to draw from the Gerudo since they are his people, and this would be one of the few instances that we actually see the Gerudo in this timeline. Something interesting to note is that the elemental gems that accompany the Four Swords can act as a gate into the Dark World. This is the exposition that we get from the Blue Knight in Four Swords Adventure. He goes on to say that using all four creates a path to the realm of the...
Let me quickly pause this so that I can still function and focus with it afterwards. We're just watching a bunch of lore videos now and just theory videos for the day, relaxing. But for the beginning part, I raged. I missed a lot of my cues for attacking. There was a moment in the fight where I was all like, did he just double dodge our double dodge? Like, you know what I mean? Did he just flurry rush our flurry rush? And I was a shooketh on that. I didn't even know what to do. And then I figured it out. And then I kept fucking up my moveset. So then I raged and like slapped my desk and I screamed for a bit. And then the second phase, I cried. I cried all the way into the end of the game after that. I was just like, wow, what an amazing ending. I was not expecting that. And now I don't know, I took like the rest of the weekend to like really think and come down from that experience, and I've come to appreciate it much more. That this whole game, like just everything we've done with this Link of the Wild era has not been in vain. It's not been like just saving the world 2 times here in Hyrule. It was actually just like, this was like a very long delayed fight, if anything. And like Breath of the Wild was part 1, Tears of the Kingdom was part 2, to like the massive story that was happening here and like the fight that this was gonna be. I don't think like it was very happy ending at the end of Breath of the Wild. Like that wasn't really what it was. What we did is we just slowed down his reincarnation process, and then he really came back, and he really came back here in Tears of the Kingdom. So that fight was really nice. I loved it. It was dramatic, it was cinematic, like it had me in a panic. And then I loved it. I loved it to the point where like I really don't even think anyone should have a shield or full gear when they go into that fight, because you seriously didn't need it. And I think it was all meant to be the experience, which kind of made grinding everything in the game a real bitch. I really didn't enjoy that, but I could totally see why you would want to, at least for the 4 phenomenons, to get the sages up. It doesn't really matter if you level them up double with damage or not. I really don't think it matters. But yeah, it's overall very good experience. I did enjoy it. Just mapping these out so while we go around and do this, it's a good time. Yes, I was not expecting that kind of an ending. I really enjoyed the ending of the game. Why it took me so many years to get there, I'll never know. I'll never have an answer. But I feel so Zelda upped right now that, like, I need more. I need more, Corsten. I need more... I need more of this game now. It's pretty bad. I'm heavily addicted. And I totally understand why other fans get super addicted. It is a very interesting game. Like, it seriously is. Oh, did I do this? No, I didn't do this. This is a different Korok. See, look. There's a very different Korok. It starts here, and it starts here. But there's other ones I did, so I gotta be careful when I do stuff like that, because it's very easy to be missing one out of 1,000 in all of these Koroks. Very scary time. I bet you that's just a rock. And like, why are there Koroks in these bases? Why are they in enemy territory? It's very scary. This one starts here. This one ends somewhere close. At some point I'll get a floater plane and we'll plane around in these things. But how did you like it? How did you like the fight? That's like really delayed for me to ask that question. I'm so sorry. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. The waterworks were good. It's very nice. I need more. I don't think I could live without more. I really like our Link of the Wild. Like, he just did it. You know? A lot of open world grinding, but he just fucking did it. We did it. I remember seeing a Korok there and then we didn't get it because we prioritized getting the horse. Also, I ended up finding the giant horse, Ganon's giant horse in this game. I was down at the bottom of Hateno there and I found it. Very interesting experience. Okay. And then this one comes up on the hill right here. I want to say this is in a shack, but it's not. It's more like here. There's so many of these. I try to save the traveling ones for last, for just the floater plane, because it's kind of easier to go do all those. See, we got the little base here, but we go do our pickup from over here. How do I know which one is which? I don't. I don't until I get to it and I'm like, oh, when I see it in the world, I'm like, okay, this is a traveling one, so ignore that. It goes right here. Another one in these trees. Fancy tree. Go back up here. You know, like, we haven't been to all of these spots, so it's kind of nice to go Korok farming, because now we can kind of explore all the areas we haven't seen and been around since the first game. All of this stuff, I haven't investigated any of it. I knew there was going to be a fucking Korok on the bridge here that traveled one to the other. I knew it, I knew it, and I already knew this one too, but we were in a gliok fight. We're going to have to fight the gliok here if we're gonna get any of these Koroks, which is what I should have done after we did kill this gliok. See, how did I not get that one there? What the fuck? Anyway, I'll let's get back to the YouTube video.
Strangely enough, the Triforce is said to be hidden in a golden land, and all artwork depicts it in the heavens. So let's say that someone were to learn about the Triforce and also happen to know where the 4 gems that could open a path directly to the Triforce. What might this person do? According to the manual for A Link to the Past, and I'm reading verbatim, quite by accident, a gate to the golden land of the Triforce was opened by a gang of thieves, skilled in the black arts. In a long-running battle, the leader of the thieves fought his way past his followers. The leader stood triumphant over the Triforce and grasped it with his blood-stained hands. This sounds an awful lot like Ganondorf killed most of, if not all of his gang members to reach the Triforce. Now, I'm not saying that Ganon killed all of the Gerudo, but he probably killed enough to make them isolate themselves from the rest of Hyrule. Naturally, this leads to the creation of the Dark World and the events of A Link to the Past. Link is able to find the Master Sword and fight Ganon. One of the problems that this poses is if the Goddess Sword exists and was turned into the 4 Sword, how does Link obtain the Master Sword in this timeline? Luckily, we have an easy answer to this thanks to the actions of the Hero of Skies. After defeating Demise, Link places the Master Sword in the pedestal in the Sealed Temple. The important part is that he does this before he returns to his own timeline, meaning that the Master Sword that we use throughout Skyward Sword is present in the Murder timeline, along with the Goddess Sword that we turned into the 4 Sword. This leads to the defeat of Ganon at the end of A Link to the Past. The next game in the timeline would obviously be A Link Between Worlds. Ha! I pranked you. You thought that just because these games share a map and themes, they go right next to each other in the timeline? Absolutely not. We have work to do first. we need to put Link's Awakening here. I have absolutely no explanation for why Link is on a boat or if he ever makes it back to land after this game ends, but something that is worth noting is the final boss of Link's Awakening. It's a nightmare that takes the forms of several bosses that we have seen throughout the series. This includes a giant blob, Ganon, Aghanim, Moldorm, and something that looks a lot like Vaati. Next in this timeline is A Link Between Worlds, but for real this time. In this game, the kingdom of Lorule is on the brink of total collapse because of the destruction of their Triforce. This kicks off the events of A Link Between Worlds, where यू𝖾 comes to Hyrule in search of their Triforce. He discovers that the Triforce of Power is with Ganon, who is held in some kind of stasis. He then discovers that the Triforce of Courage is sealed away and can only be accessed by the chosen hero. Then he devises a plan where they can take the Triforce of Power through force and then manipulate Link and Zelda into obtaining the other two pieces. Now, obviously, if you've played the game, this doesn't work, and everyone's happy in the end. And then Link goes on a much-needed vacation to France, where the events of Triforce Heroes takes place. Now we get to talk about Echoes of Wisdom. Noel was sealed away eons ago by the three golden goddesses, but eventually this seal starts to weaken. Something that I always found strange is that Noel only appears in this one game. After all, he supposedly has power to rival the capital G gods of the Zelda universe. That's when it all started to make sense. You see, the trident that Ganon steals from the Pyramid in Four Swords Adventure has a unique ability. A Knight of Hyrule specifically points out that Ganon uses this trident to send the four knights into the Dark World, or Mirror World. This is a trident that has the ability to access other realms. Fast forward to Echoes of Wisdom, where we see Ganon, or more accurately, an echo of Ganon, wielding a trident that we see access the Still World. I think the most likely explanation for Noel breaking free of his prison is that Ganon, whether knowingly or unknowingly, started breaking into his prison using his trident. It doesn't stop there though. Because when would Noel have had the opportunity to make a copy of Ganon if he's been sealed away for the whole time? Well, in A Link Between Worlds, we go to the land of Lorule, where their Triforce has been destroyed and their world left to decay. Aside from this destruction of the Triforce, Lorule and Hyrule have nearly identical histories. This would include the sealing of Noel in the planet by the three golden goddesses. If the Triforce is destroyed and the planet is decaying, this means that the prison that holds Noel is also decaying, allowing him to slip through the cracks. Then Yuga brings Ganon to Lorule, giving Noel the perfect opportunity to make a copy of him and claim the trident that can access other worlds. Regardless, we have the events of Echoes of Wisdom play out before eventually Zelda and Link are able to defeat Noel and claim the Triforce, locking it away in the Sacred Realm once again. After these fantastic games and the full destruction of Ganon, we enter the start of the end. In the Oracle games, Link stumbles upon the Triforce and is sent on a quest that spans 2 kingdoms. During these games, the Twin Witches, known as Twinrova...
I'll put this on pause for a moment. Hi! Hi, hi, hi! That way I can focus. I can talk and focus at the same time. Just watching a bunch of lore videos. How the hell am I gonna support his thing-a-ding here? What am I supposed to do? I got rocks. Okay, I guess I gotta use the curvatures of the earth. I used my floater plane for one of them, funny enough. I used it around the Necluda area. Not Necluda, we're in the Necluda area. I used it around the Lanayru area. So I figured what happened with the package. Okay, what happened? They're not sending it back, are they? God, I hate it when they do that. Okay, I want to put this directly under here. Yeah, it's nice and tight right there. It doesn't really move. It's good. Yarg. That's also not gonna work. Ah, yes. Yes, it is. I remember telling you that. So they're gonna be, like, things can just be delayed for a long time. So that's just it, right? It's just in a delay. Just from that. See why, like, I want to leave my country so badly. It's because they do this shit. They literally did this shit 4 months ago. They did it 4 months ago, they did it about 9 months ago before that, and then they did another 1.5 years before that. Like, it's every couple of months they're on strike. It's rough. Like, they are just so freaking weird. Uh-oh. Well, that whole thing fell over. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Well, we know it's gonna send, and when it sends, but it's gonna be on crazy delay. Good to know. At least it wasn't lost, because I was getting, I have anxiety with packages, so I get really scared if, like, someone's picked it up or is, like, fucking with it or something. Like, I gotta be, like, alert on it or whatever. But my brother's place is pretty good. He said no, none of that shit really happens there, so. It's a federal crime here. Yeah, right? You don't get any of your things on time? Yeah, I could see the Karens busting out a move. At least it won't expire. Yeah. Could you imagine if we mailed each other cookies? They'd be stale as fuck by the time they showed up. That's so funny. That is so funny. Okay, great. Right, sugar. Love that. Oh no. Okay. Oh shit. Yay, physics. He's standing. Okay. Great. Apparently there's like 78 or 81 of these Addison towers around the world. I don't even know how many I've done. And this doesn't really, or does this count towards completion? I think this does count towards completion, so I do have to get these ones done as I go. Oh, just a little frustrating because there's a couple that I've skipped over that I'm gonna have to go ahead and find again. So I'll have to go around the world and find all these ones too. In no rush. So it's actually a federal crime to impede mail, even if they're a company where they're so Canada Post is government owned. Okay, this is like our default of default. If there was no UPS, if there was no FedEx, if there was like nothing, absolutely nothing, the only mailing system we have in the entire country is Canada Post. Okay, so they treat this as a business and they feel like they could do whatever the fuck they want. If they can't provide the service, they won't provide the service. So like they're kind of being little gangsters about it because they're gonna omit themselves from that being a crime. I don't even think in Canada it's considered a crime. But in the States, do you guys have I'm wondering, do you have a government post that works the same way, or is it just a federal crime for any of the businesses to do that? Like, is it more like do you guys you understand my question, right? Sorry, I'm getting all like kind of dumb of me, but I do that. Oh, water. Is this one where we have to dive in? Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. That's fine. My ship won't go anywhere. He looks so sexy when he dives. Work on your form, boys. That's kind of really upsetting, isn't it? Oh, I'm so sorry. You know, I'm not surprised. Not surprised. More things for our tax money, guys. Tax money. This is what they do with our tax money. They don't actually put it to where they're supposed to, but they'll spend a whole bunch of other things. So USPS is government owned, UPS, FedEx, and Amazon are private. Right, okay. So you mailed this through your government mailer, and you've mailed it to my government mailer. So if your government mailer were to impede mail, they would they fine themselves even though they are the government? Yeah, they would. Wonder who gets in trouble when they do that. Well, I'm jealous. I don't have that luxury here. And you guys don't even pay as much taxes as we do. And they can't go on strike. Yeah, we have a lot of government jobs that go on strike here. Like, pretty much all of them. Pretty much all of them. At any point, they'll go on strike here. I mean, teachers are usually on strike all the time. So our education has dwindled quite a bit over the years because of it. And who else goes on strike? A lot of nurses go on strike. A lot of ambulance drivers go on strike. It's a lot of striking happening here. Where the fuck is there one here? Where's this one? Oh. I knew I marked it wrong. What? Can you leave me alone? I'm telling you, man, Wilderness is like looking for a fight everywhere I go. Oh, what? He ran around and bit me from behind. You would die if you got bitten by a bear. If they stop for some reason, they'll hire the private postals. At least they'll take care of that for us. Yeah, that's good. Well, that's responsible. That's the responsible thing to do. We don't have responsibility here. Isn't that crazy? Anyway, yeah, sad story. Aw, well, I'm happy it's just delayed. That's all good then. I'm happy they were able to give you that answer though, and they had their shit together with it, because a lot of times when I call Canada Post and I'm like looking for something, even with the tracking number, they're like, yeah, we don't know what's going on. No, we don't know what's happening. I don't care. That's what they'll say. It's really, it's a moment. Blame the libs. The liberals? Yeah. It's crazy because, like, liberals aren't bad. They really aren't. It's just the corruption. It's how they've abused the system and have corrupted things. Like, we just have bad liberals. Cause I'm not even fully against it. You know, I can't see myself leaning hard either way. But it's just such, there's so much imbalance, you know what I mean? We do have UPS, yeah. I do have UPS. You don't have to change it and suddenly do that though, since it's already here. I mean, it'd be a little late to go do that. I mean, it might be delayed by like another month. Like, whenever they say they're up and running again, which I can keep an eye out now, and I can keep an eye out, and they say they're gonna do that, but once they're up and running, I could easily see it taking an additional, like, maybe 3 weeks. Maybe 3 weeks. Aw, shit. Ooh, I'm not gonna have a good time getting up to that tree if I park my bike down there, so I gotta park it up here. We'll park it right in this cave. Perfect. Oh, and it's like a literal cave. Holy cow. Whoa! Whoa! Look at all the silent mushrooms. Holy. Oh my god. If only I could upgrade things with silent mushrooms and not the other ones, because I'm like in a fat deficit. All the other mushrooms that I'm supposed to have. Okay, so what would you attach to this? I guess I'm putting a rocket on it. I guess that's what I'm doing. I have so many rockets to spare. I hope it doesn't roll down here though. That's okay. At least it's waterproof, right? Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye, little plunger plug. Love that. Can I go up a waterfall without actually being submerged in water? Can I just like, excuse me, can I just touch it? Oh, I can. Holy hell, that's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Isn't that handy? You know what? Like, just for the fact that we can swim up waterfalls, this like the armor abilities we get in this game, this is the strongest link. Come on. Right? This has got to be the strongest link. Oh, hello. Wow. We get a lot of stuff to just go through this cave with. I want to do this when my floater plane is like out of commission. Oh, the slab was there for us to build things on top of it. Yeah, I don't know. This cave seems like it's gonna go pretty far. I don't have to do that just yet. I'll take my plane. We'll come back later. And I'll remember to come back later to the caves that we've explored because it doesn't have a check mark, right? So that's easy. Alright, I just have to turn this boat around. Are you just on your break at work? Oh shit. Oh shit. No, don't make me fall. This is like the worst when you're stuck like this. Ah! No! Okay, for the most part, I think we can lift off from the water here. There we go. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, just try again. Get on the plane. There we go. So if you didn't know, you can lift off from water, which is kind of nice. You just got off work now. Okay, so you're driving home. Okay, awesome. Well, allow me to continue watching this YouTube video now about this guy who said he's perfected the timeline to help us understand.
Resurrect Ganon using the flames
I'm gonna
of
go
sorrow.
back a couple of seconds here, though.
When
my YouTube
or
is
more
so
accurately,
fucking
an
glitchy,
echo of
and
Ganon,
I blame
wielding
Opera.
a trident that we see access the still world. I think the most likely explanation for Null breaking free of his prison is that Ganon, whether knowingly or unknowingly, started breaking into his prison using his trident. It doesn't stop there though, because when would Null have had the opportunity to make a copy of Ganon if he's been sealed away for the whole time? Well, in A Link Between Worlds, we go to the land of Lorule, where their Triforce has been destroyed and their world left to decay. Aside from this destruction of the Triforce, Lorule and Hyrule have nearly identical histories. This would include the sealing of Null in the planet by the three golden goddesses. If the Triforce is destroyed and the planet is decaying, this means that the prison that holds Null is also decaying, allowing him to slip through the cracks. Then Yuga brings Ganon to Lorule, giving Null the perfect opportunity to make a copy of him and claim the trident that can access other worlds. Regardless, we have the events of Echoes of Wisdom play out, before eventually Zelda and Link are able to defeat Null and claim the Triforce, locking it away in the Sacred Realm once again. After these fantastic games and the full destruction of Ganon, we enter the start of the end. In the Oracle games, Link stumbles upon the Triforce and is sent on a quest that spans 2 kingdoms. During these games, the Twin Witches, known as Twin Roba, resurrect Ganon using the flames of sorrow, destruction, and despair. This revived Ganon is quickly dispatched by Link and peace is restored to the land. This final confrontation is one of the last successes of the Kingdom of Hyrule before entering the era of decline. During this era, we have the events preceding The Legend of Zelda, where there's like a prince who does sketchy stuff and then gets his sister cursed into a sleep, and now all the princesses are named Zelda. It's a bit weird, but the important part is there is one Zelda who is cursed into a sleep. Then we have the events of the original Zelda, where Ganon is resurrected again by his minions, and he immediately goes to kidnap Zelda and get the Triforce again. His power seems to have been waning, because without the Master Sword or the Force Sword, Link is able to defeat this version of Ganon and save the Princess of Hyrule. Finally, after the defeat of Ganon, Link is led to a hidden temple by Impa and learns about the cursed Zelda. This then leads him on a new adventure to collect the full Triforce and break the curse that was placed on Zelda. This event is the conclusion of the murder timeline, and what happens after this, for now, is a mystery. I like to imagine that Hyrule gets its crap together and goes into an age of prosperity. This probably isn't actually the case because of, you know, ancient curses, but for now, we'll head away from the murder timeline. Let's jump through the Gate of Time into the other set of events where Demise is destroyed using the Triforce instead of the Master Sword.
Is this something to do with this tree? That is. We can't climb it right now. It's like endless raining. Holy cow, 3 hours of raining.
One of the downsides to Link using the Triforce is that now a lot of people know about the Triforce. This knowledge of the Triforce is what leads to the Civil War in Hyrule, which leads into the events of Ocarina of Time.
Makes
in
this
the other
saddest
timeline,
game,
Ganondorf
guys.
learns about
Holy
the
cow.
Trident that gives immense power. But in this timeline, Ganondorf learns about the Triforce, which he deems more powerful than the Trident, and pursues that instead. His plans lead him to Hyrule, where he successfully manipulates Link into pulling the Master Sword and opening the Sacred Realm realm to get the Triforce. As for the Master Sword existing in this Wish timeline, we have a few options, and I'll let you decide on your favorite. First, we do see the Master Sword in the present at the end of Skyward Sword. This would mean that I don't really need to explain why it exists, it just does. But if you want to be a bit more complicated, you could argue that because Link leaves the Master Sword in the Murder timeline, it no longer exists in the Wish timeline. This would require that the Master Sword is still created at some point. Thankfully, Twilight Princess, which we will get to in a minute, explains that the Master Sword was created by the sages. You could argue that this makes this sword less powerful than the one that we use in the Murder timeline, which might be true, and we will touch on later. Regardless, Link is manipulated and pulls the Master Sword and travels into the future. This first event of time travel with Link does not result in a timeline split, as I explained in another video. For the sake of time, allow me to say that time travel using the Master Sword is a closed loop, where anything that was going to happen already happened. It isn't until the end of the game where Zelda sends Link back in time to relive his childhood that we see an actual split in the timeline. This split leads to the child and adult timelines. Just to clear some common confusion that I see with the names of these timelines, the child timeline is called that because it is where Link goes back in time to relive his childhood. The adult timeline is the original set of events where Link, as an adult, defeats Ganondorf and is removed from the timeline. We will start by looking at the child timeline.
This is part of the
at the end of Ocarina of Time, Link is
series that I watched. So it's based off of what happens after these events, and they stuck as close as they could with the lore. Obviously they scripted in as much character dialogue or whatever they could, you know, make it feel like a cinematic, like what if kind of conversation story. But the specific plots of what happened are canon. The ending is theoried, which is fine. It's a good theory, but overall the whole thing tragic, true, and I was just sobbing through the whole thing because it is just so sad. Okay.
Sent back to relive his childhood by Zelda. When he returns, he wastes no time to go find Zelda and explain everything that happened. This change leads to Ganondorf being arrested and sent to the Arbiter's ground. It is unclear exactly how long Ganondorf stays here, but I would assume that it's a very long time since Twilight Princess is supposed to take place somewhere between 100 and 200 years after Ocarina of Time. During this time, Link goes to find his friend Navi, but accidentally slips into an alternate dimension, as you do, and prevents Calamity. Majora's Mask is cool, but has basically no effect on the overarching story of Hyrule. After being in prison for some time, Ganondorf is sentenced to execution, where he gains the Triforce of Power either through sheer willpower or through a technicality. It's never officially explained. Now, all of the events of Twilight Princess take place with Ganondorf being defeated at the end. With Ganondorf dead, the Master Sword is returned to the Lost Woods under the watch of the Great Deku Tree in hopes that it never is needed again. This concludes the child timeline, which means that we need to take a look at the adult timeline. This timeline is kicked off by the backstory of Wind Waker, where Ganon returns, but there isn't a hero to stop him. So the people turn to the gods for help, who in turn flood the entire Earth. Then we have Wind Waker happen, where Ganondorf returns but is eventually defeated by Link using the Master Sword. Ganondorf, along with the entirety of Hyrule Kingdom, is buried under the ocean. Link and Zelda venture to another land. Along the way, they get sucked into the realm of the Ocean King, where the events of Phantom Hourglass take place. Once this is over, they venture to a new continent that they name New Hyrule. And over the course of a couple generations, they are able to build a new kingdom, along with help from the Locomo tribe. This leads to the events of Spirit Tracks, where Malladus attacks, but is eventually thwarted by Link and Zelda working together. Up until this point, the timeline is fairly structured. There are still branches and deviations here and there, but there are no serious contradictions. Where we run into trouble is adding Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to the timeline. These games have so many references and allusions that it would be more or less impossible to add these games to the timeline without contradictions left and right. This would be absolutely true if it weren't for one ambiguously canon game. And no, I am not talking about Hyrule Warriors. Well, I actually am talking about Hyrule Warriors, but we're talking about Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. First, let's start in the Murder timeline.
This
You
guy's
see, at
knowledge
the
on
top
all
of
these
this
games is
timeline, we
amazing,
defeat
but
Demise,
obviously,
but before
like,
he fades,
he
he mocks
understands
us
the
and
plot
informs
of all
us of
of
the
them.
curse that forever bonds his hatred to the
I'm
blood of the
missing quite a
goddess
bit of
and
plot
spirit of the
in
hero.
some of them,
This lead to
so
the
I'll be-
ultimate downfall of
I'll be a bit
Hyrule
of a
at the end of the
whole
murder timeline. And then
figuring
thousands
things
of
out.
years pass, and eventually a divine race known as the Zonai come to rebuild the kingdom. When they
Mhm.
appeared, they were mistaken as gods, or maybe divine messengers, a gift to the land that many believe to have been forgotten by the gods themselves. As they rebuilt and banished demons, the people grew to love them, and eventually they made Rauru their king. With his help, they were able to establish the new kingdom of Hyrule. Despite their best efforts, the land of Hyrule remained cursed, haunting the blood of the goddess.
No,
it was
it
not
broke
long before the
again?
kingdom was threatened by a man from the desert. But
I
even
don't
though
know why
Ganondorf
this
was
does
able to get
this.
his hands on the powerful stones of the Zonai, he was sealed away by King Rauru himself. There's also talk about a princess that sacrificed herself, but I'm sure that's not important and definitely won't come back up later. Eventually, calamities began to erupt in the kingdom, but they were thwarted by a hero carrying a legendary blade and a princess holding the sacred sealing power. The royal family tried to prepare for the arrival of the next calamity with technology, but it was too much. And eventually a calamity returned and laid waste to Hyrule, accomplishing what Demise's curse intended thousands of years ago. Perhaps with the destruction of the royal family and the entirety of Hyrule, the curse will dissipate and the earth may know peace once more. Thankfully, this isn't the case. Even though the murder timeline is left to ruin, there is still one little robot that remains to defy the odds. Terrico opens a gate of time and makes his way into a new timeline in an attempt to try again. This is where things get really fun. There are only two other gates of time that are ever opened in The Legend of Zelda, and the one that we use is the one inside the sealed temple in Skyward Sword. This little time portal is not simply letting Terrico use time travel. It allows him to literally cross the border from the murder timeline into the wish timeline, or more specifically, the child timeline of the wish timeline. When Terrico enters this timeline, something is strange. There are slight differences throughout the world. Link hasn't met the princess yet, he isn't the chosen hero, and as Gossip Guys points out, he actually uses a shield. There's also the fact that Aster is a character in this timeline and not the other one. Through some important influences, Terrico is able to adjust the events just enough to prevent the calamity from wiping out the kingdom, and the day is won. This comes with the sacrifice of Terrico, who was blown into pieces. Now, you may be wondering why exactly Hyrule is facing the same calamity in two timelines despite having radically different events. The answer circles back around to the Master Sword. You see, if we make our way back over the murder timeline, the kingdom was not left to rot, because Link was kept alive just barely in the Shrine of Resurrection. After regaining his strength, he goes and defeats Calamity Ganon 1v1, and Zelda is able to use her sealing powers to destroy it. These are the events of Breath of the Wild, which then lead into Tears of the Kingdom. If you remember at the very start of Tears of the Kingdom, two very important things happen. The first thing is that the Master Sword is shattered, and the second is that Zelda is sent back in time. Now, the Master Sword breaking is kind of a big deal, because a few millennia ago, we trapped an evil god inside of it. The sacred object that holds the remains of a dead god inside of it is kind of supposed to remain intact. When the Master Sword breaks, the spirit of Demise is released. Naturally, in the murder timeline, it latches onto Ganondorf, who is right there. This is why I believe the dehydrated Ganondorf is able to return to his original form, and also likely why he looks a lot like Demise in his Demon King form. The Master Sword breaking is also enough to send ripples through other timelines, and it causes some problems. One of these problems is that Ganondorf is killed using the Master Sword in both of these timelines. This loss in power over time is enough for their spirits to cause mayhem in their respective timelines. In the adult timeline, this is what Malladus and Bellum are. They are a final manifestation of Demise's hatred through Ganondorf. In the child timeline, this hatred is expelled through Ganondorf, who is buried under Hyrule Castle, resulting in a similar creation to Calamity Ganon. This simultaneously explains why there are differences before Terrico's time travel and why there is a calamity in the first place. This means that after defeating the Calamity in Age of Calamity, they don't need to worry about another Ganondorf coming to life like in Tears of the Kingdom. And in the adult timeline, Hyrule is still buried under an ocean, because it would be stupid for the ocean to go away when the Triforce was used specifically to seal Hyrule there forever. Now, the final question that I know a ton of people are going to ask is why Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have so many references to other Zelda games if they supposedly take place in other timelines? The lazy answer is that they're just not canon. That's boring though. And the fun answer is that when Terrico sent the champions back to their original timeline near the end of Age of Calamity, they were not the only thing that went with them. You see, the child timeline is a mess of convoluted time travel. The timeline is created by Zelda in Ocarina of Time. In Majora's Mask, we repeat a 3-day cycle for who knows how long. Twilight Princess uses time travel to enter the unruined Temple of Time, and then Terrico joins the party from another timeline. In other words, every time time travel is used in The Legend of Zelda, there is some remnant that is dumped into a contained timeline, which I think is the depths of Hyrule. Every game that is referenced in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom has some form of time travel in it. Even the Wind Waker freezes time in Hyrule Castle before Link pulls out the Master Sword. So there we have it. This is my attempt at rectifying the lore and timeline of this series for a second time. I feel a lot better about this attempt since I don't try to put the most obvious final games at the top of the Zelda timeline, but let me know what your thoughts and theories are in the comments. Thanks for watching.
What? I don't know. How does anyone feel about that? I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, he explained quite a bit. I think I'm gonna have to watch it again and just kind of like absorb that. Okay, that's kind of everything. Wow, I thought I kind of... Here, let's watch this one. Thought I kind of made enough videos to go for 8 hours, but no, I didn't. But that's okay.
The Legend of Zelda has drastically changed many times over the years. Sometimes for better and sometimes not so much. My love for Zelda started with the 3D games, starting with Ocarina of Time all the way to even liking Skyward Sword. Which brings us to the point of this video. I miss the old Zelda.
He has to explain. You have to explain.
The first time we played Breath of the Wild was so memorable. Walking out to the Great Plateau, taking in its vastness and possibilities, ready to put hours and hours into this new, exciting experience. I felt this way the first time I played Breath of the Wild, but since going back, I don't get that same feeling. And I struggle even going back to the newer games like Tears of the Kingdom. Yet I still find myself going back so many times to these old, classic Zelda games. Now let's rewind the clock to a simpler time. A lot of these games started out very similarly. Link wakes up groggy but determined. He gets his orders from an old magical tree or an overly cryptic owl or grandma, and then he sets out on his adventure. And then you've got the temples, the fire temple, the forest temple, and the water temple, the holy trinity of perfection. Sometimes. The old Zelda formula was like reading your favorite book. You'd read it over and over again, and sure, it doesn't have the unexpected twists of a new book, but it was always a great read. After the Forest Temple, you knew that the Fire Temple awaited. It was comfortable. It was familiar. In the beginning, there was this game that I've already been talking about for a bit called Ocarina of Time. It was the 90s. We were all just getting to know 3D gaming and all of its beauty.
We have a funny 90s video to watch for this because I'm very much
Ocarina
this.
of Time set the standard with its rich narrative and its structured gameplay.
I need to understand.
You'd start in the safe, serene Kokiri Forest and then be put into this world-saving quest that takes you through different environments. Each step of this journey felt important and purposeful. Breath of the Wild lacks this structured progression. It just felt like a map with challenges scattered around, and then I'm wandering without any kind of purpose or direction. And while the freedom to explore is great and all, it lacks the gradual, rewarding sense of discovery that the old games mastered. Something these games do that stands out to me is the way they plan a reveal. The way these games reveal their vast world slowly and deliberately was so rewarding. One section at a time instead of all at once. In Ocarina of Time, stepping out into Hyrule Field for the first time is a moment that I will never forget. And the worlds felt immense, even if they were technically much smaller than the new games. The gradual opening up of new areas, especially after becoming adult, adult Link added layers of
understand
depth
his
and
debate.
discovery. It was a world that expanded with your journey, even if some of the areas were still empty, making every new location feel earned. Dungeons. These were the heart and soul of these games.
Oh, I know.
So much time and effort was put into each and every one. The Water Temple may have been the bane of many people's existence, mine included, but this was just
It's funny that people hated the Water Temple so much because I've seen someone rage on YouTube on the Shadow Temple, and I'm all like, yeah, you thought that was bad?
You never had to come back was so incredible. And maybe this really isn't selling my point, but whatever. The themes of these dungeons were varied and imaginative. You've got the haunting forest temple with its twisting corridors and its ghostly Poe guys. And of course, the eerie, gravity-defying stone tower temple in Majora's Mask, where up is down and down is up. Each dungeon was a well-crafted story inside of a well-crafted story. Breath of the Wild replaced the classic dungeons with these. And these. I'm gonna be sick. The shrines sometimes were clever and sometimes varied. They overall were just really forgettable.
I wish there were
and even in Tears of the
different
Kingdom, they
ways
just
that
feel
we
like
got our
bite-sized little
hearts
puzzles.
and level
And the
ups
Divine Beast looked
in Breath of
kind
the
of
Wild.
cool
Like, I
at
would.
first, but
Like,
they lacked
I
that
understand a little
thematic
bit of his
design
complaint
like the
because, like,
original
doing that
dungeons just
120
did
or
so
150
well.
times.
And I
like,
can already
what
hear the two of you watching, which, by the way,
Just a
thank you
lot.
so much for your consistent support. I seriously, I really appreciate it. But I can hear you saying, oh, but Andrew, these games took such big risks and they're doing all these things that all these other games wouldn't want to do.
The thing
and
is,
this
like,
and
we're
that
not
and
gonna
blah,
get
blah,
that
blah.
feeling until Nintendo just figures out their device, figures out what they can and cannot do, and then we get
when
something
Nintendo made Majora's
a little
Mask,
concrete
they took
like
some
that.
pretty big risks that I don't think they would take today. They had to take all the assets from Ocarina of Time and use them to make a whole new game.
Because
in just 1 year.
because the guy said
Despite
you have
that,
1
they pulled
year.
off something
Okay, I'll give it to you, but
totally
1 year.
different and
That means they
amazing.
had
They
to
weren't
do
just
it.
trying to make a buck. They wanted to do something fresh. Fast forward to today with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. These games did new things and they have great qualities about them. But
it was all
they
about
didn't
production,
push the
man.
envelope. And that's what Majora's Mask
No, but
did,
they
and that's why
did.
it's still
Hold
such
on.
a standout game. The storytelling
push
and
the
the
envelope.
depths
What
of
does he
these
mean?
characters was truly something special. Which leads me to my next point. The narrative structure of these games were tightly tied to the gameplay. Your journey throughout the game, starting as an innocent child to hero of Hyrule, were marked by story
Pretty sure that's Twilight
milestones.
Princess. Yeah.
Each dungeon's completion brought you to the ultimate goal of defeating Ganon and saving Zelda.
I
It
do
felt
feel the
so
reward of
immersive.
doing
You felt
them.
connected to the world and the people. The quirky, depressing residents of Termina,
can't even
or the
respond fast enough
sages
to
that
the
you
points that
awakened
he's, like,
along
throwing
your
out.
journey. Each character added depth to this narrative. The structured progression made sure that the story unfolded in a deliberate way, allowing you to savor every
I
moment
do
and
like the
fully
one track,
understand
but,
the stakes.
you know, just
in
like
Breath
Kingdom
of the
Hearts-
Wild, the narrative is much more fragmented. While you have the main quest to defeat Calamity Ganon, the main story is just pieced together through memories and environmental storytelling. This non-linear approach makes the story seem less urgent than the classic
I
games.
get that. But they could
Hello,
easily make
everyone. It's
some
a new
areas
day.
of this linear.
My hair is
you
up
know?
because it's really hot in Chicago. There's like a heat advisory, so just ignore the shade. Continue with the video. Go on.
Why
And
add
the
that in your
music.
video
Koji
like that?
Kondo's compositions were more than just background tracks. They were integral to the experience. The Forest Temple's melody that keeps me up at night, and the Great Sea theme, probably the most adventurous song
Yeah,
to
that Forest
ever
Temple is
bless
kinda
my
scary.
eardrums. And the soothing serenade
Midna,
of
welcome in.
Midna's lament. Each piece of music meticulously crafted to enhance
that
the
took me a minute to say
atmosphere
hi.
of the game. The ocarina songs in particular were a stroke of genius. Not only were they great gameplay mechanics, but they also added to the emotional
I don't know.
connection of the story.
I just don't think
Breath
they
of the
could create
Wild
another
goes for more of an
game like
ambient
Ocarina like
soundtrack.
that. Like
While
they're
the
stuck
music
to
is
have to
beautiful
remake
and
it,
complements the
honestly,
open
because
world
the
vibe, it doesn't
music
quite have the same
slaps
memorable
so hard.
impact. Just like
Twilight
I've been
music
saying for
slaps
the
really hard, too.
entirety of this video. Imagine Link has a shopping list. So he's got his sword, check, his shield, check, his boomerang, check, and What the fuck? In Breath of the Wild, we don't get these iconic items as a reward. You start with all your core abilities through the Sheikah Slate right from the beginning. This design choice encourages a more sandbox-like approach where you're free to tackle challenges any way that you want. That flexibility is great, but it also takes away from the sense of accomplishment that comes with finding and mastering new tools. These older games didn't just hand you the tools for your journey, they made you earn them. Each dungeon was more of a rite of passage. You had to prove yourself using the tools you had in one area before moving on to the next. The hookshot wasn't just a nifty grappling device. It was essential for reaching otherwise inaccessible areas. And the iron boots weren't just heavy footwear. They allowed you to walk underwater and access new parts of the water temple. Compare this to Breath of the Wild, where the emphasis on items drastically changes. Sure, you still have items like your paraglider and a plethora of weapons, but they often feel more like tools for survival that break in 3 swings than keys to progression. The final point I want to make is how the puzzles are integrated into the older games. In the classic Zelda games, puzzles were part of the environment. Dungeons were designed to feel natural within the world, with puzzles seamlessly woven into the narrative and structure of the game. In Breath of the Wild, puzzles are often contained within shrines, which are clearly marked and separated from the rest of the world. They feel like isolated puzzle boxes rather than integrated parts of the world. The transition from exploring the open world to solving shrine puzzles can be a bit jarring, rather than having puzzles flow naturally from your surroundings. So where does this leave us? The new open world Zelda games offer unparalleled freedom and a vast, beautiful world to explore. They break away from the linear paths of the past, encouraging creativity and experimentation. But in doing so, they lose the structured charm and satisfaction of the classic formula.
See,
Nintendo has stated that they do not intend to go.
That's why I say, like, his argument is fair. It's true. I understand why he says these games don't feel like old Zelda anymore. But with these new broken open games, one, they have to fight in a market for Game of the Year, right? Because, like, that's kind of their only initiative to be making and developing games that are going to be, you know, bigger on the tech and bigger on the innovation and bigger on the change, right? So there's kind of like this real world demand and then fan demand. and you can't do both right away because they need to get this concrete. Like, Nintendo is slow, Nintendo is behind. While they're innovative and ahead, they're behind on getting 60 frames per second, man. Xbox One and PlayStation 5, they were out years before these guys were out, right? Out with their second Switch. Like, we just had the Switch 2 this year. Like, that's late, you know what I mean? And now they're trying to adjust and adapt to all this new platform and accessibility they've got, and until they master this, they will not give us what he wants, what he's crying about for old Zelda. And until, like what we talked about the other stream on Friday, is until they fix this, like they understand this tech that they got going on and they get to a mastery of what they love and enjoy, then, like, especially swimming underwater. So once they figure out their physics engine that they can hit something and be consistent with making more games from, all their games, because they're thinking about the future of all their games, right, with their releases and making them better and making them more advanced and just growing the worlds of them, and then they can grow the stories of them, right? They're kind of in this stall right now where it's just like they can, and then it's like a waste of time, because if they do, then they're gonna end up upgrading anyway, you know what I mean? So they kind of have to like pick their battles of what the best flow and go is. So if they have to make 2D top-down Zeldas for now, what's easier on their physics engine to kind of like test things out and keep adapting and changing with it, then that's what is gonna be needed to happen before we get this love, and especially a remake of Ocarina of Time. I know for a fucking fact now that we've gotten a tiny bit of leaks, a tiny bit of hints. We will get it. We will get the game. They just need better coders, better this, better that, whoever the fuck they need to figure out the physics part and get their engine going where it's got to be. Like that's the answer to all of this. So like, while he's putting up a good argument and it's a good conversation. It really is. now we know with what we've kind of gotten from all of this is where this is gonna
go back to the original formula and want to keep pushing forward with this new style in the open world. This statement is super disappointing to me, but in the past, Nintendo has also made statements that they would never go back to original controls after exploring motion controls with Skyward Sword, and we know how that worked out, so who knows. Maybe I will eventually get what I want and I can stop replaying the same 4 games over and over. I know a lot of this video has been me favoring and praising the classic games, specifically Ocarina of Time, but eventually I would like to come back to these ideas and talk about the things I don't love or the faults that I think that game has. Thank you so much for watching, and if you want to see videos that I have in the future, then go ahead and subscribe, like, comment, it'll help me out a lot. It'll help the channel grow and to get to more people, and watch some of my older videos. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'll see you next time.
Things before they explode. Okay, but we have a Korok
If you look at the Studio Ghibli films made by Hayao Miyazaki,
pause! Damn it! Pause! Why is my Opera GX so shit? Is there like a clear cache or something on the browser? Because it used to run so fast, and now it's just like glitching all my hardware, and it's just being a slow piece of shit, and I don't like it now, which is really annoying because I want to have a good browser that's not going to bother me. Okay, before 60 minutes of useless information about Tears of the Kingdom, hold on. I want to watch this video. How Zelda broke 90s kids' brains, and
if you grew up in the 90s, there's a 95% chance Zelda permanently rewired your brain, and I can prove it in the next 5 minutes. You didn't beat Zelda because you were smart. Zelda trained you. It conditioned you. It did things to your brain that today's games just can't.
Interesting.
Remember being trapped in a Zelda dungeon, hugging every wall like Spider-Man, just so you don't miss nothing. Only to realize, oh my god, the key is on the other side of the map. And then you've got to backtrack all the way to the beginning. I feel your pain, I was right there with you. But the mad thing is, that frustration, that panic running through hallways for 20 minutes, that actually did something to our brains. Zelda accidentally trained us to develop what psychologists call spatial perseverance. I read it in a book. I'm lying, I just made that word up to sound smart. But you felt it though, innit? Basically, the ability to stay calm, think logically, and keep searching even when everything feels impossible. Modern games don't let you struggle anymore. Quest markers, glowing paths, pop-ups telling you exactly what to do. Developers basically hold your hand like it's prom night, but nobody asked you, so you have to slow dance with the dinner lady. Easy win, because our dinner ladies were hot. Was my friend Adam's mum, but she was a young mum. Anyway, we're off topic. So the muscle we built as kids that keeps searching until you find it instinct. Kids today never even get a chance to develop it, and I love it. It makes me feel superior. It's not that 90s kids were better at solving these puzzles. Hell nah, these kids today would clap me at Crystal Maze. It's just that we had our own workarounds. We had to think outside of the box rather than turn into the rad. No shade, I've used these videos too. I ain't ashamed of it. But growing up, we didn't have guides. We didn't have tutorials. We barely had neighbors with working consoles. Remember? We had to blow in the cartridge? You remember. So we built something more powerful than internet. More powerful than the rad. We built something way more powerful.
I'm very happy about that.
Family.
Because apparently blowing into it adds moisture to corrode your
The playground was a magical place. A place where all of your childhood dreams would come true. I got married in the playground when I was 9 years old. To Samantha Roots. It was the best day of my life. But when it came to knowledge, I mean the kind of knowledge you can't read in books, that collective knowledge that spreads like wildfire. It was this accumulation of knowledge that allowed us to succeed in all of the toughest games. Pokemon Red, Infinite Master Balls, Final Fantasy VIII, Jumbo Cactuar GF. Someone's cousin's uncle's stepson had a cracked Japanese version 3 months before release, and the puzzles spread around the playground like the plague. But it was a double-edged sword. The playground had us doing dumb stuff. Hold down the B button while you turn the pad upside down, tap on the living room wall twice, then say Zelda 3 times backwards while sitting on this bag of Doritos. Trust me bro, it's a cheat. And then we'd go home and try it. It never worked, but you mentioned it in school, they'd be like, wait, what flavor Doritos? Yeah man, needs to be chicken flavor. Yeah man, everyone knows it's chicken.
That's dumb.
Nowadays there's guides, internet, YouTube walkthroughs. Puzzles have just been kind of redundant for the past 20 years. You don't need to struggle, you just alt-tab the solution. And that's the real thing nobody talks about. It rewired our brains completely. 90s kids grew up having to brute force life like a Bloodborne boss fight. No hints, no tutorials, just raw trial and error. So our default setting became, if I don't know the answer, I'll figure it out. The modern day default, if I don't know the answer, someone online already solved it. So we developed adaptability and they developed efficiency. But one isn't better than the other, it's just different ways of navigating life. And science actually backs me up on this. My boy Science out here risking it all. So studies have shown that kids born with screens in their hands show weaker tolerance for frustration, worse attention span under distraction, and higher impulsivity. Meanwhile, the busted controller generation walked through cryptic dungeons, memorized maps, got lost, failed, tried again, over and over. Bro, I died to 𝖪ḻ like 100 times, threw my pad like 50 times, and basically kept donating my body to the temple of Bison. That trained our brains to develop patience, dig for hidden answers and techniques. Just time wasting, to be honest. Maybe that's why some of us still stare at life's puzzles and refuse to quit, while newer generations instinctively reach for Google. They're time efficient, they want results. We call them impatient, but maybe we're the ones that are broken. Fighting Dark Link 20 times will do that to you. It wired us to push through dead ends and brute force life until something finally clicks. So if you ever wonder why 90s kids are stubborn, overthink everything, and refuse to ask for help, blame Zelda. It broke our brains. And honestly, in 2026, the devs probably owe us a patch.
That's funny. That's funny. Well, there you go. That was our 5-minute explanation to why we're goated.
You with a bunch of useless information
this
about
is how I learned to be
so why even waste
the gamer
your time
that I
with an
am.
intro?
Okay, it didn't start with that game.
The mini stable in Lookout Landing either has a lot of business whenever you're not looking, or something funny's going on. Let's say you're spending a lot of time at Lookout Landing and you're at the stable and you're like, okay, cute, I'm admiring these horses. Oh, how nice. But if you walk to the other end of the fortress and head just outside the walls of Lookout Landing through these doors under Purr's place, and then turn around and walk right back to return to the horses, take a good look at which ones are there now. They're gonna be different. And the kicker is, you don't even have to leave Lookout Landing. You can just open up the doors, not walk through them, turn back around, and it still works. What? Whether it's an optical illusion or for real, there's something creepy happening with the mural down in the depths.
𝖪𝗇ρι𝗂 in this game.
The depiction of the Demon King
Tears of the
looking
Kingdom,
at
they
you
took out the
straight on
𝖪유ρι𝗂s.
could be possessed or doing one of those old TV or movie things where the painting's eyes follow you around the room. I'm not sure if it's alive or just happens because of the way the light comes off the eyes carved into the wall. But either way, I'd argue that the game's developers chose to do this, so it's no accident. And while we're talking about this mural, it's possible to break the rocks obscuring the full picture before you're intended to do so. It requires a glitch called zuggling, which has been patched on current versions of the game, but what's hilarious is that the cutscene remains the same, but the environment is affected by your actions. So when Zelda says her line about not being able to see the rest of the mural, she's literally looking right at it.
The rest of the murals are obscured.
If you fuse a Lizalfo's tail to the end of a spear, it'll uncoil when you strike, which is technically useful information because this acts as a whip and extends the weapon's
you guys
reach,
have told me
but
that.
I bring it up because it reminds me of one of those party favors you blow into that makes a lot of noise and wiggles at the end. Using Zonai carts, it's possible to make a giant octagon and you can send the spirit helper version of Yunobo circling around it like Sonic the Hedgehog. Or I guess technically more like Knuckles since he's red. It works best if you use 16 carts to make it bigger, but if you use only 8, it's a super crazy loop-de-loop. Lucky Clover Gazette paraglider fabric has a lot of Halayan text written all over it. The most prominent, and only one that I could transliterate, says right up on the front, "At the same time that Hyrule Castle floated, something happened on the ground." Because the layout of the surface map was originally designed based on Kyoto, Japan back in the 2010s, many of the Zonai shrines get their names based on real-life locations nearby where the shrines are found. Ex-user SoFar69 made the original discovery that the names are anagrams of their Kyoto counterparts, and someone who goes by the name Chubby Bub created a Google map of Kyoto with the shrines of light overlaid to help visualize their proximity to each other. Most line up really well, but not all. Many shrines are named after large areas or long streets.
Where did we lose my
The
plane?
stone mounted atop
supposed to
Mount
go back to
𝖪ЛLyeה
it.
on the
Oh,
Great
now I gotta make it
Plateau
in
is the
plane.
gravestone of King Rome, who
Damn.
lost his life fighting during the Calamity. It's unknown how anyone dug a grave into the rock all the way up here, but someone came to pay their respects by leaving a royal claymore at his gravesite.
Yeah,
This
I
sword
thought
is
that was his
not,
grave.
I repeat, not a reference to Age of Calamity, because that game is completely non-canon to the official Zelda timeline. The statue in the main square of Zora's domain used to be that of fellow champion and pseudo-love interest Mipha. That statue is moved up on top of Shatterback Point for some reason and replaced with a statue depicting the moment when Link and
We're supposed to
Sidon
hold
rode
Luminous
together
Stone,
to
I
break
think, for
down
these guys. I wanna
Ba-Ruda's
try it.
defenses so Link could go inside and reclaim the Divine Beast back in Breath of the Wild. If you head to the Faron region, specifically at coordinates 903, 2696, and 10, you'll find yourself standing in a grassy patch of phantom lava. This mysterious patch of fiery ground existed in Breath of the Wild near the Colosseum, but now it's
it
over
actually
here,
is
and
easy.
it's unclear how
Whoa,
this
they're all
mistake
coming
made
over
its
to
way
eat
to
it.
the surface. But apparently, if you're good enough with glitches to clip out of the map around this area, there is lava deep underground where you're not supposed to be. Well, it just so happens that I am good enough with the glitches to clip out and go underneath, so I went looking for the lava, and I couldn't find any. I found some cool under the water looking water and some interesting visuals between the surface and the depths, invisible ground that I could walk on. And then I figured I came this far, I might as well go all the way under the depths.
And
So that's what I did
we're
too.
doing a
I
bunch of
eventually
co-op
hit
runs.
the
That's it, we're
bottom
just
and
chilling out.
couldn't find any lava down here either, although there
Happy
are
Monday.
some pockets of gloom. And the only fiery thing I was able to see was the sun. Surprisingly, still all the way up there and visible from all the way down here. The Hyrule Castle we see in modern times was built on
I'm
top
curious
of where
about
King
seeing this
Rauru
luminous
placed the holding
stone
seal on
stuff,
the Demon
though.
King
I
back
want
in
them to
ancient
eat,
times.
and then
During
I
that era, the
will
castle
come back
Rauru
later.
resided in was actually on the Great Plateau and was only 2 stories tall,
I think I'll
as
put a
depicted
little
in the glyph we
spawn
get from one
spot
of the
right
Dragon
here.
Tears. A much more humble building. There's
Did
no
I put a
longer any
spawn spot?
trace
No,
of that
I don't
building,
want this
but we
anymore.
can see from
Collect
multiple
it.
shots
Yes,
and
collect
multiple
it.
cutscenes that it was close to the Temple of Time. We can see it through the window of the castle in the cutscene where
Yeah, I'm
Rauru
just
is
yanking
having a
your
conversation
trail.
with
My
Ganondorf.
tail?
And so based on that, we can determine it
No.
was located roughly in this location above the Shrine of
all
Resurrection,
good.
right around here where it starts to
I'm
get
not
cold
bothered.
and snowy. It
Can
would
I
also
loot
explain
these?
why
Would
there
she
are
just
some
let me take
ruins
these
left
off the
over
table?
around this area. Another cool fact to note, based on multiple memory cutscenes, is that the Zonai shrines seen on the Great
Oh.
Plateau are in the exact same spots as the
luminous
Sheikah
stones I
shrines
dig
were
up
in
fell
Breath
out
of
my
the
bag
Wild.
before I knew
Yet
it, they
another
ate it,
connection
and
between the
chomp chomp
Zonai and
gobbled
the
the
ancient
luminous
Sheikah.
stones. These
The
animals
5
show no
Rito
interest in
sisters
food.
we gathered together for
And the
singing
gems are found
practice
in the
in Breath of the
graves. Those are
Wild
the
have all
gems.
undergone some awesome character development over the years between the games.
Yeah, I'm
they
just
used to be
hoping for
children, but
diamonds.
they've all grown up
It's
into young
genuinely
adults
what I'm
now.
hoping for.
Heel, the purple one, who
They
seemed
take
to be the
forever to
most
fucking eat.
responsible
This
from
one's-
childhood, now runs the
one's
armor
stuck.
shop. Genli, the green one, used to hang out in the kitchen waiting for one of her sisters to cook for her, but now she runs the kitchen and cooks food for her siblings. Kree, the blue one, used to weep because she felt helpless. She wanted to help save the Rito village from the corrupted 𝖲𝖮𝖳𝖪, but didn't know how. She now runs the general store. Kotz, the yellow one, thought that she would feed 𝖲𝖮𝖳 salmon until it was full. She's grown up and
Thank you
taken
so
over
much,
the
I'm
inn.
done.
And Knots,
It's a
the
chill
red
time.
one, loves to
We only have a
sing,
few more
and has
videos.
seemingly
Well,
taken
actually, this
over
is
the
our last
leadership
video to
role
watch.
among the 5 sisters,
This is our
assigning
last
them
one to watch,
tasks
and then
to
I'll
complete.
put the
The
music
Ultra
back
Hand
on
ability is a
and
reference
just
to
run around,
Nintendo's
chill.
history as a company
Whoever wants
before
to
they got
speak
into video
lore
games,
can
actually
speak
about
lore
a decade
together
or
kinda
so
thing.
before the video game industry even existed back in 1966.
Nothing too
Nintendo
crazy,
created a
and
little
then
grabber toy they
tomorrow,
called the
Ocarina
Ultra
of
Hand.
Time.
It
I'm
was
actually
a
really
commercial
excited for it.
success, selling over 1 million units, and it helped save Nintendo from serious financial difficulties. If you sprint and jump while going through the entryway of a shrine, the camera will go a bit farther in than it would have if you simply walked in or ran. And if you backflip through, the camera and Link has to spin around really fast to show the animation. 51 out of
kinda
152
useless
shrines are
information.
Raru's blessings. That's 1/3. Well, it's actually 33.552663%. To be a true 1/3 of the shrines, there would have to be one more puzzle shrine out there. But then that would mess with the system of trading 4 lights of blessings for a new heart or a section of stamina. Some of the 𝖓𝖳𝖯s out in the Gerudo Desert work in shifts. The fire 𝖓𝖳𝖯s take the first shift during the day, and the ice 𝖓𝖳𝖯s work second shift through the night. When their shift is up, they'll burrow underground and tag in the opposite elemental 𝖓𝖳𝖯s, who then burrows back up to the surface to clock in. A pretty cool detail to reflect the extreme temperature changes of the desert climate.
Also
Although
for
I
hunting for
noticed
their
if you set up
tails.
a camp and stake them out from far away, sometimes they just won't go away. There'll be 6 of them off there all together hanging out. And
Holy
they shouldn't
cow.
be doing
Oh, I thought that was a
because
huge
you can see how
choo-choo.
they clip through one another. And if you run up on them to see what gives, whoever's supposed to be off duty will burrow back underground and get out of there. Another interesting thing I observed about the 𝖓𝖳𝖯s is how ravenously they eat their steaks. I had never seen them eat before in Breath of the Wild. And the fire 𝖓𝖳𝖯s like to dance every
I think
once
these are
in a while.
non-essential
Maybe
trivia,
they're
non-noticeable
stretching
things
or
that players
doing
don't
some sort of
usually see. Yeah,
calisthenics.
that's
The
what
trees
I'm.
that come to life
It's
and
amazing.
attack you
To me,
randomly
it's
around
totally
the
amazing
overworld
to
are
hear about.
reminiscent of the trees
Because
seen in
I've
the
not
Wizard of
noticed
Oz.
any of this either myself. I think it's funny.
Especially the ones in the Mount Satori apple orchard, which most resemble the scene from the 1939 film where the trees throw apples at Dorothy and the Scarecrow. I'm not saying this is a direct reference,
Honestly, these
just that it
apples
reminds
got
me
me
of it.
good.
The
They got
first
me
time
really
you
good.
complete a shrine, you
You seen
cannot
some of
skip the cutscene of Link being gifted a light of blessing from the statues of Raru and Sonia.
I
This
think the
cutscene
guy's,
is shorter than all
commentary's
others,
a little hard
clocking in
to
at
listen
50
to, but-
seconds, and has Link making an exaggerated facial expression as he observes this light infusing with his new magic arm. For all other times you finish
Nope,
your
I don't want
shrine,
your
you can
shit,
skip this
stupid bug.
cutscene completely and get right to the part where they fork it over. But if you choose not to, you'll notice they're all
Wow, he
8
was
seconds
quick.
longer than the first time we see it, because it adds a line at the start saying, "Visitor to this shrine of light, that which imprisons and purifies the ancient evil, ... Then gets into the part where they say, "You have done well to reach this place." And his facial expression subtly changes from that of the first time. And on a similar note, speaking of unskippable cutscenes, the first time you pray at a goddess statue for a new 5th of stamina wheel, we get a shot of Link getting powered up and having the stank of gloom released from his body. That first time is the only time we're ever shown this cutscene. The rest of the times you pray for a stamina 5th, you'll always just get it right away until your energy overflows with vigor. There's an announcement board standing out
didn't
front
notice
of the newly established elementary school in Hateno Village, and although we cannot read the fine print, the Hylian text on the headers lets us know a bit about what they're for. The far left sheet is a caution notice, then the next one says account. Whose account of what, I have no idea, but the next 2 are
Whose account of
newsletters.
what?
It seems the first one is more important because the paper it's printed on is bigger, and there are 3 red lines coming out from each side of the header to grab
I
your
can't wait
attention
for us to
better.
play Kingdom
It looks to be
Hearts.
about the school itself,
gonna be
judging
great.
from the photo on there.
I don't even know
while the second
when
one is
I wanna
more of
play
a
Kingdom
general
Hearts.
newsletter. Pen the Pelican replaces Koss as the game's
here we go.
anthropomorphic bird and
Okay.
offers Link the chance to
Hold on.
become a reporter for the Lucky
So,
Silver Gazette,
you know
citing
who
an
we haven't
opportunity
found yet? So
to shine
something
light
I'd
on
like
the
to do
truth
today
and
on top of the
expose
Koroks.
evils of
Obviously, we're
Hyrule.
gonna like
If you accept
side
and
quest
complete
farm
these
too.
duties, he'll open up a bit with some dialogue subtly
shit.
referencing our
No!
old buddy Koss.
No!
Granted the
Don't
potential princess sightings.
Hold on. We don't know what happened to Cass. Okay, so it's good to know that if we go find the Pelican Bird, he's gonna be there. I had a feeling Pelican Bird was gonna be at Cass's house. You know? Oh my god. Okay, we have to go there right now. Someone said they wouldn't tell us. Len said he wouldn't tell us. Because I was all like, where the fuck is Cass? And he's like, oh, you don't know? And I was like, no, I don't know. So I have to go figure it out. Okay, hold on. Cass's house is like around here somewhere. Yeah, it's got to be around here somewhere. It's where these mushroom homes were, where this other shrine was. So we'll go, let's go find it. Oh my god, we have to go talk to him. Shit! That also almost spoiled. I've always noticed that gloom effect on him when receives the blessing of light. Yeah, I've always noticed that too. when I gave Link his final heart, I didn't exit out to see what the final animation would have looked like if we came back and done like the last one as itself. I really wanted to see if the animation was going to be different when he accepted it. Yeah, nothing kind of, I accidentally bum rushed it, so it just gifted us another one as if you're like spams accepting, right? So like the next time that we play this in the wintertime, I'd like to think twice, farm up all the shrines until the last one, speed that up, and then before I give the last orb, I want it to be a whole separate experience just to see if there's like a different cutscene with it. I don't know if anyone's ever noticed and done it separately. It's probably not gonna be anything different, but yeah, something I'm curious about for sure. So I went out to the store when I went out this weekend to the mall. Went to go see my brother. I got a whole bunch more of my candies. I can't eat them all in one go though, so I've got to like literally a teeny handful a day. Can't remember if that happens to him all the time though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember either. My short-term memory loss. I should probably go look at the replays. I did go back and look at I watched the ending of our gameplay. I watched the ending of the game a couple of times. I rewatched the VOD a few times in that portion, and it was just wow. I'm just so happy I got to experience that firsthand without seeing any spoilers for the whole time. I did not know that the game was going to end like that, and I'm still so I was awesome. But I'm trying to catch up on games so that I don't have that FOMO and I don't miss out, and I could be a part of that right away. The only crappy part is the money, right? Like I think I could let myself go maybe a year without finding things like that, or you know, playing it, because how long has Tears of the Kingdom been out? It's been out 2-3 years now, right? 3 years now maybe. So I waited a while, right? Didn't it come out in 2022? I remember buying it in 2022, pretty sure. So yeah, that was a moment, very big moment. Are any of these travel upable? No, okay. Oh shit. Oh, that one was May 12, 2023. Okay, so now it's been 3 years. When it hits May, it'll be 3 years. So it's been 2.5 years. So the fact that I waited this long to play this and still got to have like a non-spoiled experience for that was pretty awesome. Okay. I didn't realize this is where we go. I thought there'd be at least some clue, but there's nothing. Oh, hey partner. I didn't think I'd be running into you here. Did you hear how well the articles investigating the rumors of Princess Zelda did? Apparently folks really enjoyed them. To think we were able to reveal the truth behind those stories. It was thanks to me! We make a great team. That's such a selfish response. Right, well, maybe it's not my place to say, but I think we made a great team. Our first time working together, too. It's the right way to look at it anyway. But I'll also say, on any given story, whoever did the earliest talking with sources probably gets the most credit for wrapping it up. So which of us was the most helpful one here? What did he say? The first one there gets more credit for wrapping it up? I guess it was him, right? Because he was at all of them. You think so too, partner? My zeal for the truth behind a story is what got us to the answers, that's for sure. Well, who are we kidding? We both know that we were the one who did the most of the heavy lifting. Oh, you were the one who did the most of the heavy lifting, partner. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten all the facts for our stories. Hard to look at myself in the mirror realizing that. Sometimes I think that, like, the music is too loud. The fuck? I think at 4 is fine. Okay. It'd be good for me to relax in this place. A famous bard perfected his craft here, studying the songs of this land. Oh my god. I am so sad to be yawning. I haven't had the best sleep for the couple of days. Besides our editor Tracy, she told me to take some time off. I'll stay right here and look out across the land, just like that bard. I'll get in touch with my reporting instincts. Then you bet I'll get my talons on a huge scoop that'll knock you flat on your tail feathers, partner. You just wait. Okay. Oh, there's no diary here. Okay, so do we keep talking to him? A famous bard once perfected his craft in this place, studying the songs of this land. I'll stay right here just like him and look out across the land. I'll get in touch with my reporting instincts. Then I'll be back in action someday, partner. One half of a great team. Just wait and see. Okay. That's it? That's all he says. A famous bard perfected his craft in this place. Yeah, we know him. How come we didn't get any more dialogue? Did I not do something correctly? Where did I leave this? Oh, I left it with the Dodongos. Oh, but I want to keep my... Where's my other teleport? I've got this one in the castle. Where's my other one? Oh, it's at the Great Ferry. Yeah, I could take that. I'm gonna take that. I'll put it back here. So I'll put it here, and I'm wondering if I have to talk. Do I have to talk to Tracy? Do I have to go to the Lucky Gazette? Oh, what am I missing? This better not be too sad. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's keep going on this.
Side adventure is one of the most expansive tasks in Tears of the Kingdom. Completing all 12 will take you a little while. Still, among other things that are more useful, notably rupees and the Froggy set, it'll unlock some incredibly interesting extra dialogue from Penn, especially if you're a Breath of the Wild veteran. He says, a famous bard once perfected his craft in this place, studying the songs of this land. Players hoped this reference was foreshadowing that Cast would return in separate DLC questline, but it looks as though this immensely popular Breath of the Wild character will remain absent in Tears of the Kingdom forever. However, Penn is not the only one we get unique dialogue from as a result of reporting for the Lucky Clover. After completing the duties at the outskirts stable, a Yiga disguised as Zelda will appear downhill from the Shrine of Resurrection where you first met King Rome's ghost disguised as an old man at the opening of Breath of the Wild. This Yiga mocks Link, pretending as though Zelda lost her memory of who she is, essentially making fun of his amnesia from the beginning of the first game. And if you approach this Zelda imposter while dressed as a Yiga, you'll get scolded for how you could blow their cover as such a perfect disguise. If you head straight to the castle to talk to Haas before stopping by Lookout Landing to see Kara, who tells you to go see him, you'll have wasted your time because he directs you back to her anyway. But once you return to him following Purah's orders, he'll give you some unique dialogue. Nothing special though. The Zonai stakes have a different pitch depending on how deep you stick them in the ground or whether or not you fuse a couple of them together. Players have found a way to create music using them with laser beams. I'm more of an electric guitar kind of guy, but I experimented with this makeshift instrument by using an upside-down cart as the base and glued an axle of a big wheel to it with a beam emitter attached to the tread of the tire. Using this method, you place the stakes in a circular pattern around the tire, closer or farther away from each other, staked more or less into the ground, or fused to a second stake to get a deeper pitch. But the real secret is throwing a steering stick on the center of the wheel so that you can control how fast it spins around, thus controlling the tempo of the song.
So I guess that was it. I don't think I really need to be at the Gazette here.
Did the Legend of Zelda main theme using this method?
What? Oh, I guess so. Genli, one of his daughters, also has info.
And I discovered another YouTuber named Foxtrot64 who used a different technique to do a full cover of Saria's song from Ocarina of Time using a beam emitter staked to a rail cart in Death Mountain.
We gotta find Genli.
Both of their videos are in the description. This is a painstaking process of musical creation, but if you'd like to see a new series or maybe just a one-off video of me doing covers of some of your favorite songs, drop a comment and leave me your musical requests down below. If there's enough interest, I'll start practicing the stakes for you.
That's pretty funny.
There are plenty of people who say unique things when Link approaches while dressed in Yiga gear. In Kakariko Village, he'll be greeted with perhaps even hostile dialogue from Paya and Dorian. Paya tries a more respectful approach, talking about the twisted history of the mask, how people are afraid of looking at it, and just to be respectful. While Dorian straight up tells you dressing like that is in very poor taste. Purah's reaction is kind of in between Paya and Dorian in that she talks about poor taste as well, but also talks about how Link has a responsibility and a lot of people look up to him, and how while she appreciates him exercising his freedom, maybe he should show a little bit of restraint. Furthermore, if Link wears the set in Gerudo Town, he'll be thrown into the town's prison. But if you strip naked or put on the Yiga mask right above the Gerudo secret club where there's a Hylian man who snuck in, you will not get arrested. And Purah will comment some unique dialogue if you get the new champion's tunic, aka the Tunic of Memories, the well-worn headband, and the Master Sword. She asks about the headband and says that this is a classic look for him, but I mean, it's throwback, but this is a classic look. One more is Cece over in Hitano Village. If you've met Cece, the fashion guru of Hitano, you may have noticed that she takes it to the next level. She'll rate your ensemble on a scale from 0 to 100 and critique your style, getting a bit philosophical at times, saying things like, "Fashion is a mirror that reflects our inner selves." Well, approaching her in Just Link's boxer briefs gets a score of 0. But she's open-minded enough to raise that score if fashion trends change someday in the future. She's also impressed by the Phantom Ganon set enough to make a reference to Ocarina of Time, where during the Forest Temple boss fight we see Phantom Ganon leaping out of the paintings of the wall. She notes that this set is so vibrant it looks like it leapt out of a painting. And part of her wishes it would just leap back in. While wearing the Wind Waker set, she makes note of the shading and a smell of salty sea breeze, a reference to the art style and the flooded map of Wind Waker. And if you approach her while wearing the full Hylian set, she'll score you 200 out of 100. It's a simple outfit, but apparently the most vogue around town.
I didn't know Genli was Sass's child.
You cannot throw down bright bloom seeds indoors no matter how dark it is. They'll just explode and disintegrate.
I'll make mental note of that. She's
However,
green.
you can open a door, then throw a bright bloom seed at it, and it will stick to the inside. But now the door will not close, so it's sort of like a door stopper. But not a really good door stopper, because if you throw it at the outside of the door while it's closed and then try to open it, it'll just shatter the seed that way.
Oh, interesting.
I first discovered this while trying to get better lighting inside the Lookout Landing secret Royal Emergency Underground shelter, so I could get a good look while trying to read this notice about Link and Zelda. All I did really was bother the other people hanging out nearby. Eventually, viewers watching me struggle helped come up with a light fused to a stake contraption to illuminate this poster, but it still was so low res that we cannot read it, which is super unfortunate because it looks like it reveals Zelda and Link's last names. This same poster is also seen in Purah's bedroom. There's been a subtle change in control and camera work while swimming up waterfalls. It used to be that when swimming up a waterfall using the Zora armor, that Link would automatically move to the center of the waterfall and swim all the way up. Now, if you start from the side of the falls, he'll swim up from there and you can shift him side to side as you please. Also, the camera will stay directly behind him and follow him all the way up through the jump, as opposed to moving at an angle slightly below him and letting Link get briefly off camera during the jump at the top, like it did in Breath of the Wild. Some players believe that Tears takes place in an alternate timeline from Breath of the Wild because when Zelda falls down into the chasm at the start of the game, she travels back in time to ancient Hyrule, so she surely must have altered time somehow simply by interacting with Rauru, Sonia, Minoru, the Demon King, and the Sages. It's the same time travel logic described in the Back to the Future movies when Marty McFly and his family start disappearing after he interferes with the moment his parents were supposed to start falling in love. One example that supports this theory is the way the geoglyphs and Light Dragon are absent from Breath of the Wild, meaning that the Light Dragon never existed until Zelda went back into ancient Hyrule. But this is Zelda timeline fan speculation at its finest, because nothing official has yet been said. And while I'm mentioning the geoglyphs, is anyone else bothered by the way the scimitar geoglyph doesn't stay lined up properly on the map as it curves around the land, zooming in and out? I figured this was an early version glitch that would have been addressed, but no, this is just how the Purah pad is.
But it was
memory
meant to
number
happen,
12,
and we're
Rauru
back
holds
stuck
a
in a
meeting
time
with the
loop.
5 sages and Princess Zelda.
You know what?
Takes place in the Forgotten Temple,
mentioned
specifically
earlier.
in the exact spot where the
Pause, because my thing doesn't like to pause. I mentioned earlier that in our other stream we talked about how this is the 3rd time Link is fighting Ganon in his lifetime. First time he died, second time failed, etc., etc. But really, this is all one big time. Like, yes, the first time he failed, but they didn't get anywhere on it. Oh shit, what did I just... Oh no. Hold on, it was here, right? Yeah, okay. Gotta make sure I don't accidentally already select something that I've got it. And then it disappears. Okay, we'll go towards the 𝖪𝖾Lye̓ area. We gotta, like, complete this corner. This whole corner before we go off and start going down from the bottom of the map, because I want to go back and start from the top here and, like, make our way down into the Gerudo section. So this is like one big time. Like, Breath of the Wild is part 1 and Tears of the Kingdom is part 2. They're all one massive story. It is all one story, but they had to split it into 2 games. Just like how a 4-hour movie is split up into 2 movies, part 1, part 2, right? So I think, like, this is what their dream was for this entire story to happen, and how this Link and this Zelda defeated the Ganon of this time. It wasn't really over the first time they fought him at the end of Breath of the Wild. It wasn't over. It was just delaying his reincarnation for this one. So this is like the real one. This is what the Ganon was supposed to be in this timeline for this experience. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I understand it now.
Giant statue is found in modern times. This giant statue has fallen over somehow since the events of Breath of the Wild, perhaps during the earthquakes of the upheaval, but it's obviously not here yet in this cutscene. The main menu is a loop of the wall carvings we see at the very beginning of the game under Hyrule Castle. From the time you first start playing the game through for a while, as you make progress, there will only be a couple pieces of the mural that show, much the same way as we only see part of it during the prologue. But you can expand to show the whole thing. I don't know how it works, it's quite ambiguous. You would think that going down into the depths and blowing up the rest of the rocks off of the mural would do it, but that's not it. So you would think
really
maybe
close.
beating the game, going through the Demon King would have it happen, but no. Or perhaps going through the temples and then talking to Purah and completing the regional phenomena.
Skyward
Still
Sword also
no.
ties into this timeline so well. There's so
camera
many
pointed
references
at
to
the
it
TV
also.
footage
I
someone
agree.
posted
We
on
were watching a
Reddit is
timeline
literally
video,
the
and he
only
explained
footage
that.
I could find to prove that
There's
this
one guy that
exists.
says, like, he kind
and
of
I
fixed the
believe what you
timeline.
have to do to make this work is get all 5 sages, but you may have to go as far as completing all main quests. All I know is that it's a thing and that it's possible. And it's cool. There are little sheets all over the walls inside
you know what else I learned?
/Paya's headquarters
Is that there are
when
15
translated
more
say
memories.
Sheikah.
They are
The unique
voice
thing
memo
about
memories
these, though,
from
as opposed
the
to
Switch
all
2.
other texts I've found, Sheikah, Hylian, or Gerudo, is that they're read vertically, right to
More
left,
memories.
instead of
On
horizontally,
top of the
left to
Dragon
right.
Tier memories,
This is how
there's
traditional
voice memo
Japanese
memories.
writings
I'm
are
like,
read.
what?
The 3 Zonai elemental
there's so
emitters,
much
Flame,
more
Frost,
lore
and
and
Shock,
tidbit
are all
stuff
designed as the
that
3
we don't
dragons
know.
in the respective types.
Well, that I'm not
Ferocious,
gonna
large,
know. That's
single
for sure,
unicorn-esque
for like a
horn
while
for the Shock
now.
emitter is most noticeable, and the Frost emitter has swept back horns just like Naydra, while the Flame emitter has 2 horns facing backward on either side of the head,
Oh, that's a cool
exactly
noticeable.
like Dinral.
It's a cool
Link
feature.
makes 4 different facial expressions while swinging his weapons. The most common is an angry face with the mouth partially open. The next most common is a partially open mouth but barely showing his upper teeth. Then there's this one where he only opens his mouth a little bit and closes it as soon as the attack is finished. And the opposite of that is having the mouth wide open like he's yelling. And if you don't move him around after the attack, he'll stand there
Pick that up.
poised, doing a subtle bounce
Plus,
back
Age
and
of
forth, holding
Imprisonment
that
is
angry
canon,
face,
and it
waiting
gives a
for more
ton more
action
lore.
for about
Yep.
3.5
So we're not going to end up
in
playing
the
any of those
cutscene where you
games
get the Master
until
Sword, I can't help but
I gotta
notice how
switch
the
to.
way Zelda
Like,
holds it
that's
looks
just
like
it.
she's playing a bass guitar for a rock band in her spare time. I took the time to Photoshop a bass in the Master Sword's place so those without a ridiculous imagination can enjoy the thought a bit more as well. And if she were to actually hold a bass this way, it'd mean that she's left-handed. You can light up the insides of shrines, at least the appearance
funny.
from the
That's a
doorway,
funny
by
detail.
throwing a few bright bloom seeds on the ground around the back. If you then go look through the holographic entryway, you'll notice how it illuminates the interior. It's most noticeable at night.
Oh, this is like a really
While
deep
riding
drop.
a horse, if you gallop using at least one spur of stamina and then pull back on the left stick to stop your horse, and press X to jump off and immediately press ZR to pull the bow, if you time it correctly, the slowing down into bullet time will catch the horse's neigh as it stands on its hind legs, and it sounds kind of creepy.
Just let the car drop.
During the battle against the Wind Temple boss Volgera, we're treated to a riff in the middle of the epic theme, which references the music originally heard while playing the Wind Waker while on Dragon Roost Island. It's significant because Dragon Roost Island is the home of the Rito, and Link is fighting to clear the Wind Temple for the Rito now. Most players learn rather quickly
some of the
how
voice
the
notes are just silly, not really story related.
And that shrines and light roots are always found above and below the same spot. But you may have yet to notice that the name of every light root is simply the name of its corresponding shrine spelled backwards. The depths and
I think the voice notes would still be like fun, just fun and cute to hear between the two of them. I think it just like expands on their relationship more, their friendship,
and where you find the heart-shaped lovers pond on the surface, you'll find a heart-shaped island down below. You'll notice there are two Poes on this island, insinuating these spirits were a couple in life with such a loving devotion to each other that they stayed
We found that
together
island in the
even after
depths.
death.
I found that very.
Damn. We're bringing
very
back
lovely
the top
that they found
15
each other.
tower
I
list
was very
Tears
happy
of the
to see that.
Kingdom edition. So in a moment, I'll count down which towers blast Link to the highest altitude, but you should know, just because they take Link higher doesn't necessarily mean they give him the most air. Not all Skyview towers blast equally,
Oh my God.
measuring from the platform
No,
where you
don't break
stand
the-
the perp
don't
head
break
to
the
the peak
fucking
height
car.
as shown on the map
Damn.
when it reveals the terrain. 5 of them are equal though, with a launch height of
You need to, like, not
1,143
stand so close to my
vertical
car, buddy.
units, and another 2 launch in 1 vertical unit less at 1,142. There's only 1 tower that launches him
I'm
over
trying to be so
2,000
careful
vertical
hitting this thing.
units, and 4 that launch him less than 1,000. With
Okay.
that said, the top Skyview tower launch list goes like this. Number 15, Rospro's Pass. This one only takes you up to 835 vertical units.
They
Not only
are.
that, this is
Can I
also
tell you
the
one that I
with
laughed
the
so hard
weakest
at? It's not
launch,
reloaded. It's
sending
just a
you
silly
up
one. Yes, go ahead,
602
go ahead.
vertical units from the ground.
Was it the
Number
Eventide
14,
one? Because that's the
Poplar
one I keep
Foothills
hearing people talk
at
about.
941 vertical units into the
That's
sky.
how I even figured out
Number
that this was even a
13,
thing. I was like, what
Lookout
the fuck?
Landing
What do you mean this
at
Eventide? I was like, where is this Eventide note
1,168
from? And then it said, oh, in the
This
Switch
tower
2
is built
version.
with the
There's
lowest
all of these
starting
ones.
point,
Yeah.
with only 25
Yeah.
vertical units
Okay,
above
I know
sea
what you're
level.
talking about then.
Number
That's-
12,
yeah,
the
I
Hyrule
thought that
Field
was so
Skyview
silly.
Tower at
He's like so afraid. He's like, okay, the last time that I
1,207
was here.
Number 11, Upland
You know, some
Zerana
naked stuff happened.
1,222.
I did tell
Getting
you.
up
I
there
told you
higher on
6
the list
fucking
and higher in the
times.
sky to
Told
tick
you
off
so
the
many
top
times.
10 towers
That is
the
so funny to me.
Nikita
You know
Stone
what?
Grove
I think
Skyview
Zelda
Tower at
tried to get Link to see her naked. How about that?
1,286 vertical
It wasn't
units.
Link trying to see her
Then
naked.
coming in at
It was
number
Zelda
9
trying to
is
get
the
Link to see her
Sasra
naked.
Slope Tower.
But I was pretty sure
1,309.
someone wrote
Number
the
8 is the
someone
Ori
I don't
Mountain
know.
Tower.
Someone said that apparently he did try. He did try to
1,330
express.
vertical units. Number 7, Rebella Wetlands, 1,365.
I find it funny, which is why like I have to find the notes and find that out myself because that's hilarious.
1,368. Number 5, the Gerudo Canyon at 1,449. Number 4 is the Mount Meru
grunts.
Skyview
He
Tower
did it
at
with grunts.
1,831 vertical units. Fun fact, this is by far the highest starting point of any of the Skyview towers at 539 vertical units above sea level. And getting into the top 3, this covers not only the
that's a
highest
chest.
altitude
Holy
total,
cow, that's a
but
chest.
also the most amount
Oh
of
my
air
god,
launched.
that's a chest.
Number 3 is the Gerudo
Lands of
Highlands,
Tails.
1,965 altitude. Number 2, Lindor's Brow, 2,054. The first one to crack the 2,000s. And number 1, the Typhlo Ruins at 2,222 vertical units into the sky. This is also the highest launcher with 2,042 vertical units difference between where we are up in the sky and where we started on the ground. The box art from this game apparently lines up with the North American Breath of the Wild box art to create one continuous image. I know Nintendo does a lot of subtle, hidden stuff
I'm
with this
missing one in
series,
here.
but it's a stretch for sure.
Oh, there it
Still,
is.
Death Mountain does seem to sort of flow into the Sky Island here, and the land Link stands on looks to have the same corner behind some clouds down here. Is this
I didn't launch
intentional
that properly.
design, or is this nothing more than Zelda fan wishful thinking on the internet? Either way, the artwork for this game
But
is
that gives you an
incredible.
idea, not that
Raru's
all lore.
theme
I'm
is
purposely
comprised
doing
of
new
only
playthrough
2
for a
notes,
voice
and
note.
because of its
Yeah?
simplicity, it has a hidden
Now
built-in
that's-
detail calling back
that's
all the
commitment
way
right
through
there.
to the beginning of this
I
series.
like that.
Take a quick listen.
Because I'd have to do the same thing. Oh my god. My tooth just broke.
Does this sound at all familiar? Well, it should. They're the same 2 notes that begin the original main theme.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. My filling just fucking broke.
Get it? Because he co-founded the Kingdom of Hyrule in this game, so too does his theme music reference the beginning of Nintendo's greatest action-adventure game franchise. You can have some potentially ridiculous fun with NPCs who like to walk around near building
it didn't
supplies.
hurt.
It's
It didn't
tricky,
even
but
hurt.
by carefully scooping them into
I
an
think I can
enclosed
get
space, you
a
can fling
refunded
them away
amount.
by using Ultra Hand to place
Oh my
them
God,
in
I
a
have to go
box,
call the
then
dentist.
quickly trapping them inside and tipping the box on its side. The moment you
That's a huge
deactivate
fucking
Ultra Hand,
filling,
they'll
dude.
want to
Look how
return
huge-
upright and
my
go to their
teeth,
regular
I have
movement,
this shitty- I'm
which
gonna
has the
have fucking
potential to send them
dentures when I'm
hurtling
40,
through the
I
air
swear to
randomly until
God.
they run out of
I literally
HP or
have
the
the
box
shittiest
breaks.
teeth.
The Hylian walking around the upper edge of
But you know
Lookout
what?
Landing works best in my
Now
experience,
that I think about
and
it,
this clip from
that's a tooth
GameNiac
where
doing it
they
is
didn't
one of the
even
most
properly
outrageously
seal the
entertaining
filling.
things I've yet
Okay,
witnessed
there
while
was like an
goofing around in
edge
this
to it
game.
that was slowly coming up, so I knew at some point this was gonna break. So now that it has, it just
I
exposes the
found at least one
incompetence
spot
of
where
this
you can
dentist
ascend,
that
but
I've
if
gone
you do
to.
so and then
I've
stand in
had
place for
such
a
bad
moment
luck with
upon
so
popping
many
out,
dentists.
Link
I'll
will
go to
sink
private
back
ones,
into
I'll
the
go
ground,
to
and you'll have to
recommended
try
ones,
again.
I'll go to
It's on the
whatever
Great Plateau,
ones, you
and
know.
if you
I'm
ascend
just
from
happy
the
like I'm not
underground
really
portion
consuming
just
too much
outside the
sugar.
Kyokugan
Aside from these
Shrine,
little toffee
this will
candies
place
here, they
Link
can be a little
right
tough.
on the edge of a muck puddle near the North Chasm. You can, of course, climb out safely,
But this wasn't like
I
a root
said,
canal
standing
filling or
still
anything,
for
like, it's
just
not
a
on a
moment
nerve or
doesn't
whatever.
end well, and he'll return underground
fuck,
to the
they drill
last place
so
he stood on
much.
solid ground. And on that note, whenever you use Ascend
That
and
makes me
never
so
press A to
mad.
fully pop up
I'm
on
so
the other
fucking
side,
heated
or
right now.
press B to cancel, after 30 seconds, Link will tire of waiting for you to make up your mind,
my
and he'll just
God.
pop out for you.
Yeah, thing
We
is,
all know
okay, so
Link
for
will
right
drown
now,
if he
at least
swims
like
until he's out of
money-wise, because I'm
stamina,
not
and you're
working,
more
so
than
I don't get to
likely
have
aware
any
that
benefits
Nintendo even
now.
gives
This
players
is
a
what makes me
second chance
extra
in
mad
this
about
game
this.
with a last hope stamina
Because I got an
boost
email
as if
this
he gets an
weekend
adrenaline rush to fight for his
that
life. But if
my
Link has
work
plenty
claim
of
that I've
stamina,
made
I
since
argue
I've
that
been
he's able
fired
to breathe
hasn't even
underwater.
been touched.
To
Hasn't
demonstrate,
even
I
been touched,
trapped him
hasn't even
underneath
been
a
looked
lily
at, hasn't
pad
even
and
been
stayed
moved
there
forward.
for a
I got a
while, and
fucking
guess
horrible
what?
email
He's
about
totally
that today.
fine.
That has
When
been
you have a
since
shield equipped and
since
you tap
April of me
ZL
being
fast
wrongfully
enough,
fired.
it looks more
I've
like
had no
Link is
benefits,
scratching
no
his butt
fucking
rather
nothing
than
for
going to
all this
brace
time
his
for
arm
that.
within
Just
a
this
shield for
basic ass
protection.
EI.
If you have a one-handed
And
sword
now
equipped and
this
no
happens,
shield
it's just
and
like,
cycle
great.
between pressing Y and B fast
Like,
enough,
what
it
sucks
looks
is
like
like
he's
I have
trying
to
to
go
use
back to
his
the dentist
sword
that
as
gave
a
me
back
that filling
scratcher.
because
and if you
they'll
have a
at least give me a
one-handed sword
discounted
and
price
a bow
since I
equipped but
don't
no
have
shield, and
benefits
then
right now.
cycle between
So
Y and
this is
ZR,
gonna be a
it looks like he's
$200
trying to
fix.
scratch both his back and
I'm
his butt
fucking
simultaneously.
so upset.
And if someone should happen to
So
walk right
upset
past
now.
Link
And,
while
like,
he's doing this,
'cause
they'll
I
make
can't find
awkward
any
eye
work
contact and
or
probably think he's an idiot.
jobs
Was
are just
anybody
really
else
bad right
confused at
now.
the
I
start of
have
this game
to
based
like
on a
think about
combination
moving
of
in the next
previous
month
Breath of the
to my
Wild
aunts and
experience
uncles in
and
Alberta.
watching the trailers for this game of Link skydiving, or maybe just pure logic? On my first playthrough, I was so
I
positive
have to
I
call the
missed a
dentist, you
second
guys.
treasure chest with the ancient tunic hidden inside that I went back and auto.
My phone is the webcam, so I'm sorry to unplug it for now, but I have to call the dentist. I have to just get an appointment in. I'm not gonna wait until 6 p.m. to do this. Okay, sorry guys, I'll just be AFK for a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let me just fix this camera. Yeah, that's kind of not cool. That's not cool. So, my exam, it's just for an exam right now. Like, they can't even promise to fix this day of. Yeah, literally, look at this, Spectre. Look how big my filling is. That's huge. Like, compared to a pinky nail, like, that's a huge filling. I have so many, yeah, that shit just, you know what? It had a crack. It had a crack in it because I was picking at it with a, you know, like those pimple poppers that you have, and there's like the one side that has a needle. There's one that has a hook, and I specifically use it for picking like at like any cavities or sticky parts and stuff so that my toothpaste can like eradicate it, because I have the worst teeth. I just have the worst fucking teeth. They're constantly rotting. I have the worst dentist. I do the worst checkups. I had like the worst mom that never helped us check any of this kind of shit. And I can even show you in a drawing, like, if this could draw. So this is my tooth, right? My back molar. There was a fucking, I could feel it. There was like a crack right at the end of the corner of it. It was like this hard edge. And I can feel it across my tongue, right? So I would take this little hook and I would literally be able to dig shit out of it, food out of it. So I knew that was going to be a problem. And this whole filling is pretty much the entire back end of my tooth like that. And that just completely popped off. So, you know what? Multiple times I've been to this dentist, like, I don't ever want to return to them again. If I can get some kind of a discount for this filling popping out, because it is their work at the end of the day, I'll try to just Karen and get some kind of cheap price for this, because I don't have my benefits anymore for being wrongfully fired. Yeah. Anyway, it's a thing. This is a thing right now. I'm not gonna go back to this dentist because they have seen my mouth many, many times. I went for a root canal. I went for a couple other fillings as well. And for this filling, for them to ignore that it has had a crack there at the back end like that multiple times, haven't even told me, don't even talk to me about it, I leave. I leave. I'm done with fucking places being like that. You know what I mean? I'm just done. I'm done. I'm tired of like the crappy quality. I'm tired of the crappy service, because like at the end of the day, they don't make money. They don't make money unless, you know, you're being stupid with your teeth, right? Like, this is how they're gonna profit. So I want to go somewhere where, yeah, I see them once and I come routinely for my routine checkups. They always want you to come in for routine checkups. That should be their money. That should be their income. There are so many people out there who need help with their teeth all the time, right? But you shouldn't have to go in there for like major work always. Do the work and then help the people with the preventative, and then do the cleaning and just make the money with the preventative. You know what I mean? You don't need to have people like die or rotting teeth all the time and then do like these major fucking things. I don't know. I'm really mad. I want that nice, straight, celebrity smile, bricked white teeth, you know. Impossible for me. I'm gonna get braces at some point. Impossible. Taking a long time to get there. Anyway, that just really fucking damped my mood for a second. Oh, it's just gross. I was about to chew at it too. I was all like, what is this hard piece? Is this from the candy? I was gonna munch on that. Anyway, I guess I'm not gonna have these anymore. But it's kind of good that we got that. I don't know. It's kind of good that that happened too. Like, I'm kind of like, I'm just not impressed. And I guess, you know, it's gonna be the way that it is anyway. because that little crack was feeding in bacteria. That little crack, you guys, was gonna make my cavities worse in the future. Hey Soul, welcome in. It really was. So having a crack in your filling is not okay. It doesn't mean your teeth is successfully filled. Because I've had other hairline cracks in other ones, and they've had to go in, take them out, and re-drill because the tooth continued to rot behind it. So either one, they didn't clean it properly on purpose and just capped it and just expected the decay to keep going, which it did, because I have 4 teeth that have slow decay going on under the caps. I'm just like fucking fed up. I fucking hate dentists here, especially in the Western world. Like, it's all corrupt, it's all money. Like, I really can't wait to live in Europe. I really can't, because at least, you know, there's actual professionals. They actually give a shit. They have reputation. Yeah, I'm fucking upset. Look at this, Soul. Look at this. Look at this huge ass piece. That's my filling from my back molar. But I'm happy that this fell out, because this was a piece of shit filling. Like, it really was. It's huge. It's like the size of a sunflower seed on my back molar here. So anyway, at least get that done. At least get that taken care of. I don't know. Before moving. And we'll see what happens. So I'll go in Wednesday afternoon. I'm happy I don't have a stream set up Wednesday. I was supposed to help do work for my landlord on Wednesday, but yeah, I'll just have to postpone that. And that's okay. Ah, fuck. I always miss the... Dude, the diving is just so crazy. It just doesn't actually go down where you want it to. Jeez, what the fuck? Not the happiest day. That's okay. At least we'll have fun playing Ocarina of Time tomorrow. And there won't be any teeth popping out. Thank goodness, like, we weren't here doing anything crazy. Crazy with our content for the day. Okay, I did that cliff. Oh, and we jumped into this pond. Okay. There's a little bit all around Fort Hateno, and then we come back here. Yeah, the way I'm kind of doing this, I don't know, kind of doing this in a weird set of orders, you know what I mean? Okay, let's get back to this Lord YouTube video. I'm so sorry for that taking a while. Thank you guys for hanging out and waiting for me to book that appointment.
The shirt wasn't with
anyway,
the
Wednesday at 1:30 my time. That figured out.
I've talked about how
at least I can give my teeth a really good clean brushing, because I brush my teeth twice a day. I've been all over. I've been flossing like crazy. Like, I'm fucking on it.
Well, that Gorons would love it, but instead they tend to react as if they're being messed with. If you blast a Goron with flames, they'll comment on how annoying Link is, or how the flames could be hotter. If anything, some of them are apathetic about it and seem to yawn it off. It's a tough crowd, these guys. Arrow-Kuda enemies do not constantly fly around. They'll sometimes find a spot to perch and take a rest or sleep for the night, and when they do so, some like to hang upside down, while others perch upright, clinging onto walls. Tears of the Kingdom is one of only 3 or 4 games where Ganondorf expresses no known interest.
I'm really happy about that too, because usually everyone's all fully booked, but usually after Christmas, no one's doing anything dental in January. So you know what I do hope? I do hope that they check it out, and I hope he's like, okay, let's just fill it right now. That's just what I really hope he does. That's kind of what I'm expecting as far as service goes, because I'd be very upset to like take the time to commute out there and then be told, nope, you gotta make another appointment. If I have to go and I have to wait until 5 o'clock for an appointment the same day, I'll do that.
In the overworld, they'll stare at it and exercise self-control to not immediately scurry over and gobble them up. However, if you throw bananas at them, they will disappear and you will lose them, which gave me the idea to try other foods like tomatoes. Say if they're a bad joke teller on a stage, you could throw tomatoes at them. And this works with all NPCs that I've tried anyway, including animals like goats and even cuckoos.
I hope they do it right
in the
too.
10-minute video of this series,
I'll be feeling around, making sure there's no edges, because any edges caught or any holes, right, is going to be a problem. Like, what the fuck? To me, I just feel like that's so scammy,
fast travel, but
right?
you don't necessarily
to feel that
need
right
it
away.
To get back up there. You can make it using the floating platforms to stack and climb
like
one at a time.
my feeling shouldn't have had a hole like that. So, oh my god, there's Kilton. Okay, we gotta get to Kilton and give him some bubble gem things. No, give me those.
The house in
apples.
Hateno that used to be Link's now belongs to Zelda, or did she move in with Link? The weapon displays have been replaced with artwork, which is a womanly touch. By the way, these photos depict scenes from the Lucky Clover Gazette quest. But not only that, Zelda's journal is found upstairs, and in it she literally refers to this building as her house. And as far as I understand, if you're playing the game on the Japanese language settings, this part actually translates to our house.
Okay, that's what they
and the
say.
sign
Hold
out
on.
front
I've
labeling
listened
it
to
as
someone
Master
else
Link's house
explaining
has been
that
removed.
video.
And there's this
and
Karen
in Japanese,
here
they
who
don't
doesn't
have a
remember her
proper
old neighbor
pronoun
spying
for
on
things
Miss
like that. You don't
Zelda's
say
house.
our
I'm not
house. You either
calling
say
her Karen.
the
That's her
house
actual name. Then
or
there's
something
Flavia,
else,
who
like.
refers to it specifically as Princess
And the
Zelda's
fact that they've
house.
cleaned your
This
teeth
might be a
since
good
and have
place
not
to
said
mention
anything
if
is
you want
crazy,
her to stay
right?
out of
This
the
is what I'm
house,
saying,
you can
Minda.
set
Like
up,
it's,
let's call
and
it
I'm not
an
being
unconventional
like
security
dramatic
system.
or anything.
A
Like
kind
I
of
have seen them
explosive
multiple
intruder
times, and those are
deterrent.
not the last fillings I've done. I've done multiple fillings on the same side, but on the top. And they have not once said anything about the bottom, and I'm literally looking at him like, you motherfucker.
Anyway, Link can
you know what I
still
mean?
sleep
It's
in
just
this bed,
to me, it's just
something he can
rude.
only do in his
It's just
bed
really,
or
really
at
rude.
the inns. So it suggests that Link and Zelda moved in together and have
This
been
is why I have
residing in
trust issues with
Hateno since the end of
dentists.
the Calamity. She had a
It's,
secret
like,
well
literally.
built by Hudson where she keeps Link's old ponytail and her secret diary. Oh, and while we're down here, sort of unrelated, if you look at the wall where this desk sits, you'll find some children's artwork hanging. A Don Don, another of Hateno Village, another one of the Hateno School,
There we go.
and one
Look
of
at his
Princess
legs,
Zelda
man.
holding
Look at
a
these
book
legs. They're
standing by
fucking
some silent
bricked.
princesses,
so
most likely
hot.
because she's the one who had the new school built for the kids.
Sexy.
If we go to the school, there are
and we
more
haven't even
children's
finished finding
drawings
the thing
here.
in this,
A cuckoo
this
laying
cave.
an egg, a forest with mushrooms,
Let's
Zelda holding hands with the children, and some potted silent princesses. Too bad silent princesses only thrive out in the wild. Hey. And upstairs, there's one of a kid helping Simon in class or doing a report or something.
You guys,
and I
for the ship
definitely
of
know
Z
for
Link,
sure I've
do you
seen
know
one
that
with
we missed a
Link with
heavy
big
piece of
smiley
evidence
face
that
surrounded by the
proved
students of Hateno? I think
that
you have
Link
to complete
and
the
Zelda
quest
are
to
in
get
love?
there. We'll find out. When you activate every light
game's
room,
loading.
you'll be given a reward
nope,
with a useless prize,
Yep.
much like getting Hetsu's gift for finding all Koroks.
Apparently,
I
after
present
we
to
do
you
the Hudson and
Dispelling
Hudson's wedding
Darkness
ceremony,
medal, proclaimed
okay,
as a special item commemorating blessings received, but
Bolson
it
goes
doesn't
back
do
to
anything.
Hateno
And
Village
I'd
after the
personally
wedding
rather receive
ceremony and
nothing
says,
at
"Did you
all
see
because
the
I've already
eternal
got a whole
petals?"
basement lit up here,
And
and
we
the
said, yes,
satisfaction
we
of
do
doing
see
it
the eternal
myself.
petals.
So
Apparently,
that's
those
reward enough
petals
for
are to
me.
be
What do
seen
I
by
need another
everybody.
stagnant item in my
Everybody, no matter
inventory
what.
for?
And it's supposed
Although
to
I
mean
do not need
eternal
another item,
love.
I do sort of want an extra stagnant
It's like one of those
trinket in my
mystical things. Like he
inventory
said, like it's
because
not
the
something
prize
that
for
just like the
finding all of
magical
the
get to
wells
see,
around the
or you
overworld
have to
is
be
kinda
special to
cute.
see that.
It's
Everyone
a snow
sees
globe
that.
with a well
And the
in
fact
front of
that
some
Link could
evergreen
see
trees,
it
and it's called All's Well,
at the very
which is
end of
clever
Breath
enough
of the
wordplay
Wild,
to
we
mildly
get an
amuse me.
endless sea of
I actually
petals with
went
a whole field
exploring
of
to
silent
find if
princesses
this
that grew.
exact well exists around the overworld,
When
and
they said
discovered
that,
there are
I
only
immediately,
3
I just started
wells in
crying.
the
I was just
snowy
like, that
regions,
is,
all
I
in
was like, I can't
Kibra,
believe I just
and
spent
none
the whole
matching
time, however many
completely.
times I
But
finished
this
Breath of
one,
the Wild.
found at the Snowfield stable,
But
was the
also,
closest match
Since
because
we
the other
completed the
2
game
are
on Master Mode
uncovered
and I didn't
and
finish
not
it on regular
surrounded by
mode on this new
evergreens.
account because my
I
last
already
account was
mentioned
hacked,
the Maestro Mario connection in
I
my
did not get
Easter
the
egg video,
champion's
but I
photo
missed
at the
one
very
interesting
end that Link
feature.
puts in
So
the
in
house.
case you haven't seen
And
that
if you
video, not only does
get
he
that and you
sound
finish
like
the
Mario,
game on that account, then that will also
and look a
register
bit like
on
him with
in
the
your house
mustache
in
and
Hateno.
body
It
shape,
transfers
They
over.
both have
but you had to
Italian
complete it
names
on
that
normal
start
mode,
with M
which makes
and
me
end
upset
with
because
O.
I'm like,
The internal
fuck, like we
project
could have
name
anyway.
before this game was
I don't
given
think it's
an
gonna work
official
now, but
title
if I
was
do it on the
X
Switch
King.
too,
That's
and we'll
EX
replay it all
King.
over again,
This name refers to the king
I think
in
I'll
a
do a
deck
very
of playing
quick,
cards
cheesy
because
run
Nintendo got its
and just
start
beat
in
Ganon right out the
1889 by
gate
producing
on normal
handmade
mode.
Japanese Hanafuda
And
playing
then
cards. The X is likely
the
a
horses also
callback to the
transfer
project
over.
name
Yes,
for
I
Breath
know
of
about
the
the horse
Wild,
transferring
which,
over,
if you
which I
watched my
got. I
useless
got those
series on
horses.
that game, you may
But,
already know the internal name
the
for it was
champion's picture
Yu-King
didn't
because it was
transfer over, so
originally
I don't know
intended
if I
be a
have to.
Wii U
I mean, like, I don't mind
exclusive.
going back on there
So
and
the
finishing
X
on normal,
likely
but
stands for
at the
extra
same time, I do
content or
mind
extended
because that's a
version
lot of work,
Yu-King.
right?
Because of course
Because you
this
have
game
so much to
originally
complete, and
spawned
you have to
from
complete the
way too
Champion's
many
Ballad
ideas
DLC.
for
Like that's
downloadable
what you
extra content.
particularly have
And
to
can
do.
we just
so,
acknowledge for a moment
is it
that
all
the
the
Zelda
memories?
series in general gets this card reference treatment,
It's
whereas
one of
the
those.
Mario
You have to complete
series
all the
does
things.
not. So tell me the higher ups at Nintendo prefer Zelda to Mario without telling me that the higher ups at Nintendo prefer Zelda
Wait,
to
what?
Mario.
Can I
After
not give him
defeating
any more?
Yunobo and returning him to his senses, if you position Link in the exact right spot and then use Yunobo to
Does
blast
he have
open
nothing
the
to
block
buy now that
entrance,
I've gotten the whole
Link will
outfit?
stop
Is
him
this
from
like, is there
leaving
no
as
point?
he continuously tries to roll out
Wait
of
a
the
second,
cave.
wait
And
a
Link
second.
just stands there looking up with his hands on his hips like some kind of small but mighty badass bouncer. If Link wears any one of the dragon armor shirts, his nails will become painted the color corresponding to the dragon. For example, here I've got Link
I have
dressed
not found
with the
any
Ember
bits
shirt,
of that
and you
dragon
can see
set,
the
and
red
I did
nail
not know
polish
that
on
that
his
was a
left hand.
like an armor
Likewise,
set
while
to
wearing the
collect in the game.
Frostbite shirt, his nails are painted blue. This is a small detail that's reflected in the picture of the clothing itself.
Kinda
in
goes-
Link's
I'm, like,
inventory
scared to
if you
eat
zoom
now
in
that my
enough,
cavity's
but
out, like, or
unfortunately
my
it only
filling's
applies
out
to
like
his
that.
actual hand,
I shouldn't
not
have a
the
cavity
magical
underneath,
right
but,
arm
like,
hand. Which,
I
since
mean, it
those
doesn't
nails
hurt
are
when I lick
longer,
it.
it would have been kind of funny, honestly. And while we're speaking about dragons, we now know the 3 original ones
The
we
ballad
met in
is
Breath of the
included
Wild
with
are not
memories.
just named after the 3 goddesses who created Hyrule, Nehru,
Okay,
Farore,
so
and
I have to do
Din.
all of
They
it.
actually
Yeah.
are them. These 3 must have had their own secret stones and chosen to eat them at one point for whatever reason. Stories about this would have passed down through the centuries.
I don't think that's
eventually
true
turning
with
to
what he's
legend,
saying
and
about
it's
the
likely
dragons.
the only reason
I'm
why
pretty sure the
Minoru
gods
knows
are still
anything
the
at all
gods
about
wherever they are.
dragonification.
I don't think they chose
the secret stones. A
dragonification.
forbidden act called draconification.
I don't think they did
During
that.
the 30-minute video of this series,
I
while
think
showing the
Din,
scene of Zelda in
Lanayru,
ancient
and
Hyrule
Farore
and
are
talking
still
about how the
roaming
dueling
the
peaks were
heavens
at
or
one
wherever
point
the
a
fuck they
single
are,
peak.
just
I
causing
wasn't
more
sure
problems.
if there had ever been an official explanation given about how they split, but you guys have enlightened me to the fact that there was. A dragon flew through and split the mountain in half. We learned this from an old man named Shay who hangs around the lakeside
remember that old
stable.
man.
If you speak to him, among other things, he says, "You see the dueling peaks north of here? Well, apparently that used to be just one mountain a really long time ago. The legend says a dragon god split the
we
mountain
just
in
did
half
this
to
one.
forge a way through, and that's how it went from 1 to 2. Recently, some are even saying they've seen the shadow of a large creature on the surface of Lake Floria. So before Tears of the Kingdom came out, we all assumed he was talking specifically about Farosh. But now that we have a 4th dragon flying around in the Light Dragon, it seems that's most likely the one to have split the path, because when you analyze the 4 dragon flight paths, the Light Dragon passes right around the peaks, whereas Farosh stays much to the west of them. Also, in the Creating a Champion book on page 263, we see the first
That's in the game
idea
and Robert
sketch of
talks
the
about
dueling
it? Okay.
peaks, where they appear more layered and rockier,
Then I won't
as it
spoil
described
it.
fractured terrain driven upward that was once connected. Using glitches, it's possible to create a mini working model of the solar system, or a solar system. I don't fully understand this one, so here's another clip from GameNiac. Apparently it uses some duplication, wood burning, the bubbles from the water temple, and auto build. I'd love to learn how to recreate this and possibly do a video showcasing and explaining fun, cool glitches and how to do them so you can too. Let me know in the comments if that's something you'd like to see. Nintendo changed the way fire on torches is animated. In Tears, the fire comes all the way down onto the top of the wooden handle, but in Breath of the Wild, it stays on the end of the flammable material. But the one that Zelda uses in the prologue is mildly special. The proof is in how this specific torch has an unused icon and its actor name is NPC Zelda Torch. The one we find at the bottom of the imprisoning chamber during regular gameplay is a standard torch. In the E3 2021 trailer, we see Link ascend to a sky island that isn't in the finished
torch
game,
is the torch
and around
that we
that sky
dropped,
island there are
or
many
that she
others
dropped,
that aren't
right? When we first got that
recognizable, which could
cutscene.
possibly mean they had more
Which I
sky
loved.
islands
I thought that
originally
was awesome.
planned, but scrapped them for whatever reason. Critics of this game would especially question a decision to minimize the sky islands. I love this game, and even I don't understand why there's barely anything up there compared to the total area of the surface, and considering the depths are essentially a whole duplicate layer, and how much of the marketing pre-released focus on exploring the skies. Perhaps it can be best explained simply by knowing if there were too many sky islands, they'd take up too much space and block out the sunlight, which is beautiful to play around in. It could also have been a marketing distraction, so we'd all be super surprised by the fully explorable depths. The 𝖃 and 𝖩 class used to be held right in Gerudo Town under Riju's throne room, accessed via the barracks. This room is left unused,
And now it's like
even
way
after
down
clearing the
below in the
sand
bomb
shroud
shelter,
between
or
Gibdo
in
and
their
restoring
shelter.
Gerudo
Bomb shelter.
Town. And the class
Shouldn't
now
say that.
remains down in the underground shelter. But you can use Ultra Hand to bring the desk from the old classroom downstairs to the new one.
Oh,
and
really?
if you do, Ashi, the teacher, will turn her head and stare at it wherever you place it around her, and she even comments on it in the little speech bubble saying, "Oh my, that desk." However, she doesn't mention anything about it when you talk to her directly. In camera mode, capturing a shot is listed as the A button, but even though it doesn't say so, you can also use the R button. This is a nod to the prologue, where during the cutscenes we get a close-up shot of Zelda snapping photos of the mural with the right trigger of the pad. And you notice how when you look at the album, there are only 3 photos that Zelda took?
Yeah.
Didn't she take a whole lot more during this
she
whole
took a
prologue
whole
opening?
bunch.
I mean, how many did she
This
really
guy
take?
is noticing
Well,
things.
technically, she took an infinite number of pictures, because if you just let her sit there, she'll keep on taking them forever. But the correct answer is 4. For some reason, they leave out this photo she takes over here. It's the first one she takes. And this photo of the mural with Link standing there holding the torch just couldn't be. He was standing next to her and kind of behind her the whole time. There was no time to move up ahead and stand in front for the shot. Why didn't Zelda take more pictures while she was in the past with the pad? She ends up leaving it for Link to pick up thousands of years later.
I know.
But
She should have been like,
any
"Here's
more
a
to show
selfie
her
photo of me and
experiences while she was
Sonia.
back there.
Here's a
Like,
selfie
hey,
of
this is what
Sonia and
Raru looks
Raru,"
like.
you
This is
know?
what
Yeah,
the
that would've been
Great
fucking
Plateau used
sick.
to look like. Look out for this guy.
I know,
His
she
name's
totally missed that
Ganondorf.
opportunity. Why did
Check
she
out
do
my
any of
cute
this?
new outfit.
Why
I mean, it would have
couldn't
been
she
cool
have
if she
like written
documented
things
something.
in
Or
Modern
anything.
Hyrulean and said,
The
"I
Sheikah
may have
tech
done
didn't
this or that"?
completely
This is like
disappear
she could have
due to its
totally left
purpose being
so many
fulfilled, as
fucking
stated in
photos.
an interview by Nintendo. Some has been repurposed. The warp point pedestals outside the Skyview Towers are the exact same pedestals as
What's
warp
going on in
points
this
seen in
house?
Breath of the Wild. They both say calling around the edge in Sheikah. And the platform inside the new towers that takes Link up look more like platforms from the Divine Beasts. They both have the Sheikah eye symbol in the center and say transport around the edge. And the grabby arms that secure him to the platform and plug in the pad whenever you first unlock a tower were repurposed guardian legs, which explains why he's so scared the first time you open up a tower. It's the trauma of being attacked by guardians coming up again. Not to mention the terminals where he taps the pad, which are reminiscent of pedestals and terminals found at
but I can't
towers,
tell you
shrines,
because
and
it's
inside Divine Beasts in Breath of the Wild. And finally, the shaft that leads
But
up
you would
the
think that it would be
Skyview
so easy
Towers
for them to
looks
just do
like
that,
the
you know what I
elevator
mean?
shafts of the old shrines. So the decayed guardian atop the Hitano Ancient Tech Lab is most certainly not alone. Especially when you consider he's got these little decayed sentinel heads as decoration on display that I haven't mentioned before. A possible reason for making hearts less saturated in this game than they were in the first one, as I noted in the last video, might be that now that we have the OLED Switch, Nintendo doesn't want pixels running 100% red to
but they
reduce
still
the
leave a
risk of
big one
burn-in on
open. How
player
is Zelda
screens.
Raru's descendant?
Alongside the hearts being
That's
desaturated,
what I
so too
keep
is red
asking.
text,
I
and blue
literally
text
keep
is not
asking that
used at all in
question.
Tears of the Kingdom. Talking about the logo in this series
they
has
didn't
become
have
the equivalent
anybody.
of
So
talking
like,
about
how
the
are you
different
a
animations
descendant?
for opening
Like,
up treasure chests in the Breath of the Wild series.
so to me,
So
it just
adding
throws
on
out the
another
whole
way the
royal
logo
family. Do you know
foreshadows
what I mean?
events in the game is in the title graphic,
Because
where
if
we
they're
see the
saying that
dragons
Zelda is a
moving
reincarnated spirit
counterclockwise,
over and
hinting
over and
at
over
time
again,
travel
but
going
like you
back
can't
in time,
ignore
which is
Skyward
exactly
Sword on
what we
how
see
Hylia
Zelda
even
do
passed
right off
down
the
that
bat.
power to begin
You
with.
can quote-unquote punch by
Yeah,
using glitches
okay.
to make weapons
Good to know.
invisible. It
Fuck.
works best with
I'm so fucking
spears
annoyed.
because the stabbing motion becomes a punching
It's just,
motion.
it's stupid
but
because we understand how
unfortunately,
the
it does not
hero
work on version 1.0,
courage.
which is what I use.
Oh my god, prepare to get like
However, if you're
confused
running on
back.
version
And if you can
1.2.0
find
or
any
the
new
current
details or something, please.
1.2.1,
The
it
community
should
is here
definitely
waiting
work,
for you.
But I haven't tested any other versions.
But know that
All
when you
do
start,
is put
you won't
links back
stop.
against a solid
It's
wall,
been years
pause,
since I was
drop
12,
the equipped
okay?
weapon,
It's
and then
like as
equip
bad as Kingdom
and
Hearts
drop
at this
a
point, but
second
Kingdom
weapon.
Hearts isn't really that
When
bad.
you unpause, the weapon will be invisible and you
So
can
you
go around
know it.
Hyrule
So
throwing
you
hands
know
as
it.
long as you like. Besides the fact this one doesn't
You
work on
get
all
it.
versions, it's especially useless because you don't even deal any damage while in this state either. So it's purely for goofy fun having and shadowboxing practice. I've mentioned
Yeah,
how
I don't
cool
know,
I think
man.
it is that
I don't
Hyrule has
know.
a pizza recipe
like
in this
what
game.
I can see them
One of you
trying to do
stated
is
how
that
you love
just
Link
as the hero of
canonically
courage is
invented
born
pizza,
over and
which
over
got
and
me
over,
thinking, did he
spirit
really?
wise,
Certainly he helped uncover
then I think
the
they're just trying to
long-lost
do the same
family
thing with
secret
Zelda to kind of
ingredient,
open up the
cheese.
freedom of them
And so
not
I
having to
researched
stick
this
to
a
any
bit farther.
timelines or things
The
like that,
poster
or
of
like
the
make
Hylian
anything
tomato
new or
pizza
risk like
recipe is
ruining
not on the
anything
wall until you help
old to
discover
new.
cheese,
You know what I
and then
mean?
go inside and help Koyan make it. So
The Wind
during
Wa-
this
okay,
fade
Wind
to
Waker,
black
yep.
is when the culinary
I haven't
magic
played that one.
happens. But was it Link who created the recipe,
fuck, I totally
or was
missed
it Koyan? I'm gonna say Koyan's the head chef and Link is the sous chef. Link is either a master of all forms cooking, from desserts to seafood platters, or
man.
maybe he simply makes do with the ingredients he has on hand. Because the
That was a
artwork
start
for the
point
food
for me.
often
Well,
includes
Wind Waker's
things
not a
that
bad
aren't
start
found in
point, like,
Hyrule
at all.
during gameplay.
Ow.
For example, we see olives
What's
on the
this?
pizza, along with green peppers or banana peppers, possibly even jalapenos, grapes, oranges, blueberries, and cherries on the fruitcake, a sprig of parsley on top of some whipped cream with another cherry and an orange peel garnish on the Noble Pursuit. And is that powdered sugar on the crepes? I think it is. Alright, he probably got that one from the cane sugar. And more I'm sure I'm missing. I've mentioned bragging rights for receiving Hetsu's gift, but there's one other reward for finding all Korok seeds. You get to see Hetsu's old dance again. You can have him perform the
the old
inventory
dance?
dance moves from Breath of the Wild, as well as his newer dances.
Oh, that's
Still
cute.
not really worth the effort, to be honest. Because you can always go back to play Breath of the Wild anytime you really want to watch that. Or, you know, come back and watch this part of the video. But congrats to all completionists out there who've caught them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a Pokemon
That's us.
reference. There's quite a bit of unused dialogue on the cutting room floor. The goddess statue Hylia has unused text found in the code of the game saying, "You already overflow with life, force, and stamina. Increasing your power any further may destroy you." As of the making of this video,
What?
a glitch
Destroy
allowing
you?
this text to be viewed during gameplay has not yet been discovered. And if you speak with the horned statue with only 3 hearts and a single stamina wheel, which
Oh
is
my God,
impossible
get it in,
because
girl.
it's required that you
Get
get a
it
4th
in.
heart container to open the back door of the Great Sky Island Temple of Time, but if you were to somehow do it, the horned statue would say, "What's this?
Is
You
this
haven't
gonna
received
pop it
even
up
one
again?
more heart container or stamina vessel.
Hopefully.
Such a pity. I was eager to help you with a minor transaction,
Oh,
but
tiny
not if
little
you have
bounce.
nothing to trade.
Nice.
Consult a goddess statue to improve yourself, and then return here to pray." And schema stones or Shima stones have an unused description
Shima.
that would have been shown if you found one before acquiring auto build.
Yeah,
But
that's
again,
another thing we have
since
to
this
collect
is
are schema
also
stones.
impossible because getting auto build is a prerequisite for receiving schema stones, there's no way to see this text in game. But perhaps once upon a time during development, it was possible to start collecting them sooner, as an unused description reads, "A
This is gonna
stone
be tough
etched
for
with
me.
what
I gotta
looks
like
like a
not be a
design
sassy
schematic."
rude bitch when
It
I go to
could
the
be
dentist
useful.
because
Evidence
I'm fucking
shows
pissed.
the original ideas for the ancient hero's aspect were to have it behave more like a typical 3-piece outfit, where instead of completely transforming Link's physical appearance to that of the ancient Zonai hero, he'd just get dressed as usual. The unused version of the Ancient Heroes aspect was never fully named, known simply as Armor 1036 Upper and Armor 1036 Lower for the body and leg portions respectively. But the models and inventory icons do exist. Regular crystallized charges are internally named Energy Material 1. Then there's large crystallized charges, which are named Energy Material 3. And finally, the huge crystallized charges are Energy Material 4. There is no record of Energy Material 2, suggesting there's one more variation of crystallized charges that never made it into the final game. Perhaps this was meant to be a size run including small, medium, large, and extra large, but they cut out medium and then made small, regular, and there you go. There are 53 paraglider fabrics to swap between, but there used to be plans for several more. All paraglider fabrics except the ordinary default fabric are named Object or OBJ, Substitute Cloth, and then a number. The numbers would range from 0 to 56.
Caring about these item number things?
What's odd though is that numbers 42, 44, 47, 50, and 54 don't have a corresponding fabric, suggesting Nintendo decided to scale back a bit. The temperature gauge in the bottom right corner reads exactly the same, no matter what your Switch's regional settings are. But in North America, there's a little F for Fahrenheit, and for every other regional setting, there's a C for Celsius. Another regional difference that's a bit more practical is that in North America and Japan, the game uses a 12-hour clock, while in Europe and Australia, the clock reads in 24-hour time.
Oh, you guys read 24-hour
You can chop down the various wooden signs found around the overworld and fuse them to a weapon.
I've always operated
they have no
with
special
a 12-hour
effects
clock.
and only have an attack power of 1, but cutting them down does remind me of messing around in Ocarina of Time. You can only chop them down horizontally, not vertically, like in that game. And if you fuse them to a spear and walk around slowly, it looks like Link has a picket sign for some sort of protest. I want to talk more about useless fuses in just a moment, but first, I've seen others talk about how you can fire this cannon inside Gerudo Town, but I haven't seen another video mention that you can actually climb inside it. It's tricky unless you build a little ramp with Zonai devices or something, but once you have Link positioned standing in front, just crouch down and climb in. It has camera collision inside and everything. It's another thing that reminds me of Ocarina of Time while crawling through tight spaces. I also like to think this Gerudo soldier over here is about as unimpressed as you could possibly be, because as she looks in the cannon's direction, she says, "It's time for a drink." After you do the disappearing Duchess side quest to rescue Selmy, you can shoot the breeze with her student Finn about shields and take his advice.
Oh, we
He's
found
really
Selmy.
into
I
it.
found her in a cave.
If you approach him with a sled already attached to your shield, he'll be impressed, commenting, "Way to expand what's possible," and consider you a true shield surfer, staying flexible. He's not as impressed by icy meat shields using a raw gourmet cut of meat, noting that change makes it harder to slide on, the reverse of what we want. However, he does think that the icy meat shield using a regular cut of meat is pretty cool, noting a reduction in friction, making it easier to slide on, and a good choice for beginners. And of the things I tested, he seemed most blown away by attaching a cart up there, wondering if anybody's ever done that before, and that it makes it really fast. And further saying doing things like this that no one's ever done before makes a bright future for the sport. Typically, when you hand over the rupees to Ronson to purchase a plot of land to start building your dream house, she says it's a bit southeast of here and has an excellent view. She'll further go on to say, as the camera turns to look at where this land is, while it is a bit far away, there's a shrine over in that direction, okay? But if you buy the land in the early morning, like 7, 8 a.m., maybe as late as 9, as the sun is rising, we can see when the camera turns to look at the land, she says it could be a little tough to spot it due to the sun. But there is a shrine over in that direction, okay? If you fly a hover bike on the border between regular gravity and low gravity, it creates a visual effect similar to something you'd expect to see in movies when a spaceship is going through a time warp or engaging in warp speed hyperdrive or something. I found this easiest to do around the Sky Labyrinth, but anywhere this barrier is found should work. To the best of my ability to count and do math, I wanted to find out how many fused creations can you make. There are 145 unique fusible items that include one-handed weapons,
Oh, that
two-handed
really
weapons,
increases, like,
spears or pole arms, and shields.
what you can do.
146 if you include arrows. According to this list, there are only 73 unique fused
Did I
items,
get that one in the tree?
which
I
makes
did get
no
that one in the tree,
sense.
but there is
Now,
a
we've
Korok
already
at the
seen
top
how
there that
some
I
things
ignored.
with different combos are named the same, like the icy meat shield being made with 2 different kinds of meat, but this figure is way off.
Whoa,
To
whoa,
attempt
whoa.
breaking
Oh,
it down,
shit.
there are 251
Crash
inventory
landing.
materials, but you cannot fuse to the 39
Okay.
different seafood or critters, and you can't fuse to fairies either. However, you can fuse
Of course
to
you
all
wouldn't be able to
27
fuse to
Zonai
fairies. Who
devices
thought they could
for a
fuse
total
to
of
fairies?
238 fusible inventory items. So every single weapon and shield should have a minimum of 238 fused variants.
Ah,
But
crap.
that doesn't even include all the random stuff around the overworld and inside
Okay,
shrines
hang
you
on.
can
What
fuse
is the
to,
pattern
like
of this?
Evermean logs, regular logs, rocks, hooks, wooden signs, the seal stuffed animals in Riju's bedroom, etc. Or what about fusing weapons to other weapons?
Oh, there
And
it
for
is.
that
Okay.
matter,
I thought
what
that
about
that wasn't the
decayed
correct
weapon
pattern.
versus pristine? The grand total of
Okay,
fused
great.
weapons should be theoretically possible to calculate, but it quickly gets outrageously tricky. Then there's also the fact you can fuse any of those 238 fusible inventory items to your arrows, which tends to get a bit ridiculous, especially when you start moving over to the Zonai devices, because I can't think of
Yeah.
a single instance where you'd want to shoot a steering stick off into something. So arrows are limited by comparison because you can't fuse the weapons, overworld stuff, or shrine items to them either. The sheer number of
What an
things you
interesting
can
fact
combine
find.
to make stronger equipment started to blow my mind. Using conservative figures and erring on the side of underestimation, there are well over 120,000 different weapons and shields you can create using fuse. Put that in your skillet and let it simmer. Thank you so very much for watching. If you made it this far, please
That was
leave a
the
like on the
end?
video.
Okay,
It helps
we'll
the
leave a
channel
like.
out tremendously. And
That's
subscribe to catch more
crazy.
content like this as it drops in the future.
That's so funny. We'll just shrink it so I can like it. Oh, but this is default view. I don't think... Oh my god. Why is my Opera GX so lame? Why is it broken? Okay, what do we want to watch? There's 30 more... Oh, this is the same guy? Well, 30 and 60 is not going to be too crazy. Hyrule Gamer. 100 bits of lore. Let's do that one. Any suggestions from the crowd? If you guys have any suggestions, let me know. Let's listen to another one. I fixed the story! Okay, that'll be interesting to watch. But then again, I don't know. Did we listen? We listened to Swagmaster already. Who's kind of hard to listen to.
Hey folks, the sheer amount of mind-blowing information in the latest Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom, is crazy. It's overwhelming how many cool bits and pieces of lore there are to learn, from smaller subtle things such as engravings on blades, to much, much deeper bits of lore such as the history of the depths. Get it? Because they're literally deep pieces of lore? Deep depths? Okay. Throughout my entire adventure from day one up until now in the present day, as I continue to play this amazing game, I've been taking note of every bit of lore I found interesting, cool, or noteworthy, and that list is growing pretty big now, so I felt it's time to make a video. Because, you know, I guess that's what I should do as a YouTuber. Now please keep in mind, I do not consider myself an absolute expert when it comes to Zelda lore, more just a massive, obsessed fan who loves talking about the games. If I make a little mistake, feel free to correct me, as well as feel free to add on to anything or bring up bits of lore I haven't in the comments. These bits of lore can be things that build on what we already knew, new pieces of lore entirely, and even just little bits and pieces I find really cool. So let's look at 100 interesting bits of lore in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, and it goes without saying that this video will contain both major and minor spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom. Watch at your own risk, or come back to this later on. I appreciate you either way. This video is great for having something on whilst you work, clean, cook, or study, or even just want to watch a super long Zelda video. This video has also taken a fair amount of work, and I wouldn't be a proper YouTuber if I didn't politely ask now that if you'd like to support my fabulous Zelda content, then subscribing to the channel would be massively appreciated, as well as dropping a wee like down below. With all of that out of the way, get comfy, and as always around here, be sure to go and grab yourself a snack or drink and send them in via Twitter, Instagram, or Discord to get featured right here. And let's get into this one.
Is it Scottish or Irish? I think he's Scottish. It's one of those.
One of the first bits of both new and returning lore, but more so new, was the appearance the Zonai people take on. Those first steps down deep below Hyrule Castle were overwhelming with information and action. When it got too much, Zelda wouldn't even let me go back upstairs to the castle. Like, come on man, it's scary down here. It amazed me so much in that very moment that Nintendo actually developed the Zonai from the very little we got in Breath of the Wild to being a major part of this game's story and lore. This one is obviously hard to miss, but I guess if you're like me and sometimes speed through the text, you may have actually missed this in the opening of the game, but I doubt that, and it's more just a good way to open this video. Not too far after the last discovery, we find the crusty corpse of Ganondorf. A cool bit of lore here is how he knows Link and Zelda's name right off the bat. The lore and backstory throughout this game can get quite confusing and easy to miss certain details, and this was one I didn't fully pick up on until later on. King Rauru, over 10,000 years ago, told Ganondorf in the most badass fashion to remember the name Link, a swordsman with the sword that seals the darkness. For Ganondorf, in the blink of an eye, thousands of years pass just as he said they would, and he finally meets that swordsman by the name of Link right here. Knowing his name and recognizing that the Master Sword is that which was said to seal the darkness. I love these details in the conversations during the opening of the game. It especially hyped me up for what was in store later on in the game.
We're actually gonna go
Another thing I found incredibly cool about the whole Ganondorf taking a wee break below Hyrule Castle is that later on in the game, you can actually discover that Hyrule Castle was originally built with the purpose of imprisoning and hiding the dark secret that lays deep below. If you explore Hyrule Castle's underground tunnels, you can discover a stone with text inscribed on it that reads, "Deep beneath this land, our mighty first ruler imprisoned the Demon King. To ensure the king's magic would hold, we erected a castle here to protect this sacred site." Hyrule Castle's original purpose was to protect the seal King Rauru placed on Ganondorf. I was mind-blown when I read this for the first time, and it still amazes me that this deeper piece of lore is insanely easy to miss if you don't happen to explore down here and read this text.
Right.
The Sky Islands are stunning, that's a fact, but the lore behind them is honestly quite remarkable. Have you ever wondered why they are there? We don't see them in the memories of Zelda, so it's not an ancient times thing. At least not at this stage. Well, an interesting bit of lore that you can easily miss if you don't return to a certain location is what you learn from the Legend of the Great Sky Island side quest. There isn't anything to prompt you or direct you here when it becomes available. It's just by chance if you happen to return. Here, you can take part in a ceremony and be rewarded with the Zonai fabric. In doing this, the construct that takes you through it all will explain exactly why these islands are in the sky. They explain that they were told that the hero who will defeat the Demon King will one day awaken here at this very site. And in order to keep him safe from the Demon King, this site was raised to the heavens. It's interesting as this isn't explained by Rauru or any of the main characters, which I honestly thought it might be, but rather this information is found via this side quest, which is pretty fun, I must say.
Well, that's how some
King Rauru is without a doubt a lovable character in my opinion. He's the true father figure of Zelda in my headcanon. Now, a cool bit of lore you might have missed, especially if you haven't played some of the older Zelda games, is that his name is actually already familiar. The Sage of Light seen in Ocarina of Time, Rauru, is where this name first appeared in the Zelda universe. In that game, he appeared as an owl out with the Sacred Realm, and within, he appeard as an elderly Hylian man. Personally, I don't think they are one of the same. I believe they may hold some form of connection or bloodline, but that's about it. Either way, it's a neat bit of lore you might have missed if you haven't played Ocarina of Time.
The royal family bloodline.
Lore can be both serious, but also funny, and a massive, substantial, timeline-binding piece of lore that absolutely blew my mind is that it is canonical in the Zelda universe that cheese was considered ahead of its time. Cheese. Even as a highly lactose intolerant person, this had me pretty hyped and running to the bathroom. In a very fun side quest found in Hateno Village, you can learn that Koyin's grandfather hid this recipe for Hateno cheese in a bottle with the words, can't name, too early, been mentioned. This man knew Hyrule was not ready for his cheese. This is hands down the best bit of new lore to think about. The Sky Barrier has been a known thing in the Zelda series for a good while now, most famously seen in Skyward Sword as a layer of protection between the Sky Islands of that time and the dangerous surface. It was broken in small holes to allow Link to travel down there in that time, and at that time it was the only way to break through the thick cloud. However, in Tears of the Kingdom's lore we once again see what appears to be a cloud barrier. A thick layer blocking the surface from sky, and going back to that earlier point about why the Sky Islands rose, this could make sense. However, in this time frame, following Link sending the Master Sword back in time for Princess Zelda to restore it and strengthen, among many other things, she, now as the Light Dragon, bursts through the Sky Barrier of this time, setting down some new lore and breaking this famous barrier. I'll admit that this one is a bit more debatable as to if these Sky Barriers share the same qualities, but that is how I've interpreted this. The emergency shelter found below the lookout landing is such a cool expansion to the existing world. We know this secret chamber did exist in the time frame of Breath of the Wild, despite not being reachable in the actual game. The guards in Tears of the Kingdom tell us that its purpose was for quick escapes in case of emergency, such as the Calamity. So the cool bit of lore here is that now knowing this exists, it was very likely used in some way, shape or form during this horror event. I like finding out cool details about past events such as this one. The deep lore of the depths, get it? Deep lore. I'm here all night, folks. The deep lore of the depths is crazy. From the bargainer statues to the abandoned mines, there is a lot to discover down here, and there will be a few bits and pieces of lore on this list focused on the depths. For this first one, I had a very big oh moment when I eventually realized that the depths is a literal mirror to the surface of Hyrule. For a while, I had a little hunch, as wherever there was water, there was a wall down here. But it took me a solid 40 hours or so before I actually realized the depths is an actual mirror. Wherever there is a mountain on the surface, there is a drop in the depths, and vice versa. Water above creates walls below. It's pretty cool.
I knew about the water part, but
bouncing
I didn't think
off that last point to extend it, there isn't just the mirroring of the map, but also that the shrines of light that are all directly above the light roots even share names, but in reverse. Pretty cool, right? I think there may be some more lore behind why this is, but that's a topic for another day. The switch from Sheikah Tech to Zonai Tech between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom was very refreshing in my opinion. Functionally, it's similar, but different enough in design and lore to feel right. A cool piece of lore that builds on the Sheikah Tech from Breath of the Wild is the explanation as to what happened to it, or lack of explanation to be honest. The Divine Beasts, Towers and Guardians have all been removed, but it isn't explicitly stated why. However, there are hints. The Divine Beasts and Guardians are fairly self-explanatory. They nearly caused the downfall of Hyrule despite being regarded as the kingdom's method of defense. I'm sure they were destroyed and or buried to avoid that potentially happening again. A lot of former Sheikah shrine sites now have a rough patch of stone or dirt, presumably meaning they were buried, and others now have chasms in place. It's development on existing lore, which is a lot of interpretation, and I do wish it was stated more explicitly, but it's still some cool lore. Before the upheaval took place, Hyrule was in a better place than it was post Breath of the Wild. Rebuilding plans had begun, people felt more safe, and life was improving. However, the tragedy that struck the kingdom over 100 years ago has not been forgotten. Zelda herself actually went around the kingdom far and wide, and left her recognition and thoughts with those who fell due to the horrible events which took place in the form of these touching memorial stones. You can find them across the kingdom with a silent princess flower atop them. They're heartbreaking to read, but very touching. The horn statue that we first met in Eternal Village was a very interesting part of Breath of the Wild. It was essentially an evil Hylia statue, a demon trapped within who could swap your hearts to stamina vessels, and vice versa. An interesting thing I noted down and definitely want to discuss in full length at some point is the fact that the statue has moved halfway across the map, now being found below Lookout Landing. The lore of this statue was already fascinating and now made even more with the development that it can move. Bargainer statues are so intriguing. Cool. They hold some sort of connection to HYLLIA and HYLLIA statues, evident by dialogue during the Great Plateau questline, but also due to the fact they all reside directly below HYLLIA statues. Even this one here, despite the fact there is no HYLLIA statue on the surface, but rather in the sky within the Temple of Time. This is prime real estate in terms of new lore. If you've played a decent amount of the game, then you've probably come across at least one. If not yet, or in case you walked past one and missed one, then definitely get yourself down to the depths and discover this truly fascinating new lore. The lore of the giant, unmissable geoglyphs is unique. We know they originate from Zelda's Tears as the Light Dragon. However, those tears landing on the ground didn't just form these glyphs. It's a missable explanation, but Impa actually tells us about it during the Dragon Tears questline. She explains that whilst now they are fully visible, that is because in ancient times there were some people, the Ancients, who found what they referred to as dragon tears, and it was those ancient people who marked down the images, creating the geoglyphs, which is why as part of the upheaval they've now appeared again. For the longest time, I just assumed that Zelda's tears alone created these markings, but I was wrong. The lore is that the ancients of ancient time actually made the markings. This would also mean they must have been able to view or sense the memories in some sort of way in order to create the matching designs. Very interesting. The process of dragonification is a crazy concept in an already crazy video game universe, and this new insane lore to the series is something I absolutely love and am here for. I guess it's very hard to miss out on this lore unless you happen to avoid the memories or haven't fully done them yet, and don't mind being spoiled for videos. The chances are you didn't miss this one, but let's be honest, it's way too cool to leave off a lore focused video. The famous Yiga hole from Breath of the Wild is somewhere I instantly wanted to check out prior to the release of Tears of the Kingdom, as in the previous game we knew it had a bottom of some sort. There was a shrine puzzle in which we had to drop a Sheikah orb into, meaning there was Sheikah tech down here. However, now in Tears of the Kingdom, the lore developed and it's now one of the new chasms as seen across the kingdom. Does this mean the shrine puzzle part was perhaps removed with the upheaval, or is this just a minor development change? Either way, I found it pretty cool in terms of lore.
I think they just removed it.
The dungeons of this game are good. A big improvement from Breath of the Wild if you ask me, and a lot of that is thanks to their themes alone. Not you. One of my favourites is the first one I took on, the Wind Temple. A fun piece of lore which is revealed in dialogue is that the large wind arc that makes up the dungeon was, up until now, nothing more than a song for kids. 𝖡𝐿 even tells us this. A legend to tell of a flying ship, now a reality to witness. The Forgetful Temple— wait, no, that sounds wrong. The Forgotten Temple. Ah, I wrote that wrong in the script. The Forgotten Temple is an extremely interesting place when it comes to lore. Even in Breath of the Wild, it was heavily theorized about and looked into in terms of lore. Now in Tears of the Kingdom, this location's lore has developed massively. Behind the now collapsed HYLLIA statue is an open door which leads us to a room we see in Zelda's memories. This is where the ancient sages make their vow to King Rauru, as well as where Rauru kept the secret stones. In the modern day, it also contains a map of ancient Hyrule, evident by the Julie Peaks not being split yet, which is a separate piece of lore we'll talk about later in the video. In here, you can actually see the order in which the geoglyph should be discovered in order to view the memories in chronological order. You by no means actually have to come here and take notice of this, but it's definitely worth it if you ask me. I love that the lore of this location developed like this. The Forgetful Temple. What a place. The Lomai Labyrinths were already fascinating in Breath of the Wild with their lore and mysteries. Are they actually of Zonai origin? That was a big question in the previous game, and the lore surrounding these three landmarks has expanded massively. We can now explore two new counterparts to the base labyrinth, a sky counterpart and an underground counterpart, with further developments in connection to the Zonai as seen with the dragon rings with the Zonai hand symbol. I haven't delved fully into this one yet, but I felt it was very much worth knowing. The people of Hyrule are the life of this game. There are returning characters and brand new ones, which is extremely interesting as some of them have definitely only just showed up sometime between the end of Breath of the Wild and beginning of Tears of the Kingdom. They aren't new because of the upheaval like a lot of structures and geographical changes. These newcomers are literally just outsiders that we didn't see in Breath of the Wild. Some are easier to miss than others, but to note my favourites, you've got Yona, Taro, Pen, Yoshi, and many more. It's not exactly deep lore, but I am curious as to where they all came from. I'm sure some could be played off as we're just never in the same place as them at the same time, such as Yoshi. However, characters such as Yona literally have a character description that mentions she's from another domain, meaning there is more out there. I want to explore wherever Yona and the others are from, but for now, it remains as mysterious lore. Perhaps we'll see it in DLC? The famous 8th heroine statue has been theorized and speculated about ever since the release of Breath of the Wild, focused on the identity of who this 8th heroine was. Well, in Tears of the Kingdom, this lore is actually explained in full through a long, but very worthwhile side quest. Rotana of Gerudo Town can give you this quest, and in doing so, you'll discover the truth of the mysterious 8th heroine. He is unnamed. However, it is revealed that among the 7 𝖬𝖮𝖮 heroines who were caught in a difficult battle, a 𝖲 came to their aid and helped them out. They tried to praise him highly enough to be allowed entry to Gerudo Town, but their laws forbade it. Thus, they honoured that 𝖲 in the form of being the 8th heroine and left a reward in the statue of the 8th heroine room. We don't know who that hero was, but we do know that he is a 𝖲. Could it be a previous 𝖲 with the spirit of the hero? We can't say for sure, unfortunately. But it's so awesome that they developed this lore. The spirit within the Blade of Evil's Bane, 𝖳, lives on. This piece of lore is so relieving, as when we saw that the Master Sword would be going through it prior to release, I was concerned that this would harm or even kill the spirit within, 𝖳. We don't see them again, as we know 𝖳 sealed themselves within the blade at the end of Skyward Sword. However, we do see the blade glow and even communicate with Zelda on multiple occasions. It appears as though Zelda can actually understand the blade at times, which I guess would make sense given her goddess bloodline connections. This bit of lore made me so happy, and it really developed on what we saw in Breath of the Wild. A bit of lore surrounding Ganondorf next. In Ocarina of Time, we face off against Twin Rova, a two-piece battle against Kotake and Kyumi, the surrogate mothers of Ganondorf. Now in Tears of the Kingdom, we saw 2 unique characters always by Ganondorf's side, slightly different from the rest. These 2 are masked and have skin tones more similar to Ganondorf's, one wearing a blue cape, the other red, just like we saw Kotake and Kyumi's suit in Ocarina of Time. This could just be a little reference, but my interpretation of it was a canonical lore implication. The place in which we started Breath of the Wild is changed a little bit in Tears of the Kingdom. The Shrine of Resurrection is now a hollowed out cave of what it was not too long ago. This is of course an effect of the upheaval, but what's very interesting here lore-wise is where the spa bed Link was relaxing in at the beginning of Breath of the Wild, there is now a puddle of water in the exact same spot. A little nod to the shrine's previous purpose? Most likely yes, but that's not the interesting part. What is what lies deep below all of this in the depths. The secret spring of revival. And if you enter its water, it actually heals Link, which is normal for hot springs in Zelda games, but is this the source of the specific water used when the Shrine of Resurrection was being used on Link? It's a very curious bit of lore that is easy to miss if you don't discover this location and realize what it's directly below. The ancient Zonai dive ceremonies are one of my favourite little bits of new lore. These challenges are how Link acquires the glide gear. The lore behind why these exist is pretty cool too. The constructs can explain to you that these ceremonies exist as trials that test courage, in which, marking a Zonai youth coming of age. Those who succeed are rewarded with a special outfit.
I like those. Gear. I really like those islands.
Typhlo Ruins, formerly considered a very much Zonai set of ruins, were a landmark in Breath of the Wild due to its mysterious black fog. However, in Tears of the Kingdom, that's cleared up, and you can take on an educating side quest here. You need to help the Zonai research team to uncover the secrets of these ruins, and the conclusion of this questline teaches you the origins of Typhlo Ruins. And my sweet Hylia, they are fascinating. We learned that these ruins were made in honor of King Raru's sacrifice in sealing the Demon King, and that the ruins were actually built by the people of Hyrule. These ruins aren't actually Zonai, rather, they're Hyrulean. This is of course because at the time in which Raru made his great sacrifice to seal Ganondorf, the Zonai people were long gone outside of himself and his sister. So yeah, Hyruleans had to have built this place. How cool is that? Constructs are lore heavy in a few ways, one of which we'll discuss later in the video, but for this point I want to highlight the Construct Factory. It can be found slightly north and in the depths from the Zonai ruins.
Construct Factory
We visit
really
here as part of
looting.
Mineru's questline, but this place's existence is
really good
significant to the Tears of the Kingdom lore. This is where many constructs would have been created. A lone caretaker construct at the top who still remains after however long this site has been abandoned tells Link that duties have been suspended. However, its purpose was to oversee the task of assembly, also mentioning that shipments to Dragonhead Island were part of their operation. It's sad to see this one lone construct still here, but it all adds to the new lore of the Zonai and their constructs. The new Blood Moon scene is such an upgrade from the original. Zelda is now in there and sounds so cool. Puppet Princess Zelda's storyline through this game is really cool as well. People reporting odd sightings of the princess and doing questionable things, when in reality, it was never actually Zelda. Rather, a puppet formed by Ganondorf, and this storyline concludes at Hyrule Castle. As Ganondorf reveals, she was just a puppet, and we get this absolute baddie smile. This sent shivers down my spine, man. Anyway, something really interesting that happens following this is that future Blood Moon scenes will now be silent and without Princess Zelda, adding to the Puppet Zelda lore.
Yeah, which I noticed
The history
right
of the
away.
Zonai has been put in a bit of a confusing place with the developments this game made on them. Previously, they were presumed to have been a barbaric tribe from Faron. However, we learn from Zelda's memories that the Zonai we see definitely aren't barbaric, nor is their architecture. It's pristine and fine. However, what we saw in Breath of the Wild felt the opposite, even with being a bit old and dirty. An interesting detail in Zonai architecture can be seen at the Tobio's Hollow Chasm. Here, we see the pristine Zonai designs from ancient times, holding up, but with the newer ruin design on top. This means that the original Zonai designs were built over, or at least by the looks of it. Question is, was this done by the same Zonai of Raru's time, or were there in fact a barbaric tribe at some point in history who built over the Zonai ruins? It's a confusing one, but a cool bit of lore to think about. The torch.
A little too heavy, kiddo.
I was both looking forward to and dreading this one, as it always makes me a bit emotional. When Princess Zelda fell at the beginning of the game and vanished into the ancient past, she dropped her torch. When you decide to come back here, either out of curiosity or through the story towards the ending, you'll come back to this very spot, and after jumping down into this hole, you can actually find the very torch that Princess Zelda dropped at the beginning. This is definitely on the minor side of things, but it's a cool attention to detail.
Yeah, I like that detail too.
Speaking of cool attention to detail in terms of lore, the grave of King Rome in Breath of the Wild, found atop the Hylia mountain on the Great Plateau, was a cool discovery. Now in Tears of the Kingdom, we can find that there is now also a claymore planted next to his grave. This is really cool and interesting, as we saw that he used this weapon in the Age of Calamity spin-off game. Link can canonically now drink booze.
I tried showing
Do you
you that
remember that
torch. Yes,
heavily
you
implied
did.
to be alcoholic
You
beverage
did.
from Breath
When
of
you
the
mentioned
Wild?
it, I
Noble
totally,
pursuit.
like, over
well,
my head.
Link can now make his
really
very
did.
own,
And then
and
when I
even learns the
rewatched the
recipe
VOD, I
from
was
Gerudo
like,
Town.
hang
It makes
on.
sense, as if he was 17 in
That's
Breath of
gotta
the
be the
Wild,
same
he would
torch,
definitely
and
be
then
over
I
the age
got
of
all lit up
18 and be
about
able to
it.
drink heavier drinks such as cocktails
I was
now.
like,
And don't worry, Americans, he's pretty likely to be over 21 as well now. It's
I
time
was so
to
disappointed
party.
myself. Usually I catch things
Gloom
really quick, but
is
that
not
was just like
malice.
totally
This
out
is
of
an
my
easy
head.
confusion that even I myself made for a little while. Whilst appearing similar and acting similar, they are actually different things. Malice is a mindless gloop, whereas Gloom is a much more concentrated form of pure evil. I guess you could consider Malice a weaker or diluted version of Gloom. Gloom can make people ill, it can destroy heart containers, and it can even spawn this horror show. Whereas Malice just isn't that strong, but it is sludgy, I guess. Maybe it was just Ganondorf making slime, I don't know. I found it interesting to learn the difference
Ganondorf
anyway,
playing around with
once I
slime
started playing.
recipes.
The holy grail of the Zelda universe is missing once again. The Triforce didn't appear in Breath of the Wild, nor Tears of the Kingdom, with the exception to it briefly appearing as Zelda used her sacred powers. But that wasn't the Triforce itself, just a sign of it. Maybe? I don't know. We see old carvings of it across Hyrule, but even then, it's not many. Has this relic truly fallen into legend, or is it still out there somewhere? Or within someone? I guess this bit of lore is more of a lack thereof, but it's definitely interesting to wonder what's going on with it.
It is weird.
The Imprisoning War lore in Tears of the Kingdom is arguably the biggest talking point regarding lore in this game. It is thrown a bit of a problem when it comes to the timeline. Now, let me say now, I don't really care about the lore being messed up or whatever. I welcome it and whatever Nintendo want to do with the game. It isn't a big deal to me. However, it is still a big piece of lore that is being changed up. So prior to this game, the Imprisoning War took place following Ocarina of Time and before A Link to the Past in the Downfall timeline. However, in Tears of the Kingdom, it now takes place long before all of that, in an ancient time before Hyrule was even founded. So what's the deal here? Has the Imprisoning War lore changed? War lore, that's fun to say. Or are there two separate Imprisoning Wars now? Or is it something else entirely? We do not have an answer just yet, but this is by far one of the most interesting and confusing new bits of lore this game has added. The existence of the Fire Temple hints at a lot of lore regarding the Gorons. Off the bat, it has the title of Lost Gorondia Rediscovered, meaning this is a former Goron settlement of sorts deep within Death Mountain, which would line up well with past installments which also show the insides of the mountain to contain settlements or industrial setups. Both actually. This means at some point in history, this part of Goron life was lost and is presumably completely unknown to the current population of Gorons. The items we can find through the old maps were previously add-ons to Breath of the Wild, not part of the base game, so easy to write off as not canon. However, they are now base game items, making them canon. Right? Well, it's been debated by fans quite a lot, but I personally believe it does canonize them into the lore. It works fine in my opinion. You're essentially finding relics that belong to former heroes. It's cool, and I like it personally. Fan favorite bird boy, not you, not you, Cass, did not return in Tears of the Kingdom. Nobody really knows where he went exactly, but there are some brief mentions of him. For example, Pen, our new friendly bird boy, still not you, actually mentions Cass very briefly, referring to a famous bard, whilst telling Link that one practices craft here, at a location we did in fact meet with Cass at in Breath of the Wild. Cass's family don't tell us about his whereabouts either, so the lore around Cass and what he's up to is a bit of a mystery, but at the same time, a pretty cool development from the previous game. Zora's domain has a lot of water, now in Tears of the Kingdom being combined with problematic sludge coming from an island high above. This island is the Water Temple, which contains the Great Wellspring of Hyrule, and a very cool piece of lore about this is that all of this water seen here is said to be the source of all of Zora's domain's water. Pretty straightforward I suppose, but interesting lore regardless. Sage's Will are a collectible key item which can be used to enhance Link's Sage abilities. There are 4 for each upgradable Sage. However, lore-wise, what exactly are they? Well, their description reads that they are remnants of a former Sage's resolve. My question for the lore here is, did the Sages leave pieces of themselves with intent, or did this just happen after they died? I'm really curious to learn more about the lore of the Sages and their respective wills. Could they be perhaps connected to literal wills? I'm not sure, but a bit of lore about them being the remnants of former Sages is pretty interesting. The existence of the Tunic of the Depths and its headpiece and legpiece is curious. Link can acquire them from the Bargainer statues in exchange for Pose. However, why does this armor exist in the first place? It adds gloom resistance to Link, which in my mind would imply that at some point in history, these were created in order to protect against gloom, meaning whenever they were created, gloom did lurk in the depths at least. It's a mysterious one that relies on a bit of implication, but it's interesting lore-wise to me. I believe it means they were created long ago for those exploring the depths in ancient times, perhaps when the mines were active.
I wouldn't be too mad
perhaps
about, like,
I'm
that
entirely
being
wrong.
that reasoning, but
Who
still,
knows?
buying it and upgrading it,
The
you guys,
existence of
fucking
Zonai
useless. You
capsules
may
and
as well
parts
just,
must
like,
mean
do
that
balloon
way
wheels,
back in the
which I
day,
find
these parts were regularly
just
used
really
by the
unfortunate,
Zonai
just
people.
like a
I
really
mean,
big
why
mess.
else would they actually exist? I doubt they were made just for Link. In terms of the lore, my mind imagines that back when the Zonai were thriving, they were actually cruising about on their own builds using these parts, which would make a lot of sense as they were said to be a highly advanced civilization, and stuff like this does scream highly advanced civilization to me. Link's house, now Zelda's and or potentially Link and Zelda's house, is a pretty intriguing bit of developed lore. Previously, this was Link's house and that was it. But now in Tears of the Kingdom, it appears as though Zelda has moved in, evident by her photos, an NPC cleaning literally saying Zelda lives here, as well as the fact she has a secret room down the well out back. But do they live together? Well, there is only one pillow on the bed, but Link can sleep in it, which he can only do so in beds he owns or has permission to. We know Link is Zelda's personal knight who does not leave her side, so it would appear as though they do live together. And a final bit of evidence for those hard anti-Z-Link fans, according to many of you in the comments of a recent video where I actually talked about this house, many of you mentioned that in the Japanese version of the game, some text from Zelda's diary translates to our house in regards to the home. This is from the point of view of Princess Zelda. That's evidence enough if you ask me, if true. But I'm sure like a lot of Zelda lore, this will be interpreted differently.
Like they don't really have,
the dark skeletons of the depths caught my interest pretty recently.
People have been saying
I've been in and out of the depths as I go, and only recently really came across them and took note. What caught my eye is that they are all directly below the locations of the Great Leviathan remains as seen in Breath of the Wild, at least the ones that are titled as locations. Is there perhaps a connection there? It would seem so, but as to what, it's hard to say. The remains found in the depths appear to be similar, but not the exact same. In size, yeah, they're more or less the same, but these dark skeletons seem more like dragon remains in my opinion. Whether it's the surface skeletons or more Leviathan-like. I don't think there is much behind this, but it's a neat little bit of depth lore to know. Maybe it was done just to add to the mirroring of the surface map. A safe assumption, but still cool bit of lore to know, is that Princess Zelda was in the process of rebuilding Hyrule prior to the upheaval happening. We can learn this from a few sources. Her character profile outright says it for starters, but also evidently across the kingdom. Castletown had foundations laid out to rebuild some of the homes. She talks about it in her diary, as well as mentions how she was a big part of building the new school in Eternal Village. Progress was being made before yet another hot, baddie evil man showed up. I mean, I'm not complaining, but at the same time, give them a break, man. Don't need to give me a break, but give Hyrule a break, sir.
They didn't really defeat him.
The lore of Tears of the Kingdom goes deep in many different ways, but what I didn't expect is the ways the Yiga have developed, from disguising as trees to trying to master Zonai builds. But the one thing that absolutely takes the monster cake is the Yiga Cuckoo. The all-clucking cuckoo side quest has you work for a talking cuckoo, just for it to be revealed as a Yiga member in disguise. Yiga lore goes hard for real.
Yeah, Yiga lore.
Dinral, Naydra, and Farosh are majestic dragons we first saw in Breath of the Wild, and now again in Tears of the Kingdom. Many theories connecting these three dragons to the Golden Goddesses were popular. However, there is now more lore to add to the theories that could change or add to them significantly. We learned for the main story that gulping a secret stone has major effects on you. It's a forbidden act according to Minoru, and what it does is turn one into an eternal dragon. One would lose themselves for this, and whilst it is forbidden when Zelda arrives in the past, sometime before that time frame, likely when the Zonai were a lot more prominent, it was allowed. You can find 3 armor sets in the game as well. The Ember, Frostbite, and Thunder armor, all said to once have been used for ancient ceremonies, all having a headpiece that resembles the 3 dragons seen. Dinral, Naydra, and Farosh. It's highly likely that these 3 dragons were once Zonai people who took part in the ancient ritual. Perhaps they were 3 key figures in Zonai culture given their godlike statuses as dragons, and their connection to the Hylia statues. It's easy to miss this, as you need to put 2 and 2 together. I didn't realize it at first, but mate, when I did, mind blown. I was mind blown.
Mind blown.
In the Dragon Tier memory, fealty, Ganondorf is seen giving fealty to King Rauru, swearing his loyalty and allegiance, ending the conflict we previously saw. However, this was a false promise, and Zelda instantly recognized this, as well as Rauru. In fact, Rauru was smart here, as he thought it was best to keep his enemy close. Though, was it smart? It cost him greatly. Rip Sonia. Anyway, the cool bit of lore that came to mind after watching this is that the scene parallels that of Ganondorf's Pledge of Allegiance to the King of Hyrule seen in Ocarina of Time, in an almost one-for-one situation. Ganondorf had been a bit of a troublemaker beforehand, and then swore fealty to the King, only to stab him in the back and take over. The parallels in these scenes are crazy deep and very cool. Even Zelda sensing the dark intent within Ganondorf is something she picks up on instantly in both games. This was definitely done with intent and is really cool.
Maybe that's
hey,
just how
welcome
they
to number
reimagined
50.
a scene
Congrats
like
on
that
reaching the halfway point of this video. Here's a fun fact about me to reward your efforts. Many of you know that Twilight Princess is my favorite video game of all time,
Why?
but that
Why is
extends
it your
beyond
favorite?
just
They
playing
should
and talking
explain
about
why
the
some
game.
of these
I
games are their
live, breathe,
favorites.
and even sleep Twilight Princess. That
What
last
is
point
this
being
love
a
of
bit
Twilight
too
Princess?
literal
Like, I
as
swear, like,
fun
the fan
fact
base
about
for it
me.
is so high.
I have
The
Twilight
music,
Princess
it
bed
slaps.
sheets.
It's hard
This is
hitter.
where the
I
magic
agree.
happens.
But you know what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I've got the game. When we're done Ocarina of Time, we'll
Now
play
for the
Twilight
50th
Princess.
piece of lore on this list. We can learn that post Breath of the Wild, Link was actually extremely on the ball with his night duties. You'd think he'd get some form of a break, but no. As Zelda wrote in her diary, she said that Link's actually been working a ton, so much that his champion's tunic has been getting really dirty and worn, which is what led her to make a new one and hide it in the throne room as a surprise for him. This is such a cute, caring piece of lore that I really love. Beneath the well of Kakariko Village is a dark bit of lore. In Ocarina of Time, the bottom of the well led to a secret and eerie place. Also in the underground of Kakariko Village lies the Shadow Temple, a torture chamber that was used by the royal family. In Tears of the Kingdom, the well here appears to be a bit of a reference to this dark past of the village. Blood splattered on the outside and then the walls on the inside. Almost a young child can be found down here cooking, not knowing the dark secrets all around. My mate Triforce Trends has a brilliant video discussing this topic in detail if you want to check that out. Link below. The existence of Kilton's brother, Colton, raises an interesting point. We know Kilton is said to be Hylian, as he is categorized in the Creating a Champion book. Presumably his brother is also Hylian then, but what this makes me wonder lore-wise is, does this mean there is a family who are Hylian but take on this unique design that Kilton and Colton do? I love their look, and would assume the look is to do with their monster obsession. Regardless, I found it really interesting that Kilton has a brother now. The spirits that hold pristine weapons as well as the Poes in the depths must share a connection in my mind. Poes are spirits/souls. These phantom figures are presumably some form of spirit. The lore hasn't been made outright clear about what exactly these figures are, but my personal thoughts for this lore is that these spirits are souls that were lost in the calamity, offering the weapons they died with during the horror show that took place over 100 years ago. It's an out there guess, maybe, but until the lore becomes clear, I am both interested and remain guessing. The ancient sages that we see in multiple memories and post-dungeon scenes are interesting. We don't know their names, but I have an idea. The lore surrounding them is a bit mysterious, but they all wear masks, which if you ask me, strongly resemble the divine beasts that were seen in Breath of the Wild. Now, you gotta ask yourself, where did the divine beast names come from? 𝖪ruta, 𝖪rdania, 𝖪medo, 𝖪naboris. My guess is that the lore here is that these ancient sages are in fact called Ruta, Redania, Meadow, and Naboris. It would fit well lore-wise, but it is pending confirmation, perhaps with a future DLC pack or just information being shared officially online.
Yeah, maybe.
Queen Sonia died a tragic death, stabbed in the back by Ganondorf in a horrible betrayal and manipulation. Tears of the Kingdom's title was never more true whilst watching this scene, but there is some touching lore that follows. Queen Sonia's grave can be found within the Forgotten Temple, in that previously mentioned room behind the Hylia statue. We saw Rauru mourning by it in one of the memories, and can still find it in the present day with sundelions growing around it. A truly heartbreaking piece of lore to discover.
Yeah, finding her gravestone.
The connection
was very...
between Blue Piece and the Lord of the
Why is this
Mountain,
still here? But
Satori,
I guess
have
it
been
should
clear
say that.
since Breath of the Wild. However, they serve a new and very cool purpose in Tears of the Kingdom, which has some rather cool lore. Blue Piece can be found near caves, and if startled, they'll actually lead Link to the entrance, which is helpful as some are well hidden. You can also summon the Lord of the Mountain through the cherry blossom trees, which makes sense
Which
as
is
that's
kinda
where we
nice.
find this magical creature initially as well. In doing so, all nearby caves will be highlighted for a short period of time. I don't think there is an explicitly stated reason for this, but it's
I think
new
it's just
lore
to
of
help-
these creatures,
I
and
think it's
I
just to
found
help
it
you
really
kind of
cool.
like discover these places
The
personally.
powers Raru's hand possesses
really
are
helped me.
insanely powerful, and Link only gets the more tame side of that. Ascend, Fuse, Ultra Hand and Recall are very helpful and powerful, but in comparison to what King Raru was able to do in the past, they are tame. I found it so interesting that with his hand and presumably some extended form of Zonai magic, that he could actually seal an evil as strong as Ganondorf with his hand. I mean, it's all that remains of Raru when we first find Ganondorf. Raru was able to sacrifice his physical form in order to seal the Demon King,
Which is kind of
and
like what
that is
Gray
amazing.
Fullbuster would do in Fairy
Just
Tail,
like
by
the
way,
previous point
which I
regarding the
love.
Imprisoning War, the timeline placement
He-
of this game
he
has been
had a-
heavily discussed online. However, for me personally, whilst it
magic
hasn't been
that he
outright
learned
stated, it
to be able
feels
to specifically
obvious.
do
Now,
that,
the debates
because
are
they
more
had this
focused
enemy
on if
Seraph
this
that
game
they had
takes
to
place
capture,
in
so
one
it's
of the
like the best thing
timeline
to do was
splits,
like, oh, instead of
due to the
killing him, it's
Imprisoning
better
War
to
being
just
brought
seal
up
him.
once again.
That was
However,
the best
for
they
me
could think to
personally,
do.
I am very much on board with this game and Breath of the Wild simply taking place
Oh, no,
as
my
an
fans.
inevitable
Look,
outcome of
my
all the
fans are
past games in the
expiring, but
Zelda
not my steering
timeline.
stick.
In a
Isn't that
sense, creating
stupid?
its own new, much simpler, linear timeline. I imagine this will be the lore revealed eventually by Nintendo, but at the same time, it doesn't matter all that much. It takes place a few years down the line from the others.
wonder why
I'm happy
we
leaving
don't-
it there.
I wonder why the
The
steering stick
Zonai
isn't
armor is
everywhere.
probably my favorite in the game.
I
The
think the
Aztec
Zonai armor
inspiration is
is
so
so
cool, and the actual
I think it's
feeling of
terrible.
having
But I
Zonai
guess it is
themed
cool.
armor still feels a little surreal
don't
to
care
me,
for that
given all of
outfit.
the Zonai speculation leading up to this game. The lore behind it is interesting too. Its description just reads that it is forged from Zonite, which makes sense. However, what's cool is that in Zelda's memories, we see
shit,
that the
there's more
Hylians
fans
of
over
the time
there.
she was
Damn
sent
it.
back to wear this sort of armor, as well as have the Zonai tattoo designs.
Can't believe that just
Presumably,
happened.
this means that in lore terms, even back at this point when the Zonai were
Agree
just
with
down
that,
to
but he had
Raru and
two
Minoru, the
hands
Hylians
and a tear to
embraced
help with his
Zonai
powers.
culture.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Great Deku Tree has been a key figure in Zelda lore for a very long time. We've seen multiple of the character, as when one dies, another sprouts. The Deku Tree seen in Tears of the Kingdom is still the same one from Breath of the Wild, but when we first meet him, he's actually infested with gloom, perhaps a small nod to him being infected in Ocarina of Time. Now, as to the actual lore point I've got here, following Link clearing the gloom out, we actually discover that the Great Deku Tree is not only the resting place for the Master Sword, but he can actually live track the Master Sword as if he's Hyrule's Amazon Prime. I didn't know he was able to do this and
Live
found this
track?
fact really cool.
What do you mean?
This next bit of lore is
Interesting.
more of just me being a
Oh,
simp.
yeah,
the
that's
evil
true.
Gerudo women under the rule
Okay,
of
that's true, 'cause
Ganondorf
it's on the Light Dragon's
I'm just
head.
gonna say it. They're hot. They're pretty hot. And I consider this serious lore. Evil Gerudo women. Thank you, Nintendo. Coming back to the constructs lore, the bigger piece of lore I alluded to earlier is that they serve a very similar purpose to the ancient robots seen in Skyward Sword. Both ancient machines powered by a form of magic, both programmed for specific purposes. Many fans have started connecting the two, and I believe there could be a big piece of lore here waiting to be confirmed. Whilst their purposes are
crashing.
different and their power sources different, it is possible that they hold some form of connection in how they were made. They are very similar, but I don't think we'll ever get to know for sure. It's just very worth noting. Dondons are an interesting case. We saw one in the
I'm happy
reveal
he's talking
trailer
about
for this
Dondons,
game
'cause the
being
other
in
guy didn't even talk
development,
about
being a
Dondons.
part of Link and Zelda's journey to Ganondorf. However, in the final game, that Dondon was cut entirely. However, the Dondons as a whole are in the game. You can find a sanctuary in the Faron region, and funny enough, they have a little connection to Luminous Stone still. If you feed them Luminous Stone, they will in time out gems. Prime Zelda lore. On the topic of crappy Zelda lore, the fun-loving Koroks which we can collect have not only increased, but guess what comes with that increase of seeds to collect? A bigger reward. That's right folks, we're no longer getting Hestu's gift again like we did in Breath of the Wild. We're getting an even bigger pile of shit. Yup, this is Prime Zelda lore. Brilliant job, Nintendo.
That's what we're
Thanks
working
for that.
towards, guys.
The lore
Gotta
behind
love
Zelda
it.
and Sonia's connection
the
is
last
something I
letter
might
go?
talk about in its own video at some point. For now, let me highlight why I find it really interesting. So,
funny.
Sonia says that she can feel the light power within Zelda, as well as her time power. She also senses a blood connection. This does make sense given Rauru and
that's
Sonia are the
crazy for the
first
blood
rulers of
connection
Hyrule
mentioned,
and
'cause I
part of the
remember that in
history
that
of the
memory,
royal
and I
bloodline
was
in
just like,
some way.
where?
I would really like to learn more about this, and perhaps in a future video we'll theorize more into this. There isn't time for it in this video, but for now, I'm highlighting it as some very interesting lore. Mipha of the Zora is a beloved character. In Breath of the Wild, she had her own statue in the middle of the domain. However, this statue has been moved in Tears of the Kingdom, and I found this decision interesting. It has been moved to the peak of Ploymus Mountain, which, whilst is cool and now has a lot more to it, I can't help but feel it was fine where it was. There is now a Link and Sidon statue at the domain to honour their work in Breath of the Wild, but why couldn't they have been moved elsewhere?
Yeah,
Perhaps
why couldn't
where
they
the
have been
Sheikah
at-
Shrine used to be,
No,
or
like-
even on Ploymus Mountain.
Yeah,
It's a cool
I
lore
agree-
development,
I
I
agree
guess,
with the same thing.
but
It should
I
have been at the
don't
top
really
of
get
Polymus
it.
Mountain because that's where we went
A
to
big
go fight
question
the
in terms of
Xynos,
lore
the
that fans have been
Lynels to
asking
even
and trying to
get
figure
them
out is the time between the ending of Breath of the Wild
going,
and
you know what I
beginning
mean?
of Tears of the Kingdom. The answer hasn't been stated
this guy
anywhere
is still here
yet,
to
but
talk
there
to with the
obviously
horse
has to
guy.
be a set time in terms of
he's here.
in-game lore. There are characters such as Riju who have visibly aged from a child in Breath of the Wild to a teenager to maybe young adult age in Tears of the Kingdom. Some characters now have kids who are at least 5+ years old. I would personally put the time difference at around 5 to 8 years between the games. It's a super interesting question regarding the lore, and I would expect it to be answered at some point. Knowing Nintendo, it will be through a random tweet on a random Tuesday. The Master Sword design we saw in the
might as well
game's
go
title
south.
logo didn't really happen. This design made it out as if we'd acquire a part metal, part energy blade. Truth is, the lore of the Zonai-ified Master Sword isn't as cool as that. It's still cool and interesting, but what this design actually turned out to be is the ability to fuse with the Master Sword, which is a rather interesting bit of lore for the Blade of Evil's Bane. Part of me thinks maybe a part energy blade was in mind at some stage, and then later scrapped, but I guess we'll never know. I am happy with the Blade's lore we got though. It's just a shame we cannot upgrade it as of right now. To fit the number 69 spot, let's talk about some lore with one of my favourite new characters, Taro. He's... whoa,
Wait a
he's
second.
a lot. He's hot. Let's just get that out there. An interesting thing about this guy is that in the lore of this game, he enjoys and would prefer to be naked. I'm not even kidding. Read his dialogue again. The man literally says stuff like, "Trust me, I understand. If I could run around in nothing but my unmentionables, I just might. Or otherwise,
He's a
I wouldn't bother
nudist?
so much with clothing. Better to feel the breeze on my skin while I work." His unmentionables? I cannot believe I actually read that in a Zelda game. Please bring this guy back in the next game, Nintendo.
That's so
Pretty
funny.
please. The sun rising and setting is changed in Tears of the Kingdom.
What the
This might
hell?
not seem that
What the hell
important,
is
but it
this?
does raise some questions in terms of lore. If you go to a spot in this game and observe how the sun rises and sets, then observe from the exact same spot in Breath of the Wild, you'll notice that it is
Oh my
completely
God.
different. This
I
has
feel
led
like
some fans to
Taro's a
believe it means Tears of the Kingdom
himbo.
takes place in a different timeline from Breath of the Wild. I don't personally agree with that take, but it is an interesting one. My take on this is that it has something to do with the upheaval and the effects that took on the land in regards to bringing back stuff from ancient times. In those ancient times, the cycle of the sun rising and setting very well could have been entirely different. That's my
there we
take.
go.
But this piece of lore in general
That's
is pretty
tricky.
interesting and will most likely be a part of some future theories of mine and many others. I love the magic armor in past games. There have been some cool theories regarding the various iterations of the armor over the years, and Tears of the Kingdom brought it back in the form of the mystic armor. In this game, it definitely has some cool lore. Firstly, it takes on the design of a blupee. Secondly, as magic armor goes, it stops you from losing hearts when damaged, but at some sort of cost. In this case, it drains rupees instead. But what makes that really interesting is that it might actually have the magic or powers of blupees, as when they are hurt, they drop rupees. It seems like whoever made this armor
that's
knew how to
interesting.
work with whatever abilities the blupees have. Could this perhaps go even deeper and be connected to the Lord of the Mountain? Perhaps we'll look into that in its own video someday. Returning to the
It's an
Yiga
idea.
lore, the fact that Link can now pass Yiga exams to become a qualified Blade Master is crazy
fucking
cool.
sick.
Especially
Yeah,
when my
I
first
really
video to
love
ever really
the
gain a lot of
earthquake
views was
technique. I
about
think
Link
that's
joining
awesome.
them, and then the
It
sequel
seems
videos
like
I
in
made.
this game,
That
like,
dates
we
back
just
to 2017 when
exploited
Breath of the Wild was
right?
released,
Ganon
and the
exploited
fact that
Zelda,
Yiga lore
we're
now actually has
exploiting
Blade
Yiga,
Master
you know what I
exams
mean?
is so cool
So
to me.
I just
There might
don't
need to
want
be a new
anyone
addition to my
surprised when it
What
gets
If
to a
Link Joined the
point
Yiga Clan
where
saga.
We're gonna get an exploited Link.
The
or
process
Dark
of
Link
upgrading the
Return or
Master
something
Sword
like
is one
that,
of
you
the
know what I mean?
coolest new bits of lore this game brought.
yes, we
Not
found the
only is it
progress.
sent back in time, but Zelda turns into a
Yes,
damn
we have found
dragon,
the
binding the
progress.
Master Sword to herself and healing it over thousands of years for Link to retrieve
That'd
it in
be
the
sick.
present day. This whole section of lore amazed me, and I just love it. The lore of the Julian Peaks is interesting, as we are told a tale in Breath of the Wild about how it was split down the middle by a dragon. This was just a tale
how many do I
though,
have to
a
add?
legend and nothing more. Now, in Tears of the
Do I have to
Kingdom,
pop
this
it?
lore has been built on. Not only can we see on the ancient map of Hyrule that the peaks are in fact just one in ancient times, but also with all of the new dragon lore, it seems even more likely to actually be the case that a dragon split this mountain in half. The light dragon, perhaps? Oh
We already
man,
heard
that would
this
cause some
dragon theory.
serious timeline, time travel issues in the lore. But I'd secretly love it.
Yarg.
Going back to Gloom for a moment, the terrifying Gloom spawn is, well, terrifying. Bloody terrifying. A rather interesting bit of lore about them is that despite being an enemy sourced from Ganondorf, they don't pick up on the camera ruin, as in, they aren't recognized as anything like other
Yeah.
enemies are.
Yeah, it's only Phantom
The
Ganon
lore of the
that
Lightning
is
Temple
afterwards.
is something
That's
I've
what
been
we
trying to
tried.
figure
I
out
literally
ever
tried
since
to
I
get rid of
discovered
that. I
it. It's my
discovered that.
favourite dungeon in the game by far, and it's so cool. I've seen some interesting takes regarding it, but one I actually think might be onto something is that it could actually be the desert pyramid that was an urban legend in Ocarina of Time. Another cool potential bit of lore is that we create a golden triangle in order to reveal the temple, possibly
Yeah.
in connection to the Triforce.
Well, you would
Whatever the
think
case,
so, but
the lore
we
here
don't
is
wanna
very
talk about the
interesting, going
Triforce
off
in
all
this
of the
game, it's
mysteries
dumb.
surrounding it and found within it. The new enemies that have suddenly just appeared are, in lore terms, here due to Ganondorf. These are his servants, and they are here to
Yeah.
do damage. I
Yeah.
just find it cool that there is actual lore to explain these enemies, rather than it just being they appear,
I'm very
or
happy that
something
there's
generic like
likes in
that.
this game. I'm
It may
just
have already
very
been
happy to
known
see
in
it.
some ways, but the fact that goddess statues can sense each other and their condition fascinated me. You learn this by talking to the statues found in the springs, and they can all recognize that the statue in the Forgotten Temple has fallen, setting off a little quest as well. Hylia lore is neat lore. A
What did
very
it say?
cool bit of
Hylian
lore
lore
which I
is what
found
lore?
out about thanks to the amazing Lorulian historian is that all Gloom weapons actually have the inscription Kotake and Kyume, further adding to that Ganondorf lore
really?
earlier discussed.
I didn't notice
The archaic
that.
tunic, which was used in
That's
more or
awesome.
less all of this game's promotion, was
Oh
for a
shit,
while
that's a
believed to be
key.
Link's new main tunic. However, it's actually just a non-upgradable starter set. However, the lore behind it is interesting, and much like the Zonite armor as previously discussed, we can see Hylians in the ancient past wear this design. It likely originates from this time frame as well, and is described as old-fashioned. It has a very subtle but cool Triforce design as well, which could have some serious lore implications, but it's probably not much more than a style choice based on the Triforce. The dating school that we saw in Gerudo Town in Breath of the Wild was a really cool insight to Gerudo culture and life in this day and age. In Tears of the Kingdom, those classes about meeting and talking to 𝖃 have evolved, and that is really awesome to see.
Yep, I made links
Staying in
sit there for a
Gerudo
couple
Town,
of
in the
classes.
bunker
It's kinda
beneath the
funny
town,
how,
we can
like,
discover
how much he
that they
offers
once
to help
again
for
have a
it. He's
jail.
all like,
I say
"Count
once
me
again
in."
because in terms of
Every
lore, the
keyword
Gerudo were
that we
known
had
for having jail
is funny.
cells, and it turns out they still do. I doubt this is a reference to past games though, and more of just the development into Gerudo lore in this
Yeah,
era
we don't
of
even
the
know where their
series.
main jail cell is in the Gerudo
The horse god
Town. It was, like,
Melania
it
has
only happened
moved
to be down
location
there.
just as the Great Fairies have. That in itself is new, but something I found really interesting is what happens when you sleep in a Melania bed at stables. In your sleep, the horse god will actually speak to Link and guide him to find where he is. His services have upgraded a little too, as you can boost your horse's stats by bringing Melania meals.
I think that's pretty
a
awesome.
Cool lore
that at
development,
least we
if you
can do
ask me.
something with the meals part.
A massive piece
I
of
like
lore
that.
about Ganondorf is who is he? Well, he's the Gandaddy, of course, but what I really mean in terms of the game's lore is, if Ganondorf was down here ever since the founding era of Hyrule, sealed beneath the castle the entire time, then how can the other appearances of Ganondorf be explained, if in this new lore, he is explained to have been sealed down here? Well, it may seem problematic at first, but I actually heard a very interesting take online recently that described it as if Ganondorf is a candle, but there can be two flames. Could that be the case in the explanation here? Or is it actually just the new lore contradicting the existing lore? It's interesting regardless.
I don't even know.
Tarrey Town is back and better than ever. In Breath of the Wild, we helped build this town, and back in the day, I made a video about the site in which we built, as before the plans had even begun, the site had a goddess statue. But why? Well, Tears of the Kingdom's lore appears to have built on that, as in the depths below there is an abandoned Tarrey mine. Could this be hinting at the existence of a settlement here prior to Tarrey Town, as we built it up in Breath of the Wild? I think so, as there needs to be a reason for a goddess statue just being here all alone prior to the town as we built it ever existing. Following the final dragon tier, we are dropped back off to the Rist Peninsula, but now surrounded by silent princess flowers, the flower associated with Princess Zelda, who is now the Light Dragon.
I really like
this shows us that Zelda is truly still in there. It's also a cool detail, as Silent Princess can also be found at the Master Sword's usual resting place by the Great Deku
what he
Tree.
just saw, realizing that she's the
During the
dragon, you know,
Gerudo
like,
Assault
holy
memory,
shit.
we see that the smoking hot Gerudo
thought
can
it was, like,
actually
the most
summon what appears to
human
be trained
moment of,
Molduga.
like,
This
at
was
that
mentioned to me recently, as this memory basically confirms that Molduga are not evil by nature like bokoblins and other monsters, but rather, they are just territorial creatures which can be dangerous, as you'll know if you've ever gone near one, but they are not actually part of Ganondorf's natural evil monsters. Even in the scene where we see Ganondorf summoning the monsters, no Molduga are there, and it even starts in the Gerudo Desert. The Gerudo trained them to the sounds of this instrument. Zonai is a curious material. It does hold a fair amount of lore, but in a variety of small ways. From the Zonai armor to the Zonai weapons, all the way to being a currency to build with. Sure, it's just a game mechanic, but as a Zelda tuber, I am required to overthink things at least a few times a video. It's a type of ore with some sort of energy within it, likely the very same used to forge Zonai charges and crystallized charges. Does this make it a fuel of sorts? I believe so, yes. Going off of that earlier point about how the Master Sword was repaired and strengthened, the power of recall in general is crazy, evidently with how Zelda used it to bring the Master Sword into the ancient past and work her magic. The recall we as Link can use is limited to reversing movement, however when in the hands of Princess Zelda, and presumably others such as Sonia and Rauru, it can be used in different ways, such as bringing an object physically through time, without it going back to its place after a set time, like how we can use it. I found the lore behind Recall to be extremely cool, and definitely something that will be considered a big part of Zelda lore going forward. Speaking of which, I could see it being used again in this way in some potential future DLC. Bloopy Burrow is a fascinating location found directly below Satori Mountain, which makes sense given we saw the cute creatures in numbers here. Now adding to the lore of the mysterious glowing mountain, we learn that deep below is a burrow packed with these creatures. It's interesting to see them in the depths, and I'm curious if this is in terms of the lore, where they come from. It very well could be, which would be an awesome little addition to their already cool lore. The pirate invaders, which are actually just regular monsters on pirate ships, can be found causing issues up and down the shoreline, most notably in Lurelin Village. This is new lore in itself, but what it makes me wonder is if this is a new development of the monsters, such as their hideout on Eventide Island, or if this has something to do with the upheaval, possibly meaning they acted like this in the ancient past when Ganondorf first invaded Hyrule. It's a cool part of the game, but I do wonder about that.
Wait, did I not do
As
this?
mentioned earlier, the ancient sages all wear masks. An interesting secret which could extend to lore, and does in my eyes, is that if you wear the divine helmets found in the game, of the 4 main dungeon sages, they'll then equip the sage masks that we saw their ancestors wearing. For me, this further adds to that previous lore speculation I mentioned in thinking the ancient sages' names are that of the divine beast names. This also shows us that in lore terms, there is a connection with these masks. Whilst the Sheikah tech from Breath of the Wild is more or less all gone, there is some new Sheikah tech surprisingly. Whatever powers these new towers is done with some new technology, as seen at the Lookout Landing. This isn't anything major, as I doubt Ganondorf could manipulate this and destroy the kingdom with it, but it's a cool little development. Going back to the beginning of the game, Link and Princess Zelda are investigating the depths of Hyrule Castle to get to the bottom of where the gloom is coming from. All of this was based on the appearance of gloom entering the surface and actually affecting people in ways such as making them ill and weak. Naturally, yeah, you'd go and investigate that, but something I find interesting is that even as a royal, apparently Zelda had no idea there was even anything below the castle. We can find this out by reading Purah's diary, and honestly, it is surprising, especially considering the fact the Hyrulean royal family have a bit of a record when it comes to keeping dark secrets from the public. Looking at you, Shadow Temple, aka torture chamber used during the Civil War.
Somewhere where she shouldn't be.
The Hyrulean royals are pretty brutal and secretive. Surely King Rome and the Queen knew. I just find it odd that Zelda didn't. Now, I obviously don't mean that any of them didn't know about Ganondorf. I'm sure that secret did fall into legend, but there being some form of underground, it's questionable. But hey, it's cool lore. A bit of lore that was in Breath of the Wild, but also returned in Tears of the Kingdom, is this metalwork in the Hyrule Castle throne room. I chose to include this, as if you didn't play the previous game, or just didn't happen to see this, it's worth knowing, as whilst being more of an Easter egg, in lore terms it could hold meaning. This actually shows us the musical notes used for playing Zelda's lullaby back in Ocarina of Time. That song is kept within the royal family and used for various things in Ocarina of Time. So it makes sense that it's being kept within the family, and this is a very cool way of displaying it.
That's awesome.
Going back to Yiga lore, but on a more serious note, their development really impressed and interested me. I thought it would be tough to bring them back and add more to their existing lore and history, but Nintendo managed to do it with turning the Yiga into a mostly underground operation. They have several bases across the depths, as well as Koga being found a few times for some fun boss battles involving Zonai builds, which is the lore I find the most interesting. The Yiga in this game are trying to figure out Zonai tech to aid Ganondorf in destroying the world, as Koga puts it. This is really interesting to me and will be fun to come back to when working on theories. This next bit of lore might seem a bit obvious, but I suppose not if you haven't cleared the thunderstorm surrounding the Thunderhead Isles. Once the storm is clear, you can see that on the map, from above these islands, actually take on the shape of a dragon, with the head being the same design seen with the Zonai emitters and other Zonai dragon designs.
Oops.
The reward for completing every shrine in the game is lore heavy. Upon completion of the final shrine, you'll be directed to the Temple of Time for a reward. In there, you are given the Ancient Heroes aspect, a one-piece full outfit which envelops Link and changes his appearance to the Ancient Hero. The outfit description reads, "This item is said to contain the spirit of a hero who once saved Hyrule. The hero's aura will envelop the wearer." Though this hero doesn't appear Hylian as you'd probably have guessed, rather green with red hair and a red tail. But then again, it was never said that the spirit of the hero must be within a Hylian, because this hero appears pretty Zonai. What this new lore also extends to is the ancient tapestry seen in Breath of the Wild. So many theories were made on the identity of this heroic figure seen here, questioning why he has red hair and doesn't fully resemble Link as we know him. Well, that's because it clearly isn't.
But
it's
they needed a
whoever
Zelda
this
at that
was.
Time.
Is this perhaps a very ancient
Ganon,
Link, or maybe
Zelda.
a completely different
And they
character
didn't
who
have
just
that. They
also
had
had
Sonya
the
and
spirit
Rauru.
of the hero? Whatever the case is, this is some
where I'm
pretty damn interesting
their
lore.
whole time swap shit.
We're almost there, folks. The 99th piece of lore I found fascinating, no, mind-blowing, is that dragonification is in fact reversible. Throughout the entirety of this adventure and collecting the memories of Zelda in the ancient past, it was built up so well and insanely emotional that Zelda's sacrifice would be irreversible, but necessary in order to save Hyrule from definite darkness. In the moments following the defeat of Dragondorf, the stunning scene of Link, Rauru, and Sonya combining powers in order to reverse Zelda's dragonification was incredible. Normally, I would have been thinking, of course there's a way for Zelda to return and be safe, but Tears of the Kingdom really made me feel like her sacrifice was going to be for good. Obviously this isn't easy to miss, but what is that this technically means dragonification is reversible in general. Not exclusive to Princess Zelda, at least that's fair to assume, and something I didn't really think about at first. Probably because I was way too busy trying not to sob on stream.
Wait a second. Midna just fucking cooked. What? That would explain a lot too. Because again, we know that within the royal family, just like we know they probably had princes and sons and blah blah blah, right? And they had like other people they copulated with, etc., etc. It doesn't mean that every single descendant was female. So if that was a male at that time, he probably had the spirit of courage in him, since all the other powers were aligned and allotted where they were supposed to be. But that would actually that would make so much more sense, because then he could have continued his descendant line, but then that would also mean everyone's kind of part Zonai. You know what I mean? Like how would that look? Like look at him. He's like 100% Rauru and like just smaller. Like that's just, but that could answer quite a bit. It could. And he would have been a carrier of the bloodline down on and on and on. So interesting. But like how does he speak to Sonia, or like how does Sonia and Rauru speak to that character? Because that could tell you a lot too, their demeanor or how they speak with him. If it's like very professional or this or that, you know, I guess you could still talk to your kid that way if you're king and queen or whatever, you know. But like King Roam doesn't really do that with Zelda. He's just a little bitch.
As the main story came to a conclusion. I don't think any of us missed it being reversible in Zelda, but I think the consideration of this being possible for anyone, say the other three dragons we know of, has been a bit missed out on.
For sure.
It's a very interesting thought.
Oops. Oh my god.
Here we are, folks. Number 100. Congratulations to everyone who has endured listening to me for however long this video has gone on for. And before getting into the last point, I just want to say thank you. It means a lot. Now, to end off a grand video like this, the only appropriate way to finish off is to say something a little bit controversial. The final bit of lore that some of you will disagree with, and some of you will agree with, is that Z-Link is now canon. Discuss.
Fight! 3, 2, 1, fight! Z-Link is canon to me, 100%. And for people who say that it's not, I don't. I think those are people who lack empathy or lack like interpersonal relationships.
Thank you so much for watching this video. It's been really fun to work on this video, like, as I've been keeping all of these bits and pieces of lore in mind from...
I know someone, I have a friend who's autistic, and they totally would get it. They totally would get it. A marathon of Legend of Zelda theories and mysteries, question mark. Anyone have a suggestion on a video they'd want to play next? Or want us to listen to next? This has been pretty epic on a lot of interesting facts we got. The future of the Legend of Zelda, Tears in Reality. Oh my god. Oh, I can't wait to do a bunch of history thingies. I would like to, but this guy was like really hard. Wait, hold on. Oh no, Swagmaster wasn't too hard to listen to. Actually, he was fine. I was thinking about a different guy that we listened to that was really hard to like follow along with. It was that 5-minute cooking video. Okay, let's watch this. Let's see how this one goes. If my Opera GX can stop lagging, it's pissing me off. How do I refresh the cache on this? Hard refresh a single page. They're browsing data for specific all sites. Settings.
The story in Tears of the Kingdom is a lot like your uncle promising you a...
God, it's rough, isn't it? Holy cow, look at that. Okay, go into settings, privacy, security.
cool surprise, only to end up in the middle of the desert missing a kidney. There was so much build-up and promise, but ultimately they not only let us down, but they made all other Zelda lore feel pointless. I can't be the only one that remembers the hype of the very first trailer they showed. I watched it 5 times in a row, then in slow motion, then backward. There was so much to unpack. There were cool runes, and of course Ganondorf. There were so many questions that came from this trailer. Which Ganondorf is that? What is that hand? What are those runes? I was so excited to play Tears of the Kingdom to see how this game fit in with the rest. But when I finally played it, I was really disappointed to find out that it didn't answer any of these questions. The tone of the story was set when they destroyed the Master Sword. They decided to cast aside old relics in favor of a new, much less interesting story. The story was not only bad, it was harmful. While I was playing it, I couldn't help but think that even I could write a better story than this. So that's what I'm doing.
This guy is fucking funny. He's only, I'm not satisfied with this. I'm just gonna make a whole new story. I'm just gonna make it better. Put me in the Nintendo writing office already. This guy's funny. When you hyperfixate on stuff, huh?
Before we can get to my version of the story, and trust me, we'll get there, we need to understand what went wrong with the story in Tears of the Kingdom. I think the problems in this story can be broken down into just 3 categories: presentation, writing, and retcons. Personally, I think that the presentation and the retcons are a lot more important, so let's start with writing. Now, when I say writing, I'm not talking about the specific lines of dialogue that characters say, although some of them could use work. I'm talking about the actual writing conventions that were completely ignored in this game. For example, if I were to ask you, what is the theme of this game? Could you give me an answer? Well, I asked my audience the same question, and barely anyone could agree on a theme. So this is because there isn't a theme. There are several attempts at a theme. You could say that the theme is sacrifice, since both Zelda and Rauru sacrifice themselves. But that's completely overshadowed by the theme of friendship with Link and the Sages. They were trying to do too much all at once. So, how do we fix this? Well, it's actually pretty easy. We just pick a theme and run with it. To write a good theme, you need to ask a question, and then the main story beats try to answer that question. I think the question that Tears of the Kingdom should be asking is, what does it mean to rule? This question is a direct result of the events from the previous game. Zelda is faced with the task of rebuilding an entire nation. And then she gets transported to the past, where she meets Rauru and Ganondorf. They are both kings who have very different ideas of what it means to rule. Zelda can watch these 2 men clash and learn from their mistakes. Then the story can end with Zelda choosing to sacrifice herself because that's what leaders do. The next thing Tears of the Kingdom screwed up is retcons. Retcons are where you retroactively go back and change things that were already established in a story. There's a lot of lore that's existed in the past 35 plus years. It would be unreasonable to expect the writers to include every single tidbit of lore that's ever been presented. It's not unreasonable for Zelda fans to want some kind of consistency with the lore. For example, we have the Master Sword getting absolutely obliterated by spaghetti at the beginning of the game. Everything in the series up to this point has reinforced the idea that the Master Sword is the ultimate weapon against evil. There is an entire game dedicated to the lore and creation of this divine weapon. And then suddenly Ganondorf's like, spaghetti. And it's just over. Speaking of Ganondorf, one of the most frustrating inconsistencies in this game is that Ganondorf is there at all. Before this game, every single version of Ganondorf is killed. He dies. End of story. Now, this doesn't mean that you can't bring Ganondorf back in a new game. It just means that you need a freaking good reason to do it. And Tears of the Kingdom doesn't give us anything close to an explanation. It's just disrespectful to the lore that fans have come to love. So, how do we fix this? Let's start by making sure the Master Sword doesn't get destroyed. So instead of blowing it to pieces, we can work around it by just pulling the Wind Waker. Sure, you have the Master Sword, and it's not going to break, but it's lost its power due to thousands of years of not being used. Instead of the Master Sword shattering, let's just have it get knocked out of Link's hand. It happens all the time. This way, Zelda can still pick up the sword, take it with her to the past, and then Link can get blasted with spaghetti and knocked down to 3 hearts. The rest of these inconsistencies really just need an explanation. Have Ganondorf in this game drop a line where he explicitly states that Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time is a completely different person. He can say something about his ancestor who once conquered Hyrule, and this way we don't have to guess. Another example would be removing the line where Rauru says that he's the first king of Hyrule. There was no reason to add this in. You can still have the exact same story play out.
The current king is Hyrule.
Without
He could have
this
just said
information.
that.
All this does is alienate the audience further by saying that even if the other games did happen, they happened so far in the past that they no longer matter. Just cut the line. The world can feel so much more lively and fleshed out if we simply see the...
I know for sure, in Ocarina of Time, he's killed. For sure we killed him. But because we go back in time, he doesn't die. And then in Twilight Princess, again, we don't kill him. We seal him away. I'm pretty sure. So that's why I believe, right? Is that real? Is that correct? I have to look this up now. End of Twilight. Do we seal Ganon or kill him? Link drives the Master Sword into Ganondorf's chest, seemingly killing him, but it's a vision of Zant snapping Ganondorf's neck that delivers the actual death blow, ending the conflict by destroying Ganondorf's physical form and spirit, though his power returns in a reoccurring theme in Zelda lore. Okay, so he actually dies then too. Because when we go back in time, he's not dead. So if he died in Twilight Princess, all of this is just like, if he was sealed away from Rauru and them, like, again, I'm seeing Tears of the Kingdom happening years later after everything. So it makes sense that he would come back up because he's just going to be the next generation that comes. I have seen this as like a whole other Ganon.
The cause and effect relationship between this game and the previous ones. Finally, we have presentation, the biggest problem the story has. In fact, I think the other two problems could have been worked with if they hadn't messed this one up so bad. The memories that Zelda leaves around Hyrule for you to find was the worst possible method they could have picked to present this story. Not only is it very easy for memories to be viewed out of order, causing major spoilers, but the memories they show lack any real weight behind them. They are weak attempts to justify the gameplay decisions that the developers made. They lack character development and they lack urgency. So, how do we fix this? It's actually pretty simple. Let me play as Zelda. If you want me to be engaged with a story, let me be the one that moves it along. Give me short backstories where we play as Zelda and we get to uncover the story for ourselves. I really think it's a brainless missed opportunity by the developers. People have been asking for a playable Zelda since the beginning, and they will never
producers are
stop.
Waiting.
These were
Hold
some
on. I
general
think they're
problems.
waiting for their best game to come out for a brand new Zelda with a whole new story to give us the option to play both. I think they're waiting for that. I think they're gonna wait for that feature as a surprise. Yes, we didn't get it here. Okay, fine. This was like one whole big story anyway, right? So we have to just like gulp it in and accept it. Like that's just how this went. But that could be a very clear opportunity that they'll probably bring up in for the next one. Again, like we said, we know that they need to figure out their physics and shit before we even get a remake of Ocarina of Time. Like they got to get that leveled up to where they want it before we get that game. So anyway, that's end of rant. Keep going.
That I had with the story and quick explanations about how I think we could address them. But
we're all watching.
I promised you that I would fix the story. And I think the only way I can do that is to rewrite it entirely. So, without further ado, here is my new
I just
and
love the
improved
ambition of someone wanting
Tears
to
of the Kingdom.
rewrite
The game will start in
like,
almost
get
the
this
exact
crazy,
same
you know?
way. Zelda and Link descend deep into the royal passageway, find Ganondorf, and Zelda picks up the stone that falls from Raru's hand. However, their confrontation with Ganondorf will go just slightly different. Instead of Ganondorf busting the Master Sword into pieces, we can have him simply knock it out of Link's hand. Then, Zelda goes to pick up the Master Sword, but before she can get it back to Link, the floor below her collapses. This sets up the same dual storyline with Zelda in the past and Link in the present, but this time they don't undo all the lore behind the Master Sword. Now the story can continue following Link for the moment. He still wakes up on the Sky Island with his arm completely replaced by Raru's, and then Raru explains the situation and grants Link the abilities in the game. This time, however, there will be two main differences. Number one, when you get the Purah Pad from the Zonai construct, they tell you that Zelda left messages on the device. However, when you check it, you find out that they've been corrupted because it has been so long. The construct then advises you to find someone who can fix it. We will get back to this point later in the video. 2. When the Great Sky Island is completed, Raru goes with you as a companion character. You have his arm, so why not? He can travel with you, but only you can hear his voice. This will let him give insights into new areas you go to, or give you information on enemies that you fight. He can also act as the exposition dump, just like Midna in Twilight Princess, who knew where all the fused shadows were and the Mirror of Twilight. Raru can guide you to the places you need to go. Now that you've finished the Great Sky Island, we can make our way to Lookout Landing. Here, you talk to Purah and tell her about the Purah Pad being corrupted. She tells you that she can fix it, but she needs some special materials to do it. Luckily, each of these materials can be found in the 4 regions of Hyrule. She'll also tell you that ever since they repurposed the Divine Beasts and Sheikah Towers, they've had a huge improvement for life in Hyrule. They installed electric lighting in many places, they have heaters for when it gets cold, and they were able to create better forms of travel with their new towers. They used just about every piece of ancient technology they could get their hands on, but some of it mysteriously disappeared after the calamity. She'll also tell you that some of the shrines scattered throughout the map fell into deep chasms, and that Robbie is leading a team to investigate them. So now you have an objective. You are going to get special ancient materials from each race of people. These scenarios play out about how you would expect. You get to the locations, they tell you that they would really like to help, but they have a big problem that they're trying to fix right now. So,
it's not even in the trunk.
Link, you help them, and you complete the 4 dungeons in the process. Then, when you beat the dungeon, the old sages tell you a story. However, this time, they tell you about Zelda finding them and recruiting them as a sage for each respective element. Very similar to the Champions Ballad in Breath of the Wild. Oh, and one more small change in this section. I'm making Cass the new Sage of Wind because it's my video and I get to do what I want. Each time you get a new material from each region, you can go back to Purah and she will recover part of the records on the Purah Pad. As soon as she does this, you will unlock a playable memory that you can access at any time from the Purah Pad. There will be 4 memories and they will go as follows. Number 1, where in tarnation am I? Number 2, we are literally at war. Number 3, just girl stuff. And number 4, wait, did Sonia just die? And now I'll explain each of these memories in great detail. Memory 1. We will open with Zelda starting a recording on the Purah Pad.
No harm in documentation.
The camera then switches to third person with that weird bug thing that Link uses for selfies. The memory then opens up to the player to walk around and try to figure out what's going on. You somehow ended up in the canyon connecting the Gerudo Desert and Hyrule. You still have the Master Sword, so you can swing that baby around if you want. Obviously not as well as Link, but you're not completely helpless. There's a wooden structure up ahead, and naturally the player will start to walk toward it. But as you do, you hear someone yelling at you from behind the wooden barricade.
Are you insane?
What are you doing out there?
You
see a man dressed in armor waving his hands frantically.
That'd be dumb.
Get behind cover! Quickly!
Maybe
as
because
he
he just
you can
sees
see
him
the
as
ground start to tremble.
for it, but
and from
whatever.
around the bend, you see dozens of Gerudo women on horseback. At this point, it's definitely time to run for the barricade. You have time to make it to the barricade before the horses get to you, but the arrows they're shooting at you are not quite as forgiving. You can still hear the same man screaming at you to get cover. She's not going to make it! Raru, she needs help! Now, the gameplay changes into a cutscene with the arrows hurtling straight for Zelda. But, just as they're about to land, Raru appears and creates a magical barrier, and the arrows all collide and fall pointlessly to the ground. Raru grabs Zelda and starts pulling her toward the barricade. The Gerudo women begin closing the gap, bringing their spears to a threatening position. Behind the front lines, archers ready another volley of arrows. Rauru lets go of Zelda and faces down the cavalry. He fumbles for a second in his pocket before pulling out a tear-shaped stone. He then, rather shakily, rams it into an ornamented gauntlet. As he fumbles in his panicked state, the volley of arrows streak from the Gerudo. Raru's eyes grow wide, and in desperation he throws his hands out, forming a barrier of light, with which the volley of arrows collides. In a panic, the Gerudo women try to pull their horses to stop. Then, in one magnificent display of power, Rauru unleashes a burst of energy directly at the cavalry. The powerful beam carves a deep gash into the canyon wall. Dust fills the air, and an eerie silence falls over the battle. Then, after a moment, anguished cries fill the air. Zelda looks on in horror, and then back to Rauru.
How did...
Zelda trails off when she notices that Rauru is staring at the top of the canyon. There, overlooking the carnage, is a silhouette. The camera zooms to reveal Ganondorf standing high above his troops. He looks down
This is
on the
just his
destruction
imagination
and
of how
slowly
he would
shakes
put the
his head
story. I'm
and
not
walks
even really
away.
looking...
Zelda
like, you
stares
guys
up
can
where the
see the
figure
video,
stood
but I'm actually
and
not
stares
looking
back
at it.
Rauru in
Because I'm looking at the
Rauru
game, but I'm
looks
going back and forth
pointedly at
between the
Zelda.
Korok
Then
map.
his expression changes from
So I can't
vindictive
even tell if
anger
it's in that
to
game or not.
absolute befuddlement, before falling into a politely
Watch me, I'm gonna
curious
forget all
expression.
of this
He
anyway
surveys
by the
Zelda
time we get
briefly,
to the game,
and his
so
eyes
I'm not
rest
even
on the
worried.
Master Sword
All
before
good.
he speaks.
Come with me.
The cutscene then transitions back into gameplay. Now you get to follow Rauru all the way back to the Great Plateau. Along the way, Rauru begins to interrogate Zelda. He then asks how she managed to get that sword. She explains about her encounter with a mummified
Cass
warlock
died
who
this
attacked her in Link. When
He
Rauru
must
hears
have
the
died.
name Link, he seems surprised
I have
before
a
he
feeling
asks
he's
what her
dead.
name is. She tells him that she is Zelda, daughter of King Rome Bosphoramos Hyrule, and Princess of Hyrule.
That's very interesting. Because, as far as I'm aware, I'm the King of Hyrule.
This provokes a conversation where Rauru explains that the king was killed, and since he married Princess Sonia, he became the king by default. During this conversation, there will be small puzzles for you to solve along the journey. It would be best if these puzzles highlighted the differences
So that's the
between Link and
consensus. I
Zelda.
had hoped we'd
For
find him on a
example, we
random
could see some of the
Sky
fledgling
Island
designs of robots
Yeah.
built by the
I-
Sheikah that Zelda can help
I think
fix.
that would have been
Anything
really
to
nice
show
if we
Zelda's
did.
prowess as an
And they
engineer
could have
and
just
field
left him like
scientist.
that. And
Once
they
you
could have
make
just
your
put him
way
back
to the
in the
Great
village. I
Plateau,
don't know
you
why
will
they
be
couldn't have
approached
just
by
coded
Sonia,
that.
and
That's
the
so
gameplay
easy to
transitions
do.
back
But to have
into
him
a
completely
cutscene.
disappear.
Sonia is obviously
I mean-
counting the people returning in various wagons. She runs up to Rauru,
It could
concerned.
also be set up
Where
that
are
he's
the
in a
others?
different world, right?
Panic
Like
is
think about
evident
it.
in
Like
her
maybe
face.
he's gonna be
They
somewhere
are all
else
unharmed.
in the next
We left
Zelda
a few
game,
behind
and
to
maybe
hold
we
the
come
blockade.
across him. Like
I wouldn't
I'm
mind. After the show I put on for
I'm a
Ganondorf,
Susan Bard
I don't think
or
he'll
something
try another
like that.
charge in that position.
Sonia
Who
looks
is
flustered
that?
and a
Who
little
did
shaken.
this to me?
Did you use the stone?
I got
Rauru
like,
glances
I got
back at
spidered.
Zelda, then responds.
My hairs just stood
I
up.
didn't have too much say in the matter.
There you
Sonia
are.
looks at him
Soul.
eagerly.
What are you
What did
working
it
on
feel
today?
like?
What
Are you
doing?
injured?
Rauru seems
What are you up to?
uncomfortable with the questions, but responds solemnly.
It
Oh,
was
here we go.
exhilarating. I felt like a god.
Sonia seems concerned.
Are we sure we should be
I
using
missed the
such
dance
power
buttons. Oh
as
yeah,
a weapon?
that's right. I took the
Rauru
dance buttons
thinks
off.
for a
I
moment,
just took
stroking
them
his
off for a
chin.
little bit.
Then shakes his
Well, I
head.
took them
My
off for the
people
boss
created
fight.
those stones
I
to be
did.
used.
I didn't want
It's a
anything
miracle
in
we
the
were able to
boss
find
fight.
them at all.
I was like, please,
It
God,
would be a
no.
waste not to use that power to defend.
Would you dye your hair too?
Rauru
We
then
can only
looks
hope.
back at Zelda
Honestly,
before he
yeah, it's
speaks.
all we can do.
I
We can
believe
even
we
just
have
fucking
something that
hope
you may
in
find
general
even
that we're
more
gonna get an
interesting
Ocarina
than
of
these
Time
stones.
remake. That's
Rauru then
hope.
gestures to
Was
Zelda.
this confirmed
This
by
young lady
Nintendo?
claims
I'm
to be
just
Zelda,
asking.
the Princess of Hyrule.
I
But
don't think
see
it
how
was.
such a thing can be
I think this
possible.
is fan
Sonia stares back
assumption,
at
right?
Rauru, then down to Zelda, and
Ooh, you
finally
did
at the
dark
Master
blue.
Sword.
Did you
She
do
puts
it on
her
like the
hand to her
bottom half
mouth
of your
and
hair, or do you
whispers.
do it like at the top
Zelda?
half, or just like
Gently,
tips?
she puts her hand forward, and as she does so, the stone on her necklace begins to glow. She pulls her hand back
I don't think anyone
reflexively,
would notice.
then looks at Zelda,
Hair's pretty good
almost
at blending
frightened.
things in, you know?
You shouldn't be here. This shouldn't even be possible. Unless...
She looks into Zelda's eyes. Then she looks at the stone on Raru's hand.
How could you... Let
From
me
what
see
I've
the
heard,
stone.
it's never
Zelda
confirmed
stares
by
back
Nintendo,
blankly.
just
The
assumption.
what?
So just
Zelda
fan-based
continues to
assumption,
stare
yeah.
in baffled
Okay.
confusion,
It's the
then
bottom half-ish. I
understanding
think like
envelops
like
her
bottom
features.
half the
She then
hair
reaches
is like
into her
pretty
pocket
cool.
and pulls out the stone she picked up from her encounter with
I think it's really
Ganondorf.
cool when
Rauru
people do
and
it like
Sonia
blonde,
exchange looks.
where they do it like
Then
blonde reverse.
Sonia speaks.
Well,
like, you do black
it
on
would
top and blonde
definitely be
underneath.
interesting
Like,
to learn how
I think
two
it's
of
really
those
cool.
stones can exist at the
I've
same
been kind
time.
of seeing
And
like reverse
memory one.
highlights
This
people
version
have
of the
done, and
memory
I'm thinking to
serves the
myself, I was
purpose
like,
of
that
three
was, like,
different
fucking
memories.
sick. Like, I can see
You have the two
anime
memories in
characters
Tears of the
in the future
Kingdom
having,
that
like,
just serve
hairstyles
as
like
setup,
this, you know what I
and the
mean?
memory where
Like having
Ganondorf attacks
red inner
Highway.
highlights and then
Since
the tips
we are
are
making
black. Like,
playable
that's fucking
memories,
cool.
we have a little more
Your
room to
natural hair is
world
glowing.
build by
But it's
interacting with
growing on me, to be
NPCs
honest, so I feel
or
like
by
doing
observing
effort
the
and going to
environment.
dive
This
again
lets us cover a
tomorrow.
bit
That's
more
great.
ground per memory
I
by
think,
essentially
blue
making
on
them
that
a
guy
lot
with
longer than the
blonde on
3-minute
top.
memories
Like,
we
that's
got in
awesome.
Tears of the Kingdom. Additionally, you'll
that
be able
looks
to
super
start or exit memories whenever you choose through the menu. Now on to Memory 2. We open with control over Zelda, and this time we are on the Great Plateau. This portion of the memory will just allow the player to explore the Great Plateau in its former glory. There can be little puzzles that you can solve to help the people around the area, but all of these are completely optional. You can also meet Minoru here. She will thank you for your help on some of her construct designs and show the early versions of a project she is working on. She will
There
also
you
tell
go.
you
I
about the
knew it.
Zonai stones
I
and
knew
how they
it. I
managed
can
to find
talk hair,
3 by
guys.
exploring
I
the
know all.
labyrinths created by their ancestors. She explains that only Rauru, Sonia, and herself carry them. If you talk to any of the NPCs, they will refer to you as Princess Zelda and tell you that Rauru is waiting for you at the palace. When you arrive at the palace, you will find Sonia with a toddler. She is a Hylian girl with golden hair. If you approach and talk to them, Sonia will beckon her to come say hi to her aunt Zelda. Oddly enough, the toddler's name is also Zelda. You will also
Interesting.
find
So
Rauru.
then they would also
He will
have a
tell
Zelda
you
in their
that he
time.
received
Dude,
a
what is this
message
guy
from
doing?
Ganondorf about a surrender. He
Interesting
says that as the
thesis
Princess of
here.
Hyrule, she should come with him. Once you agree to
Interesting.
go with him, the game will transition into a cutscene. This cutscene takes place on the island in the center of the river in front of the Gerudo Pass.
Oh my
Zelda,
God.
Sonia, and Rauru stand in front of a large battalion of soldiers.
I guess I have
the
to.
Hyrule
I
royal
forgot. If
family
you attach a
crest
wing
waves
to
on
an
the
arrow,
banners
it
their
flies
forces
further
wield.
and it flies
Across
straighter.
the bridge,
I just have
Ganondorf
half dead
marches
hair because
towards
I've been
them,
dying.
flanked
The
by
left side
2
of my hair for 2
Gerudo
years, so the
women.
right
Sonia
side is
steps up to
virgin.
Rauru.
Are you sure we should be doing this?
Rauru bends down slightly to
You're
speak
doing
to
it
Sonia.
half and half like
We have
that.
no reason to be scared.
Sonia shoots back.
Oh,
The magic
I thought you were
those
doing half and
witches
half.
taught
Like
him is
the
not
top
something
is
to
all
be
one
taken
color and the
lightly.
underparts
Rauru
all one
chuckles.
color.
Well, if
I'm
he
not
tries
paying
anything,
attention. I'm not.
I will
Stop
rain
talking to
hell
Soul.
down on
I
him and his
promise.
people.
Sonia does not reply, but she is visibly uncomfortable.
But watch me
Rauru
forget
steps
all of this
forward
anyway
and
when time
raises his
comes.
voice to be heard over the field.
Ganondorf, we are here to negotiate the terms of your surrender. You may proceed unarmed. Anything else will be treated as an attack.
Ganondorf pulls out his katana, raises it into the air, then throws it on the ground. His guard does the same.
I'm really excited for Ocarina of Time tomorrow.
Allies.
A mischievous smirk flashes across his face. Cautiously, both groups move to the center of the island.
They
Nervous
worked really
looks
hard
are
on their voice
exchanged
acting. I
between
think it's
Zelda
funny.
and Sonia as the groups converge. Ganondorf and
There we go.
Rauru make a grand
Some of
stand,
these
sizing
rocks,
each
I've
other
actually
up.
struggled on one of
Ganondorf then
these
spares a
rocks. I
glance for
struggled on the
Zelda
rock
and
across
eyes the
from
Master
here.
Sword that
I
she
dropped
carries
the rock
with her.
like 4 or
Then
5
he
times because
begins
it
to
just wouldn't
speak.
sit inside
As the
properly.
rightful king of the Gerudo, I represent my country. Speak your terms.
Should I
Rauru waits a
go- I
minute
think I should
before
go
raising
hard
his
south.
chin and speaking.
Because some of these are traveling ones, so I'm
You
trying to
will
like
relinquish
follow the
control
direction
over
and where
all
the
free
Koroks are
Gerudo
traveling.
settlements you
That'll end
seized
up
with your
me
armies.
going back on
Your
my
country
path
will pay for the
where I'm
damages caused by
going.
this war. And you,
So my process of doing
Ganondorf, will
these is a
stand
little
trial for the war
strange,
crimes
but
you
as
and
I'm,
your
like,
army have committed
I'm just
against
zigzagging
my
back and
kingdom.
forth, picking them all
In
up as we
return,
go.
I will spare your nation. Once you have agreed, we will place you under arrest
do
and
the
take
south
you to
one.
our prison where you will await
No,
your
if I
trial.
ever have enough patience, I
lets
will.
out a
But it'll
cruel
probably,
laugh.
I will feel the dying, die calling
And
me,
what
so
of you?
it'll never be good.
When will you stand trial for your crimes against my people? What of the slaughters you have unleashed
You're so
upon my
funny.
people with your ancient
I've
magic?
had quite
He
a few bad
pauses
sleeps
and
lately.
steps forward,
Even last night was like a really
towering
heavy
over
sleep.
Rauru.
Your terms would
Apologize
see to the destruction of the Gerudo.
Rauru looks up into Ganondorf's face.
Sounds like one
And
of his
what would
friends
you
who did that
propose?
voice acting for
From
Ganon
what you
for him.
have displayed, the destruction of your people is no concern of yours. The only desire you have is the downfall of all people, including your own. If
Whoa,
I
who
had
are you
not
fighting?
entered this war on behalf of
fighting,
Hyrule,
Chilla?
you would have
I didn't
seen to
even
the
think I was in
annihilation of
trouble.
my entire kingdom. I was made king to preserve this country, and I will settle for nothing less.
Ganondorf steps
But go
back.
pay attention to your video. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm not even allowed to pay attention to my video at this moment because apparently these are spoilers. But I will remain in my guy's just talking how like he wrapped up this game, so like this middle part I have to just not listen to, which is fine.
What birthright? Do you expect me to honor a tradition that has not been observed for millennia?
Yeah,
Your
this
right to
is
rule
why
died the
this guy
same day
thinks
as
like
the
the
first
story should have
Ganondorf.
went to make the
Ganondorf
whole
growls with
everything like
Your authority
and
comes from
canon.
a
This
rock
is
on
just,
your
like,
head.
he's a little
You could
annoyed
not
with how
begin to comprehend true
the
power.
producers decided to
You
do
are
what they
weak.
did.
Weak? I could execute you on the spot.
Rage flashes in Ganondorf's eyes, and he lowers into a fighting stance. Energy starts to crackle between the two kings. Dark crimson sparks flash from Ganondorf's hands.
Stand down, or I will show you real power.
Sonya runs in front of Rauru.
Stop it!
Oh shit!
The both of you.
Oh shit!
Are you so prideful that you will kill each other and guarantee the destruction of both our kingdoms?
Ganondorf looks at Sonya, glances down at her neck, noticing the stone hanging from it. He
Doesn't
clenches his
matter.
fist, smirks, then stands up straight again. Rauru continues to scowl at Ganondorf and remains in his fighting stance. Sonya grabs his hand with the glowing stone and pulls it down. Rauru looks down at Sonya and sees that she is gesturing to the troops behind them. The camera pans over the battalion, showing the fear in the soldiers' faces. Some are old men, while others are little more than children. Sonya gently pulls Raru's face around to look at her.
My love.
But don't let me stop you from going to sleep, Soul, if
End
you have to go to
memory
sleep.
2.
I'm
This
sorry.
memory takes the place of the throne room memory from the
But thanks for
original
being
game.
here.
I think
Thanks for
having
coming
it
to
be
say
a
hi.
negotiation allows for a greater range of exploration than an outright surrender from Ganondorf. It also allows for the theme of what does it mean to rule to be expanded upon. The whole idea of Rauru just letting Ganondorf get in
I
as
think so
close
too.
as
I
he
think
did in
Tears
the
of the Kingdom
original
really
game
had like a lot of holes.
didn't make very much
Story-wise,
sense.
it's all just
like
"Ah,"
Rauru
like, we're
knows
just here
he can't trust
for this
Ganon,
fight, you know?
and he should 100% execute him.
I
But
should just
instead,
drop this
he
in the
just
water.
lets him infiltrate his kingdom for no reason other than for the plot to happen.
For the
This
plot?
scene also
Yeah.
allows for a lot more character development from
oh my God.
Sonya.
I almost
She can
dropped-
be the foil to Raru's brash nature, instead of just being the nice mother figure for Zelda. And now for Memory 3. This memory will start with a very short cutscene. Sonya is walking with Zelda late at night on the Great Plateau.
If you're ever going to make it back to your time, it is imperative that you understand how this stone works.
Sonya puts her hand up to her necklace.
It doesn't simply give you power, but instead amplifies the power inside you.
Sonya says as she picks up a rock nearby and throws it a few feet away. Then, it freezes and returns to her.
Time.
Sonya catches the rock and tosses it towards Zelda.
It is like a river's flow. It never ends.
The rock falls at Zelda's feet, and Sonya continues to talk.
A childish mind will turn to noble ambition. Young love will become the perfection.
Sonya gestures toward the rock on the ground.
You, Princess Zelda, have control over this river. The blood of the goddess runs in your veins, and you have the right to command it.
The
Oh, I just
game now
realized she
goes
had a
into
thick accent.
basically a tutorial.
That's why Raru's
Sonya will
power with his
describe
arm is
new
much
and creative
stronger
ways to use
than
the
when
recall
Link has
ability.
it.
This
Yeah,
will serve as a
okay.
means to help the player with future
That makes
puzzles as
sense, 'cause
Zelda,
I
but
learned
also
that
show
Link
new
had
ways
quite
to
a
use it as
weakened
Link in the
version
main
of
story.
what
After you
Rauru
finish
can do.
training, you will sit down
Right?
with Sonya. Zelda buries her face in her hands.
You made this look a lot easier than it is.
Sonya smiles.
I've had much longer to practice.
Zelda sighs, then looks over to Sonya.
I don't know if I'll ever make it back home.
Sonya puts her arm around Zelda.
You have traveled through time once before.
This
I'm
is his
sure
girl
we can
talk
find another
memory.
way.
He
Zelda
said that
buries
he
her
would say
head into
memory
Sonya's
3 for
shoulder.
this.
How can you be so sure? It took me years to learn how to use my sealing powers, and by then, my entire kingdom had been destroyed.
Sonya pulls Zelda into a full hug.
You saved your people,
Now, what
and
do
you
I
will
do with these
save them
guys?
again.
Oh,
A silence takes place
On the
over the
ground.
two of them for a moment
Nice.
before Sonya starts speaking again.
Besides, that doesn't seem to be the only reason you want to return to your time.
Zelda pulls away from Sonya and gives
did
her
you
a
say
sad,
that?
tearful smile.
I was going to propose to him.
What?
I made new armor for him and everything.
What?
And now,
Oh, he's
I
making
don't
fun of
know
Mifa.
if I'll even see him again.
Tears begin falling freely from Zelda's eyes. Sonya simply holds her.
Oh, my child.
Then they sit in silence
There's
as
so many
Sonia
fucking
allows Zelda to
horses!
breathe
Why are there so many
before
horses
she
in this
finally
game?
speaks.
Do you know
For no reason
the
when we use 𝖳chi𝗂
legends
devices now.
of the
Like, what's the
chosen
point?
hero?
They're like,
Zelda
we got
nods
all
her
the
head.
time
A
to-
hero
we got,
wielding
like,
the
such a
sword
big
of
game,
evil's
we
bane
just put
will
so much
always
in here,
arise
blah,
to
blah, blah.
defeat evil.
Sonia nods with her.
But do you know why a hero will always arise?
Zelda opens her mouth, then closes it, then her eyebrows furrow before she finally admits.
No.
Sonia smiles and looks towards the heavens.
Our goddess once loved a mortal. Despite her divinity, she became infatuated with a hero of men. This hero fought bravely to defend humans from the legions of monsters that threatened his people.
As Sonia speaks, a shooting star streaks through the sky above them.
The goddess descended from
Nice
the heavens
touch.
and fought alongside this hero. And together, they were able to fight against the Demon King, who wished for the destruction of humanity.
In the distance, the star fragment lands and creates a beacon of light.
In a final confrontation, the goddess sealed away the Demon King. During this final battle, the hero was wounded badly. By the time the goddess got to him, it was too late, and the hero died.
The beacon of light fades, and the night falls back into darkness.
She screamed into the night, and the earth trembled. She peered into the realm of spirits and found the soul of the hero. She tried to pull him back, but there was nothing to be done.
Sonia pauses and reaches for a patch of flowers beside her. She pulls out a single sundelion from the patch.
Despite her great power, 𝖪ЛLiya could not command the souls of men. There was only one power in the world that could.
Sonia casts Rewind on the sundelion, and light pours from it.
𝖪LLiya called upon the power of the golden goddesses, but as a god, she could not use it. So she shed her divinity and became a mortal.
The glowing light around the sundelion dissipates, revealing a silent princess. Sonia throws the silent princess into the wind.
In this state, she called upon the power of the gods and reached back into the lands of spirits. She found the soul of the hero, and in an almighty effort, she bound her soul to his. Then, exhausted, she collapsed and died. But then, she was born again.
Pollen from the silent princess cascades down into the grass below.
And so was the hero.
Zelda looks on in wonder at the silent princess
His
carried
𝖪ЛLiya
in
story
the
doesn't really work
We
though,
share
because
the
𝖪LLiya
blood
goes
of the
back
goddess.
to divinity.
You are bound to Link, just as 𝖪LLiya was bound to that hero.
But I guess that
Zelda smiles
works, like,
gently.
as a
Then,
start.
a dark expression crosses her face.
The Demon King was successful again. Ganon separated me and Link.
Sonia looks disturbed.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that.
She looks seriously at Zelda.
If Ganon is a threat to your people even after thousands of years, then he's still a threat today.
Zelda looks startled.
The war is over. Ganondorf surrendered.
Sonia shakes her head.
I do not trust him. The moment he sees an opportunity, he will attack. We need to be ready when he does.
Zelda nods her head.
There we
Then
go.
Sonia continues.
Took me a minute.
I have a
My
task
brain was
for
just
you.
like thinking.
There are other races of people scattered throughout this land. According to the ancient legends, the old king of evil, Ganondorf, was stopped by a hero wielding the sword that seals the darkness and 7 sages.
Sonia turns her whole body to face Zelda.
We need to find sages
But
who
Monday
can
morning
fight back against
quarterbacking is always
Ganondorf.
perfect.
Zelda objects.
Rauru seems to be confident
What do you
that
mean,
Ganondorf will not
quarterbacking?
be a
Quarterbacking
problem.
what?
Sonia grimaces.
Rauru is very powerful and courageous, and although I love him dearly, I understand that he can be brash. The power he has displayed using the stone is barely the beginning. He feels that if Ganondorf becomes too powerful, he can
You know,
still
sometimes
stop
I don't
him.
think I
Sonia
can ever
lets
actually
out a
like
sigh.
listen to
By
something
consuming
when
the
I'm playing or
stone,
doing
he will
anything.
become an immortal
I
dragon
feel like my
capable
only way
of
that I'm
destroying
understanding things is
Ganondorf
if I'm
where
like
he
reading
stands.
it.
But he
It's
will
kinda
lose
weird.
his mind in the
Kinda weird thing
process.
with me right
Zelda
now.
seems shocked.
An immortal dragon?
She pauses and brings her hand to her mouth.
That could get me back to my time. I can consume my stone, live forever, and then turn back when I reach my time.
Sonia shakes her head.
It's not that simple. You wouldn't be able to simply turn back into a human. The transformation is permanent.
Frustrated, Zelda interjects.
How can you be so sure?
Sonia responds.
There are only 3 people who have ever consumed one of these stones.
Oh, don't say.
Farouche,
No, shut the
Dingral,
fuck up.
and Nidra.
It doesn't. That
3
doesn't make
ancient
sense.
Sonite elders named after the goddess that
He has
created
holes
this
in his
world.
thing. Personally,
Each
like,
became
but
a
this is
dragon
just
to
how he
watch
wants
over
it,
their
whatever
sacred
the fuck.
flames eternally.
Whatever, I would not
and
agree
none
with
have
that.
regained their minds.
I think that that would actually make
Zelda
this
deflates
worse.
and
The
looks over
story
the
worse.
expanse of Hyrule Field. From her
is
vantage atop the
this
Great Plateau,
supposed to be?
Sonia puts her arm back around her.
Don't worry, we'll get you home. After all, you have a wedding to plan.
End memory 3. I had a lot of fun writing this memory. I think it's very important to establish a strong bond between Sonia and Zelda.
This
Zelda
guy, I respect
lost
his
her mother
opinion
when
as
she
much
was
as
very
I'm
young,
hearing the
and Sonia
distractions
feels
over
that
here. But
role
yeah,
for
it's
her.
fixing
I
up
think the
Tears isn't
original
quite
story
doing it for me.
tried
Yeah,
to
like
do
that.
this,
What
but they failed
he's
to make me
suggesting
care
here isn't
even a
really
little
fixing
bit
it either.
about Sonia.
I mean,
Also,
like,
I got to throw in some
if
sheep
anything,
quotes, which
a
is
lot
always
of it
a
is just
blast.
like what
Now,
he would have
moving
liked
on.
the story
Memory
to be.
4.
A lot of
This
it's not
memory will
actually
start in
canon
Hyrule
fixing
Field, where
because
Hyrule
Farour,
Castle
Din,
would be
and
in the present
Lanayru
day.
are not.
For now, it's simply
They are
an
still
island.
god
It's
divinity
nighttime and
forms.
raining
Like they just
slightly.
left
And it seems like
extraterrestrial
everyone has
bodies,
set
maybe
up
in
camp.
forms of
The
these
memory
ancient
opens up for
dragons to
Zelda
just be
to
here. We didn't
explore
even
the
get a
camp
real
and talk to
reason
everyone.
or
You can talk to the
answer
sages that
about
Zelda
these
has
dragons.
recruited.
We don't
As
even know
always, there will
why
be a few
they're roaming
NPCs
the
that you can
skies like
help
this
out
as
with
it is.
random
So
tasks. Some of the
he can't
NPCs
say
have
that.
strange dialogue. Some even bring up what seems to be an unhealthy obsession with
why
bananas.
would these gods
All the
who
sages
created
are in
the
the camp, and
Triforce
if you talk to them, they will
created
tell you
like
about
the
their
world of
people
Hyrule,
and
even
how the
gave
war affected
any
them.
of
They will
these
also
beings
tell
in
you how much of
existence
an
life
honor it
created
is that you
Hylia.
chose them
Why
to be
would
a
they
sage.
go and live as
Sonia and
immortal
Rauru are
dragons
both at the
flying
camp,
around in
and
the
if you
sky?
talk to them, they will tell
Why
you
are
that
they
they are
here?
looking forward to the
Because then they
ceremony
would have
to
been a
initiate the
force
sages
to
at the
oppose Ganon
sealed
all the time. They
temple.
would have
While
helped
you work
stop
around
this
the camp,
curse.
you will
Do you know what I
slowly
mean? Like
begin
that,
to hear
like
some
none of this makes
ominous
sense.
music. Deep crimson smoke
So
begins
I
to
refuse
rise
to
from the
believe
ground,
that
and the moon fades
the 3
into a
ancient
deep
dragons that we have
blood
roaming around
red.
in Hyrule
Then we move
are
into
the
a
actual
cutscene.
gods
As
themselves.
the blood moon
You
rises
can't do
once
that.
again, you can hear rhythmic chanting, and in the distance, you can see the silhouettes of 3 people standing against the
Okay,
blood
this guy
moon.
made me tired.
2 are beating
I'm not
on
even
what
listening
appear
to
to
what
be
he's talking about
drums,
anymore.
while the one
Okay,
in the middle
29
simply stands
mysterious
tall. Then, with a
ruins.
burst of
Let's
deep
watch that.
crimson light, the
If the
largest
game can
figure
fucking
leaps across the
swap
river separating.
YouTube, hello?
Then Ganondorf lands.
I don't know why it doesn't listen to me.
Hey
Drives me
folks,
nuts.
if
Oh my god. Drives me crazy. Did it log me out? Oh, it logged
Hey
me out.
folks,
Okay,
if
that's
there
fine.
is one specific type of
We
content
watched
that I've
everything that I
really
wanted to
enjoyed
watch
making
anyway,
over
so-
the year just
oh
passed,
shit,
it'd
no,
be
that's
my
actually
world
not good
lore
because then we'll get
videos.
ads. We will get ads. Okay, let me just. I should do like a full-sided. Okay, hold on. Damn it! I gotta remember which account it is because I've got 1,000 fucking accounts. Hold on, this should have it. This should be the one. Okay. Why is it not activating? No! Why does it do that? Fuck, I hate it when you fucking do the tab and it hits like every other thing that's there. Fuck. God, don't you hate forgetting your passwords? Like, I knew the password, I just forget the numbers. I have like 1,000 things for my 2-step. It's crazy. Can you shut up? Thank you.
Hey folks, if there is one specific type of content that I've really enjoyed making over the year just past, it'd be my world lore videos.
There we go.
I absolutely adore exploring old ruins found across the Kingdom of Hyrule, speculating on abandoned
I really like the
settlements, and just
ruins
diving
around
deeper
in
into the
Hyrule.
raw lore of the world in Zelda games. I made quite a few throughout the year just past, focused on the newest game, Tears of the Kingdom, which dropped back in May 2023, and in today's video, I've put together the pure content sections of all of those videos to create a big marathon of Zelda world lore content. You really seem to have enjoyed them, so from mysterious ruins found in the wild to speculation on what old Zonai remains were back in the day, I present to you a big old marathon of fascinating Zelda ruins and their world lore. Sit back, feel free to clean, study, fall asleep, or just chill to this long video. And as always, folks, be sure to go grab yourself a snack and or drink. And let's get into this one.
Oh, I was challenged. I don't even get to finish my challenge. Yeah. But I'll take your wood. Thank you.
Starting off by Solari Plain, we find this now empty ring of trees. There is a main path leading straight through it, but for seemingly no reason other than for navigation. But to where exactly? If you haven't played Breath of the Wild, then this spot may look rather normal to you. However, if you have, then you'll know that this was formerly the site of the Serene Stable, one of the most beautiful stable locations of that time frame, and a waypoint between the venture from central Hyrule to the Hebra region. A good few years down the line, now in Tears of the Kingdom, the stable is actually relocated a little closer to central Hyrule, and rebranded as the new Serene Stable. We can assume this move was made possible due to central Hyrule being a lot safer now thanks to the sealing of Calamity Ganon and removal of guardians that bossed around central Hyrule. It could also be because of how out of the way it was, but at the same time it did serve as a good checkpoint en route to the northwest of Hyrule. We find the former site an empty shell of itself. However, it isn't completely void of life. We find Junie and her soft plush minigame here. We can find her in a few locations across the map, however, she plays a part in the little life of this location nowadays. There is also a construction platform which in terms of the in-game lore indicates there was likely plans to build something else here, perhaps a small hut or two, a home maybe. We cannot say for certain, but there was definitely something planned but forgotten about, for reasons that we don't need to go into. I'm left with a touch of sad nostalgia visiting here for this video, but at the same time I love seeing this location's more raw, natural beauty. There is no horror story or bloodshed past of this little ghost town, but rather a peaceful rest for what was formerly a bustling stable. Unlike the last location, this next one does indeed contain a bit of a horror story and bloodshed, and is very much a chilling ghost town to visit. Dea Village, found right in between central Hyrule and the Cluda, would have been one of Hyrule's bigger settlements in its prime. It's located by the Dueling Peaks and is tucked within these hills, almost hidden from threats, which is ironically what I believe caused its downfall. So this village was lost in the Great Calamity, and I made a video focused on this place a few years back in which I theorized alongside Bandit Games that the village met a very tragic end as guardians climbed atop the hills and essentially blocked the people of Dea Village for escape and slaughtered them. Not only that, but the village also flooded at some point. It isn't clear if this happened as a result of the calamity directly, or if it was the neglect following the calamity. I myself believe it happened during the calamity, as we can find Dea Lake just beside the village ruins, and I believe that the damage caused by the Guardians caused this to burst into the settlement and flood the homes. Regardless of how it came to be flooded, this would have been one of the biggest settlements in Hyrule. The size of it is incredible, and in its prime it even had this massive tree standing tall over it. Dea Village would have been a very scenic place to be with its stunning hills, breathtaking nature, and secluded location. However, it tragically stands as a flooded ghost town in the modern day and age, home to a stone talus and a group of enemies, and also one of these which I didn't know until I was filming this. Tears of the Kingdom expands it slightly from Breath of the Wild, as we can now explore its expansive underground system accessed through the many wells. They even lead to a shrine. This in itself is a neat little bit of lore. An interesting detail to note is that in the depths, the shallow and walkable water above is actually recognised as a wall down here, the same as rivers and large bodies of water. I find this odd, but interesting, as the village likely wasn't always flooded, and even as it is flooded, it's shallow. This could just be one of those video game logic things, or maybe there is a reason that I'm not seeing. I just thought it would be interesting to know. There is of course also now a large chasm atop the hills, but other than that, Dea Village remains as one of the largest ghost towns of Hyrule, only second to another settlement we'll be visiting in today's video a little later on.
What,
I'll link my
Kakariko
theory about
Village?
the village in the description
my
if you're
guess.
interested in
Or
checking that
Lon
one out
Ranch,
after this.
because that's a set of abandoned ruins. That's
Keeping with the theme of horror stories, our next ghost town can be found on the edges of Death Mountain. Shadow Hamlet was once a small, tucked away settlement only home to a few, but it appears they met a tragic end. I myself have touched on this in old videos, but for a really good deep dive, check out Bandit Game's video on this location. I'll link it below. In Breath of the Wild, we find the burnt remains of this once cozy spot. In Tears of the Kingdom, it is still standing, but remains as unsettling as before. We don't know the exact reason the settlement burned down, however, it's believed that it isn't the obvious answer that you'd probably jump to: Death Mountain's lava. Rather, it has been theorized by Bandit Games that the damage done was actually the work of a lone wizrobe, who could be found here in Breath of the Wild. The damage doesn't leave the mark of lava flow in my opinion, so I personally believe this theory. Honestly, please do check out his video, as he tells the theory as a tale in incredible fashion. As for Shadow Hamlet now, it stands alone and untouched by the looks of it. We can jump down the well and find a little lava cave with a lifelike and treasure. I hope that in the in-game future of this kingdom, Shadow Hamlet can be repaired and restored for somebody, perhaps a family who want to live in their own little nook of the land. But for now, it remains quiet and untouched, with a dark past. Moving on to a bit of a different ghost town. Well, it isn't really a town, but rather an agricultural settlement. The ranch ruins in central Hyrule are well known for their very similar and in many spots one-for-one appearance to Lon Lon Ranch from Ocarina of Time. They are clearly a reference to that location, if not one of the same in lore terms. Being located in central Hyrule, they were never given much of a chance to survive the calamity, and the near-complete demolition shows that. This place would have been stomped on by guardians as the Great Calamity broke out. It stands in peace nowadays. In Breath of the Wild, it becomes home to a few enemies, but nothing too major. Well, other than a guardian. But a few years down the line, and it is once again fairly safe to visit. We managed to get a look at the ranch in its full glory in the Age of Calamity spin-off game. Whilst we can't go inside, we can get a quick look, and it does look lovely. I'm sure this place provided milk and other products for the people of Hyrule back in the day. With the kingdom in the process of restoring and rebuilding now, I'd imagine this location will eventually be restored in this world. We as players might not get to see that, as I'm not sure if this exact iteration of Hyrule will be used again, but speaking in-game lore terms, I think Hyrule will have a central ranch once again very soon. Now for the biggest ghost town found in Hyrule, the one this whole video has been building up to: Castletown. The former heart of Hyrule that was absolutely destroyed during the Great Calamity, and those scars still tear through the beauty of modern day Hyrule. Back in its prime prior to the Great Calamity, this was a very busy and full of life settlement. We've seen glimpses of it through memories, Age of Calamity, and creating a champion, and it looked magnificent to explore. Sadly, we didn't get that opportunity, and the restoration project wasn't far enough along by the time the events of Tears of the Kingdom comes along to allow us to explore a restored Castletown. However, the plans are there, and we can see the foundations have been set. Materials are here, and the plan is there to restore the heart of the kingdom, but the task is a massive one, and the upheaval will of course put it on hold. In terms of lore, this place is special and typically always the biggest and most populated settlement. In this day and age, it stands in decimated ruin, and it's truly devastating to see it in such a bad shape, even more so when you consider just how brutal the Great Calamity would have been here. Castletown would have been the first settlement to suffer from the tragedy, as it's right next to the source. The King of Hyrule tells us the tale of the Great Calamity early on in Breath of the Wild, and we get a good look at just how bad Castletown had it. Guardians everywhere, buildings burning down, people being stampeded over, and the ruthless, mindless, malice-infected machines were programmed by Ganon to leave no survivors. Homes destroyed, watchtowers collapsed, cathedrals demolished, and souls stolen from the heartless evil that was plaguing the kingdom. The town also extends to the Castletown prison on the west side and Hyrule Forest Park on the east side, both also suffered from the calamity. It's a sad place to visit, however, it will regain strength with time. With time, Hyrule's broken heart will be mended. Life will return, and that life will never forget what this iconic location once went through. Hyrule Castle may be a ghost town right now, but it will be back. Hyrule will be back.
surroundings or do this in 2 payments. So it's kind of, you know, hopefully, you know,
To clarify first and foremost, some of these locations might not have been in use or been as active as they used to be in the exact time frame Princess Zelda experienced. However, they are all at least that far back, if not further back to the prime of the Zonai. With that said, the first location I'd like to investigate is the Ancient Throne Room, and as an extension to that, the Ancient Castle before the iconic Hyrule Castle we know was built. The Throne Room is the setting of Memory 7, a show of fealty. Ganondorf is seen to accept King Raru's invitation and swears fealty to the first King of Hyrule. However, this parallels Ganondorf's intentions in Ocarina of Time, as this was all false allegiance, part of his plan to take over. The room itself is one long hall. It takes on the very nice Zonai architecture style, suited with many Hylian guards in their Zonai gear, Zonai patterns on the banners, and even some very beautiful glass art on the head window. Speaking of windows, if we take a look outside of this side window, we can actually see the top of the Temple of Time when it was grounded, meaning this throne room isn't far from here. In a different memory focused on Princess Zelda, we can see a building not too far from the Temple of Time. I believe this is where the throne room is, thus making the building we see itself the original Zonai Castle, or whatever you want to call it. Old Hyrule Castle, I guess. Or at least something of that importance. A cool detail to note is that it does look similar to this geoglyph depicting a castle-like building, so it all adds up. And the memory attached to this glyph is Princess Zelda standing just outside where the Shrine of Resurrection would eventually be built, which is right over towards this building. And the fact that Queen Sonia herself says, "Why not come back with us to the castle?" This is all something I didn't pick up when first playing through the game, and it wasn't until I started rewatching memories and breaking them down for this video that I put this together. It seems as though the heart of the kingdom back in the day of the Zonai was the Great Plateau, which makes even more sense as the spiritual king of Hyrule in Breath of the Wild tells us that the Great Plateau is the birthplace of Hyrule. So there you have it. The throne room in this memory, whilst incredibly cool in itself, has a lot more to it when you start looking around. We'll be returning to this area shortly, but for now, let's move on to our next location.
Got the dentist on
The Julian Peaks as we know it are 2 mountain peaks which meet towards the top. Old legends that were first told in Breath of the Wild say that a very long time ago, a dragon split what was once just one mountain into 2, giving the Julian Peaks its fitting name. Now, prior to Tears of the Kingdom, this was harder to believe or prove. However, not only does Tears of the Kingdom contain tons of dragon lore, but it actually gives us a look and proof that the Julian Peaks was once a single mountain. Firstly, we can see on the ancient map of Hyrule found in the Forgotten Temple that the singular peak here is exactly where the Julian Peak lies today, confirming that it was split at some point. We even go on to see it in one of Zelda's memories, as she looks over Hyrule as she's never seen it before. The camera pans around and ends with not the Julian Peaks,
when I bit it just
but
squirted right
just
to the back of my
the
neck.
peak
It was
in
real
the
bad.
background. It kind of blends in if you're not thinking about it, as it obviously doesn't have its distinctive split down the middle. It's not the most mind-blowing thing about ancient life in Hyrule, but it's cool to think about when the Zonai were at their peak, and even at this point in time, the mountain was nothing like how we know it. Geographical changes to the world over time are pretty neat.
Any benefits going on right now at the moment to be able to pay and get this
A
fixed,
very
'cause
notable
it's just fucking
operation that
shitty.
took place in the prime of Zonai life was the Construct Factory
we'll see how that
operation.
goes.
A grand
But yeah,
factory
this
found
is
in the
like,
depths
I'll
that
get it
once
done
produced the highly advanced constructs.
them, at least to get
In
them
Tears
to
of the
fix it
Kingdom, we visit the still
for
standing
whatever price I
factory as a
can.
part of Mineru's questline. It's a quiet
But I'm
shell
not-
of
I'm
what
never
it
going
once
back
would
there.
have
Like, I've
been,
already stopped
only
going
inhabited
back there
now by a
because I
lonely
noticed that
construct
they were
at the
kinda
top.
fucking
And
me
through
around
this
like that,
construct,
so
we can learn a
this is
little
like-
more about how this site operated.
I
It will
get,
tell us
like,
that
really,
the depots are
really
where the
bad
parts
luck.
would come from, and this
When I
main
go for
structure
professional
was
advice, I
the
get really
assembly
bad
area.
doctors.
Even more interesting,
I
it
get really
mentions
bad
that the
dental.
finished product would then be shipped to Dragon
usually
Head
get
Island.
just, like,
The
really
massive chain
just
island that
shit
forms
into
the
the
shape of
stick
a
with some
dragon
things. I'm
was
really
a
happy
part
that
of
I
this
thought about my
operation,
root canal,
and
but
I
my
find
root
that
canal was
really
done by
cool
these
to
same
know.
people,
I
so
imagine
now I'm
back in the
thinking, like,
day,
what the
this
fuck?
place was very
Could they
busy
screw me
and
on this
active.
too? Like,
It's honestly
I don't
quite
know.
sad that
My
this
root canal
lonely
hurt for a
construct
year.
stays waiting up here,
It took a
as
year for it
whilst
to
it
stop
recognises
aching.
the operation has
Because I
stopped,
can still feel
it's
it. I
basically
could feel it
waiting
for a
here in
while.
case it
It
ever
ached for a
starts
long
up
time,
again.
but it was a flawless root
I'm
canal
sorry,
done.
buddy.
And then he's all like, "Oh, there could be a hairline crack or blah blah blah," you know. It just
Somewhere
takes the
I
time to
didn't
heal,
think
but it
I'd
was
be
just like,
talking
I felt
about when I
so
first started
sensitive
writing this
after getting
video
it done.
was the Gerudo Desert. When I know I
Dental
wanted to
work
make a
has
video
gotten more
about ancient
expensive
Hyrule
over
and
the
its
years.
life, the barren
It
desert
used to be
didn't really
cheap.
scream
It
to
really,
me.
really
However,
used to be
it's
cheap,
for
and
that
then it just
reason
fucking
I want to bring it
imploded.
up. In Tears of the
So now it's
Kingdom,
not
whilst
cheap.
it took
Like,
on
I'm
changes
hoping
due to the
to spend
upheaval,
$200
they are
on
mostly
Wednesday.
geographical, such as this
Okay,
large
I'm
rip into the
hoping,
land or the
but it's probably
sinkholes
gonna be
opening up. But
$400.
there isn't much
I'm
Zonai
gonna
work
have to
here,
send a
and
message to
that
my
makes
sister and
sense
be
given
like,
the relationship
"I need
status
money."
we saw between
It's
Hyrule
gonna
and the
fucking
Gerudo
suck.
in the
I'm, like,
ancient
really
past
upset about
Zelda
it.
was sent to. We've seen this sort of disconnect
I
and
could pay
tension
it.
before in
I could
Ocarina
pay
of
it, it's just
Time.
things are
That game
tight
also
and, like,
tells
not
us of a
comfortable
time
if
where the
I-
Gerudo
if I
Desert
do,
was
you know,
sort of
kinda thing.
cut off from the Kingdom of Hyrule. In
whatever.
ancient
It's
times, the
just gonna be
desert
what
was
it
likely
is.
barren and not too
I have to get
different
it
to how it
fixed,
is
and
now. However, what's
My root
interesting
canal I
is
let
that
go
there is
for a
one
while,
large sky
and that
island
was
above the
really
desert
starting
now.
to hurt
It
me at some
hosts a
point.
menacing battle against
Because
the
I was
fearsome
waiting,
King
I was waiting the
Leon.
3
But
months.
as for why
I
it's
was like
here,
so good and so
I'm
careful with my
stumped.
teeth.
The Zonai
And
clearly
I
did
could
make
barely
some
make it
stuff
for
in
when
this
my
area
benefits kicked
at
in,
some
but when
point,
they did, finally
as
got
there
it
is
done,
of course
which is
ancient
awesome.
Zonai shrines here. But whilst it
But I'm
likely
not gonna
was
go
just
that
as
long ever
barren
again for
and harsh
something
as
like
it is
this.
now, the idea of
Not gonna do
exploring
that
the
again.
desert in ancient
So,
times
now that that fell out
really
today, at
intrigues
least I
me,
brought a spot
and
for
I
Wednesday,
promise
and I'll
that
just
has nothing to do
get it
with
paid.
the
Just get it paid
absolute
to get it done.
baddie Gerudo warriors. Absolutely nothing. Going back to an indoor location, another place in ancient Hyrule that intrigues me is Mineru's study. We see it in two different memories of Princess Zelda's. Firstly, right after that previous memory we looked at, and once again towards the end
Really?
of Zelda's time
Where's
in the
Mineru's
past.
study?
We can safely assume that this room is somewhere within the castle we previously discussed. Firstly, because Zelda headed straight there from the previous memory,
this from
but
Age
more
of
so
Imprisonment where
visually
you can
speaking,
explore
it
this?
shares the exact same architecture inside. The room itself is filled with books. I can only begin to imagine the sorts of knowledge and wisdom these contain, and who wrote them. Books about Zonai history, culture, and famous figures from their prime. Probably books about Zonai technology and how it all works thanks to Zonai mine deep below. And probably a fanfiction or two. We also see the usage of fans on the wall. I'm no genius, but my Zelda theory brain is telling me that this is air conditioning. The Zonai had air conditioning. If that doesn't scream highly advanced civilization, then I don't know what does. We also see some Zonai equipment, such as this ladder used to reach books. It's the same design-wise as ladders seen in the shrines. Despite the Zonai as a people having nearly died out at this point in time, their
really
work
scared
and
to eat on my
culture
left
is
side.
still very prominent
I mean,
in
it
life.
doesn't hurt, but I'm
Mineru
just gonna
seems to be the
baby it
one
now,
keeping
like
a hold of a
crazy.
lot of
I already
history
brushed my
in this
teeth twice a
study.
day.
She
I
even
floss
has her
really
own
well.
construct assistant,
Twice a day
which
as
is
well.
pretty cool. As
And I
far
try
as
to,
this
like, sip.
building, which we can assume
I
is
sip
the
and
castle
monitor, like, as
goes,
the day
we can
goes by, if
safely
I feel like
assume
I need
it
to do
is
it a
where
little more
both the
frequently.
throne room and Mineru's
Or, like, if
study
I'm
are
gonna eat
found.
shitty,
There very
like,
well
a
might
lot
be
of
more
candies
rooms
or
of
snacks, like, I
significance,
do it at a
but
time
for
where
now,
I know
let's
I'm gonna
move
end
on
up
to
cleaning
somewhere
pretty
else.
quickly after, so I don't let that sit for too long.
Before moving on to the final location of the video, I want to give a mention to the random sky islands dotted around the map. Some of them would have served small but still worthwhile purposes back in the day. Something we see all over the sky map is mining facilities, or equipment. Some are extremely small, others a bit bigger. Many of these do feature one or two small buildings as well. Now, given they are just dotted around land and not really in much concentration, we can assume that
so
back
many
in the day,
outfits,
the
but at the
land
same
featured
time,
many
like, not a
small
lot. Whoa,
mining
do you see this,
villages or
like, earth
stations,
seam here?
probably home to just anybody
this
who
broken
worked or
seam in the
operated there.
ground.
Some of these small buildings might not have even been proper homes, more
Oh, and
just
the texture-
facilities.
whoa,
For all
the
we know, it
texture's just,
was
like, cut.
constructs that used them, but
Huh.
it's still cool to know. Another random sky island, or rather islands that I'd like to mention, are the 3 dive ceremony islands. These sites were a big part of Zonai culture back in the day. You can learn this by speaking to one of the constructs beside the large structures. They explained that the dive ceremony is a trial for Zonai youths to show their courage and enter into adulthood.
Let's use a schema.
This is really interesting to me, as it's one of the very few pieces of information detailing the life of a Zonai youth. And it's just more culture in general about the Zonai.
Instant scaffold. Whoa, that scaffold's huge!
Now for the final place on the list. And before getting into it, can I quickly ask that if you're enjoying the video thus far, then consider subscribing to the channel for more fabulous and cozy Zelda content. With that said, the most exciting part of ancient Hyrule's life, in my opinion, would have been the life itself. Towns, villages, and settlements that we never saw, the architecture, the regions they were all set in. It's all incredibly fascinating, yet mysterious. There isn't really one specific place in mind, but rather just checking out some of the more settlement-like ruins. Starting off on the Great Sky Island, we find many building ruins, all mostly small buildings, but definitely enough room for a bed or two and some storage. The Temple of Time which is found here was on the Great Plateau back when it was on the surface long ago. We can assume all of these ruins were nearby, if not near one-for-one surrounding. Regardless, this was potentially the largest settlement area of peak Zonai times. We know Hyrule Castle wasn't built until after Ganondorf was sealed by King Rauru, and in that time frame, the Zonai were down to just 2 individuals, meaning Castletown as we've known it over the years wasn't built yet. Whether it's in the sky or on the ground, with the knowledge of the throne room and such being on the Great Plateau already, it's a relatively safe guess to make that these buildings made up the Zonai equivalent of Castletown, and was their largest settlement back in the day. It has the rough layout of a town, different areas for different purposes, nature-dense parts, and of course still being compact enough to create a community. We see some areas that are more dense with multiple buildings and a variety of shapes. These were likely people living next to each other. We don't really see this in the memories, however, at least on the Great Plateau with the angles we got, and Rauru tells us nothing really when we're going around the Great Sky Island.
Slowly making our way through.
Another location which likely had a settlement of sorts is Dragonhead Island. This stunning location was once a part of the Construct Factory operation, and if you explore the large island chain in full, you'll find a good few building ruins. It's more speculative than others, I must admit, but like the smaller mining villages I mentioned earlier, perhaps some people did live here whilst on the job. And that wraps things up more or less. The ancient life of Hyrule is very likely to remain a big mystery. I am by no means an expert, just a fan who loves the games. We can investigate, speculate, and theorize, which is what I enjoy doing. But will we ever truly know what it was like back when the Zonai were in their prime?
Oh, you had to fucking, right? You had to like come to my face.
On the outskirts of the 𝖃 region, en route to the Snowfield Stable, we can find the very quiet remains of Tabantha Village, a former settlement on this main path. It wasn't very big in comparison to others, but it did fill this space very well. Life here would have been pretty cold, but enjoyable and manageable. A community likely all very close with each other, wood gatherers to ensure warmth, hunters and foragers to provide food, and possibly a small general shop as well for providing essentials and helping out travellers. A quiet and simple life. Outside of Rito Village, this would have been the only other village in Hybra. As a small passerby settlement, it would have been really helpful for those seeking to explore the beautiful sights the Hybra Mountains have to offer. Travellers probably stop by here to make final preparations before taking on the mountain climb, as well as staying afterwards to rest up. At the foot of the village, there are a couple of ruined buildings beside this fencing. It's possible that this was where any cattle or livestock the village had was kept, as when you go further up, the houses become a little more dense and closely compact. In this day and age, there is one newly built home just a little further back down the road. It wasn't there in the time frame of Breath of the Wild, so
There
it
it
was
is.
built between the two games. When we find it, there are two travelers trapped inside due to a small group of bokoblins having set up camp outside. We can help them
I
and be
remember that
rewarded
fight.
with
That was, like,
food
the
and
first
some
thing that we
shield
did.
surfing knowledge. It's rather small and appears to be more of a public home that anybody can use on their travels. We don't really have much indication as to exactly what happened to Tabantha village. However, given how the calamity went down, we can assume it fell due to the influx of monsters. Guardians didn't really make it this far, at least not in high numbers. I wouldn't rule it out, as even just one lone Guardian could easily destroy a small settlement like this. However, I would say it was more than likely monsters that invaded and destroyed the village. It stands long buried in snow these days, untouched and possibly never to return, as the population is nowhere near what it once was. We can find a Bolson construction site just down the road, but this is as close to rebuilding as it looks to be getting. Sadly, Tabantha village as a whole will likely never return to its full glory. Before leaving Hebra, I'd also like to highlight Pondo's Lodge, a small cabin just over the hill from Tabantha village in fact, which in the time frame of Breath of the Wild, just a few years prior to when Tears of the Kingdom takes place, a man by the name of Pondo ran a snowball bowling minigame here. It was definitely one of the highlights of travelling to and from Hebra. Unfortunately, in the current day, we find it destroyed and half buried in the snow. An old bowling pin can even be found just poking out of the deep snow. Down
Just
at the bottom
totally
of the hill,
abandoned.
where the pins would have been lined up, is now home to a construct camp on a fallen piece of sky debris. It's really sad to see that this former place of joy has fallen due to the effects of Ganondorf's upheaval. Thankfully, Pondo himself did survive. We can find him riding a horse on the nearby main path, which does go through Tabantha village. I'm sure as he passes his former home, he feels a slight sadness, and I don't blame him.
Oh my god, it's a cave? Holy cow.
In the shallows of
look
the
at this cave.
Regencia River, we can find the Sage Temple ruins, a mostly destroyed and mostly unrecognizable temple which back in the day was most likely a place of worship to the ancient sages. Looking at it in its current state, it doesn't appear too big, but when you consider the overall area this covers, when the temple was fully built up, I imagine it was fairly large actually. Now, where these ruins get insanely interesting is the small but lore-packed expansion Tears of the Kingdom made. Due to the effect of the upheaval, caves have opened up across Hyrule,
This is a
one of
really
which
crazy
can be
cave.
found right here at these ruins. Upon jumping down, we can discover that not only does this temple have an underground section, but there is also a stone tablet which reads some very fascinating information. It reads, "A sword was enshrined in this temple to honor the sages. It was moved to Typho, north of the Great Forest of Hyrule." This is referring to the
now I gotta
Sword
get
of
up.
6 Sages, which we can get by
Hold on,
completing
did it
the
fall down
questline
here?
at
Oh,
Typho
shit.
Ruins. This is a really cool piece of lore to learn, and I was a little jaw-dropped when I read this for the first time. In the
Holy
past,
cow.
the
Whoa,
Sage
what's all
Temple was
this?
home to the Sword of 6
Oh, this
Sages
is loot.
itself, hidden beneath the main temple, which people would visit and worship the sages. We can assume this place was considered a very significant landmark of the kingdom, so perhaps in the future it will be restored to its former glory. But given how things are following Ganondorf's defeat, it might take a little while before getting round to here. The Akkala region is known for how little we first found it with. When we first explored this kingdom, it was well known for its nature and beauty. However, by the time frame of Tears of the Kingdom, it has the likes of Terrytown, the Bolson construction site, and of course the stables. However, there is one massive landmark which stands strong: the Akkala Citadel, the former line of defense against any potential threats coming from the eastern coastline. A multi-layer tower fortress, equipped with cannons, height advantage, army barracks,
There you
and
are.
the best soldiers Hyrule would have had to offer, settled here. The fact that this place fell completely during the Great Calamity speaks levels to just how brutal the attack was on Hyrule, especially given how far from central Hyrule it is. We don't see much of what it was like back in the day, outside of the Age of Calamity spin-off game. The inside was, as you'd expect, large. Unfortunately, in the modern day, all we find inside is a monster-filled cave, and in Breath of the Wild, nothing but a guardian block-up across the broken bridge. Hyrule's finest soldiers stood no chance against the ruthless guardians, and whilst fighting for their kingdom, they were ruthlessly wiped out. The Citadel still stands proudly strong today, reminding us of the titan it once was. We can find a few cool things at the top, such as this unique torch design which I haven't seen anywhere else, as well as a secret cave which leads to some hidden treasure. Just be careful if you venture up here, as there is a gloom spawn lurking around. On one of the lower levels, we also now find a fierce thunder Gleeok, which is not to be messed with.
Which is not to be messed with. We fucked with it.
Maybe Village is probably the ghost town on this list which suffered the most terrifying demolition.
I don't think we even fought that one.
Located in central Hyrule, just down the road from Castletown,
that one?
this unfortunate settlement would have felt the brute force of the calamity very quickly. A mostly stone-made village, this one appears different in design to most towns and villages seen across the kingdom. It takes on an appearance a lot more similar to the outpost ruins we see across Hyrule. What this could mean is that it was possibly a working village, perhaps for mining in this nearby rock, or maybe metalwork such as blacksmithing or forging parts for various projects. It's also right next to the ranch ruins, which we covered in a previous Ghost Towns video. Perhaps this whole area was one big working settlement. Now, what's interesting is that the depiction of Mabe Village pre-Calamity in the Age of Calamity spin-off isn't as stone-heavy as we see in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. This is most likely just video game logic, as Age of Calamity was made by third-party developers. Regardless of design, I personally believe this area was full of workers given the location. It's hard to say, as little is truly known. The ruins are rather peaceful to walk through nowadays, aside from a few bokoblins wandering around, but the horror stories these ruins could tell must be horrifying. It would have been terrifying to witness the onrushing guardians coming your way with nowhere to run or hide. Those of Mabe Village likely didn't suffer for long, but that doesn't take away from the horror they went through. A village which often goes unmentioned in these sorts of lists is Gaponga Village, a unique settlement built around the shallows of the Lanayru wetlands. It's primarily set on one large main island, but does have extended areas on the surrounding islands. Unfortunately, the calamity completely destroyed Gaponga Village too. There is little left to really tell us about the village. It appeared rather large, probably around a similar size to Tabantha Village, or maybe pushing up towards Dea Village. A nicely populated settlement on a popular route for travellers. Like many locations on this list, this ghost town is featured in Age of Calamity. It appears as most highly built settlements do, but a very interesting detail we can learn is that it appeared to have Zora influence. Given its location being right next to a river, and just down the road from Zora's domain, this makes a lot of sense. It's quite likely that Gaponga Village was a fishing village, or at least had a focus on fishing for their living. In today's Hyrule, there are quite a few monsters surrounding the ruins. However, it is actually somewhat safe to travel through, as we can see the odd traveller walking through the middle. If you hop down the village well, you can find a book with some rather interesting text regarding climbing. I wonder who wrote this. It's unfortunate that Gaponga Village fell, as I can only imagine how much I personally would have loved this place full of life. I really enjoy any aspects of fishing and the aquatic life in Zelda games, and I probably would have ended up spending a lot of time here if it had survived, or had even been restored by the time frame of Tears of the Kingdom. However, it unfortunately stands quiet as yet another ghost town in Hyrule.
Ghost town.
One of the most iconic and well-known ruins in this kingdom of Hyrule is the Temple of Time and its surrounding area. This is the first major landmark we saw in this world. Back in Breath of the Wild, when Link exited the Shrine of Resurrection, we learned that the kingdom had been completely destroyed. And our first example of this is the Temple of Time. It stands half destroyed, with a haunting wind blowing through its holes, but yet lays peacefully as nature is taken over. Pre-Calamity, the temple would have been a place of worship to the goddess Hylia. People from far and wide across Hyrule would have travelled to the Great Plateau to be here. It would have been the home of this belief back in the day. Looking at past versions of the temple, we can only imagine just how beautiful this would have been in its prime. Now, the way in which it fell appears to be rather brutal. Guardians that flooded out from Hyrule Castle and rapidly throughout central Hyrule reached here and made easy work of a grand piece of architecture, including the smaller buildings in front of the temple, which also are believed to have been for some form of worship to the golden goddesses. Each of these 3 smaller ruined buildings have the symbol of each goddess: Din, Nehru, and Ferori. We can't say for sure, but perhaps when people visited here, they would pray to each of the golden goddesses first, and work their way up to the goddess Hylia statue, and pray there at the end.
Stone looks sketch.
There is so much we don't know about the birthplace of Hyrule, the Great Plateau. Fun fact about that, prior to Tears of the Kingdom releasing, there was a lot of confusion around why this place was considered the birthplace of Hyrule, as said by the late King Rome. Tears of the Kingdom reveals the backstory, and that this is where the original Temple of Time, Castle, and King and Queen of Hyrule were located. It all makes sense now. The Temple of Time stands as one of the most notable ghost towns and ruins across the entire kingdom, standing tall and engulfed by nature, home to a few bokoblins these days, and with no signs of a restoration project coming anytime soon.
Was that another Yiga trap? Damn, they do another set of trees. That's crazy. Oh, I totally passed it. Whoops. I thought there was one more just a little bit. There is one more a little bit behind though that I don't have.
Starting in the nearby northwest of Hyrule in Rowan Plain, we can find multiple ruined buildings across this large field. What appears to have once been homes, now ruins. They're all a little isolated, standing still on their own, just sharing the large plain. Prior to the Great Calamity of a little over 100 years ago now, these homes would have been peaceful little places for people to live. The location isn't exactly in a busy place. There was once upon a time a stable just beside them. However, the Serene Stable, now the new Serene Stable, relocated a little more centrally down the main path which flows through here, leaving this empty ring of trees for us to pass by. I'm a bit of a speculator and would guess that these small isolated homes across the field were inhabited by one or two people at most. Couples or individuals living a quiet life. To be quite frank, that thought makes me a little jealous. There is also a chance there was at some point in time a little bit of agriculture or general farming done in this area. We find the odd fencing dotted around, which looks similar to that used in the fencing to contain animals, potentially also crops. We really cannot say if this was ever considered a settlement, and I doubt it was due to how spread out things are. However, there are settlement features such as a couple of wells in the area to provide water. We can also find the Marita Exchange ruins further down the path near that previously mentioned ring of trees. Perhaps before the Calamity wiped out these homes, there was a lot more people passing by. Unfortunately, like many small settlements and locations, these homes of Rowan Plain were destroyed, and although there is a Bolson construction site in the area, it's unlikely this location will return to its previous small population anytime soon. Moving a bit further south takes us to Lake Illumini, a very quiet and tucked away lake surrounded by immense amounts of nature. It's a very beautiful location in itself, and it actually happens to also be a former home. Right next to the small lake, we can find 3 very closely packed buildings, with another just round the corner. They're built within the trees, and it creates a really nice vibe. We can also find this little shelter by the lake, which was probably used for some sort of, you know, shelter. The thing I find fascinating about these unmarked ruins is how out of the way and hidden they are. Lake 𝖪𝖾li𝗒i is a really tucked away location not connected to any main paths. In fact, the nearest one is all the way over here on the map. So whoever lived here lived a very quiet and peaceful life. Once again,
Isolated life, more
I'm
like
jealous.
it.
The general location
I thought you were
has a
saying that a
wonderful
circle of
mix of
trees is
grassy
easy to trap.
fields,
Oh no, just the
forest
three.
trees, and
No,
lively
there's like
wildlife.
3 trees
It's
here,
such a raw place
side
to
by
be.
side.
Whoever
Was a
lived
trap.
here might have had some
Yes.
sort of environmental focused job. Now, of course, we
there
don't know
more?
the ins and
Oh,
outs
there's,
of
like,
Hylian
stuff
work
here.
life, but it's safe to assume that there were a wide variety of jobs and roles outside of the commonly
I'm so
seen
sad.
farmers, knights,
You know,
and
like
shop
the 3
owners.
trees that
Perhaps
are near
whoever
the
lived here tended to the
Village?
wildlife
I'm
and
pretty sure I
nature.
did that trap the
Maybe
other
they
day.
foraged and sold their hulls at the market. It's
I
all
thought that there
highly
wasn't gonna be more than
speculative,
that, but yeah.
that's part of the fun for me. Given there
Welcome
are
in,
3
Megan.
buildings here, and one just beside them, I imagine a family lived here, with these 3 being the main home, and this building here being more of a shed, or something for storage. It's really sad that this unmarked ruin fell, as considering how out of the way it
I'm really
is,
abusive with
it's
Korax this
surprising
game.
the effects
Don't
of the
hate him.
Great Calamity actually got
He's
to
very
it,
abusive.
whether that was guardians or monsters. It's upsetting to know
no,
that
they
such a
create one of
beautiful
these
place has
fucking
fallen into
battle
ruin.
boats
If you're
again.
like me and enjoy just exploring the Kingdom of Hyrule, I highly recommend coming here and checking out the area. Just be careful, as there is currently a Lionel just up the hill.
No. That'll set you back quite a bit.
Switching
won't
sides
it?
of the kingdom, we look to the eastern shoreline by Tarn Point. A rather mysterious unmarked ruin can be found here.
That is,
These
like,
pillars
not what you
stand
want
tall
happening.
at the
You know
point
what?
by the
I lost a
seaside,
filling
as
today.
well as a cave below
Popped out
which
right on
expands
stream.
the ruins and
great.
opens up even more
Great time.
questions as to
I think we're all
what
having
these
it-
ruins are.
we're all having
We
a
don't
time
find
today.
much around
Yeah, I think
them.
I'm
Well,
I'm
other
making
than
a
a
paddle
little
boat,
Korok.
not that I want to.
Drop a wee like
I
down
definitely
below
wish
for
my,
the little Korok folks. Anyway, why are these specific ruins found here,
Really wish my
but
vehicle-
not marked as anything?
my
They
floater plane
look
was good to go.
very significant.
I
Why
can't
can they
ask too
be
much
found
these days.
underground surrounding a Zonai shrine? It's a little odd, and admittedly different from the other unmarked ruins already discussed, but this just caught my eye, as the design of these ruins are, like I said, fairly significant. We see the same design in other locations, such as the ancient columns, as well as very closely appearing like the stone found in the springs. Those locations are fairly significant, and rightfully marked as something despite being in ruin. So why is this one just nothing?
Where is this
We can
friend's
find something
smoke? Oh, his
similar a
friend's
little
smoke's over
further
there.
north, right here
This
in
is
the
gonna
Atala
end
region as well.
horribly.
It's also
Very, very
completely
horribly.
unmarked and unexplained. In the previous
I wish there
game
was a
Breath of the
button that would
Wild,
just, like,
there was a Sheikah ball
when you
placed
pick
here
it
as
up,
part
it
of a
just
shrine
went
quest,
straight
so
immediately
not
instead
too
of you having,
different
like,
to
to
how
sit
these
around every
ruins
time.
surround a little puzzle to get to this Zonai shrine. Is there perhaps a connection with the shrines in these ruins?
I remember doing
Maybe,
this, and
but
it
we cannot
was
say that for
a really
sure.
bad
It's an
time.
odd, unmarked ruin. The underground
I don't think
section
that's
does
what it has
extend
to be.
throughout the
Shit.
entire cave
No.
and looks a little all
Didn't
over
go
the
far
place in certain areas. Maybe there was once a much larger structure here, spanning across this entire area, above and below. But
That's gonna
time
be so
has not been so
unbalanced.
kind to it. What was this structure of the past, now lost and half
Okay,
collapsed
that should be
into
okay,
the ground?
right? Right.
Not too far from Hyrule Castle itself lies a set of ruins, now unmarked in Tears of the Kingdom.
Perfect.
Bare and
We'll get
empty,
there.
but yet mysterious
As long as I
as
can control
what
it,
was
we're gonna
this
go.
once fairly large structure. I say now unmarked, as they were actually
No, I
marked
know,
in
but
Breath
my
of the
bike
Wild.
fans are falling
The
me down.
ancient lab ruins can be found
So
right
that's
here
why I
on the
don't
map,
wanna attack
and
it.
span
My
out
bike plane
across
was
a
dead.
fair bit of land. As
It
I
started
said,
blinking.
they were
I
previously a
wouldn't have
marked
made it.
ruin, but seem to have lost that identity a few years down the line in this game, Tears of the Kingdom. I wanted to include this location as I
I'm gonna be
find it
getting
a
full
little
custom
odd that the
build.
name was removed from the map.
Mhm.
Why is this?
Super
Well, it
efficient
could
trailer.
be that perhaps the knowledge of
Oh,
what
there you
these
go.
ruins once were has actually faded out of memory. Or at least to enough people that it's just not
Pop-up
knowing
restaurants are
them.
really good for
Whilst
weddings,
that's
my
a
dude.
really cool piece of world development, if so, it is a little sad to know that it's fading from memory. We do get a brief look at this place in its prime through the Age of Calamity spin-off. This structure had a large central area and then a wide border around it, all lit with the special blue flame that powers 𝖸chiiteki𝖾. It's always a shame to see the results of what the Great Calamity did, and it's just that little bit more sad here, knowing the name of this place may be fading from memory. Our final location for today's video takes us to the Poplar foothills. An easy to miss crevice tucked into the cliffside that surrounds 𝖸𝖮𝖳𝖪 village and lake. Up here we can find the remains of two homes, a carriage half buried into the ground, and a well. First of all, what's a carriage doing up here? Second of all, there is no name for this place. It doesn't appear to be part of 𝖸𝖮𝖳 village, as it's not connected in any way. In fact, this little nook is quite inaccessible. Even in Breath of the Wild, there was no names or hints around what this little area was. Well, we can assume it was home for somebody, probably multiple people, given there are two buildings. But I can't wrap my head around how this was accessed. I suppose that could just be left down to a good old bit of video game logic. But it still bothers me. An interesting thing to consider here is that due to the effects of the upheaval, a cave is opened up right next to these ruins. Even more interesting, the cave contains 𝖬𝖮𝖳 ruins. It isn't just a regular cave. Could there perhaps be some sort of connection here? I honestly cannot think of any other reason to have a house in this odd spot. But then again, I bet it would be nice being so away from everybody. For the third time in this video, I am jealous. Why did I do this to myself? If you explore beneath the well up here, you can find one of those mysterious cooking journals, but not much more. Off towards the edge, there is also a Korok looking to be reunited with his friend. Hi buddy. But aside from all of that, I am lost as to what this little location was. I suppose it could be considered part of 𝖸𝖮𝖳 village, but it's not really part of it if you ask me. It's just up here with no way to access it other than climbing or dropping down, which just isn't practical. It's unmarked, now in complete ruin, and we're left with no answers.
This is a hot mess. Absolute hot mess. But we got all the Koroks around in this Hylia Lake area, so we've done all of
the first mysterious ruin I'd like to visit today can be found not far from 𝖬𝖮𝖳 village. A little down the road through 𝖪ЛЛye's woods and up the 𝖪ЛLye plateau on the high cliffside, there's an old, mostly crumbled into pieces, mysterious building here. It shares the architectural style of the Hylian outposts found all over the kingdom. Grey stonework with little Hylian symbols engraved into the walls. Pillars, archway entrances, and compact spaces on the inside. These ruins aren't marked as anything, and understandably so, as they are rather small and you'd assume insignificant as you walk by, and potentially don't even notice them. But they interest me enough to have a look. In this day and age, we can find the sign of a camper or traveller who must have stayed the night here. 𝖬𝖮𝖳 is just down the road, but sure, it seems nice here too. So what was this wee ruin back in its day? Well, going off the design and style, I would have to assume it was something similar to the outposts. So, presumably inhabited by Knights of Hyrule or somebody working for the royal family. Given its position of height and viewpoint over 𝖬𝖮𝖳 village and the pathways leading up to it, it's possible that this was once some sort of outpost or guard watch area, keeping an eye on anybody trying to sneak in something they shouldn't, or be doing something they shouldn't, especially with the ruins down the hill, which we may or may not be talking about later in the video. It's also possible that it was more of a security checkpoint for anybody traveling up this higher pathway. Maybe this was a delivery route, and guards checked and or inspected incoming deliveries to 𝖬𝖮𝖳 village. It's hard to say for absolute
was dicking around with my mic and it was like not the thing to do, because I was trying to make that like god mic. I was trying to do like an echo and stuff like that with my filters.
I really want to point out is that going outside through the back entrance leads you to this really pretty waterfall and pond. Perhaps a quiet space for guards on their break. Oh, And
Oh yeah,
hello
say
there,
so
Rogue
sooner,
Corp.
guys.
So
Aw, say so
as for
sooner.
how this
My bad.
ruin came
I'm
to
sorry
be,
you all had to suffer for that for a
I don't think the Great
while.
Calamity would
Oops.
have done much
Anyway.
damage. At least not to this extent, as
Yeah,
we
I
know
tried.
the onrushing Guardians
I tried
didn't
and
make
I
it
realized,
this
wow,
far.
it just-
Whilst
this sounds
monsters
horrible.
are dead and
I
have
should
set
have
up camps
tried.
nearby, I don't think
Should
they
stop
did
the
this
try.
either. At least not fully. They are equipped with explosives,
You've been distracted?
so it's
Oh, that's
entirely
alright.
possible,
It's
I
okay.
suppose. But I
I'm
think
glad
the
you
main
guys are here.
reason it looks so broken down is just due to time. Over time,
Happy
and not
Monday.
being
Well, what
tended
else
to
is
anymore,
happening to everybody's Monday?
it fell into decay.
Thinking about that
and
beast
now
of a
ruined.
smoker kitchen trailer.
Monsters have come and gone.
Mhm.
Travelers
Rawr,
stayed and
rawr.
left. To many, this is probably just an insignificant
I
little
think
ruin.
here,
but to
when
me,
we
it
teleport
hides
here, I think we
stories
just
which are unseen to
walk
us,
this
and
core
that is
up the
really
hill. Actually, no,
fascinating
that's a
to
bad
think
idea.
about.
I have been
On
to all
the
the
outskirts
Colosseums.
of the Death Mountain
I
area,
did them all.
we can find a few random
We did
ruins
that one
dotted
day.
around.
I
Some
did the
marked,
depths,
others
and I
not.
did all the
One in
Colosseums because we got
particular,
all the
which is
treasure
rather
chests.
small and unmarked, is this little
It is!
mysterious
Oh my
nook
god.
between the rocky
Shit,
terrain
what did it
containing
say?
6 small buildings.
Hold on,
Or
what did it say in
rather,
my
the
menu?
remains of buildings.
How
A
many
quiet
quarks were we
little
at?
pass on the
I think I've
road,
got 300
just
to
down
get.
the road from the
So
woodland
we
stable
just, so
and a
I've got
former
all of Hyrule
settlement
Field,
Calamity,
I've got all of
rather
Mountain, all of
settlement
Akala, all of
We find what
Linaru,
I'm calling
all the way into
Tripoli Ruins,
Lurelin.
a
We
presumably
just finished
passerby
Farron.
settlement on the
Okay,
route
so what we have
towards
left
both
is
the
like
path
these
up
two
Death
stars are kind of the
Mountain
starting. We got
and the
all of
path taking you to
Gerudo,
Zora's
we have
Domain.
all the
The 6
Rito, and then the
buildings
Hebrew
lay
region, and
near
up to
fully
here, and
destroyed.
we're done.
We can assume this
And maybe
is the
these
result
guys,
of
and
the
we're
Great
done.
Calamity,
And then that's it, that's
as
it.
Unfortunately,
What
Guardians
time are
did
we at?
make it this far,
3 more hours?
as well as the
Oh,
large
2 more
influx
hours.
of monsters
No.
that terrorized the
I'll just grind the
kingdom
hours of
during
it
that
today.
awful
Just get her
period.
done.
I'm
This
not
is all we're doing today.
100% set on these
I've got no
necessarily
life.
being homes.
I
I'm not
applied to a
ruling
bunch
it
of
out,
places,
but given there was
um,
a settlement just down the road,
I also
I'm
had to
open
like
to the
take my
possibility
resume away
that
from a few
perhaps
places, so like I was
these
really
were
upset about getting the
shops or
email response
trading
of that one
buildings.
job
But
that
hey, that could just be
went
my
on
imagination running free.
hiatus.
Perhaps it was
So
some
I'm
small
looking at
homes
potentially
and/or
moving
a
by
shop
next
or
month
two,
to the next
somewhere that
province. I'm
sells
gonna already
remedies
just like
and
move
items
early to
aid
Alberta
in
and
the
get work out
journey
there.
up the daunting
That's
and
kind of
hot
how it's
Death
looking. I
Mountain
called like
Trail.
8
Those
employment
that
offices,
live
and they
and/or
were all
work in
like
this
green
little
light,
nook
easy. I
probably
could
work
go and
either
apply.
by the
There's no
Hylia
problem getting
River
jobs.
just
They
round
can
the
suit me
corner
up
for
with stuff like
fish,
that. And I was
or
like,
work
wow,
with the
you guys have been
rock
so
coming
much more
from Death
responsive than what
Mountain,
I've been getting in
perhaps
BC
mining
here. So
gems and goods.
I'm gonna end up
It's a
moving
very
pretty
small,
soon.
unmarked ruin, and probably
But that's
one
where
of
my
those
schooling's
that
gonna be,
genuinely
Bacon.
wasn't all that much back in its prime.
That's where my schooling's
But
gonna be. My aunt,
regardless,
my uncle live
these
there.
homes and livelihoods of
So
those
they'll
that
help me
once
out
inhabited them were ripped
once
away
I
by
move
the
there
devastating calamity.
for my goals. So, and
It's
I'd be there for 2
quiet,
years.
but not too far away from the larger
It wouldn't stop me from flying around
This
places.
area
You know
would
what's
have been
stopping me
lovely
from
back
like
in the
going
day.
and visiting around
It's
other parts of
unlikely
Canada
we'll
that
see
I do
repaired
enjoy
anytime
is
soon. If anything,
a job.
it'll probably be demolished and forgotten in time. A sad,
They're just so glad that
likely
someone's living.
possibility.
Willing to live in Alberta with them. Yeah. Well, like my cousins
Moving over
really
to the
shat on my
eastern coast of Hyrule,
aunt, my uncle
in
for
the
a
shadows
while.
between
You know,
Zora's
like
Domain
they
and
like
Mount
my
Lanayru, we
cousin,
can
my
find
female
some
cousin.
massive
She's
plains
so
and some
mean
mysteriously
to my aunt, my
unmarked
uncle, like to her parents. I'm like,
Located just next to
like,
a
how the
large
fuck do you not
cell
get
tower monster
slapped? I'm
camp,
like,
these ruins share
it's
a key
incredible to
feature
me.
to somewhere we visited earlier.
completely
by
2
Hayten
different
River.
families, right? 2 different
These
moms.
ruins
Like
are the
it's
same
just crazy to
grey
me. Absolutely
outpost
crazy to me.
style,
And I'm
the
very
same
much like my aunt.
architecture and roughly
The way that I ended
but
up
on
coming
a
out
larger
from my
scale. The
my
actual
mom,
location
like
of these
it's
ruins
just it's
are
really
a
funny.
bit
But
of
anyway,
a
yeah.
way. It isn't
So she's
necessarily
mean.
difficult
She's
to
all
reach,
like, "How
but
could
it
you
isn't
guys
connected
ditch
to any
us? How how dare you do this? Like, they move for a financial reason, you know? Like, I really don't blame my aunt and my uncle for doing what they did.
People seem to have visited or passed by.
How do I feel about working seasonally?
This hints
if it pays
what these
well.
specific ruins were possibly once
You had to take it away from some places, question mark? I'm not sure I've ever heard of that being done.
Point on
Hold
the
on.
eastern coastline. Something else we know regarding the coastline is that there was once a large watch point
I'm
to
confused.
guard and defend against potential invaders.
Sorry, Salta.
But
Sorry if I missed your
also
point.
presumably anyone new to Hyrule, just to ensure they aren't a threat
What
to
do you
the
consider
kingdom.
paying
this
well?
place was the 𝖪𝖾Lye's citadel,
Well,
and it covered the
60,000
northern
a year,
face of
right?
the coastline. So what I'm
60K
thinking
a year
is
is
that
pretty
this
damn
little
good. I
room
mean,
here
minimum
could have
wage is
been
40,
a
35
smaller
to
sort
40.
of
I'm not working for
security
that. I'm working for
defense
like
outpost for
even
anyone
50 is kind
traveling
of
into
semi-minimum
Hyrule
wage.
from
Like
the
I
sea.
have to
Well,
ask for
Bay
60,
could have been a
70.
very
But when I'm
tactically
working
good
my
area to
RMT
try
work,
and
I'll be
sneak
making
in
100K
if
a year.
threats wanted to.
So
Or even non-threats just looking to enter
oh my
the kingdom
god, look
to
how
trade
crappy
or
this
settle.
is. Okay, we'll
This
buy a, we'll
ruin
put
might
on
have
a
acted as
stabilizer.
something
This is
to handle
crazy.
that. That would be
This
the
is
duty of the
insane.
Knights of Hyrule, and as mentioned,
Not an
these
hour.
ruins do
Holy
share
cow.
that style
Could you
and
imagine?
architecture. They also
60,000
appear
an
to have been
hour?
a lot bigger
I
back
mean,
in
some
the day.
billionaires are
Whilst
like
what we
that.
see is this
We're not
section
gonna talk
here
about them.
and a little room up on this hill. The full extent
I have
of these
relatives
ruins
in Alberta.
spans
I don't
all
know
the
how
way
they
back to where
tolerate
the
Danielle
enemy
Smith.
campsite is.
Oh, really?
This means that when this
Oh,
place
yeah,
was
she's
fully
the,
operational, it extended
isn't
throughout
she the
this
Prime
entire
Minister?
area to some
Right?
degree, perhaps a mix of open areas and indoor. There
It
is
sounded
also
like
the
you said you had to
possibility
take your
it acted
CV
as
away
an
from some
exchange
places.
room.
Yes.
We
Well, I
see
had to
other
withdraw
exchange
from the
rooms in
hiring
Hyrule,
list.
such as the Marita
Yes, I did
exchange
have to do
ruins
that.
towards
So
Hybra
for
in
the
the
job
west of
where I
Hyrule.
could help
There is a
disabled
chance
children,
this space
I
was
had
used
to
for simply just
take myself off the
defense,
hiring list.
welcoming, and
Or my
trade.
friend who got the
There's
in
also a
for
fair
me
chance it was
said she'll
occupied
take
by
me
a
off
mix
the
of
list.
Hylian and Zora guards, due to
And
how
I'm all
close
like,
this is
yeah,
to
like I'm
Zora's
sure you
domain.
can understand my
But also
situation. Like I
how
would have loved to
fantastic
work with
the
them, and
Zora
of
are
course
in
I
the
didn't
lore.
want to tell them I wanted
That's
to
why
end
I
up
imagine
doing
these
that. But
ruins
I
once
can't
were.
wait for you guys
Probably
anymore. Like
somewhere
I'm
that
so
guards
mad
would
that you
have
guys
stayed at for
postponed the
short
working.
periods of
So
time, and then
yeah.
went home for extended periods of time to rest.
The premiere, yeah.
The route is a little rocky.
Premier,
but
not
there
PM.
is
Oh
also
yeah,
the
not Prime
option of
Minister.
sailing
Right, our
down
Prime
the
Minister
Vatala
is what's his
River
name
to
again?
reach Kaponga Village. Whether
Yeah,
this
that's right.
place fell
You
purely
can see
due
how
to
much
the
I care about our
calamity
Canadian
or a mix of
politics
that
by
and
knowing all
neglect,
these people because
it's
me,
unclear.
all the fucking
What is
say.
clear
It's horrible.
is that monsters now call this unmarked location home. And
Yeah.
given the current condition of the
So
kingdom,
sometimes, yeah, sometimes
whilst
you have
on
to
the up,
withdraw your
it's
application.
unlikely that
But
this
whatever.
will be fixed
It's
up
if
anytime
they didn't even email or call me to say that they put on shit on hiatus, I don't.
Returning to the
Honestly,
surrounding
companies are
area
not
of
that
the
organized to
town
even do
village.
that in the first place.
This next
No!
mysterious ruin,
Oh my
which
god!
is
First we're
surprisingly
drowning one,
unmarked in
and the
both
second one we're
Breath of the
crushing him.
Wild
Oh my
and
god!
Tears of
Not
the
again!
Kingdom can be found just down the hill from
I don't
Hetano
care too
Village.
much either, as long as it
This
generally
little
doesn't affect
circuit,
me.
or ring
Yeah.
around the
But if you
trees,
don't vote,
contains a
like then
few
your vote just
different
runs to the
ruins, which
majority.
appear
So
to make up
regardless, like
whatever this
unfortunately in
little
our
area
world, we
was.
have to vote.
From
We
a
got to.
waterlogged building
We
by
got
the
to, or we're gonna get
to a main
fucked.
building in
Okay,
the
so
center,
literally
fencing
from
all
the
around,
top
and
of
little bits and pieces dotted all over. Oh, and of
Kokiri
course,
Forest,
a still intact hut with
all
some
the way
old
down
pots
to the
and a bed.
Gerudo. Like the
There are
whole
a few
left side of the
different
map
things that
is
spring
what
to
I have
mind
left
when
for
I think
Koroks.
about this little
I have
circle.
collected
The
every
first
single
and
Korok
one I
from
think
Central
many players think
Hyrule,
of
from
is
Elda
that
to
it's very
Akala,
fun to ride around
Lanero,
on
Necluda,
horseback.
and Farron.
That's why I
Done.
dub it
So
the
all
Hetano
morning today
circuit.
we went from
Once
Lanero
again,
to
we see
Necluda
this
and
familiar
Farron.
grey
So that's
stone
kind of
design.
like what we've done. We
Yes,
kind of did
it
those
is
three
copy and
regions
pasted
today.
around the kingdom a
Holy
lot,
cow. And
but
I'm really
for good
hoping that my
reason.
method
There
this
once
way
was
works
a lot
out,
of
pinging
these
them all
little
first and
and
like
large
clicking them off
buildings
as I
set up
go
all across Hyrule,
on the map here.
paired
So
with the dotted around ruins by the pond
35
and
an
up
hour
on the
for
hill,
70K.
along with the fact this is on the direct route to Hetano Village. I imagine this little
I'm not
area
gonna go
was
work out
some
in
sort of
Toronto.
trading
I'm
hub,
not gonna go up
both
that
for
far when my
travellers
schooling
coming
is
to
close to
Hetano,
here.
but
So
also
I mean, thank you
those
for
who
the
live in the village and
potential
come down to sell their
conversation and
goods.
job offer.
Hetano has a few
but I
different
know.
crop patches
Not
and a
my own.
farm with cattle.
Maybe
so
when I'm
it's
working out in
very
Toronto,
likely
because when
that
I
the
go to
produce
live
from
there
here
after my
wasn't brought
schooling,
all the way
I'll
to
look for
Central
extra
Hyrule
work,
and
you know?
beyond directly, but
Where the
rather
heck is
sold here
this?
and
Hold on,
delivered
this is
by
so dark.
merchants. This also goes for goods and
starts
materials
here.
such
There's
as
a Campbell
wood,
Zafflos
metal,
here. That's not gonna be fun.
weapons, tools, and so on. Maybe a cheeky wee
Hell
midnight
no.
body pillow. Who said
Hell no,
that?
Toronto.
Who said that? Not me. Anyway. I
Okay.
feel like that is most
This
likely what
part
little
takes me the
circle was
longest
for,
is, like,
especially
mapping
given
out-
the great
oh, shit.
distance Hetano
Mapping
Village is
out
from
the
Central Hyrule and every
Koroks.
other major settlement across the kingdom.
This
I
little
imagine
guy.
there were also some guards
This
here, but
little
on a
guy.
much smaller scale than the security
Look at
focus
that, he goes
outposts,
there.
such such as the one above
Berry, but not Ontario.
earlier.
Yeah, I
It's
was
been
thinking,
out of
again,
commission
I was
for
thinking
some
about
time now by the
Peterborough,
looks of it.
remember?
Mostly
So-
due to neglect, as the Great Calamity didn't quite hit Haytano. However, the results of the monster
Because I'd be
influx
closer
might
to
have
the
also
hunting out on
affected
that
its
side, because I
fall-off
looked
and
at the
decay.
region
Perhaps
maps
in the near
already for
future,
when
as
you go
things get
hunting,
back on track in
and
terms of
there's
fixing
hardly
the
anything
kingdom up,
between Kitchener
this
all the way
little
up to
ruin will
Barrie.
be repaired and
I've
back
looked
in
at Barrie to live at as well. Like, the rent's really cheap up
The
there, it
last
really
mysterious
is.
unmarked
But it's just
ruin
like
I'd like to
crappy
visit
about like
and
what
explore
kind of
in
work you're gonna
today's video
find.
can be found in Central
I've looked, and the rent's
because
fucking
you'd think
well,
those are the
sometimes. I mean, it was
easiest and
kind of
most
cheap.
known ones
I mean,
to
I was
cover,
just
and
looking
for
at
the
the
most
time
part,
where
you'd be entirely
it was
correct.
kind of like
However,
booming
I
everywhere. So
pass by these ruins by South Nabby
rural
Lake.
Barrie,
Nabby
yeah,
ruins,
it
as
is.
I'm dubbing
It's
them.
really fucking.
And
I don't know
they
what
intrigue
people
me
do for
highly.
work there. I
There
think it's
are only
crazy
a
if they
few
say, "Oh,
homes
we're a
here,
touristy
and
town."
now a
It's just like
gloom-coated well. Not much.
they have
So
nice water
why
to
have I
swim in.
chosen
That's
to
all
include
I
this
see.
one?
That's
Well, for
like
one,
that's all
because
I
it's
see.
unmarked. and that's the focus.
Did I not get a Korok here?
But also
I thought I got a
because of how
Korok under this
peaceful and
bridge.
cute this must have been back
I
in the
guess
day.
I did.
It would have undoubtedly been wiped out during the Great Calamity, and probably in very brutal fashion.
We have so much
as
Zelda
this
music
plain here
now,
is
it's
connected to
amazing.
the pathway along the Julian Peaks,
I love
a
it.
place where many guardians
can't
flooded
complain.
to while
Such
chasing
good
down
stuff.
Link in Princess Zelda.
Because I will not be
Those that lived
tolerating
here,
NIMBYs. What's
whether
NIMBYs?
home or not at the time,
Is that a
would
company?
have had their homes destroyed in moments.
So there's only
Anybody
2 in the
here
Gerudo
in these
Desert,
dire
like right
hours
here, which is pretty
gone
awesome. This is
in
fucking
moments.
crazy. Look at all these
Who
sinkholes.
lived
I'm
here?
kind of curious to see
What
what's
was
under these
life in
sinkholes,
this
though.
open spotlight?
I would love
it
to
was
know.
Just ripped away from them. It's just so quiet and beautiful,
Oh,
but
look
yet
at that.
gone.
This is one.
The South Lake just beside
Oh,
it also
shit.
has a little
Edit.
ruined piece over here.
Yeah,
Perhaps
we're gonna
whoever
fly
lived
over
here
this with a
tended to
floater
this
plane, so
lake
we don't
and
have to
fished
fuck with
here.
none of
The
that.
well
Oh,
that
it's
is
just
now
so
covered in
good.
bloom drops down to the depths, and if you follow the jump down, you'll find the water as well as some old buckets, the remains of what once
I
was.
am so confused. Where the heck
can't
is
really
this?
explain why I feel so
Hold on.
passionate about
Okay, the
these
circle.
particular ruins. Maybe it's the elegance and
Circle.
destruction that
Okay,
they've left
there's a
behind.
Korok over
Maybe
here.
it's knowing
He's
that such a small
swaggle-wuggling.
ruin definitely
He's
holds hundreds of
swaggle-wuggling.
stories
And then we go, oh,
memories
look at
for
that. We
those
take
who
him
live
over here.
That kind of goes for
Not
the
my
entire
backyard
kingdom, to be
type
honest.
people.
Despite
What?
being near enough destroyed
Basically,
by the great
Karens
calamity
with
of
a
100
tiny
years
amount of
ago,
power to
the
fuck over
scars
everyone
left on
else that they
Hyrule's
don't like.
graceful body
I think just saying Karen was
so
enough to sum that sentence up.
Thanks very much for checking out this marathon compilation of my world lore content from 2023. I hope you enjoyed watching and or rewatching.
Any other lore
If you could do me a
suggested
massive
videos from you
favour by
guys?
dropping a wee
Anything
like
you'd
down
like to
below
see?
and subscribing if you're new. That'd be very
I've
much
just been
appreciated.
clicking on anything
Big
that's like
thanks and
piquing my
shout-outs to all
interest
my
that I
channel
see here.
supporters for financially backing the
Or
channel
if you want me to just
and being a
have it
massive
shut
part
up,
of making
actually,
these
maybe
videos
I'm like
possible.
done. Maybe we're
If
done
you'd like
looking
to
at
join
stuff.
them and become a
Oops.
then
Maybe we'll put that on pausey and stop that for now. There are Karens and there are Karens that are a thorn in my ass. Oh, for sure. For sure, for sure. You know, I think the Karen is evolving. You guys, I think Karens are literally evolving. I think the kind of Karens that we're getting now are kind of like, I don't know. I don't even know what to call them. What would you call them? But Karens are getting smarter. They're 100% evolving. I think these little dots are these little Korok guys, and then these like little triangle homes here. Like the little, that was like tough to see. It's right there. Oh, we got a puzzle. Oops, we got a puzzle. Sometimes when I map these out, I kind of really fuck up though. This looks like a rock. One on top of this, apparently. Okay. We got 2 in the desert. 1 here. That goes to the oasis. See, this is what's so nice about having the floater plane is we're gonna skip a lot of sinkholes, which is awesome. Can't complain about that. Dragon Exile. Like Pokemon. Ow, where is this? Whoa, where is this? Whoa. Sometimes these places just like blend in. Holy cow. What? I don't see this. I don't see this. I know it's right beside. Oh, okay. Well, the camp's here. Hold on. But where do we start? But where do we start? Where's the little guy? Where's the little guy? He's like supposed to be in a circle. Wait, what circle is that? Whoa. What circle is that? Was it this circle? Oh, it's this circle. I thought it was a lot farther away. Most water type Karens are the worst to deal with. Water types! Oh my god! I know what you mean by Pokemon now. I know what you mean. Okay, so we have 450 plus. We have maxed out our inventory and we need 441 for our inventory. Whoa, so that means we should be at 800. So that means like the rest of the seeds that I've got is 200. This doesn't look like 200. Edit. This does not look like 200. And when we're done all the Koroks, we can finally like go to like side quests, side quest stuff. Side quest stuff is good. I've been picking up side quest stuff when I talk to people along the way, just to like go back and find them later and do whatever the heck their little mission is. Little mission. But yeah, I understand how the app would probably be a lot handier in this case, and I'm kind of doing this the long and hard way, but I really like ZeldaDungeon.net, and I give it all my support, so. West Gerudo Ruins. Where like the words are just does not. This all looks like scaffolding. All of this looks like scaffolding. Oh, it looks like at the tippity tip of this, you jump over here. Oh. And then at the top of these ribs. So like I always save the Gerudo location for last because this is just like tedious. Just wildly tedious. But it's kind of good that we're here because we get good dough bones. Not the beach Karens. We've all dealt with a Karen. But you know what sucks with a Karen is a Karen who like says it rude to you. Do you know what I mean? When you're like genuinely asking and then a Karen just like pops off with 10% or like, sorry, 100% violence, you're like, okay. Now I'm really mad. You know? Upsetting. I've had it. I've had it. And you know what? I've been it. I've been a Karen. Not a foreign concept in these parts. You guys need a Karen? Call me. I'll be your Karen. But then again, like if you're in the wrong, like I won't Karen at you, but I will tell you, you know, like, oh man, you know, this is pretty shit. I totally understand you're mad. What are you gonna do? I'm a really bad consoling Karen. I'm very bad consoling Karen. Regret, it grows in so many forms. Burrito lookout. The burrito lookout. There's one in the... These are gonna be so tough to see. Oh my god, these are gonna suck. And this one's in the freaking... This is in the pattern. There's one up here. Oh, did I mark that one way at the top there? I think I did. I just grabbed it as I went, thinking like, oh, you know, probably do myself a favor and maybe give some attention to these when I go to do them. How loud is the game? Is the game like super quiet? I have the game like super turned down, I think. I don't know. I think we slide down the hill for this. And then there's one here. If it all goes well this year, you'll get 90%. What? I'm gonna have an amazing time being dead tired 90% of the time. I know someone who's like that every day. Every day. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they live. It's crazy when you meet people, like when you go to high school with people and then you see like what they do after high school and like how they were in high school, you know? The kind of people they adopt and change and become is just wild. Absolutely wild. Because like me, what was I? Oh, you know what? I think I was pretty much the same. I was skipping class. I didn't give a shit. I hated life. I'm pretty much the same now. Like I changed. Like I worked really hard for a good while. Like I made really good effort. Like I would definitely be someone you wouldn't recognize being a lazy butt anymore, but I loved my games. I really did. You couldn't stop me from loving my games. Holy cow. I love my video games. Could I imagine my life playing video games forever? Absolutely. Being productive with it, it's kind of tough, but I'm a social person when it comes to it, you know? I'm happy I have that little social aspect to me. I feel like I'm missing one on the other side of the bridge here. No, I got it. Oh, there's like 3. Oh, okay, there's 3. I suppose the Gerudo's only allowed women is, it would be a Karenocracy. Hey, that's the Karen Guild members. That's great. Actually, that makes a lot of sense right there. But they're so nice. You know, when you're friends with a Karen, you're like, you know what, Karen's actually really nice. When you're not friends with a Karen, you're like, oh. Who gives you the authority to yell at me? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think, okay, so I think like the biggest thing with Karens is like they really are insensitive to who they're talking to. Like, they really just don't give a fuck on who they offend at any time of the day, the hour, the clock. It doesn't matter. They have their own clock. You're not in it. You know what I mean? But when you're friends with one, you're winning. And what's the equivalent? The equivalent is a Kevin, right? But Kevins are like weaker, they say. Man, the people that fucked off out of my life even 5 years ago, seeing me now wouldn't recognize me anymore. Having a woman-only environment isn't necessarily Karen-like, although Gerudo Town is an interesting case study. It's a, yeah, interesting case study. There are also Karens in Hyrule. Dude, the biggest... Okay, I know for sure Tracy, for the Cloverleaf, she's a Karen. Alright, already talking to Tracy and what she's running, that's a Karen. You guys gotta know Karens before you even know a Karen. Right? Okay, the other chick with the Leviathan bones, now she was a Karen in Breath of the Wild. I didn't find her too Karen-y in this sense, but she was pretty obsessed with her topic, so she could be almost. Thinking of Flower Blight Ganon? Which one was Flower Blight? You mean the flying one? Are you talking about, like, for my instance, suffering with them? Because that fucking any Blight Ganon is a Karen to me. Hated him. Hated him. There's a little cycle here. What the hell is this? What's this? Oh, it's from this box to this box. Ugh, this is gonna suck. Whatever this is all about. I put the star where it's supposed to start, and then I put the leaf where my target is, or like where I'm supposed to go. And then I kind of know that it's like a dual one like that. Now it could be 2. Actually, if it says 2, then I know it's 2. If it's not 2, then I don't have to worry about it. This one's a 2. This one's 2 little Korak guys, because it says 2. That lady that doesn't want you to step, that's a Karen. Yes, that's a Karen. Yes, you're right. You're right about that one. The one that bitches about all the flowers. That was 100% Karen. You know what's funny? She went extra, she doubled down on her Karen-ness in this game. Okay, because when we got close and we were like figuring out where the farm tools were, right? She literally roped that young guy into helping her. Like, that's what a Karen does. A Karen will bitch at you, and then she will make you do the work. Like, and then you're stuck with her. You know what I mean? Flower lady who beat the Korok seeds out of the link for touching the flowers. Yeah. Yup. That is definitely Karen. I'm trying to think of other Karens in this game. No Zora. No Zora. No one in the Zora domain is a Karen. I didn't find, except for what's his name? Muzoff. Muzoff is a fucking Kevin. Muzon was like, he was the Karen. Oh, where is this? Oh, it must be this one. Oh, these are tough. These are tough. Oh my god. Look at all of these I have to mark out. Oh my god, this is literally too much. See, I like to mark these out when I'm having my breakfast or something in the morning, but like marking them out and going as we go now. Like, we'll have 300 to put down. Oh my god, this is too much. Oh, I swear I done this. Oh, I did this at the other stable. Okay, never mind. Fancy tree. There's another one in this tree. Is it this tree? It's, I don't know, it's this spot. And then there's one that starts at this dot here. We call her Flower Blight because she's technically the most powerful enemy in the game. I guess that's true because she 100% subdues Link. She totally just puts him on a pause. She's like, ah, stop right there. Link can't do anything about it either. Oh, I'm trying to think of what else is a Karen in this game. You know, Lizaflos are fucking Karens. Dude, Lizaflos in this game are fucking Karens. Holy shit. Can they just mind their own business? No. They gotta come right up into yours. And they've gotta see you a mile away before you do it too, right? Because that's a true Karen. She's gonna see you doing anything before you even think. Do you know what I mean? Before you even showed up, she knew you were gonna do it. Muzo, he's a Ken for bitching at Link. Never. Yeah, 100%. See, that's it. That's my point. Yeah, Muzan was a big doo-doo. Big dodo. And he's still a big dodo. He's like still kind of reacts and rages to us just a little bit. Just a little bit. Where is this one? What? This one's like here. Oh, I think it's there. Dig Dock Suspension Bridge. Nefra Hill. Uh-oh, I can't tell where that is. Uh-oh. Oh. I dig Dog Oh, no, there's two more. Oh, there's two more. Well, this one seems like it's under, and then this one seems like it's on top. Muzo is constantly whining to the manager. Always. But what do we call that? There's like, that's someone else you call like in like the workspace. Who do you call that in like the workspace? I found a really funny video that kind of has like, secret names for people who you work with, and they could never tell who you're talking about because you give them this code name. It's funny. We need a fan fiction scene of Ganondorf coming across the Flower Lady. Pardon me, sir. Oh my god, we do. Do a little comic trick, right? Okay, do it like this, where he like, okay, he kills Link, he kills Zelda. Okay, now we don't have them, but he doesn't really like destroy the whole world. Okay, he's just like roaming and trying to like take over like the new people, the new citizens, right? And then she does this to him. That would be so funny. Like now Ganon trying to like, how would I be king of this world? And like he's dealing with all these Hyruleans, and he'll be like, fuck this. You know what? Fuck this. I'm happy Link and Zelda kill me every time I'm born. Fuck raising these people. Kalip is also a Ken for taking credit in anything that he didn't work for. Yeah. It's not unusually called a Karen. Or it's not usually called a Karen when it's an employee whining the manager. But for Muzu, I'll allow it. That's funny. Chewing on the wrong side of my mouth. Forgot I had a broken tooth there. Well, really a carved in tooth. I'm very upset the way that they handle cavities, because they just like keep grinding and keep grinding and keep grinding. Like, do any of you feel like they do not need to go as far down as they do? Really, there's times I believe like, I think this guy went like 4 layers extra deep into my tooth for no reason. Like, what's he doing that for? You know what I mean? Well, I got that one. The racist aspect definitely points to it. Are you marking stars in the pure pad for Koroks? Yes, I am, M. I know there's probably a more efficient way to do this. I know. It's just for me, though. I mean, what else are these stamps going to be used for? Tell me. How else would I use these? That's the purpose of these. Stamping away. Stamp, stamp, stamping away. Mount Rome. Oh, we didn't do this pattern? So easy. Didn't go to this lake? So easy. What are we doing? Ah, I remember doing this near the end of Breath of the Wild. This one. Some of these are the same, but you know what? When you come to the same locations for some of these, I would say a good 200 of these were the same. Okay? Traveling for. They have been different. They have been very different. They've given you like a different kind of thing to do. A lot of them have just been like examinations. But yeah. No, that's pretty much it. Mark these out like these. Thank you. I like validation. I live for it. And then I already have those 6 marked out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's a 6th one. Uh-oh. There were so many here in Breath of the Wild, it got annoying. It got so annoying to do a ton of these. See, this one's the same. This one's exact same spot. This one's pretty damn close too. And this one's here. there's like, oh god, these are all in the same spot too. This was in the same spot. There was one up here. Yeah, and there's one in the ridge just before in the ridge line here. Same spots. The Zelda notes would provide you with all that information and more, but you don't have a Switch 2. I know. I know. Are you talking about the voice notes? Ah, we just discovered. I literally just discovered over the weekend that there's voice notes. Breaks my heart. Breaks it. Why is there one of these in every fortress? What's a Korok doing in enemy territory? Like, what are you doing, buddy? Oh my god. Okay, this is me marking up the mountains. We got up pretty close. Okay, and then we'll have all of this left. Maybe we just continue with what we've got here. Let me go back into this Hyrule Ridge area because I missed a ton here. Hyrule Plains. Hyrule Plains. What part of the plains is that? Right here. I know there's a Lionel there, so we'll see if we'll end up having to kill it. So far, we haven't had to kill anything to grab these Koroks. I definitely thought we were going to have to kill that Hydra. The voice notes and everything, but you got to work with what you have. I know. Piecing small things together. I know about the Eventide one, though. We talked about that earlier. We already gossiped about that one. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Mark that one out. Ah, yes, this one's by the stable. We love this guy by the stable, and then his buddy's home is way over here. And I thought I did a bunch of these on these islands, but I guess not. Oh, I did them on Breath of the Wild. I remember because I was constantly waiting for 𝖬𝖯𝖠's Gale. Kind of nice that we don't have to wait for 𝖬𝖯𝖠's Gale anymore. We could just rocket shield up. It does take us up quite a height, doesn't it? Right? I know it's our discount version, but it takes you up there. I'm really not mad about it. Is that really... Oh, there's not a bunch in the canyon? Oh, there's tons in the canyon. Come on. Tangyard Cannon. This one might be here. Nope. Wrong spot. It might be here. And then there's one on the back end of this house. One here at this windmill. Oh no, it's at the edge. Ah! Some of these edge ones. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, the Koroks do not care whose turf they step on. For sure they don't. That Korok is probably in enemy territory because they haven't even have that one make Hyrule great again relative. Make Hyrule great again. I think I remember that. I think I remember coming across that. Isn't that make Hyrule great again Korok in the Korok Forest? Ganondorf could have exploded right over Korok Forest so they wouldn't have gotten to scratch. You know what? Like, I think that Korok Forest is like so OP for Ganondorf because like he really can't maneuver through it, eh? Like he really can't. And this is what's strange to me is that the Kokiri Emerald was pretty much safe in Kokiri Forest. It really was. The Lost Woods is like such a volatile enemy to deal with. And the Korok Woods, or like the Lost Woods, is just such a mystery on its own, you know? I can't believe there's no... Oh, that's what I thought. I was like, come on, there has to be one at Koho Mountain. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Have any of you watched the YouTube movie or like TV series a fan has put out of A Hero's Purpose from Ocarina of Time? These are the events of the child timeline that lead into Twilight Princess. It's so good. Guys, I cried the entire weekend. I was crying last night. I was crying for 6 hours. Just like watching all OOT stuff. And I was just like, oh my god, I'm like not ready to go back to this game. I'm like, oh my, I didn't, you know, when I first played it, I was so happy. It gave me like so many great memories. It was so exciting. And then as I have learned its dark history and its dark storyline and how sad this Link lives, I've just been like, Empathy overload. Like, I've just been melting in a box. I literally am melting in a box because I'm got my heater on all day. Don't blame me. Okay, hopefully we're good. We're good with that. Okay, where are we? Where are we? We put so many stamps down. I don't even know where we are. Oh, we're all the way in Lanayru. Okay, cool. Yes, yes. Okay, we got everything. I kind of want to go... Where do I want to go? I think I want to go from here. Oh no, we'll go from here and we'll go on Drognak's Pass and we'll fly our way down and zigzag back and forth. Yeah, this is where we'll go. That's what we'll do. We'll do it like that. Here, let me just put it on. You guys would really like this. Oops. Not my watch later, it's watch history. Hold on, let me go back here. What the hell? Okay. It all makes sense. Where's my watch history? History. Yes, see, I was really trying to do the mic stuff and that was not working. This. A Hero's Purpose. Any of you guys watch this? It's actually so great. Yeah, let me go back to it. By Major Link. I really like how they made this with OOT prompts with the dialogue. I love it. It again, where is it here? Did they explain in the beginning? So they did the best that they... Oh, this is episode 2. Hold on, we gotta go back to episode 1. Where's the playlist? Yeah, this is the playlist. There's a seventh episode coming. So this is in no way a definitive telling of what happened. This was the story we created that best suited the lore and theories that we felt were strong. Okay, so following lore, so following what was canon, and following theories that could have happened, right? Between the conversations or what the mood was leading into the next event. So like, their conversations could be theoried, right? But what happened, like the Civil War, the rise, the fighting, accurate. It had to have been accurate. Where they fought, how they fought, theoried, right? Like that had to be a little bit story scripted here or there for the most part. But we know that after the Hero of Time was sent back in time, he went to Termina. We know he did that. People are saying that that place was a dream. I don't think it was a dream. I do think it was like a whole other place that he did save because he was there. He was there for multiple years before he comes back to Hyrule. So like, where was he for 7 whole years? He was obviously in a place. He wasn't just wandering the whole time after another adventure. I believe he stayed there, especially with the Skull Kid. Comes back to Hyrule, returns the Ocarina. Why is he returning the Ocarina? Kind of not sure. I guess he thought that this was a safe time to come back and not doing anything, but this was kind of at the rise where Ganon's next attempt to attack happens. So then the whole thing falls out. It's just really good. Visually, really, really good. Using the tools that we had. We worked extremely hard on bringing everything together and pleasing every type of Zelda fan, but we know that that's an impossible task, so please be kind. Without further ado, here's the untold story of one of the greatest video game heroes. Because where did he go? What happened? You know what I mean? This is long. This is like, this would be perfect for Korok farming, is if I just play this in the background. I think it's great. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but I love it. And I'll just let it play. This will be just great because it really segues into getting into Twilight Princess.
In the vast, deep forest of Hyrule, there lived
Oh, maybe that has to be a little bit louder.
the great Deku Tree. Alongside the spirit lived children of the forest, the Kokiri. Each Kokiri had its guardian fairy.
So while I'm like not really
However,
watching it because I'm paying attention on this, at least I won't bawl my eyes out. But I was fucking crying so hard last night.
Boy's name
I cried the whole
was
time.
Link. But on one fateful day, Link was summoned by the great Deku Tree to test his courage. Link was granted a fairy companion named Navi.
We can have a little fake Korok to live with us in the back.
Desert wreaked havoc.
That's dumb.
on
I didn't think it would
Kokiri,
do it, but it did.
Gorons,
Why were you
and
crying?
Zora.
The volume's perfect.
The
Okay,
result
cool.
of this led Link to Princess Zelda.
I was crying because of
where
how
they
bad I
plotted
feel for the
against
hero of time, because he
and
went through
set
the
Link
hardest
and
shit.
Navi out
He
on a
mentally went
quest
through the
to
worst.
save
He had the best adventures. In my opinion, he was like fucking amazing. But what ends up, I don't know, just how he kind of gets dethroned.
After collecting the three
It's just
spiritual stones
makes me so sad.
and playing the song of time, the door of time opened. Link found
so
the
there.
legendary
Damn, it's so
Master Sword
freaking low.
resting in its pedestal. Upon releasing it, Link was sent 7 years into the future. Though what Link found in the future was not expected. The evil King Ganondorf claimed the Triforce of Power, and with it became ruler of Hyrule. With the 7 sages sealed away, Hyrule was at its breaking point.
No, my god. Am I missing this?
Link awoke with the Triforce of Courage.
The talking
and
stops at some point, and then it gets cinematic.
Link, 7 years old, went on to break the seal, keeping the sages in prison. As Hyrule's final hope, Link fought Ganondorf and defeated him, sealing him into the Dark Realm together with the sages.
I've been singing like Zelda music everywhere I've been going.
Princess
Go in the
Zelda
kitchen, I
told
start
Link
singing.
to
Go to the bathroom, I start
relive
singing.
his childhood years and not have them wasted fighting evil. After he was sent back to the time he first pulled the Master Sword, Navi, Link's fairy companion, had fulfilled its fairy duty and flew away.
I think that was the saddest part, was
leaving the young
like
hero
Navi as well. I think Navi really makes me cry.
With the Triforce of Courage in hand, Link informed
I'm so
the
happy this
Hyrule
is
King
voiced by
that
Sir
Ganondorf
Ian
had been
McKellen. It
chosen
does
by
sound
the
like it, right?
Triforce of Power, which had led to his pending arrest.
I think there's some like
But by
great
that
people
time,
with great voice acting out there.
Ganondorf had already fled.
Oops, I didn't need you to do that, but you know, you're just gonna do that. And now my boat's in a fucking super shitty spot.
Following these events,
So
the
I
young
didn't need you,
hero
Tulin.
crept away from the land that made him a legend. Done with the
Oh,
path he once
my
waged
God.
across time, he embarked on a secret and personal journey. An adventure in search of a beloved and invaluable friend.
Invaluable friend.
His journey led
Apparently
him to
finding
the
these
world
device
of
things is
Terra,
also
a land cursed
part of our
with the
completion
fallen
progress,
moon.
which kind of sucks.
Link ventured through
So I have not found them all.
healing the
There's like
sorrows
50 of these
of
apparently in the
Deku
world.
Child, Mikau the Zora, and Darmani the Goron. Even healing the sadness of the enemy. A lonely skull kid and a fairy separated from her brother. These were the people Link called friends. Link, still torn at the loss of his fairy companion, left the land of Termina in hopes of finding his closest friend.
This had nothing that I wanted. Move, Tulin. I'm despawning you. You're annoying me. That's a lot of caves. I think they did a great job with the animation. I think it looks pretty fucking good. See, I love that. I love how they did N64 prompt like this. You're gonna see later what's so great about it too. I know it's like really small to read. Oh shit, it's really small to read. Is that better? Should it be that big? Try and move it up here. Ah, maybe I'll move it over my camera. Fuck. I can make my camera smaller. I could be smaller. That's fine. I'll be itty bitty over here. You guys can have this over here. Madeku scrub really makes me sad. Really makes me cry. Oops. Ugh, I feel like a donkey and like no back teeth with this broken molar in the back. Makes me sad. Makes me feel that closer, that much closer to dentures. I should figure out what the font is for this because I love the font. after the scene, I was like, what? And then I was like, oh. Like, what? He was gone just a moment ago. But yeah, that's what it would have looked like. And then I got sad. I was like, no, Navi. Aw, just that disappointed, like, kid face. Oh, no! I'm already looking too much, it's making me cry. Fuck. Aw. When he walks away and puts all the stones back, it's like, this like, sad defeat. This is like, you know, your video game you played, and then you got hard reset. Fuck. Game over. Disappointing. So many to do higher up on the mountain here. I feel like I've seen this video before on YouTube. I also enjoyed watching it and still do. It's so good. There's 6 episodes and a 7th one just teaser trailered 4 weeks ago. So we're gonna get the 7th episode pretty soon. And I think that's how it'll like end up, or like wrapping up the kind of story. But I think that this is such a good visual representation for people who can't imagine or understand what happened with the lore after the games. Like it's just like a really good theorized idea of what could have possibly happened. Like, I'm not mad at it. I'm literally not mad. And it incited some really good questions. Wait a second. Where is this? Where is this? Where am I going? That's insane. But it's interesting Link doesn't draw the Master Sword from the pedestal of time. It kind of makes me look at another alternative time, like if Link hadn't chosen his destiny. But he did. In this animation short, he did draw it. He did draw it from the pedestal. But there is an alternative timeline where this Link did die and failed his destiny. Can I get on the stick? It'd be nice to get on the stick, yeah. Yeah, and then maybe we just run for it. There we go. Yarg. So I know canonically he drew the Master Sword from its pedestal and went in 7 years to the future, but I was referring to this video you're sharing. So in this video I'm sharing, he lifted it, he went to his 7 years, but this is the time, this is the childhood era where Zelda sent him back after he finished the 7 years of the future. So when he lifts it and then comes back, it makes sense. If Ganon's watching him and he's like, ah, the kid left and now he's opened the sacred realm for me, ha ha ha. But then comes back in the same instant, it's because he achieved what he had to achieve and then he was sent back to this exact time. So he did draw the Master Sword. But then he does not get to keep it. He goes back to Zelda and says, I lived 7 years in the future, I did what you told me to go do, and you sent me back. And then she sent him away with the ocarina out of Hyrule completely because that was the 4th key to opening the sacred realm that Ganon was after. So even if they had the 3 gems away with their sacred domains, Kokiri Forest, Zora's Domain, and Goron Death Mountain, they couldn't open it without the Ocarina of Time itself and the melody. She knew the melody, she didn't have the tool. So even if they destroyed all of them, he still couldn't get it. Yeah, so then this is the child era where he goes to Termina and then returns to Hyrule, coming and giving back the ocarina after all that adventure. So this is showing his trauma and his pain, coming back as a hero who never saved this land when he did save this land. And why the timeline splits is because Zelda sent him back. If this fucking bitch in this game didn't send him back, he wouldn't have had to live this additional pain. So this is them scripting, kind of leading into Twilight Princess. Oh, I'm gonna hit the wall. Alright, we're gonna crash land. Ooh. Whoa, where did I get stuck in? What? Yeah, so the whole thing isn't necessarily theorized because this is what happened in the Zelda timeline. They're just piecing together the events that led up to it. So they're filling in the gaps to what happened to this hero, because so many people are in endless questions about what happened to him. I'm in endless questions. You kidding me? I'm wondering how the fuck he fucking died. Is it in the corner? Right, true. I forgot about him doing that for Zelda. I know. This is like the worst. This is why I say, like, she's my least favorite Zelda, but in my opinion, the strongest Zelda. And then this is my favorite Link, because he went through the hardest out of every other Link. The hardest burden, I would say. I think his burden was pretty fucking tough. Pretty rough and tough, because every other Link pretty much has a history of them. And this, no one has any history of the hero of time. He just dies quietly. He dies quietly and alone, and that's what's just so painful. While I hold back my choking tears as I say that. Oh, pick a fight with me, huh? Oh yeah? I'm a sad girl right now. You don't want to fucking piss me off. Piss off old and cried, motherfucker. Okay, let's figure out what this is from. That's what I thought. I thought it was hanging from the stone pillar. Oh, it's down there. Damn. That's low. The saddest Link? I wouldn't say he would be the saddest Link. People say he's like the loneliest Link. He was probably one of the loneliest Links because he made all these friends and connections, and it was all erased over the years of what he did. And even him coming back to Impa and Zelda, they don't even know who he is, despite him knowing that Zelda is Sheik and Impa's her guardian and saved Kakariko Village. You know, like, that kind of sucks. You have all this time with people and then they just completely forget who you are. I mean, he's got some history, especially with the Skull Kid, at least from Majora's Mask, which is why, like, in theory, like, I would say it was a real place. There's people who say that Termina was a dreamland, but I don't think it was. I think he really helped the peoples and the things. Because the developers didn't make Majora's Mask to be some kind of fucking dreamland. They made it as a part 2 to our hero of time and what he ends up going through. Because they asked, can we make another game? And the guy's like, yeah, just you have literally 1 year. So because he had 1 year, he was forced to have to use the same characters all over again and use them in a different setting, a story that he was envisioning. So that's why I say, like, I'm pretty sure Majora's Mask is not supposed to be a dream world. It's not supposed to be like that at all. And, like, as far as theorists go, it's just there's theories. I mean, this is all half just theories too, but there's good chunks of it that would be quite canon and would make sense of what event leads up to what. Or we can have the suspicion that this kind of did end up happening because at the end of the day, he had to defeat the Ganon of this era, and the Ganon of this era wasn't defeated. So in this timeline too, he doesn't even get to have the Master Sword. Think about it. He doesn't get to have the Master Sword, and he doesn't have his fairy. So obviously this Link wasn't very successful in his second time around fighting, because he had less tools. He didn't even have the help of the sages at this time. So he died because he didn't have all that support like he did how we won and beat the game. So even if he lives the 7 years later and is going to make his second attempt again, he's missing the tools he needed to win it. So what they what they like show in this just makes sense, especially when because our biggest clues is in Twilight Princess with the Shade, and the Shade is the hero of time, the forgotten hero. He makes the most sense when we see the armor he's wearing and the sword he dies with. He died somewhere and like no one found his body. So we know that like sending him back in time was the wrong choice. That's what's so painful about his story. And this is why I knew I fucking hated this Zelda the most. I hated her so much. Think about it, you're royalty in this time and like you have the choice of like how you're gonna save your kingdom, and you choose this. Like, how silly to make a boy go in future and save the time then and then send him back to enjoy his childhood. Even if you were to repeat it, I would have asked for all the details and at least let him have his childhood, but know how he was going to beat him was collecting the sages and giving him the Master Sword, not letting him die in like your Hyrule armor and with another generic sword. Come on. It's not the way to do it. Not the way to do it. Especially when you had the advantage of time travel by your side, of which the Master Sword did specifically, because the time travel he did was so short that it was essentially a closed loop, right? Like, what the sword chooses of what happens is bound to happen and was meant to happen should have stayed that way. Because then sending him back to relive his childhood is what changed the fate of the future. Because now you're just trying to change what was already set to happen. Come on, that's time travel 101. Come on, Zelda. Excuse me. I'm trying to find this Korok. Where is this guy? to start at the star, don't I? Darn it. Well, my park job is pretty good. Can't be mad at it. I appreciate how Canadian it is to have the French subtitles in the video. Oh, are there French subtitles on right now? I typically don't. Oh no. Okay, this happened to me the second time around. Subtitles jumped on in French in the second video. I think that's just like a mistake. I think it's a mistake when they did it, because when I watched it through as well, the same thing happened to me. It's federal law? It's not federal law in other provinces. I mean, it's federal law to have French subtitles available to all content and media in Canada, yeah. But I wouldn't say as a default setting on Canadians who live from BC to Ontario. It's an accident in the video though, because I literally don't keep French on. I don't. Good LOL though. Where the heck is this? Oh, this game's the worst. This game is the worst to me right now. I love all the sound effects that they use for it too, to really immerse you into this world. Oh. And hit the wall, hit the wall, hit the wall, hit the wall, hit the wall. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm telling you, man, one of those falling pieces is gonna end up hitting me. I think this is really cute. And then I found it equally sad. Like right after, I thought it was so cute, and then I cried. Like, there's some of these I really love, fan-made, and then there's some others that I'm just like, this is disgusting. But they stuck the closest they could to as canon as they could be, or what canonly makes sense. I appreciate that the most. I just want it heavily considered by Nintendo. I just want them to like officially publish whatever the story was between it, you know? Because at this point, like, they're not gonna insert games between games this late in the stage, right? Like, they've already gone ahead and just like jumped so far in the future, and like, look how muddy they've got with their lore as it is, that it's like, bruh. Just accept it. Give it to us already. Oh god, I keep missing. I miss the things. And that's done, and that's done. Oh, I see it at the top there. Oh, there you go. See, such a perfect park job. Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna be a challenge. Ugh. Parks in the desert is insane to me. love it. I love it so much. So tired of like climbing shit and then getting stuck. I cried to that too, but then I was like, I don't think she'd have any reason to feel romantically inclined for him or anything, because they didn't really spend any of that time together like that. I don't know. I don't really feel like the hero of time has a romance for the Zelda here. I think he just has an obligation. Oh, you need electricity for this. I see. How close is this? Over here. Before you forget again, what were we gonna say? Oops, not what I wanted to build, but I'll take it. Belle is bringing in fiber to my area. Why are you excited about Belle? I'm looking at you with huge question marks. I mean, I'm not gonna go sit here and say Elon Musk is the best guy in the world, but I would tell you to boycott Belle I tell you to boycott all those companies. It's just not worth the price for paying for fiber with them. You might as well choose Green Bean or whatever. In Toronto, there's like this Green Bean internet, and it's just so much better, but it's only available in the city and their fiber. That's something I said, that if I were to live in the city again, that's the internet that I would choose. Your Eastlink cable? I don't know, man. I feel like all the providers in Canada, biggest scams on this planet. Oh, I know. I would rather pay the $150 a month to have the satellite internet and it work all of the time. Look, it's fine. I can still stream and game at high proficiencies. No, I know. I said that. I said that, like, Green Bean whatever is in Toronto. I know you're not directly in Toronto. I know you're in the boonies. Yeah, I still think satellite internet would be better, but, you know, that's just my biased opinion. Because I just hate all these companies so much now. I hate them so much. I've been with them for so long. They're just terrible. The best internet I would see, if it were going to be something like, TELUS and them or whatever, was Videotron. Videotron in Quebec was actually really good. Oh, where the car go? Oh, did it fall into Gerudo Town and then just like die? Damn it. Oh, I really need that plane. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Hopefully we won't get too far from it. I hate the prices too. It's ass. Yeah. Like, it's really bad. I'm trying to think of like the best way to do this, and I think the best way to do this is with a Sora chess piece, and I'll show you why. Get cheesed. Did I just do this one? I did. Nice. But when the best options are easeless, cable, LTE, and Bell, I'll take Bell any day. Well, I hope you'll be okay. I hope you'll be okay with your Bell. I'm not happy for it for you, but you know. I mean, they steal from the poor and the old, so if you consider that best, sure. Morally, I can do it. I just feel like they're just so crap, the prices and just their quality. Have it your way. Have it your way. Have it whatever you want. You're not rage baiting me today. I don't care. Your life. Your life, not mine. I'm the one sitting here judging you. TELUS is really bad with it, though. TELUS is like really bad with it. You know what's funny? Is how the same Ganon looks completely different from OOT to Twilight. He's got like this enormous nose, and then he gets a nose job in Twilight. Okay. Sure you would. Sure you would. You haven't said it like that before, so. I don't know, man. I got my eyes close on you. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. I'll just start blaming you. I like that Ganon just said, "You want a piece of me?" Like a scene from The Sopranos. He's all about the sass, huh? If you guys notice, if you notice the concept art between the Zelda in Ocarina of Time and the Zelda in Twilight Princess, they say that the events of Twilight and Ocarina are years apart. But I digress, that they're actually a lot closer than they appear. Because I have a feeling, a very sneaky suspicion, that it's the same princess. I know her hair is just a little bit different. Okay, here's Zelda from Ocarina of Time. Let me try and find Red Hourglass, Phantom Hourglass, items, Twilight Emissaries, and then we got Twilight. I find Twilight was just very, like, artistic. I didn't like Twilight as much. I thought the game was just really dark. But look at this. 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 Her coloring is different, but she's got the exact same look. There's like 3 of them that look the exact same and a bit different. Here, I'll make my camera bigger. Right? So, Twilight, Ocarina. Oh my god, if I could swap between the two nicely. Nah, fuck. Dude, I suck at this. Hold on. I wish I could put them side by side, but they're kind of on the weird part of the pages. She looks the exact same. Just the coloring is a teeny bit different. But the armor is exactly the same. The headpiece is exactly the same. And a bit of her hair tie back is the same. Like, if she just grew out her tassels, which she did, her front bang tassels. Fuck, I keep showing the wrong part of the page. Right? She just grew them out longer, but she's got the exact same hair look and added hair clasps. To me, if that's the same Ganon, right? Like, all these Hyruleans live regular lifespans, right? You can't tell me that this is hundreds of years later when it's the same Ganon imprisoned after the war here, after the Civil War. This is why I don't believe Nintendo when they say, been years later, but it's the same Ganon. Can't fucking say that shit to me. Oh, this conversation with the mask guy, this made me cry. Because I was like, oh my god, he remembers him. But we never have a scene like this with him in the future, right? Oh my god. Yeah, Zelda's clothes look strikingly similar between OOT and TP. Yeah. And even though her hair is darker, it's a darker era, right? Everyone's hair is darker. I have reason to believe. And it's weird because the way that Zelda talks to that Link, she was expecting him, she was waiting for him. You know? So it's like, if it's the same Ganon, it would have had to have been the same Zelda. But obviously they killed that hero, so they had to wait for another hero to be reborn. Thank goodness I turned the dances off. You know what? I'm actually, because I'm not in a good mood after breaking a fucking filling out of my tooth today. Really not in the mood right now. I'm actually really happy that I have that turned off. Yeah, it's ass. It's hella ass. Bad time. I can't believe he hands him the deity mask back, you know? Because, yeah, where were all his powers when it came to facing Ganon again? He was powerless. Look at him. He literally gave everything up, almost like he accepted that he atoned for whatever. There was, like, literally nothing for him to atone for. I don't know. I just find him feeling like, what would you go back to Hyrule for? There's like nothing for you here. This is just like the land of mystery is gone. The land of fun here is gone. Like, look how miserable the people are living here. They're like preparing for war, right? And also, you know what else is sad about the Hero of Time? He was born in a time of war. His mother ran away from the Civil War that was happening then, right? Like, that's so sad. So it's like he's born in a time of war, has no family, like, that's even more disappointing that you're forgotten about as a hero to save this. Like, him as a hero, he would have the biggest reasons. Oh, is it underneath? Oh, for fuck's sakes. He would have the strongest validation for doing anything heroic. It's underneath. That's because Nintendo doesn't care for the lore. They just finagle the timeline because fans demanded the structure of the timeline with all essential games that are canon, and I feel like they leave it up to the fans to indulge to themselves on how events transpire between each game. Yeah, because then it would just leave them to being, making people less upset, right? So, like, in a way, I can understand that. But it's a little negligent on their art and their characters. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, they put so much symbolism, they put so much work, love, and effort into their games, and then to just, like, toss out the canon, or, like, to ignore their own creation when fans are here to love it, breathe it, accept it, be a part of it. It makes it harder. It makes it feel like they don't even want us to, and it's like, wah. But we want to. Oh, look at that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Crash landing. Not too bad. Not too bad. Look how sad he is. I just kept crying. Yep, by third episode, I was a fucking mess, guys. I woke up with puffy ass fucking eyes today. Like, I was really like, I was messed up. This is like such a, I don't know. I need closure. This is my husband. How could I let him go? How could I let him live like this? Milan must have been so upset, but also like, useless woman. She literally could not console this guy. So I feel a little defeated with her being a canon potential option of any descendants, you know? Oh, this Saria scene. Oh my god, no, I can't look at it. I can't look at it. It's horrible. It's like so horrible, it's good. Emotionally wrecked after this scene. Excuse me. Keep choking on my snacks. I think I'm just like inhaling sad. Whoa, this is like so far away. I love the knit N64 just sounds. They're just and the nostalgia rings. Excuse me. But if she's not around anymore, then she must know, like, she must be living the life of a sage. Like, I don't understand why none of that was present anymore. Like, it just all 100% disappeared. Trying to get you in the shade. Anyway, I just heavily emphasized with what this character must have been feeling, you know? He just got screwed out so bad. I don't know, I'd be feeling pretty in the dumps if I were him. But it's not like the fame. It's just knowing that you save this world, or like you save this from going through that. It's existential. What's that word? Existential crisis. Oh man. Holy cow, how am I gonna do that? Whoa. Oh, it didn't even let me. Existential. Yes. No, I canceled my walk. Oh, I cried. This scene just fucking wrecked me. It just wrecked the shit. He wanted to save his home from the war. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, nice park job. Let's go. Oops. Don't show them that I'm here. Holy cow, immediately shoots me. Whoa. That was kind of close. Dodging bullets. Can't catch me. Ha ha ha. Ooh. It's close. I think that's a bolero of fire on piano. Now that I hear it again for a second time around, I was trying to think. I was like, "Where's that song from?" So their argument is bolero of fire, which I love. I just love the way it's like slowly like cinched in the music for their moments of talking too. I don't know. They just like film-wise, animating-wise, like this was really great storytelling. Like they just did a really good job with it. I don't know. It's like nothing I could really be mad about. Oh, try to get it on its way down. I really don't like dealing with it when it hits the ground. It's funny too, because anytime I hear the wolves, I think of nighttime like that. Just like that. No! Ah! God damn it. A lot of these balloon ones have been pretty easy. It's either been like 3 balloons, 1 balloon, or 5 balloons. But the patterns that they've been doing is like crazy easy. That's like the next orchestra I have to go to. Guys, I've been to the Kingdom Hearts 3 orchestra. Insane. Loved it. Absolutely I went apeshit. I lost my voice that day. I got a picture with a YouTuber, screamed at the top of my lungs. Best thing ever. Like better than a fucking rave concert, I swear. I go to a Zelda orchestra, I will lose my shit the same way. I will go crazy. I mean, they happen all the time. I hear they happen all the time, but I know with 40th anniversary or something like that, that we'll get another one. I'm really, really gearing up for that experience. And this time I'll do it alone. I really will, because I was not happy with going with people the last time. Oh? Am I misunderstanding the shape here? Yeah, just walk it in. The theme song! This is the theme song to Age of Calamity? Oh, why does it sound so familiar? Well, no wonder. Is this in Age of Calamity? But we hear it in Breath of the Wild, don't we? Are you talking about Hyrule Warriors? Oh crap, is this on this little sand island? Ah, okay. So I've heard it like indirectly this way, and I haven't heard it in game yet. Oh my god, stop goofing. Dun, 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 dun. This is the theme song melody to Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Wow. That kind of says a lot. Why, guys, why are the creators of Zelda so tragic? Like, why are they having such a, like, a beautiful, it's funny because the artistry makes this like all fun and light, but it's a dark game. Zelda all in general is actually a really dark game. It's a very dark story. I'm looking at it now and I'm all like, Kingdom Hearts, it's like, it's all fun, light, lovey, and like about friends and friendship, and it gets dark for a bit, but it's not like horrifyingly as dark as Zelda. I don't know. I feel like Zelda really takes it there. Yep. Aki? It always sounds like the Crocs is saying Aki. Aki? Like here? I really had to hold back some tears today. Holy cow. Struggling. Struggle-lugging, guys. And you're all just working from home. Love it. You know what? I'm excited. I'm excited to kind of gear up for my move. I'm always moving. I've kind of gotten used to like packing my shit and then unpacking my shit and then packing my shit. But this time when I pack my stuff, I'm gonna be more methodical. I'm gonna really take my time with it. I have to go out and get boxes and stuff. Oops. It makes me mad to spend money on boxes every time, but if I start now, it won't be so bad. You know what I need more of? I need vacuum bags. I really like the vacuum bags for putting my clothes and my fabric in. So this time, like, I'm not doing boxes or big construction bags for my fabrics anymore. I'll just do the fabric bags. Because it keeps them fresh too. The problem is when moving, people like usually puncture them, but either way, they're still a lot easier to put in one of those bags. I prefer it. And like it's easier to kind of keep with me, right? Like if I'm living in a small place, having them all in a vacuum seal bag like under my bed, perfect. If I can shove all my fabric under there, awesome. But I'll need to buy a whole bunch of new ones because I've got quite a few holes in some of the ones I've got. I hate the helmets they wear. Like, I'm so upset he died in such ugly drip. I really am. I'm like offended by it. I'm like, how could you have fought in that? Like, first of all, you don't even have the Master Sword. You don't even have the sages with you. And you fought in the ugliest get-go gear set of armor that Hyrule could possibly give you. Like, the normal knights look so much better than whatever the hell they put him in. You know what I mean? Holy cow. I was like, no wonder you died. Gave you the worst setup. Because no one can die looking good, right? Oh, just a rock. You know what I didn't know before too, guys? The Gerudos had an Islamic religious side back in the day. And then Nintendo had to swear that they would never have any real-world religions in their video games anymore. So apparently, like, the land of Hyrule, like, this was all supposed to be incredibly Christian. Like, hardcore Christian. Which is why we get a lot of this, like, God chanting and stuff like that. Or, like, hall chanting, right? And remember how the mirror shield, like, you'll see, because in N64 they couldn't just go in there and change that, you know what I mean? So it'll be literally the Islamic religious symbol on the shield, which was very, anyway, the world didn't like that. But they found them to be very interesting, which is why they wanted them in their games, right? But they had no idea that kind of what they were saying when they did that, you know? Look, Ganon with the nose job. Looks very good, looks very good. They literally switched out the Gerudo mirror shield. Yeah. Yup. Hang on here. Is this cheap Korok seeds from Karakara Bazaar? No, this isn't. Where is this? Holy cow. I love that they made use of these enemies in the game for this, you know. I love how they did it, all of that. All of it, love it. I think this is like all the way up here. I'm alone. Their conversation was kind of a little meh to me. No, don't do it. Yeah, don't want your shit. Literally don't want your shit. Is it still in English? It's still in English, right? I got it. Yeah, there you go. Okay, good. Just making sure. It's just that one episode for some reason that's defaulted to French. I have no idea why. Holy cow. What a horrible circle around this place. Terrible. And they put a 𝖲𝖳𝖯𝖫 here. How rude of them. So he's been here for like, well, they said kind of like months, you know? But I don't know if he was really spending time with Milan like that in her home or whatever. This is why I think like they weren't really spending time romantically like him and Zelda. So in this series, I just don't think they did. I don't think in this timeline they were duty and then love, or love and then duty, you know? Because like for the most part, a lot of the other Links and Zeldas did. Right? Breath of the Wild, like there's definitely Z-Link, like that's been canon. I think Skyward Sword, right? Skyward Sword, he definitely loved her. Which other one? Twilight Princess? I don't think so. I think that was more of like, I mean, fans kind of mid-ness shipped that anyway. But yeah, I think that if that's the same Zelda as it is the same Ganon, I think it's kind of a little, I don't think she really cares. Like, I think she was just like romantically untouched. I don't feel like she was very into anybody. Whoops. I have to put your buddy here, not just run to you. Whoopsie. I feel the need to like scoop the Korok right into the tent, or it doesn't count to me. Oh, job done. All loop to do. Yep, we can take that one off. Apparently there's another one in the middle of the rock here. Forgot to tag. Oh, this looks like a little cave part. Hold on, is it up here or down there? It's down here. Man, this feels like a marathon. Like what we're going through. Like that's all the desert. Okay, we're almost there. We're not even an eighth. We're barely a quarter of the way through with what I've marked out already. There's that melody. I know, I really like it. I didn't know that that was from Age of Calamity, dude. That song really slaps. It slaps really well. Impa's kind of like a really aggressive asshole in this. I would just say aggressive, but you know, just found her to be a little bit concerning. It is a marathon. I can't believe you're going for it. I think I don't think this rock has anything to do with it. Okay, well that has something to do with it. And then there's a cork up top. I hate it when they put them right on top of each other on the map. Like, guys, you have this massive map. You do not need two Koroks literally on top of one another like that. Stop it. No, but they do it. But they do it. I haven't even gone to this chasm before, so discovering chasms is also another thing, but I don't know, it's kind of self-explanatory. I'll end up doing it at some point. Do I feel like doing it right now? No. This is nice, like, you just turn your brain off and you just do it, you know? This is easy stuff. I can have a conversation with you guys. Twiddle my thumbs around, play a game. Aw, see? Useless. That's why I always called in the rocket. There we go. Whoops. Oh, there's her dragon girlfriend. I would like to fight Ganon again in this game. I really would. I would enjoy it a lot. And this time, yeah, without my shield. With an attack up. I don't even think I would need an attack up. Like a gloom up, whatever, would be nice, but... Whoa, 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 whoa. How did I find the fight? The fight was great. I definitely screamed. Who was it? Someone here wheezed. Someone sent in a wheeze fucking emote. They were wheezing so hard when I got really mad at one point because I kept missing my jumps. Like, I was understanding the attacks, but the way Ganon kept slashing, I could not pay attention to the patterns. He was like coming up for an upward slash, coming to the side for a sideways slash, but I wasn't recognizing or noticing the difference. It just looked like he constantly was slashing the same way. So I literally screamed. I got so mad. Yeah, it was pretty funny. It was fun. Honest fun. It's pretty good. Other than that, no, the fight wasn't that bad. I was honestly just fucking up. It was really good. It was a really good fight. I liked it. I liked it to the point where I want to do it again because it was so cinematic. It was so dramatic. It was just so... It was really good. Are you this way? Why are you this way? Why are you this way? I think you have to perfect dodge twice, is that right? Yeah, so you have to dodge perfectly twice. But like, you don't even have to. You don't even have to. You have to make him dodge, and then he'll come at you, and then you dodge that. But then if he dodges it, then you have to wait for his attack to dodge again. Oh, where's my ship? Oh, here it is. It's my favorite rocket ship. I like how many, like, all the tumbleweeds we get in this game. It's cute. Where is this Korok seed? Shoot the jar at the center of the teardrop. Oh, there's a jar in the geoglyph. No wonder I couldn't see it. When the OOT songs are playing on piano, like sad and slow version, it really gets me. Makes me sad. Yeah, I really enjoyed the Ganon fight. I really liked the part 2 phase too. I was crying, Ashwin. If you go back to the VOD, I was literally crying. Like, first part was funny and good. Like, I thought I was gonna, like, fight a monster, but then I realized how cinematic it was. You literally don't even need to complete the game to fight him. Like, that's how easy it was. And I was kind of annoyed. I was a little bit annoyed with that. I really didn't like that. It just kind of felt like, what was the whole point in us doing everything that we did? Do you know what I mean? Because in Breath of the Wild, dude, that fight was hard. Aside from the second phase being as cinematic as it was, like, you needed Naboris. You kind of needed everyone's little laser to finish the fight. But this one, it was just like, well, I don't know, I don't know. You definitely didn't need to upgrade the Sage Wills. It did not matter how powerful they were. In my opinion, with where they were included in the fight, it was very whatever. Very, very, very whatever. I thought the Breath of the Wild fight was actually harder. I also fucked up. Remember, I also fucked up not using Urbosa's Fury properly at all when I shoulda. But I found that one to be more hectic for some reason. I mean, they were both pretty easy. I performed horribly, but watch me go do it again. After I know what happened, I can slay it. I mean, if we really want to judge me on Ocarina of Time. And watch me slay that, because the movesets are so much more simple. Oh wow, I didn't find Breath of the Wild fight that hard, but this fight was easier. Are you sure? I don't think the Breath of the Wild fight was that hard, but I'm judging myself on how bad I struggled on it. For whatever reason. I did not struggle on it the very first time I did it. I really didn't. But after all these years later, and then 100% completing the game and coming back to it, I was just like, what the fuck? Like, do I suck or what? I was just like, what the hell? I literally was just, I was getting my ass kicked. I was eating meals like crazy. I was just like, why do I have to do this? This is embarrassing. But my Ganon fight in Tears of the Kingdom wasn't that bad, and I was like, oh, okay. I was impressed. I would give myself like a B-, you know what I mean? But I would definitely give myself an F on the Breath of the Wild fight. I was like, what the fuck were they doing? I was just being an idiot. I think a lot of it was the Joy-Cons, actually. If we go back to the VOD and we rewatch my boss fight with Breath of the Wild, a lot of it was the Joy-Cons. Joy-Con was a huge issue for me. Look! My fucking thing fell apart. Now, will my steering wheel also fall apart? I don't think so. Damn, we were flying for a while with that Zonai device. We have to go find another plane. We gotta go find a place that sells fans. We gotta go to a Zonai thingy, which I don't like doing. Oh crap. Right at the front. Fuck, it's on the front and on the side. Like dip. Whoa, 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 whoa. I see what the shape is. I didn't see what the shape was. Was not paying attention. But now I am. Now I'm paying attention. No problem. I thought that this was a very clever scene that they did with Ganon here and the Deku Tree. Because I thought to myself, how else would he have gotten into the Korok Forest? You know? I'm like, this could be plausible. Enough pressure, enough malice that, you know... I mean, the Deku Tree is incredibly passive. Passive dude. No. Yeah, okay, I'll come get you later. Aha! I realize I haven't been doing this the simple way this whole time. And I guess that's easier to go in your inventory and just put them in like that. Ta-da! The time he spends with the Deku Scrub just makes me... It makes me sad. But then it makes me think, you guys, if the Deku Tree existed, okay, what other games did the Deku Tree exist? Can you guys tell me? Because in the Hero timeline, Hero of Time timeline, if he wins and he finishes the 7 years and he stays, he doesn't go back in time. The Deku Scrub, right? Because the Deku Tree dies regardless. The Deku Scrub survives, and I believe is the next one that makes a Kokiri, you know, they survive a flood and they all change, right? And then that same Deku Scrub could be the same one that's here in this Hyrule world 10,000 years later, right? But in the child child era here, with the Deku Scrub, you'll see what ends up happening to this Deku Scrub, but it still makes me wonder, where did the Deku Tree, where was this one from, right? That we know of now. What are you all scared about? Oh, for fuck's sakes. You're a mushroom bitch. Shit. God damn it. Nice. That's the first time I ever blocked one of those guys. Nice. Can't complain. Dun, 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 dun. Let me get up here. So there's supposed to be one way up here. Oh, there it is. Ah, down there. Look how cute these guys are together. I was like, oh, look at him. He's playing with his friends again. They want to just have fun with him. Let's put a tear to my eye. You know what? You know what really makes me, like, what really gets me upset the most is just like, you know, what's his name? Lloyd? Lloyd from Spy Family? This is what's giving me Lloyd vibes. Do you know what I mean? He was like born in a time of war and is doing everything he can to avoid it so that children never have to go to war again, you know? And they should just be allowed to live and exist, you know? That's what he's fighting for. And that's what just makes it so, like, I don't know, it makes me cry. I'm such an anti-war person. I really just live a life without war, please. This timeline stuff is too wild for me. For all I know, Zelda sent the Deku Tree back in time off cam. Good assumption. You're so funny. I know the lore is crazy, but honestly it's just understanding the story in each game. But like Nintendo kind of really like confused things and then they retconned a bunch of shit and it's just like, don't even get me started with trying to understand the Mario universe. I don't think I could. I need to watch videos on all that stuff with how many Mario games exist. And then you know what's so stupid is that Nintendo does the same thing with Mario and Peach. Oh, they're just both really good friends. Meanwhile, they had a marrying scene, a marry me scene for Mario and Peach, I think in the Mario movie that came out. So it's like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So it's when they do stuff like that that's just like, that's what makes this stuff so insane and just not make any sense. But really, you know what gets you, you know, in trouble with all this stuff are all the questions. You can't ask a lot of questions. This part just made me cry. Yeah, if he had the Master Sword and if he had the Hylian shield, he'd be the best soldier out there all on his own in the Lost Woods, just saying. Now this is where it gets crazy. Because I'm pretty sure in the lore or in the canon, I'm pretty sure this fight here at the castle happens. Pretty sure it happens. Because it's where this fight is that Ganon either succeeds, right, killing the hero, or he is taken into custody and then sent into the events of Twilight Princess. And stamp, please. There we go. Okay, okay. Am I supposed to make a roof? What is this one? That's what I thought. This is where I was like, oh, fuck. What a crazy fight. Like, oh no. I feel like having another tea. Such a good clip. Where are you here? What? Where are you here? Here you are. I didn't see you here. I think that's the highest we could travel up when we do ascend. is this guy? Oh, it's this. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, I gotta drop my cart a good distance of the way. Oh, or else it'll just... Never mind. I'll just park it right there. Yeah, right on the stones. That works. No problem. I like it if you left me alone. I like it if you left me alone. And me too. I've got to try this with the sled. You guys told me to do this with the sled, and I'm like, oh my god, that would make so much sense if I did this with the sled. Take that out, put these on, put this on. Oops, I didn't need to take out two. Okay. Oh my god, shield? Hold on. Shield? Let's go. There we go. Oh crap. I'm not going much faster, but we are sliding very nice. That was it. That was it. I've got snow boots. God damn it. Not my goodies. It's crazy, like, how nothing asks for a like stone to level up with in this game. Oh, my plane is still here. Go. I don't know where I'm gonna go. I guess we'll go to this first one by the little bridge here. Chill out and hang out. Hey, Breno. What's up? Yeah. Hey, we're getting there. 518. Doing pretty damn good. How are you doing? Welcome in. We still have all this Gerudo region to do. We've got all of this Rito region and then the Hebrew region up until a little bit up to the Typhal ruins, and then we're done. This is the last set of Koroks I've got to do. I have quite a bit to map out in the Hebrew region still, like maybe 40 of them or 50 of them, whatever. But yeah, we're pretty damn close. So what are we at? We're at 518. Yeah. Ugh. It's been all day. We've already completed all the way from Lanayru here. So from Mount Lanayru into Necluda, so like mainly the Hateno region, this 𝖪ЛLye̓ region, Farron region, that we completed all of that, all the way into the Gerudo region here. So we just finished the Gerudo. I've already had Central Hyrule, Eldin, Akala, up to the Zora domain since like last week. I typically try to complete 2 regions off cam when I'm done to stream, but I haven't had that time this time, because in Breath of the Wild I did. So in Breath of the Wild, by the time we killed Ganon, I had all the Koroks done, except for one. There was one I was missing because of a lightning strike. Really? You did? Oh my god. So what else is included in the 100%? It's, what's that name? That Hudson's guy, right? You gotta do all of his stands. You have to do all the side quests. What else do we have to do? There's so much. There's so much. I love 100%ing. Great stuff. Great quality stuff. Okay, one of the scenes in this clip made me cry. It got me really all fucked up. If it comes up, I'll tell ya. Or when it comes up, I'll tell ya. There we go. Nice little bump. I like to hear it bump. All armor upgrades? No. No. I haven't even found them all yet. Even the armor upgrades? Willis say what? No way. I mean, there's a good chunk of armors that you don't need to upgrade, or you can upgrade, but what the fuck? What do you mean? Really? Okay, time to drop. And time to drop. There we go, and I'll just turn around. And lift. There's so many pieces of armor. Damn, I haven't even uncovered them all either. Seriously? We have to do the armor upgrades? I'm trying to find a Korok and I found it. Oh, good. So which was your last, is that your last one? How did you like your boss fight? How did you like fighting Ganon? We fought Ganon on Friday. This is a great time. I cried. Very emotional experience. We could all say that I'm just emotional when I play this game. So I find this theory with Ganon very brilliant, very interesting, and it gives me My Hero Academia vibes. And I say that as in, like, if any of you have watched the final season, you'll kind of get the same sense of what I'm talking about here with what this theory is, which I found very interesting as something I never thought of before, or didn't think to think, because Ganon evil, we gotta kill Ganon, you know, who would give a shit? But you know, like, I feel the empathy for villains now. I mean, I won't excuse them all, you know. That's okay for being new. Don't worry about that. We're all new here. I'm figuring out new pieces of lore all the time. Now again, the videos that we're watching is not like 1000% canon, mind you. So we are watching this because we can. And we watched a bunch of lore videos already. So. But this is just to pass the time and enjoy movie time while I Korok hunt, because this is also very mundane. And we're gonna go way over 10 hours today, easily, just to do this. Just to do this. Just for this. Do you have a favorite Zelda game? We're gonna be playing Ocarina of Time tomorrow on my N64. I'm very excited about. Very excited about that one. Oh, it's underneath. Shit. Okay, I gotta drop down. Yeah, OOT? OOT's your favorite? Are you just saying hell yeah? Hell yeah, we're doing that. Tomorrow, like, we have to. We have to. It's been so long since I've last played it. There's also like a walkthrough that I followed when I was a youngin'. And when I went through that game myself, reading a walkthrough was just, it was very satisfying to also like go through the experience of the game itself. But yeah, it'll add to so much content. It just makes it so much funnier reading it through. You're not doing all the Korok seeds tagged on this stream, are you? What do you mean? You're not doing all the Korok seeds tagged on this stream. I'm collecting all the ones that I know, which is all the Koroks. We're gonna get to 1,000 for sure. Oh, come on. Yes, get on the car. So that one kind of takes us way down. I kind of don't want to go down yet. There's quite a few. Shut up. I don't want to help you. There's quite a few up here. And we're gonna need more fans anyway. We're missing. I've got quite a few stir sticks. How many stir stands do I need? Well, how many do I think I'm gonna need? I'm gonna just like buy all the fans in one of them. You said the stream was going to be long, so I wasn't sure what that meant. Oh yeah, no, like I'm definitely gonna finish getting all the Koroks today, and the stream's gonna be long. Like we're already at 9 hours since I started since 10 a.m. this morning. I'm usually like trying to stick around just 8-hour streams, but I feel good. I keep going. I'm waiting for my Switch 2 accessories to come in. Ooh, off Amazon? Ooh, which accessories did you get? I want to know. That sounds spicy. Go away, you snowball flunky. No, don't hit me. Ah, okay, thank goodness. It wasn't too bad of a hit. I don't know, man. The Octoroks could fucking knock you out of this world. Oh my god, this is so far down. Oh my goodness, look where it is. Are you sure you want to do that? Oh yeah, it's a Monday. It's a Monday, I've got all day. I could do a shorter stream tomorrow. I could do like a 6-hour tomorrow. That's not gonna hurt me. I mean, I've got nothing to do but wait until Wednesday for my dental appointment anyway, so what am I gonna do? I literally have nothing to do. I can't start any jobs right now. Like nothing's gonna open for me. So I've got this day is a wrap. Tomorrow, end of stream though, I'll finish my TikTok that I'd like to make for my Ganon fight. Because that was really fun. That was really fun. And it was just funny. My reactions were pretty funny. I stayed pretty chill for that fight for the most part though. I thought it was gonna be a little crazier, but I wasn't. Didn't overreact much. I know what this is. This looks like it's hidden. Ugh. I hate these flower ones because they don't mark them properly. They mark them like where the trail ends. They don't tell you where it starts, and it's like, you should be marking it where it starts, stupid. That's what they did for Breath of the Wild. That's what made this like really easy to follow at first, but I'm gonna have to like put in a complaint. I'm very impressed you're doing all of that. I wish I could live that seed life. I know. You know what? I'm jealous you have a job. Wait, but you just said you were laid off, weren't you? Recently laid off too? It is long, but you know, I've gotten used to this 𝖬𝖳 device here, and the 𝖬𝖳 device has been making all of this like an absolute breeze. Ah, shit! Why is this Korok in enemy territory? No, we actually have to fight this 𝖸𝖳. Ah, what an asshole. What an asshole of a Korok, seriously. This is tough. Not at all. I said I was a government worker. Okay, but I thought, okay, never mind. Never mind. It's okay. I thought wrong. My bad. I knew you were a government worker though. On the island. Holy. Whoa! We're gonna call Tulin for this one. So thumb grips. Thumb grips, GLGR connector, and a rare accessory. A rare accessory. A rare accessory? What could that be? So, GLGR connector, that has something to do with that type of the controller, right? There's like new buttons called the GLGR. Is this for your like pro Switch controller? Oh, the footstep animation was like really loud. Whoa, look at this hole in the wall. Is this where another cave goes? Oh, that's sick. Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh my god, where does this go? Oh my god. I'm an aviator, man. Whoa. Whoa, what is this? Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh my god. I had to get distracted. This was just too cool to ignore. Yeah, but when I was laid off, I said I was unimpressed with what EI given. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's right. I just assumed that you were still in the same... I don't know, you know, I would hope that I'm not the only one unemployed. But I am. I think that those are the interconnected, right? Like those are where the two controllers connect between one another. Is the accessory that you're getting? Oh, okay, I'm a little too lazy to go in and go get the thing. We'll just come back later. I'll just come back later. So I can do that. I have the power to do that. I'm gonna need some kind of replacement. And drop. One. Oh, I did miss one. But that's weird. Hang on. I think this is just... Oh, did I mark this with the wrong... Oh, I did mark it with the wrong thing. That's okay. That's okay. I don't even think we've been down this chasm on the height, too. There's like 2 chasms here we haven't been down. This is where I cried. Look, oh my god, I'd be horrified seeing this. This broke my fucking heart. Oh my god. See, this is why Link saved the world, was so that this didn't happen. You'll send the link. How does this rare accessory not have a name? Or oh, I guess the GLGR connector, never mind. Thumb grips are a need though. Even I have thumb grips. I have thumb grips on mine. I've got these little strawberries. I cried so much that soldier. It's like, no, look at all the innocent lives. Look at all the handsome young men no one gets to mate with or have children with. Like, this is sad. That's what I think of when I think of war. I think of all the good-looking men like Link who go to war. I'm like, great. Dating pool's even smaller now. Great men, great souls, great vision, great. Dead. Dead over what? Over what? Over some fucking political selfishness. Great. Thanks. Thanks. Could have had a beautiful baby daddy, but no. Had to rid me of that too. Okay. Now it's personal. That's why I'm a very anti-war individual. Can't handle it. I mean, I think it's just sad that in the Zelda universe there is so much war to begin with. Like, there's just so much bloodshed in, like, this, what's supposed to be a beautiful world, era, and peace, you know? All this tyranny and this tragedy is just fucking... I don't even know why they do it. Don't even know why they do it, man. Okay, now I'm dreading to go fight this Frostliok. I really don't want to. I don't want to. I don't even have the meal to fight the fucking thing. Like, look at this, Korok. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? I guess I could just go get it and run. It's like right next to it. Oh. And it's a frost one. It's literally right next to it. There's no way I could jump on and just run, could I? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll shoot an ancient arrow at it. Oh my god. I can't believe it just fucked me on my foot. Why? No! I wasted one. Wait, someone told me where I could buy one. Oh my god, all it did was knock it out. Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe it just I just fucking lost 2 arrows. 2 arrowheads. I was saving those. Oh my god, no, Link. Please just grab it quick. Okay, now we're out of here. We're at endgame right now, so it's like we literally don't have to fight this thing. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Whoa! Fuck. I ran in like a really bad direction. Run! Why did that? Whoa, why did that break? Can someone explain to me why my car just broke? Great, now we just have to like totally veto. We literally have to just like run away. Oh, we don't even know what comes in that dispenser. Oh, I need fans. There's only 1 fan in this thing? Bro. How is there only, and there's only 1 fan in that one too? Is it because I didn't exhaust the whole thing? Is this like all you can get in the whole game? I thought it reset after every blood moon. Kudina, welcome back. What? How are some of these I didn't even fuck with? There's only 1 in that one too. Oh my god. Well. Oh my god. Well, this one, there's like these 2 I haven't done. Oh, that's so stupid. No, I'm missing the chest piece for the Zonite outfit. I don't know where it is. Look how sad this is. Look at this Ganon. He's like, he wants to repent, you know? Link won't really let him. This Link doesn't like, there's just so much more going on here that's bigger than both of them that either of them just don't know about. This is so sad. It's such a good theory, though. I really like the writing with it because it makes you think. Like, these characters are a lot deeper than what Nintendo just made them do, you know? How do you not know? You've almost been to every Sky Island. I have been. Won't let him? So, like, Yeah, he won't let him, like, just give him, like, have the conversation, you know? Like, Link is so, like, aggro in this moment, but Ganon's having a very compassionate moment to just let him talk. Let him explain, you know? Let him understand. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Trust him to do it right. But then, you know, he's following his instincts that he shouldn't. Which is unfortunate, because I don't think this Ganon really wanted to be a bad guy. With how they wrote him. With how they wrote him like this, right? Yeah, Link is in that armor there. Really fucking ugly. Really ugly armor. Honest, genuinely horrendous armor to die in. Let him distract the hero and get a kill. Ah, this doesn't have fans. Damn it. Oh, I'm annoyed to have to go to all these dispensers now. I have a bubbly water, but I'm saving it for Ocarina of Time tomorrow because I could, like, slurp up that bubbly water so fast. I also get paid tomorrow for some groceries and a little one EI check. A pathetic EI check. Okay, where's the Zonai dispenser? It's above us? It's beside us? Which is why, I don't know, like, if they don't say, like, these games are canon, or, like, Breath of the Wild is canon with the rest of, like, the timelines and stuff, I'd be, like, just so upset, because then you're just, like, writing off so many of your characters that need to be recognized. And just, like, oh, I didn't mean to use them. Oops. I really didn't mean to use that. We almost have enough crystallized charges too. Oh nice, there's fans in this one. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't mean to use it. Damn it. Why did I do that? I stared at it too. I'm so dumb. What's the video called? I want to see it. So this is called A Hero's Purpose. Zelda, A Hero's Purpose by Major Link. M-A-J-O-R. Major Link. On YouTube. And it's a 6-episode series, but they do have a seventh video coming out. And they did a trailer 4 weeks ago. Teaser trailer for it. They animated this and they've kept this as like lore connected as they're supposed to. Well, the best that they could, right? They've had to write in like a bunch of holes. You know what I mean? To make it like smooth. Yeah. I hope you enjoy it. It's to me it's incredibly emotional. I cried the shit out of it last night. I went to bed really late. Not what I wanted to do. I was actually like laying down by 9 o'clock, and like by the time I was done watching all this, it was midnight. I cried. Oh dude, I've been bawling. I've actually tried to hold back tears today. You don't even know. I'm a huge sap. I'm crying too. Oh no, I cried the shit out of this last night. So that I had a braver face on today, right? It's all about looking strong. But no, I was just falling to pieces. Like I just said, like the soldier that you see later on, I was literally bawling. There's a moment where you see Saria. I was bawling. I was crying. Big tears there. And of course, like, I know it's not entirely real, but we gotta, like, understand. Oh, you've seen them all. You saw all 6, yeah. Can't wait for the 7th. Me too. When I watch the 7th, Kudina, I'm calling you. Let you know. What do you mean? Okay, now Kudina's fucking with me. There's 41 in inventory, or does this mean I have that in my inventory? Oh, why is it counting my inventory? Can you guys explain to me why the game's counting my inventory? Why is it doing that? It's not supposed to do that. Okay, get the little plane, and we go up, we go north from here. Do I get the plane from the shrine? I think the shrine's outside, right? You'll enjoy it. You'll like it. There's this scene that comes up here with a bunch of links, and I died. I was like, oh my god. I thought I felt bad for just the hero of time. Oh my god. And then I'm like thinking to myself, what's the point? Like, what's the point of all this? What's the point of this vicious circle and this vicious loop? I was like, is it just Nintendo rights? Is that it? You know? I didn't feel like buying my Zonai device thing because sometimes I just think it like expires faster if I do that. Don't roll away from me. No, no, no. You're not allowed to do that. Your husband right there. I know. Why do you think I've been crying? You know what, guys? I think I figured it out. I think I'm just like that Japanese guy who married a Miku Miku doll. I'm fictosexual. There you go. I fantasize on these characters, and these characters are real to me. They're real. I treat them more real than I'll treat a boyfriend. And this is the only boyfriend I need. I think I could do that. I literally think I could talk to them like an imaginary friend for the rest of my life. If I'm all alone in the future, it's gonna happen. Can't stop it. You're either part of the solution or you continue to be a part of the problem. I love his hair in this one, honestly. I love a middle part. I think a middle part is actually so hot. It's so spicy. Even on me, I love a middle part on me. But right now I've been doing a very hard side part. Here's the code. Middle part in the hair. Middle part. But I don't, right now I don't have it, because look at my hair. Cosplaying Link is a guarantee. I could cosplay as a coherent couple that could be shipped with him. I do have a hat. I do have to make a hat for tomorrow. So tonight, late in the evening, because it's gonna get late, or maybe very, very early in the morning, I'm gonna make one of the little tunic caps. Because I would like to wear it while we play Ocarina of Time. That would be nice. I've always loved Ganon's evil theme, like and like look at this, like just imagine if this Ganon, before he realized what their destiny was, that they were fated and intertwined like this, like if he thought like, man, I don't want this, like, don't you not want this? Don't you want to live? Like, why should we have to do this, you know? He's asking good questions. I meant that you would gush over a Link cost. Oh, I would. I've seen a Dark Link. The guy was so funny. His Dark Link outfit was so funny. I'm not saying as funny as in it looked bad. He looked pretty good, but he dressed up as Dark Link and he painted it so black. And do you know why I'm laughing about that? It's just because like the mess, the absolute mess in the shower that's gonna cause later. You know what I mean? I think it's just so funny. Anyway, but he looked pretty good. He was nice and tall. He was good looking. But you know what? Apparently at cosplay conventions, you don't go there to find straight people because everyone's gay. You don't get to go there and find a cosplay baddie, because I would love a cosplay husband very much. You don't understand how much I would genuinely prefer to have a cosplay husband. But I don't seem to find them at these events. I don't seem to find anyone I mesh with, you know? I'm a cosplay baddie that they're looking for because I'm straight. But, you know, because that's a method, you know? A lot of the nerd guys like to, you know, go shopping at those events like that. And I'm like, well, I want a nerd. That's where I'm shopping. Even at Ren fairs, but I didn't get to encounter many. Or talk to many. I don't know. Just didn't work, you know? Synergy wasn't there. Yeah. I hate to see my husband all bloody, so I'll just be a fictosexual. That's it. I'll just be in love with them for their cosplay and not them. They're not human to me anymore. I think it should be your ringtone, Brandon. I think it's got to be your ringtone now. Yeah. I love the prompts that they do for this. It's like you read the whole experience. Like I really like it. It almost feels like an animated anime, and it's great. I'm obsessed with it. I think they did a really good job. Like they really did. Oh, what the? I have no bow! Damn it! I hate it when the game does that to me. Fuck you. Oh, I hate it so much. Now I hurt myself, now I dropped the Korok, now I don't even know where he is. Damn it. Now where'd he go? Look at him. Look at that. Look what you made me do. I tossed him. Nearly killed the poor guy. Whoops. Alright, get off my car. I've been like lopsided this whole time. Did I even use the proper build setting? The auto build to put that Korok on? I don't even think I did. See, this is the only reason I want to learn how to play piano. Is just to play Zelda music. That's it. Dun, 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 dun. The hidden accessory code doesn't fit. Oh no! What do you mean code? Like, are you saying code is in like the link that you're trying to put in the chat? Or the like the accessory doesn't fit your thing, then you need to return it. Could mean a lot of things. See ya! Okay. Oh, look, chest. What is this chest? What are you all about? No! Why? Why did you crash land so badly? We've been so good. Been good for 8 hours to the point where I haven't raged on my cart. Oh. Okay. So what is that? What is that, huh? We gotta take out a mirror. Where's the daylight? We're not gonna get any daylight, are we? How do I get any daylight over here? Ah, do I have to put it on a shield? I have to do a mirror shield. We must get into a good position. The link, yeah, the link doesn't fit. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I wouldn't worry about it. It's okay. I'll figure it out. I'll look it up by what you kind of said. It's okay. I wonder if it doesn't work in the YouTube one. I haven't like done anything for my chat show. It should have just worked for you to do it. I know in my Twitch chat I have links blocked. Because we've had a hacker here. I had a hacker do that to me before. I don't want to go through that again. It's not a fun time. Oh, it's 8:45 PM. Ugh, I have to make it daytime. Brr. Fuck, I wanna know what's there. Okay, well, whatever. We'll come back later. We have a shield for it, so it's all good. I can't believe we're in front of a like, not what we wanted. Trust me when I say it's not what we wanted. Oh shit, that's 2 of them. No! That bastard! You motherfucker. You literally ate my car. Give me back my car. And you, I don't even want to deal with you. He ate my car! No! Now that's just disappointing. I didn't know they could do that either. That was fucking horrible, wasn't it? What an awful thing to witness. I can't believe that just happened. I'm thoroughly offended. Genuinely offended by that. Yeah, I have to change my ringtone back to like Link screaming. Because I used to have him as a child, his childhood scream and his adult scream. And if you guys remember 40 Gecko in the chat on Friday, he's an IRL friend of mine, and he said he remembered that time when I had that on my alarm clock and my ringtone. Because I had a problem of answering the phone. I couldn't hear anybody calling me for some reason. Every ringtone would just like blend in. So I actually had to have something so beyond aggressive that was not in the real world that I would respond to, and it was Link. I had that on for a while. Good while. I had that for like 2 years, and until I had to upgrade that phone. And then, so I had it on the app 𝖳. I downloaded 𝖳 again, but it's not there. And I'm like, ah, oh, great. So now I gotta find, I don't know, I just have to like make my own recordings of it now. And have it be my own thing. Like I'll record it, and I'll put it on YouTube Music, and then I'll put it in a playlist, and I'll be like, alarm clock variants. And I'll just put, or like I'll just find YouTube videos and put them in a playlist, and then I'll have my phone connect to it, because my Android phone can connect to it now. It can connect to whatever YouTube playlist that I want. So like, you know how some people have like their alarm clock set up to waking up to the radio? I have it where, yeah, I just have it set up where I can listen to any of my playlists, and it'll connect to your Spotify too. It's really awesome. I think it's like super dope that our phones can do that now. So all I have to do is just like apply it to that, and that should be a lot easier. So I don't even need like an app to be able to do that. But you know, I'll still go on it and see if I can find it again. I don't have that same HTC anymore, or do I? I don't think it's worth turning it on to kind of find the name of what that zip was called. It was all just like Link screams. It was like young Link scream, adult Link scream. It was pretty good. It was loud. It was fucking super loud. There was also Link hurt. So you would hear go, like you would hear all of his grunts and attacks, and like people would look around when my alarm clock or someone would give me a phone call. It was so funny. I was like, yeah, it's mine. Guy said no phones on duty. Didn't mean I couldn't have an alarm clock tied on. Pissed off a lot of people. It was great. I liked it. Where the heck does this thing start? Oh, it starts over here. Oh, that's terrible. Well, since it's nighttime, I should be able to run around as Dark Link. This should work. This should work. In theory. Holy cow! Whoa, it's up there! Wow! Whoa! Crap! Is it up here? Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's right here. Whoa! Okay. We'll just keep going. I can't remember how many things we've given to Hetsu. I can't remember. Nice quick moves. I'm spicy. Oh, we don't need that. I needed snow boots. What the fuck, man? I can't believe he ate my plane. I'm really offended by that. Really, really, really offended by that. I want revenge on that lifelake. I mean, I killed him. You can't get any more revengey than that. I thought that this was so cute with the Goron. I cried. I cried at this scene too, guys. Every 15 minutes I was crying in this animation. Ah, I can't believe, yeah, I cannot believe I've been just sitting here so chill. I've enjoyed our time together, everyone. We're a solid 2 more hours off from these Koroks. Hang on a second. Oh, okay, I thought I was going too far over. Nope. Correctamundo direction. Whoops. Hello. Oh, my chibi. Yep, we are not sliding down this hill. Not doing it. Nope. Don't have to. Danger. Danger. Aw. I hurt myself with the cart? What? I know. Here's your useless friend. We're finally done with this cold region. I think this side's like the toughest side. Actually, no. I think the Farron side's actually the toughest side because it constantly rains. So when you gotta jump up stuff and like go here or go there, it's just like it's a huge headache. Huge headache to deal with. I cried to this Goron too. There was so much crying. You guys could literally start guessing. At what points, what other points I continued to cry at, you know? Where do we have to go for this? Oh, God. No. I'll just throw my... Throw my boat in the water. Please don't make me do it again. 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 There we go. I swear it's a timed thing. Like, if you just don't do it soon enough, it just, like, disappears. Which kind of stresses me out. It really stresses me out when I go to do one of those. So if you guys didn't know, you could pilot these straight out of the water. This was make this hover cart like so superior. So if you do anything water related, like collecting these 1,000 Koroks has not been too much of a headache compared to Breath of the Wild. I don't even know how I did it so fast in Breath of the Wild, to be honest with you. I found that a lot of them were like a lot closer together. I feel like they're a little bit more separated in this one. But going for like the long mild ones is for sure annoying. Where's the rock around here? Where's the rock? Where's the rock in these parts? Where's the rock supposed to be? Oh, it's over here. I think Darunia fighting here is so sick. Like, he's just so cool. Oh my god. Are we almost done? Are we almost done? I'm just a machine. That's all I do. All I do is live and breathe games. My favorite games, anyway. Wow, 100%ing is... it's tough. It's exhausting. When they put years into this game and then you complete it in hours or in a couple weeks or months, it's a lot. It's a lot. But taking a year to like place down 1,000 Koroks, I don't know. I don't think it would take some companies that long to like put something together like this. I don't think it would take some companies this long, you know? Yeah. See, I had a feeling. So that one's done. So this one's different. Like, none of these ascending ones existed in Breath of the Wild. But there was a Korok in this exact location in Breath of the Wild. I remember that. Doing all these and then remembering their locations again later to do again on like another run through blindly, impossible. I think highly of gaming companies despite their massive layoffs. Well, I guess I just have higher expectations. I don't think highly of them. Well, I mean, I think highly of all gaming companies because they have a lot to suffer through. Like, they get, I don't know, I feel like gaming companies are just as abused as like anime writers, manga writers, you know? Like, the demand is so high and like they want it fast, and it's sometimes you can't produce quality doing that all the time. But Nintendo, I mean, they take their time. They take their time producing whatever they want for the most part. I don't really see them ever rushing. This whole scene, this whole Link shenanigans here, I died. I thought to myself, he's already dead. I was like, oh, is this how he died? I was like, oh man. And then I thought to myself, I was like, wow, he looks really good looking compared to the video game. I was like, this Skyward Sword Link, like, damn. Actually, not that bad. But it's whoever animated this did a really fucking good job, because then when I see clips from the game, I'm like, ugh. Dude, they did such a bad job with him. Oh no! I hit a tree. I hit a tree in my face. Select it, move it, groove it. Behind? In front? Oh my god. Some of these Koroks are so just petty. So annoying. It's like, no, don't attack. I'm your friend. You just don't know. And this is where it was like wild for me. Like, yeah, do any of our Links know? Do any of our Zeldas know that they're living a repetitive life? They're constantly told about legend and blah blah blah, but like, do they know the sad truth of their situation? Like, truly? It made me think, and like, they wouldn't know if there was, okay, if there was this spiritual world and this afterlife, then they don't know until they're dead, until they're in it, and they're like, oh my fucking god. Well, I guess I fought my best, you know? How did the Skyward Sword legend even die? I want this thing. I don't want to fight this thing. Oh, nice. Solid. These don't even drop anything. They're useless. The only reason I want to learn how to play piano is just sit there and be all melancholy like this. Aw, on top of the waterfall. Was this waterfall even here? Was this fountain here the last time doing this? Where else do they do something like this? Where they do, like someone, like a spirit of your ancestry comes to you and kind of shows you bits of things? Like, there's another movie or something that does that. Or an anime. Huh. Well, gotta climb this tree quick. I always found Fee very interesting to listen to. Like, her recordings is always so interesting. But you see, like, even in Breath of the Wild, the fact that we could, like, our Zelda knows and can speak to the spirit in the sword, or the voice in the sword. Like, you can't toss that canon out that's the Skyward Sword exists, and like that means that how the goddess Hylia gained her powers exist, you know? This is not good. These bokoblins are not gonna let me go. They are not gonna let me go. God, crap, this is like in a really bad situation. Build, let's go, please. Oh crap. Whoa, we're up way too high. There we go. Oh. There we go. Oh, we're almost on the Satori Mountain. Oh my god, look at all the foods here. Looting Central. Yum. Grub, 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 grub. Grub, grub, grub. Oh, there's chicken eggs in here. That's so cute. Okay. Where's my car? There. I seem to lose that often. I didn't think this impa was so aggressive to the Skyward Sword hero. It makes me want to, like, since I have the Wii and I have Twilight Princess on it, it makes me want to get a used version of Skyward Sword just to kind of like see what this story was, this lore here. Oh, wrong, facing the wrong way. I don't think her implications were that bad, but it seems like it. Like, this is pretty serious. Pretty serious scene they're referencing back to. And I remember seeing it, like, in screenshots and stuff, or people's cutscenes of that moment. Constantly running after her, traveling back in time. Come on. No. Is it underneath? Like underneath. Holy cow, lizard heaven. Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, it better not be dropping into a pond there. Just imagine just coming across and just picking up lizards. Lizards. I'm happy that there's like not as many apple tree mapping or matching, because not a single one did we have to deal with matching the patterns found on the apple trees to match, because I had the worst luck with my tree exploding with lightning. Well, that doesn't look like it should fit or balance like that at all. Yep, we did that one. Okay, on to the next one. Crash landing. Wow. Give me all the Hylian shrooms. Eat them all up. Whoa. Oh, come on. It's just eggs in that tree. Oh my god, I hate these. This is the flower one. Again, they never put them in the right spot from where you're supposed to start this. See? The fuck? And it's supposed to end where the star is. Very misleading. Oh my god, are these Endure carrots? Oh my god. Heck yeah. Crisis. Oh my god. Ooh. All of the heroes. I know, right? That got me. I was crying. I need a a voice button that just says, I was crying. I melted to the scene. This scene was like really sad. The blue eyes are beautiful though. It's all like, no, despite if he was really the loneliest hero, he wasn't the loneliest when you see all of this together, you know? Oh, an ancient blade. Nice. I got one of those back that I accidentally shot. Okay, so we got our 2 things there. We get the card. I thought this was so cute. And then Link again is like, don't go! I just realized I could trust you. You're someone I could trust. I have more questions. Don't leave me. What are you doing? Makes me cry. I love the Zelda series. I don't think there could ever be enough for me. Of course he wasn't alone. Every hero had allies to help heroes with their journeys. It's true. It's true. So to me, I don't ever think he was really alone. And like, he made tons of friends along the way, and like the whole point of Link is that he links people together, right? He linked the people of Hyrule together in their smaller, or I guess in their younger time before, you know, the hell he went back to. I think Hyrule was in its worst shape, really, for him, or around him, which is too bad. But yeah, like, even the people of Termina, like, he brought all those people together. Where do we go here? Why do I have one pinged here? Did I get this one? I have something pinged here. Oh, why did I say I was gonna go back to what's his name's top part there? What do you say? What do you think? We should go... I should go get this furthest one first, actually. I'll go get the star. It's only 11:30 p.m. in the game. Thought this fight was pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. They did a really good job with the fight scenes. Nice. Well, that was lucky. Oh crap. What was that one? Oh, did I even select the correct one? No, I didn't. Oh, no, I didn't. How do I get that one back? Crap. I accidentally took that one off. I have to go find that one now. Oh, I gave myself more troubles when I do the things. Oh, you're at the base. Okay, thank goodness that was easy. Okay. Holy cow. Making sure I don't screw shit up. I think it ends with us imprisoning him. Personally, like, I think, like, that's how it's going to end on this. The next episode. Because of how it ties into Twilight. Or how it will tie into Twilight. I don't know, for a moment it looked like with all the links that came up together at the same time, it looked like Twilight was there. It was just he was hidden behind the head of another one. And I'm all like, you shouldn't show him there because he's not alive yet. With OT, so I was like, if you needed body count, like, I guess so. Oh, how do I get you? I guess I'll buy scaffolding. A schematic. No, not that one. Instant kitchen. Yeah, I guess an instant kitchen works actually. I don't need it for anything fancy, but I guess I'll do a hot pepper meals actually. I can't carry anymore. Oh, is that why I didn't get any meals from that dude the last couple of times? Oh, I was maxed out on meals because I was so scared of the ending boss fight with Ganon. That's funny. I thought I could hear her. Where are you, little guy? Supposed to be in the rocks over here? You need to stop being around enemies, you little Korok seeds. He's running from, oh my god, bokoblins. No, I didn't know bokoblins existed in another Zelda game. I didn't know that at all, or like that's where they were from. Oh, there you are. I thought I heard it for a second. There you are. It's so good with their voice acting. You know there's Bubblins in Twilight Princess? Yeah, they look similar to kind of bokoblins, right? Right. I believe you're right about that. I think I've seen them too. My shoulders. Ooh, they feel bad. Oh, this is where it is. Oh, look, it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle one. This is a big one. Jeez Louise. Let's see here. Okay. Loot the candies. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's just a bar? That's it? Yeah, where would this go? Hang on here. Oh, just in the middle? Well, it's got to be. But there are as funny or clumsy as Boko in the Wild Air. Honestly, they're freaking hilarious in the wild games. I really have a fun time killing bokoblins here. I think they're funny. I think their ragdoll is absolutely hilarious too. It's so funny. Where do we go? Okay, to the top of the picture. Every single picture has a Korok in it, which that would have been nice to know right away, farming Koroks, because then I could have skipped them for the most part, but I digress. This is where I'm like, oh, I was like, no, not the Deku Sprout. And then what the Deku Sprout said got me crying so hard. It's like, wah. What? Don't attach, please. I thought it was so sweet what it said. Like, you're still the Kokiri who came home. I died. Oh, whoa. We haven't fought that guy. Whoops. Don't trigger him. Don't trigger that one. Yarg, yarg, yarg. I really wish the dialogue was a lot shorter for this. For grabbing these Koroks. I wish it said, like, I wish the first one said whatever it said, okay? And then, like, maybe the first 3 say that. And then after that, it's like, I need to reach my friend. You see that smoke over there? Thanks. Help me, Mr. Hero. You know what I mean? All the Kokiri should remember that we're Mr. Hero, you know? So they should, like, the sentence should have been, like, so much shorter after that. does it move my vehicle like that? Okay, so let's go into the valley. There's only like 5 or 6 in here. Ah, crap. I see it. I see it. I saw it too late. Okay. The one time we actually do something at diagonal. Let's go. We got it. How would you find all of these naturally? I could not find all of these naturally. That would be just insane. I could find a good chunk of them naturally. But going and running around, like, there's Korok findings. I've never been to these places in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. Right? It's kind of funny how, like, they're like, oh yeah, you need 441 to upgrade, like, all the arsenals and stuff. So, you know, for the most part, people will come across 441 easy ones. Right? Maybe they made like 800 of them easy, and then the other 200 like a little bit weird or challenging, you know, something like add to the box. But for the most part, like, why would we ever be down here? There wouldn't be any reason to be down here. Looting and scooting for any of these. Where's this one? Is this one also down here? Ugh. Where the heck is this one? Along the side wall. Yeah, I wouldn't have the patience to go through all of that, especially for stream. Like, I would end up just doing it around all on my own instead. That's not the crevasse. One of these is the crevasse that we go through. Oh. Okay. I see how it is. And I faced the wrong way. Love it. Easy. I think this one's under just both the bridges. Oh, I don't have to go too far. I'm thinking, what else is on the bottom level here? Okay. It looks like we can go back to the top. This is where our flame Gleeok is. We should definitely get these last 3 around here though, on this side, so we don't have to come back. It's just so much. It's really so much. My ass is starting to get sore, actually. I hadn't realized it's been like 10 hours just kind of sitting on this ball. My legs are kind of getting numb. I'll definitely start standing in a moment. I also have to get myself a drink. I'm thirsty. Just make myself a little water smoothie. Actually, I've got yogurt. Okay, so I froze my yogurt and unfroze it, and it's just like a liquidy mess now. So I'm gonna end up like just putting it in my protein shakes instead. I'll just go make a protein shake. That'd be good. I've had the same frozen fruit just kind of sitting in the fridge there for a couple days, so got to eat it. Oh, I didn't hear where it spawned. Okay, it's up here. I'm not in for your shit, you guys. There it is. I swear we've been in that tree twice. Oh crap, no! Okay, we survived it. This is the first time I've like bonked my head and survived it. Survived the climb. I love Tattle. I just... You know, it makes me wonder, where did all the fairies go with the Kokiri? Like, we have healing fairies now, but we don't have any fairies that communicate with any organic matter or life in the Zelda series now. You know what I mean? Like, the only time fairies were like the most human was in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Like, that was it. And now, like, we don't get to have fairies anymore, which is so sad. Because this is like one of those games where you can actually have that without it feeling like it's fucking Peter Pan. You know what I mean? And I guess she was just like a clever navigation system for them, you know? But how do we explain, like, we can't get fairies in a bottle anymore? I feel like fairies are really cheesy in Breath of the Wild. Like, really cheesy. But in Ocarina of Time, it was like, it meant so much that you found a fairy and that you were smart to like preemptively save one. And you had to have a bottle to have one. And you can only have so many bottles with things, you know? So, like, I liked that. I think I'll complete all the Koroks just on this side of the water, on this side of the ridge. And we'll probably come back via the bridge. We should ask the Great Deku Tree that question, but I guess that since the Kokiri kids transformed into Koroks, I guess there's no need to have fairies as companions. I suppose so, but like, aren't they supposed to be in Kokiri Forest, the fairies? Like, isn't that a safe haven for them too? And like, so for the most part, this is not really... It's just called the Korok Forest, the Great Hyrule Forest. It's not considered the Kokiri Forest anymore, or the Lost Woods. But they have like the Lost Fog. So why does the Lost Fog still follow them? If this is supposed to be a whole new place, you know? I don't know, just so many, there's just so many questions, and I don't know, I just don't like it when Nintendo seems to be arrogant that they're like, yeah, we didn't think that far ahead and we don't really care. Like, come on. Care and love your franchise. There are other franchises where they have loved them so much, like Final Fantasy, like all of the lore, all of the things usually match up and are explained, you know? Kingdom Hearts isn't even left to be open-ended like that. You know what I mean? And they're amazing franchises. Like, it's okay to have something like a closed-knit story, you know what I mean? It's almost getting as messy as, like, I wouldn't say as Star Wars, but I mean, it's just, it's getting messy. What is something that they have fucked around with? The Witcher, like, I don't know. I would hope that this wouldn't get as weird as that, but I think at this point we just have to, like, just love whatever shit they give us, I guess. And like, we don't even have a lot of lore on what fairies are in the Zelda world. Like, are they companions? Are they for lost kids? Do they have an agreement with the Lost Woods? Like what is their entity? And like, the great fairy women, they don't even, like, they just have fairies spawn around them. But like, I don't know, I found the Great Fairies to be incredibly lackluster in this Wild era. I really did. I really didn't find them to be magical. I didn't find them to be very touching. I didn't find them to feel very exclusive or mysterious and like, oh, so powerful giving. They've just been like this needless merchant. And I have found them actually to be really annoying. I have almost wanted to just not fight one, you know? I just don't feel like their presence is very impactful with the Hyrule-ians who live in this time, you know? People know that they can go there, offer prayers and offerings, but like, it's just, none of them seem really beneficial. So the entrance to the Lost Wood is in the southeast part of the Hyrule Forest, so I'm not too sure as to why the fairies wouldn't be located in the forest. I guess they don't have no purpose to be there anymore. And that's so sad. Isn't that so sad? They have no purpose to be there. Like, where? They're not even there to just be like friends with the Koroks? Like Tattle, look at the scare kid. Tattle and Tael, right? They just want to play with the Skull Kid. They're just like other kids. I think it's surprising to me that they're not together. It doesn't make sense to me that fairies would die in a flood. You know? Because the only reason why we have Koroks is because they evolved their shape and form from whatever happened after Ocarina of Time. Which I also find unfortunate. But, they were Kokiri children, like they were Hylian children. The Kokiri were unique that they chose a life to stay by the Deku Tree, so they stayed ageless the way that they were. And I think that's because trees are essentially ageless and they live for so long. I think his power was so great that time just slows down around the Great Deku Tree. I don't think it's ever explained, but I've always imagined that. I've always imagined the reason why Kokiri children never had to grow up or never did really grow up is because they aged just as slowly as trees did. Because we don't even have a Saria Korok that we engage with anymore. We don't even have a Mido Korok anymore. They kind of have left the impression that they have died, that they have moved away. Or they're in spirit form now, or whatever they are. But you know what else would be really cool is if they turned into fairies. If Kokiri, when anything under the Great Deku dies, it turns into a fairy. I would fucking like that. I think that would be so cool. You know? Okay, where is this one? I think it's off the edge somewhere here. But how far down the edge? Oh god. Where am I going? Where? I think this is such an epic fight. Okay, I'm lost. Which rock? Where? He still uses the hook shot. At least there are like some things that he didn't like not give away, you know, or didn't give back. I'm happy to see him using like these fights in this. Yeah, like think about it. I think that would be really cool for the fairies and the Kokiri kind of instance, you know. You know what? I would have been happy to see some of them turn back into Kokiri kids, like Hyrulean kids, you know what I mean? They only evolved to survive what they had to survive, but like look at how they're living now in this wild era. It's been 10,000 years. They haven't had any floods since. I think that they should, like some of them should decide what they want to be now. Like it's cool that they could have evolved their state, but I guess to the developers it made more sense that like they weren't taking care of children who like had to eat and poop all the time or whatever. That if they were just like wood little pieces like him, they would be, you know, invulnerable or just like, you know, I guess they could adventure out because, you know, they're not a child that could be hurt or something, that they would have, like, I guess the shed or the presence of the Deku Tree with them where they went, kind of thing. I don't know. I guess that's their reasoning with it. I mean, I'm just speculating. Spitting what makes sense. Like, that's such an epic scream, the way he screams like that. Okay, what are we doing here? What do we have to do here? Is it something to do with this tree? Oh, okay. I don't know, do you think I can reach it? Yep. Got it. Got it. I think it's sad too, because he was always searching for her afterwards. But, like, I mean, yeah, where did Navi go? I would think that Navi would just go to the Great Deku Tree, but I guess, like, he died and the sprouts, and, like, no one really cared or mattered, and I guess it was dangerous. Started to be dangerous after that, so I don't know. I sad face. I sad face, I cry. Fucking Blood Moon, I was so close to figuring out the puzzle, man! Leave me alone. Dun, 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 dun. There we go, nice. I was close to the puzzle. But at the same time, like, how shallow of Navi to just leave after realizing too that, oh, this journey kind of actually isn't over because we were sent back in time. It doesn't mean that fixes everything. Like, Navi should have known that time travel was gonna mess something up, you know? Then again, I can't blame Navi. She didn't know. No one knew. I like this theory where, like, this could have been the moment where, you know, he lost his eye or something like that, you know? Like, this could have been that moment. This is before Ganon even has his power of the power of the Triforce. But what's weird is, like, does Link no longer have the Triforce of Courage after he grows up? Because when he comes back from the future, he has it on his hand, and then when he goes to Termina, he no longer has it. So, I mean, what happened with that too? I actually don't even know what happened with that. No, we're gonna ditch this in the water while I line myself up for a little swim. Okay, and there we go. Wow, that was flawless. Right in the middle. 588. 599. We're getting there. We're getting there. Holy cow. Slowly but surely. Oh my god, this guy. Ugh, I'm too tired to do him. Too tired for him. Okay, holy cow. We just have the 𝖪 corner of this world to do. The 𝖃 region and then the 𝖪 region. Holy cow, we are so close. So freaking close. How far did I kick off this plane? Oh, there it is. I didn't think that I would watch this for a second time, like 2 nights in a row like this. But it was that good. I don't know, to me anyway, as like a Zelda theory animation, this has been the best that I've ever seen. I've actually watched a lot of them. Like a lot of them. And some of them just immediately pissed me off. Because I was just like, no, that's just... At some point you can tell when someone's like, putting in their own personal fantasy into it versus it actually being a theory. Do you know what I mean? A flexible theory versus like, that was definitely just them. Just like that dude earlier who said like, this is how he would rewrite Tears of the Kingdom and it was just as bad. Like that, same thing, same thing. Like you can tell, you can really tell when someone's like doing something like that where it's just like, that really wouldn't make sense. And now this kind of just messes up that the whole thing. Like, no thanks. I don't need to keep listening. That's just ridiculous. Like, when you strafe off from the canon that bad, I don't know. It seemed like he strafed off from it pretty bad, that it was like, I don't know how, then how would you fix all of these instances, you know? Because they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about what they want to personally say voiced, and then they'll figure this shit out after. Oh my god, we're at 588, now we're 591, we're literally gonna get to 599, like... 99! Come on. What on earth is that, though? What on earth is this? Is this like a... Oh, a Goron thingy. Interesting. Looked very Rito built, to be honest. Please, I don't want to trigger this fire Gliok. Seems like we're gonna be stuck to, though. Okay. Let's just make sure this is straight for our emergency exit. Oh, you don't know who's here. Where is this? Follow the flower trail, starting on the pillar of the north, on the other side, nearby the flame Gliok. God damn it. Oh. See, I hate it when it does flower trails like this. I really do. I think flower trails are so evil. On the south side. Follow the flower trail, starting on a pillar to the north. On the other side of the nearby flame Gliok. What? On the other side of it? See, that is so bold. Oh, that was a good kick. Not that I want to admit. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna just be fucking ridiculous. You're gonna be redonkulous. Oh. Sleep on the ground. Yeah, I don't need you. Okay. Gotta start on the other side of this Gliok, eh? Well, that's dumb. Well, let's take a sneaky sneak meal. Triple sneak. Look at these. Actually, we'll do a triple sneak. We'll do a triple sneak. We'll wear a little sneak too. It's in these cliffside battles where the bouncy stick comes in handy. Even against the 𝖲𝖃? Or are you talking about a cliffside battle as in like Link and Ganon here? Where the fuck is this flower trail, man? No, but that moblin. Oh, okay. That would, okay. Oh my god, no. Follow the flower trail, starting on a pillar to the north, flame 𝖲𝖃. Fuck, it's up here. Fuck, it's up here. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Oh my god, there's no way you're on this pillar too. That's crazy. Oh my god. Why are you on this pillar? This is epic. Epic, horrible fight that I don't need to be in right now. Okay. Alright, they're asking for violence, and violence is what they'll get. Okay? Okay. Is this the end of the animation? We're done? Episode 7's gonna come out soon. That almost sounds so Star Wars, eh? Fighting the 𝖲𝖃? Okay. Wait, I don't see where did the flower go? Oh my god, way over here. Damn, dude. Whoa. Fuck, I just jumped. Oh my god, I had to jump. Look at that. I had to jump for my life. Ah. The pain. Ain't no pain, there ain't no gain. Are you finally on the middle now? Oh my god. Stop! No! Oh my god, this game is so not fair. It's just disrespectful. Oh, did he fly over to where I was? Oh, that's why. Yeah, okay. You done yet? You done your stupid shit yet? I guess I'm gonna have to kill this thing. It's not gonna let me... Not gonna let me get away with it. There we go. Okay, I did not like that one. I think that that was like super brutal. There's one on the cliff edge past 𝖲𝖃. This one was definitely 𝖲𝖃 aggro. Same with the frost one. That thing's gonna wake up and not realize what it was even angry about. Whoa! That was close. Okay. Just minding my own business. Do my own thing. Do my own thing, bang. There we go. So, loved it. I did not like this Lost in Time. This Lost in Time gave me like, you know, interesting thoughts, but I did not like it. I did not like it at all. I watched it with an open mind and I puked. And like Link was incredibly cringe. You know what? You know what really took me out from being immersed in it at all? That Lost in the Woods animation was specifically that they were referencing the hero of time.
Our timeline of 20 Zelda games with Tears of the Kingdom begins with the 3 golden goddesses.
With a side part.
In the era of
What the
creation,
fuck is wrong with
Din,
you?
the goddess
What
of
in the
power,
absolute fuck
Nehru,
is wrong
the
with
goddess
you?
of wisdom,
You were literally talking
and
about the
𝖪ЛЛe,
hero of
the
time,
goddess
lost
of
in
courage,
time. This is your
descended
reference.
from the heavens
And you
down to what would
did not
become the
give him
surface, and
his
later
middle
Hyrule.
part, his hairstyle.
Din
What the
created
fuck
the
is wrong with you? This is what I mean.
Nehru
It's like
gave
they
us
went
the
into
spirit of
person and do
law
it themselves.
for
Like,
time.
no.
𝖪ЛLe brought
No.
life
You
forms
don't
and
get to do that.
spirits that would uphold the new world's law. With their labors complete,
No.
the golden
No.
goddesses departed back to the heavens.
Please don't leave me. I have such anxiety about playing Zoom.
Omnipotent or neutral relic.
This is when the Commonwealth was using AI to speak instead of himself to speak, because if you've heard the Commonwealth speak, like he's, I'm not saying he has a speech impediment, I'm just saying like he is hard to listen to and he won't complete his words. Like when he gets to the end of a word, he'll just like, it'll just quietly fade off, like suddenly he like runs out of breath kind of thing. But since he's been doing his videos and working really hard to talk through them, he has gotten so much better. So,
his aim was the Triforce,
been proud of that.
dominance of the surface.
But it's because YouTube said no more AI voicing in your videos. They will be scripted and found, so you can't do that anymore. You have to do a real voice. Gotta do a real
Facing
voice.
genocide, the goddess gathered the last humans on a small piece of land, hid the Triforce within a section of it, and sent them all skyward.
So I think, how
Behind
old
them,
is this
she placed
video?
a
This
cloud
video
barrier to
is
prevent the demon tribe from following them.
2 years old. Yeah.
Her grace gathered the remaining
So that new
tribes,
rule
made a
was
last
in
stand
effect like
front of her temple.
this last year or something
She
like that.
triumphed, and the bringer of demise, the source of all hatred and evil, was imprisoned in the sealed grounds. Exhausted 𝖪ЛLe decided to address her eternal Triforce problem. The goddess met her end, and her surviving people established a new civilization on her sky island. Here, 𝖪ЛLe one day reincarnated as Zelda, the daughter of 𝖭𝖮𝖳𝖪, the headmaster of the Knight Academy of Skyloft. She shared a close bond to one of the students, Link. Upon his victory against Groose in the Loftwing race, he gained the sailcloth that the goddess once bestowed to her chosen hero. Even so, their love was rudely interrupted by the bringer of demise's most loyal servant.
Their love was
Uriah,
rudely
the new
interrupted.
chief of the demon tribe in his master's absence. With it, Zelda was knocked off her Loftwing and forced down to the surface. Meanwhile, Link faced his awakening as the creation of the goddess 𝖃 called to him. First as he was following, and then leading him to her sword. 𝖪LLe's last gift for her future chosen hero, and 𝖃's new master. Link pulled the goddess sword, gained his knight set, and departed for the surface, where Zelda had been aided by an old chica, Impa. She directed the young girl towards Skyview Temple,
Holy cow.
which Link
Almost
headed
got hit in
for
the head
only
with
to
that.
duel 𝖪yi𝗒𝗂.
Watch where you're throwing that,
He
man.
survived and was tasked to enhance the blade in his right hand to its fullest potential. A quest that led back to Zelda, but as fate wanted, in the time-traveling young Impa's own time. Right before blowing up the activated Gate of Time, she told Link to head back to the sealed temple.
I'll go get that one that's
There,
hanging
in
at the
Bruce's
top,
presence, he
the
attempted to open
first.
the remaining Gate of Time, but instead was forced to seal back the imprisonment. The sword was too weak, hence Link with the harp of the goddess had to go through the Silent Realms and 3 temples to enhance the blade
Okay,
with the flames
so
of
you know what?
𝖪L,
I never
Nehru,
played
and
Skyward
Din,
Sword,
which
but my
transformed
friend
the goddess sword into
Auxiliary.
the Master Sword.
Oh,
and
what's this? How we
traveled
get
through
in
the
here?
Gate of Time to the past, where Zelda blessed him and the blade of evil's bane, unleashing
But I
its
had
true
gone
form.
over to my friend's place multiple
Zelda,
times
now
to
aware
watch
of
him
being
play
the
it
mortal
through.
incarnation of 𝖪LLe, went into
So
slumber
that's
until
why I
Link
don't really
claimed the
remember this
Triforce
game, but I
from
do
Sky
remember
Keep,
this game.
bringing
It's
the
'cause I
relic
never
and the
played this game.
statue
I
of
watched
the
my friend
goddess
play
back
this
to
game.
the surface to crush the imprisoned bringer of demise. Sadly, the reunion of the trio of the sky, Groose, Zelda, and Link, was ruined by 𝖪yi𝗒𝗂. He kidnapped his target and
I like
traveled to the
Girahim was a
past
cool
to revive
enemy.
his now deceased master in the present.
Weird, but
Link
yeah.
followed to confront the leader and tyrant of the demon tribe
I
once
don't wanna
again
fight
and
you.
defeated his strongest humanoid
So
form.
just a wee bit
Though not
left.
fast enough to prevent the resurrection of the one who had one goal with his demon tribe and has restored Girahim's sword. Dominate the surface with this tribe. A decisive confrontation was required where the hero, after a suspenseful battle, conquered the bringer of demise. In his last words,
Nice,
the dying
'cause we
ruler of the
accidentally
demon
used that on
tribe
the thing
cursed
today,
the mortal
so
blood of the
it's kinda
goddess
good to get
and the
that back.
spirit of the hero to an everlasting line of repetition and incarnations of the hatred of the demon tribe. Keep in mind, we are following the original Japanese, so the Zelda teams and director Hidemaru Fujibayashi's wording here. Ganondorf eventually became the successor to the Bringer of Demise and kept going to Tears, but far more on that soon. The Bringer of Demise and Pi were sealed in the Master Sword, which was laid to slumber in the sealed temple after a heartfelt goodbye.
Oh my god.
But not as depressing as old Empress
drive.
passing in the present. With the Bringer of Demise gone, the surface was once again repopulated, and due to the mortal incarnation of Goddess Hylia in Zelda, became known as Hyrule. But after a long peace, the land once again fell into chaos when mysterious interlopers attempted to seal away the Triforce by invading the sacred realm. As a result, Roru, the Sage of Light, constructed the Temple of Time over the ruins of the sealed temple, and sealed both the sacred realm and the Triforce behind the Master Sword in the Temple of Light. Around the same time,
Which I
Gustav
thought made
established
sense.
the Kingdom of Hyrule and became its first king by marrying the current Zelda, who from now on became known as the Princess.
I think this is a
This
tag off
marked the
one of
beginning
Commonwealth's
the era
older
of prosperity,
videos.
which lasted for ages until it met a sudden end with the second invasion of the evil forces. Luckily, the Picori descended from the sky, the Light Force, and a sword to the hero of men who sealed the demons in the bound chest. The Picori, or Minish,
Oh, that
remained the
Leon's
secret
still
of the royal
enraged.
family, but
I've been
reappeared a
touched.
century later when one of their own, the wicked Vati, unleashed the demons from the bound chest in the search of the Light Force, turned the incumbent Zelda into stone, knocked out the new Link, and possessed the descendant of King Gustav, King Daltus, the King of Hyrule. Along with Vati's former Minish master, the cursed 𝖬𝖯, Link obtained the four elements, prepared the sacred Four Sword, and faced Vati when he was extracting the Light Force from the princess's body. In a decisive three-stage battle, Link took down Vati's transfigured and reborn forms, and finally his wrath, and it was presumed that the evil Minish had been killed, breaking the curses cast on Princess Zelda, the king, and 𝖬𝖯. Using the Mage Cap, Zelda restored the kingdom to its original state. Vati was not killed, but sealed, and eventually broke out of his imprisonment. As the Wind Mage, he spread terror to Hyrule by kidnapping maidens, forcing an unknown hero to pull the Four Sword, which split his body into four, and gave him the strength to defeat and seal the monstrosity in the sword. This seal remained under close watch until it one day broke when a new Princess Zelda and Link were investigating the sword. Vati kidnapped Zelda and brought her to his palace, causing Link to pull the legendary sword and split into four. He ultimately confronted the monstrous Wind
Gotta
Mage
split.
and sealed him back in the Four Sword,
Right.
leading to ages of continuous peace. The Force era continued, and Hyrule prospered as Hyrule Castle Town was expanded. Sadly, this state would be violently interrupted when a new terrible conflict engulfed Hyrule. It was during its closing phase when possible rebel Sheikah forces and Gerudo thieves, commanded by their young king Ganondorf, forced the mortally wounded mother of the future hero of time to the Lost Woods and Kokiri Forest. Bearing witness to this sight, the wise and old great Deku Tree took care of the child. He sensed that the infant's destiny was closely tied to that of Hyrule and raised him as a Kokiri, leaving him completely unaware of his Hylian identity. There was a reason for this, however, as the time would arrive for the young Link to rescue Hyrule and its people. Shortly after this incident, the war was finally quelled by the King of Hyrule and likely his Goron and Zora allies, resulting in the unexplained disappearance of the Kakariko Sheikah, the unification of the land under the Kingdom of Hyrule, and finally Ganondorf's forced fealty to the King of Hyrule. As it soon would turn out, Ganondorf would be the most serious representation of the demon tribes and the bringer of demise hatred. Humiliated by the Hylians, the king of the Gerudo began in secret to plot against the royal family, seeking the spiritual stones to claim what the bringer of demise couldn't, the omnipotent Triforce. On the fateful day his plan was set in motion, the cursed Deku Tree summoned the 9-year-old Link. Upon defeating Goma, inside him he bestowed the Kokiri Emerald.
So he was 16?
He told his hero
he's
to
supposed to
embark
be
with
10.
Navi
He's
to
supposed to be
Hyrule
17.
Castle Town to warn Princess Zelda about the looming threat. Link left the Kokiri Forest following his guardian's passing, and with the parting gift from his childhood friend Saria, headed for Hyrule Castle. Just like Link, the princess had in a dream foreseen Ganondorf's plot to claim the Triforce and conquer the world. Nevertheless, her father, the king of Hyrule, did not believe the prophecy. As a result, she asked Link to act against Ganondorf on their own by obtaining the Goron Ruby and the Zora Sapphire.
What an arrogant
Guided
king.
by Impa,
I
Link
don't believe in
collected
the
spiritual
prophecy.
stones and helped out the Gorons and the Zora, while also promising their princess something he didn't realize the consequences of. Despite his best efforts, he returned back to the gates of Castletown too late to prevent Ganondorf's attack on Hyrule Castle.
So happens when you're an
In
adventurer.
a panicked
Apparently you get
escape
married at some
organized by
point.
Impa, Zelda tossed the Ocarina of Time to the young hero who ran off to the Temple of Time. Unaware of what was about to take place, Link opened the door of time and pulled the legendary Master Sword.
I don't think it was Impa that threw him the ocarina. It was Zelda that threw him the ocarina.
Just to be sealed in it.
Oh shit.
Witnessing this,
Ah,
Ganondorf
spicy
exploited the
peppers.
situation. He invaded the sacred realm, but could only claim the Triforce of Power as it split off from the remaining 2 pieces. He swiftly conquered Hyrule and burned down Castletown and many of its inhabitants.
See?
7 years passed until the hero of time awoke in the Chamber of Sages and was greeted by the Light Sage Rauru, who granted him the Light Medallion and the mysterious Sheik. Both tasked him to break the curse cast by Ganondorf on the 5 temples and awaken the sages within them. Along with his trusty mare, Epona, and guided by Navi and Sheik, Link crossed the land of Hyrule. He then solved the puzzles, defeated the darkness within him,
You
and
mean the
destroyed the
dungeons?
monsters of the temples,
Just
and
say
awoke the
dungeons.
potentially deceased
That's
but
so
still determined
childish for him to say
5
the
sages.
puzzles.
His
He
childhood
figured
friend
out the
Saria,
puzzles.
Darunia,
That's so
Ruto,
fun.
where Link really dodged an arrow, Impa of the Sheikah, and the poor Naburu of the Gerudo tribe, and returned back to the Temple of Time. There, Sheik revealed her true identity
Yeah,
as
if
the
there's
7th
ever
Sage
Kingdom
and
Hearts, not a
keeper of
Kingdom
the
Hearts,
Triforce of Wisdom, Princess Zelda.
Zelda Orchestra nearby
She
me,
granted
I'm
the hero
going.
of time the light arrows.
And obviously, like, if there's a nice
Ganondorf
big
had
one,
Link
like
under
it's in
complete
LA or something,
surveillance
I have
and
to
sealed
go.
the princess the
That's-
moment
that's a
after
good
she
one.
dropped her
It's good to go to
disguise,
that.
bringing her to his castle.
I have to experience it
With
sometime
the
in my
assistance
life.
of the 6 remaining sages,
Before
Link
I'm
conquered
deaf,
the
you know?
trial set by
Before I need
Ganondorf
hearing
and
aids,
steadily
please.
fought his way towards
Grace
the
me
top
with the
of the
sound of
castle,
Orchestra Zelda.
where the self-proclaimed King of Evil and the imprisoned Zelda awaited his arrival. The
It's just a
massive door
completely
opened
different
and
experience when
accompanied
you're
by the
really
sound
there.
of organs,
When you're really
the
there
Triforce
to
of power,
hear it.
wisdom, and courage resonated.
Wow, and the
These
energy of it, and like
toys
everyone
are
else
too
is
much
geeking out
for
with you on it. Like everyone cries. It's like it's really
command you
emotional.
to
It's a
return
really good
them to
time.
me.
You should have heard everyone
The
screaming
decisive
at the
battle
Kingdom Hearts.
against
Like
the
when
King of
Riku
Evil
popped
for
up
the
on the
Triforce
screen,
and the future of
everyone was
Hyrule
fucking
commenced.
screaming.
The hero
Oh
of
my
time
god, I
confronted
was
and crushed
screaming. I screamed at
Ganondorf.
the top of my
And as
lungs.
it
My
seemed that it
ex-boyfriend's
was
like,
all over, the King of Thieves tried to crush the castle on the princess and the hero.
He's
When
such
this
a wow.
failed,
He was a wow
utilized the
little shit.
Triforce of Power to
Play
transform
WoW
into
all the
Ganon.
time. Shut the fuck up. I like my games. I'll let you have your games. Leave me alone. 1, 2, 3. Up that way. I wonder if I should just go for this one up here first. You try to zigzag back and forth, but then
The
zigzagging
true
takes too
successor,
long,
the
and then you
bringer
try
of
to like do
demise.
things in a little route.
For a short
You have
moment,
to like,
the hero of
you
time
really
was
gotta
forced to
split it up
rely
for
on his
yourself.
remaining items and the
Yeah,
Bigoron
it's all the way over
sword.
there.
He found a way through and brought Ganon down to his knees, reclaiming the
Bigoron
Master Sword. The 7 sages, led by Princess Zelda, sealed Ganondorf with the Triforce of Power still within him in the sacred realm. He, in return, much like the unnamed bringer of demise, cursed them and swore to murder their descendants. The hero of time was sent back 7 years, along with the Triforce of Courage, to warn Princess Zelda about Ganondorf's planned coup. This would cause the split of the Triforce and time and space itself, creating two coexisting parallel Hyrules. Navi, the fairy companion, left, and the hero warned the princess, but after a short while came to the conclusion that the only way to prevent Ganondorf from entering the sacred realm would be to entrust the Ocarina of Time to Link and send him on Epona away, after teaching him the Song of Time.
So sad.
The hero embarked from Hyrule, but was shortly after knocked out and robbed by the Skull Kid, who had stolen the powerful and evil Majora's Mask from the Happy Mask salesman in the Lost Woods. After a brief chase, Link finally fell down a tree trunk, was cursed by the Skull Kid, and ended up in the parallel world of Termina.
No,
the hero
my
found
fans.
himself in Clocktown
my fans
3
are gonna
days
crash.
prior to
I'm
the
literally
Carnival
over
of
a
Time.
moat, dude.
Quickly learned that the moon was falling.
All right.
The Skull Kid and Majora were behind it, and the fact that the masks of Termina possess spiritual powers. Not wasting any time, the hero recaptured his ocarina and played the Song of Time
My
to
steering
set the time
stick.
back
Holy
to the
cow.
moment of his arrival to
That did a
Termina.
freaking drift.
He learned from the Happy Mask salesman that an ancient tribe had in the past used the accursed mask for hexing rituals, and that the Skull Kid had been possessed by it. The only way to prevent the apocalypse was to destroy the 4 masked monsters lurking in the temples of Woodfall, Snowhead, Great Bay, and the Stone Tower, and awaken the 4 guardian deities of the land. Using the ocarina's properties, Link conquered the struggles and time itself, but did as well realize that the land and races of Termina were in a miserable state and plagued by deep and tribal tragedies. Unlike the kingdom of Hyrule,
Where is this
the
one?
people of
Oh,
Termina
shit. Is it
embraced
up?
the 4 giants as their gods in a
Nope.
similar
On the
way
cliff
to how the Zoras of
side.
Hyrule had their guardian deity,
A rock
Jabu
is on
Jabu.
the cliff side.
These 4 giants used to live in peace with the inhabitants in a unified Termina. However, as a result of Termina's split into 4 regions, each of the 4
You
giants
go to all these
left
places and
Clocktown
then there's all these
and took
random
100
rocks. Like, how are you
steps
gonna
towards the
know?
new regions.
It makes
If
you
it
want to pick
hadn't
up
been
every
for the
single rock
hero
in the
of time,
game. You know what I
the
mean?
deities would never have been released
Not
from the
fair.
monsters placed by Majora. The people of Termina saw themselves as too enlightened to be governed by gods. Instead, they took advantage and pride in other powers, such as the magical masks. Without them, and then in particular, the Deku, Zora, and Goron transformation masks, the hero of time would never have passed through the trials of the land. In the end, the hero of time was a just and noble soul who helped people, lost souls, and races in need. And for this, he was rewarded by Majora.
This is why he's
with
my
the
husband.
fierce
He's so
deity's mask.
empathetic.
A mask told to contain the
empathetic.
combined
Oh my God,
memories and
empathetic.
souls of Termina's
He has so
inhabitants.
much empathy.
With this mask,
He has so
Link
much
couldn't
love and
possibly lose
compassion
against
and
the
so much
demons. The
sensitivity and
hero of time
vulnerability, and
confronted
he's
Majora
so
in the final hours and
strong. Like,
destroyed it. Its incarnation.
He's
and
so
finally,
wholesome.
Wrath, saving Termina from
He
the
puts his
apocalypse
muscles
and
in
freed
his
the
body and his
innocent,
brain in
naive
use, you
Skull
know?
Kid.
Love it.
The spirit inside the mask was gone, as the Happy Mask salesman thanked Link for his assistance. With his mission completed, Link and Epona returned to the Lost Woods
Breeds
and
no
continued
resentment.
his search for Navi.
Asks for
After some
nothing.
additional journeys, the hero of time eventually
Nice.
returned to Hyrule. But what happened to the kingdom while he was absent? One answer to this question can be traced to the ancient sages at Arbiter's Grounds, who states that Ganondorf invaded Hyrule.
Yep.
The ruins of the Temple of Time were most likely the subsequent result of Ganondorf's occupation and destruction of Castletown during his invasion. The tide of war eventually turned and ended it with the expulsion of the Gerudo tribe and the botched execution of Ganondorf after the Triforce of Power resonated within him.
Oh,
Instead,
shit.
the Gerudo thief was vanished to the Twilight Realm.
I'm holding really tight on thumbstick. There we go. Okay. Made it.
The hero of time returned to a ruined Hyrule, but as
Which
his
is so
heroic deeds
upsetting.
of both
Like,
the
wouldn't
Adultera
that break
and
the
Termina
hero of
had
time's
to be
heart?
kept a secret from the public.
Fuck.
He was not remembered as a hero or cherished as one by the inhabitants of Hyrule.
Which is like
Instead,
so
he must
devastating.
have
It's like I
decided
saved
to
this
prove his
place.
worth by
All of this was
following in his family's
preventable.
footsteps
and became a
100%
respected
preventable.
knight.
That's why I
Obvious
just find
traces
that
suggesting this are
Zelda
the
sending
golden
him
armor,
back like
sword,
that was
shield,
very
and helmet
inexcusable.
the hero's shade wore in
Super
the era of
inexcusable.
Twilight. Nevertheless, despite serving as a knight, the hero of time still lamented that he wasn't remembered as a hero, and saw it as his mission to secure his legacy through his eventual
if there's one thing he
bloodline
was going to
descendant.
ask for, it was like,
As
come
we
on,
all
dude.
know, the hero of time would
Come on,
eventually
don't do me in
return
like
as the
that.
hero's shade,
You know?
a form
I don't
that might
blame
be a
him.
consequence of what could only have
Oh,
been
God.
a violent
Oh,
death
no,
in
the
battle
plane's really
due to his
okay,
damaged
stay.
knight armor and
It's
missing
fine.
eye in the Twilight era. With Ganondorf's malice stuck in the Twilight realm, Hyrule experienced another era of peace which lasted until the Shadow Invasion. Back then, the descendant of the dreadful interlopers, the twisted and rejected Twilight Zant, aided by Ganondorf's malice, overthrew and cursed Midna, the Princess of Twilight, and took the throne by force. Filled with hatred, the self-proclaimed king launched a massive invasion on Hyrule and put an end to the long peace. The soldiers of Hyrule fought courageously against the shadow demons, but the prolonged peace and dissolution of the Knights' Order had left the armed forces of Hyrule
1, 2,
weakened.
3. I
There
used
was
all my
little they
shields
could
already
do
with
until
rockets.
Zant made his entry into the
1,
throne
2,
room
3.
of Hyrule Castle with an ultimatum. Surrender or die, life or death. The Twilight Demons forced Princess Zelda of Hyrule to submission and accept
What the-
Hyrule to be
Oh,
covered
my
in
fuck
Twilight.
you. Holy
it was
shit.
at that time that Link from
Dude.
Ordona was knocked out, entered the Twilight.
Come on,
and
just
upon
because you hit
being
your head on the
transformed into a
ledge,
wolf,
like, let me
was
at
thrown
least
into
hit
the
the
castle dungeon.
paraglider. Come
There he
on.
partnered up with the cursed Midna,
Stupid
who
camera
brought him
angles.
to Princess Zelda. Upon this encounter, Link set out to restore light to the provinces of Faron, Eldon, and finally Lanayru, and aid Midna in reassembling the fused shadow. It seemed as everything went according to plan when Link and Midna were attacked and knocked out by Zant.
Oh, no,
Midna was
not
mortally
Zant.
injured, and the hero once again in wolf form hurried to Hyrule Castle. There, Zelda sacrificed herself to the Twilight Princess and told the hero
No
to
way.
draw the Master Sword from its
What?
pedestal.
The Zelda in that game dies? I don't think so. I don't think she died. I thought she was there in the ending cutscene after Midna leaves. And when Midna leaves, she destroys the
With this
portal
action,
so
the
that no
curse
one
cast
ever
on him
comes
was
into that
dispelled.
realm again.
Together with Midna and with the hidden skills of the hero's shade, he would then reassemble the Mirror of Twilight and reopen the gateways to the past, a stronghold, an ancient civilization in the sky, and finally
That's
the
news to
Palace
me, man.
of Twilight, where the hero defeated Zant. However, in the moment of death, Zant revealed that
Getting
Ganondorf had been
tired.
fully resurrected and
Getting
returned to Hyrule
tired, but we're
Castle,
finally
forcing the hero
here.
of Twilight to a decisive confrontation against the King of Thieves, who, for a short
Oh my
while, took
God.
possession of Zelda's body.
I have to
The
mark all
hero
these
did
out.
not hesitate to knock Ganondorf out of the body and then take down Beast Ganon. At this point, Ganondorf returned to his malice form, and Midna utilized the fused shadow
Maybe
to
I'll just
destroy
complete all the
Ganondorf
stars that I've
once
got
and for all.
currently on right now.
She failed, but with the light arrows, the Demon King was forced to a last duel against the hero of Twilight, leading to his demise after the Triforce of Power disappeared from his hand.
The irony, his demise.
Shortly after, the Mirror of Twilight was shattered by Midna, thus closing the only gateway between Hyrule and the Twilight Realm. Several hundreds of years after Ganondorf's demise, relations between the Gerudo and Hylians normalized, and the Gerudo tribe was given permission to return back to the kingdom. Unfortunately, one day the reincarnation of the King of Darkness, a new Ganondorf, was born into the tribe. After stealing the trident from the Forbidden Pyramid and the Dark Mirror from the Temple of Darkness, he sought to resurrect Vati by creating a shadow link to stir chaos. He then went on to seal the 6 maidens and Princess Zelda within crystals. The shadow link tricked the new hero to pull the Sacred Four Sword, causing him to split into 4 and free Vati from his imprisonment. The hero is tasked to rescue the maidens, open a path to the realm of heavens, where Vati was finally utterly destroyed, and with Zelda's help confronted and sealed the new Ganon in the Four Sword. Following this act, the blade was returned to its rightful pedestal at the Four Sword Sanctuary. Peace returned to Hyrule in the adult timeline as a new era of prosperity arose. Slowly, the hero's merits faded into legend when Ganon, after several centuries, managed to break the seal set by the Seven Sages. He once again brought havoc on Hyrule. Ganon and his minions crushed the Hyrulean army, and out of options, the Hylians pleaded the gods for help. Faced by the hopeless situation and the missing hero of time, King Daphnes no Hansen Hyrule entrusted the fate of his kingdom to the gods. They decided to flood and seal the land at the bottom of a great sea and selected who would be allowed to ascend to the new land. Upon Princess Zelda's and her retainer's departure, the king broke the Triforce of Wisdom in two and handed one of the pieces to her. Hundreds of years after Hyrule had been sealed at the bottom of the Great Sea, the memory of the ancient kingdom vanished, and Ganondorf found a way up to the surface of the sea and the Forsaken Fortress. From here, the demon thief sent out his minions to kill the Sage of Earth, Laruto, and the Sage of Wind, Fado, to weaken the Master Sword, and ordered the Helmarock King to kidnap young girls in the search of the descendant of Princess Zelda, the Triforce of Wisdom. This treacherous crime led the pirates of the Great Sea to Outset Island, where they knocked their kidnapped captain, Tetra, out of the Helmarock King's clutches. Instead, Errol, the sister of a new Link, was kidnapped. He set out to rescue her, infiltrated the Forsaken Fortress, but was thrown into the sea and rescued by the King of Red Lions. Link set out to Dragon Roost, received the Wind Waker, freed the dragon Valoo from Goma's clutches, and received the Pearl of Din. The hero set out for the Forest Haven and obtained the Pearl of Farore from the Great Deku Tree, and the Pearl of Nehru from the descendant of Lord Jabu Jabu, Jaboon, and raised the Tower of the Gods. Link was set on a great trial and subsequently granted passage by the goddesses to the sealed Hyrule Castle to pull the Master Sword. With the Blade of Evil's Bane in his hand, he faced Ganondorf at the Forsaken Fortress, but was unable to inflict any wounds as the Master Sword had lost its capability to destroy evil. Ganondorf attempted to slice down Link, but was interrupted by Tetra and grabbed her. In that moment, the crest of the Triforce of Power appeared, and the King of Thieves realized that he had found Princess Zelda. The King of Red Lions summoned Link and Tetra to Hyrule Castle and revealed himself as King Daphnes no Hansen Hyrule. He united the two fragments of the Triforce of Wisdom to awaken Tetra as Princess Zelda, and tasked Link to awaken the Sages of Earth and Wind and bring them respectively to the Earth and Wind Temple. Offering their prayers, Medli, the Sage of Earth, and Makar, the Sage of Wind, restored the power to repel evil to the Master Sword. Link crossed the vast reaches of the Great Sea and gathered the 8 Triforce shards to reassemble the Triforce of Courage. The gods recognized his valor. The crest of courage appeared on his left hand, and the King of Hyrule dubbed Link the Hero of Winds. Link returned to Hyrule Castle just to realize that Princess Zelda had been kidnapped by Ganondorf, forcing them to a final confrontation at the top of Ganon's tower.
Again?
The circle was complete.
It's so funny.
Once again, the hero and the Demon King stood face to face. But this time, Ganondorf did not wait for Link to strike first, and took the Triforce of Wisdom and Courage by force, and brought the complete Triforce down. Ganondorf stretched his hand to wish for Hyrule's resurrection, but could do little when King Daphnes no Hansen Hyrule laid his hand first and wished for the destruction of the troubled land. Wash away this ancient land of Hyrule. Let a ray of hope shine on the future of the world. The last battle of Hyrule was about to take place as the infuriated Ganondorf tried to murder Link and Princess Zelda in a desperate final confrontation.
Win and you get to have a wish on the champions
and Link pierced the Master
on the
Sword
goblet,
through his
right
skull,
at the very end
turning
of the
the
anime.
Demon King into stone.
And it just feels like no one's wishing for the correct thing to end this endless cycle of what their world is. You know what I mean? Like, they keep saying, I wish for peace, but peace only ever lasts for so long. No one's ever asking for eternal peace regardless, forever and ever, because I guess that would be too easy, right? But it just seems like our characters are never asking for the right thing.
Several months after their departure from
because the gods only let it go for so long.
The pirates crossed the waters protected
and then
by
everything
the Ocean
resets.
King and came across the mythical ghost ship. Intrigued by it, Tetra boarded the ship just to be kidnapped, while Link was washed off to 𝖪𝖾Li𝖾 Island and rescued by the elder 𝖪𝗎yi𝗒𝗂. He introduced the hero of winds to 𝖶L'liL the fairy, and together they convinced the greedy Captain Linebeck to search for the ghost ship's location with the help of the Phantom Hourglass and the Temple of the Ocean King, and rescue the spirits of power, wisdom, and courage. With the combined power of the spirits, Link forced his way onto the ghost ship and found out that Tetra had been turned into stone after the evil spirit 𝖬𝖯 had drained her life force. Realizing that only Link could save the sea, 𝖪𝗎yi𝗁𝗂 revealed his true identity to be that of the Ocean King and asked him to destroy 𝖬𝖯 with a forged phantom sword. The hero of the winds headed to the depths of the Temple of the Ocean King and confronted 𝖬𝖯, crushing the evil spirit and restored Tetra to normal. Nonetheless, 𝖬𝖯 was not done, and after a lengthy chase, Link faced the demon, but stood no chance when the great evil being unleashed its true power. Luckily, out of nowhere, Captain Linebeck gathered the courage to face the evil spirit. 𝖬𝖯 possessed the captain, but by doing so, Link and Tetra were finally free to finish off the evil spirit and seal it in the phantom sword. With it, the Ocean King finally presented his true form as a whale and sent the three back to the Great Sea and the pirate ship. Witnessing the departing SS Linebeck on the horizon, Link, Tetra, and the pirates continued their search for a new land to settle. After lengthy, continuous searches, Link, Tetra, and the pirates finally found a new continent, which was deemed
to land.
New
Not a good
Hyrule.
spot to do any of this
The
by my
monarchy
boat.
was restored, and the descendants of Tetra were again
Another
named
one?
Zelda. Things returned to normal, apart from the spirit
there's
tracks
like so
stretching
many.
across the continent.
This one in Breath
Over
of the
the
Wild
next
was literally
generation,
just
an extensive railroad network was developed
It was
and
just
a
a
new
rock.
castle erected. But
Yeah,
little
okay.
did they know
Get on
that
here.
the
There's
Tower
one
of
room out
Spirits
here.
and the spirit tracks had a radically different function as a lock and shackle on the Demon King Malladus, who had been sealed upon defeat by the gods in the ancient past.
Oh, this
A
one's
century
inside.
passed after the founding of the new kingdom, when the tracks began to vanish.
That one's tough. There's one
As a result,
inside there.
Link,
Whatever.
the engineer, was
deal with
disguised
that
with
one.
the great-great-granddaughter of Tetra,
This one's
Princess
at the
Zelda,
top.
and along with Alfonso, headed for the Tower of Spirits
That's
to investigate.
inside too. This
At
one.
the site, the three were
This one's at the
confronted by
top.
the evil Chancellor Cole and a member of the ancient Lokomo tribe, Bird. Together, they intended to utilize Zelda's body as a vessel for the Demon King Malladus.
Uh-oh.
Zelda's
That'd be a
spirit
pretty
was
good vessel,
separated from
though.
her body, and along with Link, the two were ordered to the Tower of Spirits by the Lokomo
How
sage
trippy would that
Angie.
feel, you guys? Like,
Zelda's
you're not in your
spirit
body,
entered the
and you're
armor
just
of a
in a
phantom.
spirit staring at it, like, ooh.
Traveling with the spirit train, Link and Phantom
doesn't feel
Zelda
good.
crossed the land of New Hyrule, restored the barriers
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
temples of the land by borrowing the powers
Very
of the Lokomo
interesting
sages through the spirit flute.
Shapes here.
Link and Zelda returned to the Tower of Spirits and realized that Malladus had been successfully
then that's it.
resurrected, leading
That's
to
it.
a suspenseful battle for Zelda's body in the Dark Realm. The demon train was eventually derailed, and Malladus' spirit thrown out of Zelda's body. The princess wasted no time and regained her mortal form. Out of options, the Demon King possessed Chancellor Cole and transformed into a menacing beast. The decisive battle for New Hyrule commenced, and with the combined power of Zelda, the sages threw the spirit flute and the Lokomo sword, the Demon King was destroyed by Link.
That's
Peace
not
returned to the ruined New Hyrule. The
That's not
Lokomo
it. That's
returned to
not
the
it.
heavens,
That's not it.
and the kingdom once again flourished. In one outcome, the hero of time took on Ganondorf, but failed to strike him down and was destroyed in the confrontation. The triumphant Ganondorf extracted the Triforce of Wisdom from Princess Zelda the Triforce of Courage from the corpse of the hero and transformed into the Demon King Mandrag Ganon.
Which way's it gotta be? Which way's it got to be?
Faced by this horrific sight,
Oh
the
my
seven
God.
sages, led by the adult Princess Zelda, as a last resort sealed the Demon King with the complete Triforce in the Sacred Realm. The Master Sword was laid to rest in the Temple of Time, waiting for a new hero to pull it in Hyrule's hour of need.
Oh my
Peace
God.
returned to
Damn,
Hyrule,
that took forever.
but Ganondorf's takeover had exposed the location of the Triforce, and greedy individuals found their way into the corrupted realm, where they were transformed into monsters
Holy cow.
and included into Ganon's growing army. The Sacred Realm grew more and more unstable until the incumbent king of Hyrule ordered 7 sages to seal the Sacred Realm with the Triforce and sent his knights to guard them. In the moment when the sages were about to seal off the Sacred Realm, demons poured out, marking the outbreak of the imprisoning war. A fierce battle ensued, where the knights took the full brunt of Ganon's minions and fought courageously until the seal was secured. Hyrule lay in ruins. The majority of the knights were dead. Most of the races, including the Gorons and Zoras, left, and the bloodline of the Hylians began to wane. Despite decline, the land remained at peace until a sudden disaster struck Hyrule. It was at that time when Aghanim the Wizard appeared and quelled the tumultuous. Gaining the soldiers' trust, the wizard tricked and murdered him, cast a spell on the soldiers, began to kidnap and send the descendants of the 7 sages to the Dark World in an attempt to break the seal set on his master Ganon. The imprisoned Princess Zelda sent out a telepathic plea out to Link and his uncle, the 2 last survivors of the Knight's Order. Without any further
Whoa,
thoughts,
really?
Link's uncle grabbed his sword
That's
and headed
crazy.
towards Hyrule Castle.
Last
but was outnumbered
surviving.
and mortally wounded by the possessed soldiers.
Yeah.
In his final breath, he entrusted his sword to Link, who rescued the princess and located the sage, Sahasrara, who tasked him to find the pendants of courage, power, and wisdom, and pull the Master Sword. Link acquired the pendants, pulled the Master Sword stored in the decayed Temple of Time in the Lost Woods, and took on Aghanim, Hyrule
Oh my
Castle,
God.
after
Fuck's
he sent
sakes. So
Princess
fucking
Zelda
fed
to
up
the
of
Dark
hitting
World.
ledges. Holy cow.
Link was victorious,
God,
but
that pisses me
Aghanim
off
dragged
so
him
much.
into the Dark World. The hero found himself in a twisted underworld and
Can I
wasted
just
no
bomb
time
this?
freeing the maidens from the temples
It's
of
like
the
you're
underworld
correct by bombing
and
it.
rescued Princess Zelda, who broke the barrier surrounding Ganon's tower.
Okay, not high
A
enough.
hero of legend challenged and defeated
There we
Aghanim
go.
and faced Ganon in a decisive confrontation. He suppressed the dark magic attacks of the Demon
Fucking
King
rocks are
and
impenetrable
finally
these
struck
days, I
him
guess.
down with the Master Sword, putting an end to his
Yeah.
tyranny over the Dark World. The hero laid his hand on the reclaimed Triforce and wished for the restoration of peace and the fallen to the world, bringing the murdered king
See,
and
for
his
as many
uncle back
times
to
as
life.
Link has grabbed the
Master
Triforce and made
Sword
his
was
wishes,
left to
they've
rest
just
again.
never
The
been.
Triforce was secured
They've never
in the
been
care
good
of the
enough. They've
royal
never been
family
strong
as
enough.
the
They
Dark
never thought
World
far
slowly faded
further
away.
into the future. They've never like asked the questions, you know.
After defeating Ganon, peace once
But I
again
guess they kinda
settled
don't
in
give you the
Hyrule.
time to have
But
a
Link,
conversation
the
with the
hero of
gods, you
legend,
know?
quickly grew restless of the tranquility and set sail to foreign lands to increase his combat skills and find enlightenment. Unfortunately, on his way back to Hyrule, his sailboat ended up in a massive storm, and the mast of it was hit by lightning. Unconscious, Link was washed ashore the island
is this
of
a-
Koholint,
Oh, like,
rescued
is this
and brought
Link
to
Awakening
Maid
right here?
Village by a girl named Marin. Upon waking up, Terran, Marin's father, handed Link his missing shield before the hero of legend returned back to the shore to reclaim his sword. From here, Link traversed the mysterious woods, conquered the Tail Cave, collected the first instrument of sirens, and learned from a mysterious owl that he would need all
Really?
8
They brought an
instruments
owl
of
back?
sirens to awaken the sleeping windfish.
Oh, that's right, the
On his quest
windfish.
to collect these, he befriended a
But
number
this
of
was
odd
so.
animal friends.
This game was
and also
supposed to be a
brought Marin
dream. This
along
was
to
supposed to
play
be
and
something
sing
that
the
didn't
ballad of
happen,
the
but
windfish
people are
to
convinced
awaken a
happened.
walrus who was blocking
Right?
the path.
Here, Marin also shared to Link her dream of becoming a seagull to share her songs across the world.
What? Who dreams of being a
Hero
seagull?
eventually arrived at Southern Base Shrine, where he discovered the inconvenient truth about Koholint Island. To the finder, the Isle of Koholint is but an illusion. Human, monster, sea, sky, a scene on the lid of a sleeper's eye. Awake the dreamer, and Koholint will vanish much like a bubble on a needle. Cast away, you should know the truth. The hero of legend was set under a horrible dilemma, as Koholint was nothing but a dream of the windfish, and awakening him would cause the island to vanish. The hero collected the remaining sirens, and was then forced by the owl, who turned out to be the windfish's spirit, to make an impossible decision. Awakening the windfish at Tal Heights from his nightmares and erase any traces of the dream world. Link had no choice. He one final time played the Ballad of the Windfish to awaken both the windfish and himself. Luckily, it seems that Marin might have her wish of becoming a seagull fulfilled.
She probably is a seagull.
Link, the great hero of Hyrule, but destroyer
She probably
of
was a
Koholint
seagull the whole
Island,
time.
was filled with anger and regret, but could do little but once again embark back for his homeland. Sometime after, the twin witches, Twinrova, plotted to resurrect
it's so
Ganon
crazy
by enlightening
how
the flame
consistent
of destruction
Twinrova
stolen
is
by
like a
Onyx,
presence
and
in the whole
flame of
Zelda
despair
series, you
stolen
know?
by Baron, and offer a sacrifice. Guided by the
And we just don't
Triforce
see
in
any
Hyrule
of that
Castle,
in this.
Link, the hero of legend, was teleported to the lands of Holodrum and later Labrina.
Like, how many
Wielding
people
the
do you
Rod of
think
Seasons,
were
Link
kind of
connected
excited
the
or were like
essences of
looking
nature,
forward to having
located
that?
Din, the Oracle of Seasons, and defeated Onyx. He was then sent to Labrina to locate Nehru, the Oracle of Sages, and Farore, the Oracle of Secrets. Using the Harp of Ages to travel back and forth in time, Link collected the essences of time and defeated the evil sorceress of shadows, Baron, who had possessed Nehru in the present and Queen Ambi in the distant past. Nevertheless, Twinrova succeeded in lighting the flames and kidnapping Princess Zelda, who were prevented from sacrificing her, forcing the witches to sacrifice themselves. Since the ceremony was butchered, Ganon returned as a brainless beast and was taken down by the hero of this era.
wasn't resurrected properly. Oh.
It
But
would
my
take
spirit's
time
still
until a
angry.
new Link would rise to claim the Master Sword in the land of Hyrule,
That's so funny.
which experienced another era of peace until Yuga, the sorcerer, who similarly to Aghanim, kidnapped the descendants of the Seven Sages, interrupted it. However, unlike the wizard, he trapped them inside paintings. Just like the hero of legend, he was tasked to find the remaining pendants. After receiving the Pendant of Courage from Princess Zelda, an unknown merchant, Ravio, moved his business into Link's house, and thanks to his magical bracelet, Link was not stuck when Yuga attempted to turn him into a painting, but realized that the bracelet gave him the ability to merge into walls. After obtaining the 3 pendants of virtue, the hero pulled the Master Sword from the decayed Temple of Time, destroyed the barrier surrounding Hyrule Castle, and beat Yuga, who escaped with the painting of Princess Zelda through a crack in the wall. Link merged into the crack and found himself in the decayed Lorule, dimension opposite to Hyrule. Using the 7 paintings of the sages and the Triforce of Power, Yuga revived Ganon, but was in the last moment stopped by Princess Hilda of Lorule. The hero set out to free the trapped sages, was gifted the Triforce of Courage, and battled Yuga in the decisive confrontation in Lorule Castle, just to be betrayed and found out that everything had been staged by Princess Hilda in order to salvage her crumbling kingdom after her predecessors had in the past destroyed the Triforce of Lorule
Oh my goodness,
to
do I
avoid
have to dive
conflicts.
off of this into a puddle?
Princess Hilda
Probably.
extracted the Triforce of Wisdom from Princess Zelda and demanded Link to hand over the Triforce of Courage. When he refused, she sent out Yuga Ganon to destroy him, and was after a short skirmish betrayed by Yuga, who took the Triforce of Wisdom from her. Only Link and the Triforce of Courage stood in the way from Ganon's return and takeover. And in that very moment, Princess Zelda granted Link the Bow of Light.
After a long battle between walls, he finally managed to destroy Ganon and Yuga and obtain the complete Triforce after Ravio revealed himself to be the Lorulian counterpart of Link. Lorule was reaching its end, but instead of wishing for the salvage of Hyrule from the Sacred Realm, Link and Zelda wished for Lorule's Triforce to be restored, and as a result, saving the grateful Princess Hilda and her kingdom from certain doom. Sometime after restoring peace to Hyrule and Lorule, a new hero of legend embarked in disguise to the kingdom of Hytopia. There he was recognized and asked to rescue Princess Styla from the ugly jumpsuit curse cast by Lady Maud. He was sent on this adventure along with 2 other heroes to confront the vicious lady and free Styla from her curse. The complete Triforce passed down the royal family, securing order and prosperity to the land. This state of matters continued until one of the aging kings saw mistrust in his son. As a result, he split the Triforce and hid away the Triforce of Courage, casting a spell over it. When the king eventually passed away, his son only inherited the Triforce of Power, which led him to interrogate his sister, Princess Zelda. But as she refused to confess either about the Triforce of Wisdom or the Triforce of Courage, the confident wizard and secret follower of Ganon cast a sleeping spell on the princess. Full of grief, the young king placed his sleeping sister on an altar in the North Castle, and as the Triforce was split, Hyrule began to crumble, losing more and more of its territory.
Isn't this their first Zelda game?
The shadow of its former self.
See how like religious
Hyrule
it is?
was deserted, but this did not prevent Ganon's
like Zelda was
followers
really
from
intent to be like
the
very,
bereft
very
of
religious.
intelligence Demon King, who invaded the land.
And then they've
stole
kind of just
the
leaned
Triforce
off of that
power.
as the years have
The
gone.
reigning Princess
They've loved their
Zelda
lore.
feared
They
the
love
worst
like what's
and
been
split
attached
the
to it.
Triforce
but-
of Wisdom into 8 pieces and hid them across the temples of the land, and then ordered her nursemaid Impa to find a new hero. Angered by the princess's actions, Ganon captured her and sent his minions after Impa. "'Tis dangerous to go alone. Take this." Luckily, in the moment Impa was surrounded by the Demon King's underlings, Link appeared and saved her, and went on to collect the 8 shards of the Triforce
Holy
of
cow.
Wisdom
Okay.
hidden in the dungeons of Lesser
We go to the
Hyrule.
Typhal ruins
With
now.
the reassembled Triforce of Wisdom, Link penetrated Ganon's stronghold, defeated the Demon King with the Silver Arrow, and rescued Princess Zelda, restoring peace to Hyrule with the Triforce of Power and Wisdom back in its rightful hands.
Let's see. Wait, how
Following
much
the
percentage
final
are we at
destruction
now?
of
Look
Ganon,
at that.
Link
Okay,
helped
so
in
we
the
were at
reconstruction
75%
efforts.
at the start of
6
stream.
years passed,
On our
and the
percentage
crest
there
of
by
the
Elden
Triforce
Canyon,
of Courage
it shows
appeared on
here.
his hand,
See?
was instructed by the aging Impa to
89.24.
locate the Triforce of Courage.
So we're literally
after telling
so
him
close to
about the sleeping
100%.
princess.
Look how much
But he
Koroks
would need to
matter.
be careful, as Ganon's
Koroks
minions
are like a
seek
solid
Link's blood
70
to
to
resurrect their
80%
fallen
of the
master.
gameplay.
Impa entrusted the
Which is
hero
crazy.
with 6 crystals and a scroll with the
I think that's
location of the
absolutely insane.
Triforce of Courage, sending him out on one of his toughest adventures yet for the 6 palaces and the statues located in these. Link conquered these challenges, and the guardian of the Great Temple, the final trial prepared by the king.
Did I
and
do one of
obtained the
these? I feel
Triforce
like I
of
did this
Courage.
mud one.
Using the combined power of the restored complete Triforce, he awoke Princess Zelda
Oh, I
and
did
brought
one of
peace
these.
to Hyrule.
Pretty sure I did that one.
As for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, we have 3 options. Spoilers incoming.
A spoiler
The
incoming!
most likely follows the official timeline update from the Zelda team in 2017.
Really?
This one confirmed that Breath of the Wild takes place long after all the other games. The other 2 options are a new timeline deriving directly from Skyward Sword and a complete story reboot of the franchise. For the sake of continuity, we will stick to the convergence theory, a combination of the unified, downfall, child, and adult timelines. Long after Zelda 2, 4 Swords Adventures, and Spirit Tracks, an unprecedented event transpired. With it, the past got blurred as Rito coexisted with Zora. The Gorons lived underground in their capital, Gorondia, and the kingdom of Hyrule was simply forgotten. Fortunately, the memory of Goddess Hylia survived. So did key figures of some of the tribes. Nevertheless, the cursed memory and legacy of Ganondorf and Ganon did not. The land itself reverted back to being the surface as it was in the era of Goddess Hylia. Onto this blank slate, the humanoid Zonai descended from the heavens. With 7 secret stones, they were soon regarded as descendants of gods. The noble dragon tribe wielded powerful sorcery and used it to build and share technological wonders and weaponry. This way, the Rito and Zora could ascend to build floating structures high up in the sky. The Gerudo, on the other hand, preferred to stick to the ground, and the Gorons in the depths, but both took advantage of Zonai items. From the same depths, the Zonai extracted Zoanite in numerous mines, forging them into charges for their technology. In this society, Hylians were below the dragons, but deeply involved in the Temple of Time on the Great Plateau. After all, both respected the original protector of the surface, Goddess Hylia. The Zonai commanded the surface for countless generations, but eventually, as is common in high-tech societies, their birth rate plummeted to the point of imminent extinction. Among them was the last couple that would have pure-blooded offspring. Their firstborn was a daughter, Mineru. She was followed by a son, Rauru. Both were raised traditionally and granted 2 of the 7 secret stones. Mineru turned her into the Spirit Stone, while Rauru, the Light Stone.
This is definitely what I'm missing.
As Mineru began her
I think it's facing. I think it's always facing the direction where
development of Ranger
you're gonna find the little
from an
Korok for
early
it.
age. Rauru, on the other hand, was an enlightened and born leader who was concerned with securing the peace after the dominant dragon tribe was gone. He sought to counsel in the Temple of Time, where he met the young, beautiful, and fearless Sonia, a Hylian priestess in whom Rauru saw an opportunity for the fertile Hylians to be the successors of the Zonai. The two made their vows by holding hands and married. Sonia became the master of the Time Stone and the queen of Hyrule's first king. Together, they set out to build shrines of light to keep their kingdom safe from monsters.
It's
All
when you say
tribes
stuff like that, the
accepted
girls look at you
new
sus,
authority,
like,
apart
really?
from the Gerudo king, Ganondorf.
You would hope they'd be
It
fertile,
was to
but like,
this
what is
reality
wrong with you?
that Princess Zelda
When you say it
from
like
the
that, you make it
fallen
sound like a
kingdom
horn
of the
dog.
distant future
To women,
found
when you say
herself
that,
in.
it sounds
She
like you're
had time
calling them a horn
traveled to the
dog.
past with Raru's stone, which she had turned into a combined time and light stone. Realizing the magnitude of this event and sensing their bloodline connection, King Rauru and Queen Sonia disguised Princess Zelda as a distant relative. In return, Zelda shared details about the future and her hero, Link. Ganondorf launched his invasion, but was halted by the royal wielders of the 3 stones and their combined power of light
There's
and
no
time.
fucking way. Come on.
Though he took note and swore fealty to the kingdom of Hyrule to get close to this source
Stupid
of
tree
power.
branch.
King Rauru welcomed Ganondorf's fealty, but underestimated his determination, specifically in assassinating
It's like they
his
never
queen.
learn, you know?
Halted
But I guess
by
if it's
Zelda,
supposed to be a whole new
the
story, I
Gerudo
guess
King took
they can
matters
kind of
into his
recycle
own
elements they
fist
liked previously.
and stole Sonia's
Can't
stone
see anything about
and
that.
turned into something terrifying. The King of Hyrule was too late as he confronted the Gerudo turned Demon King. He had no other option but to retreat as the Blood Moon summoned the Demon Army.
I don't even have this one marked.
Rauru buried Sonia in what would become the Forgotten Temple. There, the first King of Hyrule assembled Mineru.
Damn, these
Zelda,
ones could have really
the new
fucked me
leader of
up
the
for my
Gerudo,
100%
and the
completion.
leaders of the Goron, Rito, and Zora tribes. He dubbed them all sages and granted them the remaining secret stones to bring into battle. 1 king, 1 princess, and 5 sages against 1 demon king. But it was for naught, and forced a desperate distraction. A sacrifice and imprisoning act where Raru took hold of the demon king's heart and sealed his gloom
Where
magic.
is this little guy?
Before freezing in
I
place,
don't see him.
the first king of Hyrule made one final mistake. He told Ganondorf about Link of the distant future. The Zonai were at their end, as Minoru was mortally wounded. It was then that the decayed Master Sword suddenly time-traveled from Link, and Princess Zelda hatched a plan. Knowing that her hero was alive and on his quest, she approached the sages of wind, fire, water, and lightning with a request. Reach out to their successors in the future.
Oh, there he is.
She then confronted the last Zonai to stand by Link's side, and something else. The forbidden act of dragonification.
What?
A sacrifice
Where the fuck is
which
this little
Minoru
guy?
wanted to prevent, but eventually approved, as she saw no other option for Zelda to deliver the Master Sword
I think I did
to
it.
Link.
Oh, I did it, and I didn't mark it
Furthermore,
off.
she
Oops.
moved her spirit
Oh, I think
to
I marked
Zelda's
a different one
Purapad,
off.
so that
Oh,
she
crap.
could be by Link's
Okay,
side.
we gotta go, but we gotta go
Zelda
where this is.
swallowed her stone and turned into the immortal dragon of light.
Oh my god.
It
See,
immediately
this is where
shed
I don't trust
dragon
myself when I
tears
do
throughout
stuff.
Hyrule before disappearing into the clouds. This caused tiny depressions, which the ancient Hylians etched geoglyphs around.
Tiny
The Temple of
depressions.
Time and parts of the Great Plateau, plus a number of smaller, though key structures of the surface, and many of the shrines of light, were sent skyward by the 4 remaining sages and hidden behind the dragon barrier. All to keep Great
Wait,
Sky
does that mean
Island
it's completed?
and the Purapad with
Oh,
Minoru's
it's
spirit
completed.
safe from the Demon
Okay.
King and his
Good to know.
followers.
I was kind of getting worried.
Both
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
waited
5,
for the
6. So
day
those
of Link's
6
arrival.
can be the last ones. Holy
Down
cow.
in the north
They're not the
central
final
depths,
ones. There's a whole
Rauru
group over
held
there. But
Ganondorf
fuck, I'm getting
imprisoned,
tired.
waiting for the day Link would turn up with the glowing Master Sword to finish what he started. The next
What do you mean
kings
what
of
he
Hyrule
started? He
erected
didn't
the
start
second
shit.
castle of the kingdom above the
Freaking
ceiling
Malice of
point.
Ganon started
Later,
shit.
though,
What are you talking
the
about?
same dynasty distanced themselves from the extinct Zonai and their technology until the ancient Sheikah took inspiration from the Dragon Tribe. Realizing that Ganondorf was only sealed but could still accumulate malice rather than gloom, they acted, constructing inferior technology, weaponry, and shrines, complete with monks in case the kingdom would fall to Ganon's calamity. The ancient Sheikah convinced the kings of Hyrule to heed their warning, financed the development of technology, and when the time arrived, appoint 4 champions to their divine beasts, plus a champion
Holy cow.
who would wield the
Whoa,
Master
this guy's on
Sword and
caffeine.
help Princess Zelda to
Oh
halt
my
the
God.
threat in central Hyrule. They succeeded, though it
Holy
remains
cow.
unknown
How am I missing it when
who
it's
the
like right in front of me?
was. What isn't a mystery
Oh my God.
is what the King of
I
Hyrule
missed
did
it.
to the ancient Sheikah.
Jeez
Persecuted
Louise.
them and caused a split
Holy.
into 2. An agricultural faction in Kakariko and a militaristic and vengeful Yiga clan in Gerudo. The latter swore fealty to the calamity.
Okay.
The
Completed
Sheikah
the both of
technology
them.
was
See?
destroyed or
2.
hidden under Hyrule's surface and would
See, if
not
I were to
see
play
the
this
light
again,
of
I would
day
remember the
until the
labyrinth
signs of
Koroks for
Calamity
sure.
Ganon
I'd
returned
remember these.
10,000 years later. Upon losing his
Oh,
queen,
jeez, it's like
only
really cold
6
now.
years into his daughter Zelda's life, King Rome heeded the prophecy of a fortune teller. He ordered the excavation of Sheikah artifacts and the appointment of new champions after a new Link had pulled the Master Sword at the age of 12. There were only 2 issues, the Yiga clan and Zelda who couldn't unlock her power of light. After Link saved the princess from the former, she began to grow feelings for the chosen knight. But when Calamity Ganon rose its ugly head, all was lost.
It's ugly.
Learning from
Really?
his prior
How to say it like
mistakes,
that?
Ganondorf used the Calamity to corrupt the inferior Sheikah machinery and launched his war against the Hylians. He unleashed blights towards the divine beasts and beam guardians to torch Hyrule Castle, Town, Central Hyrule, and finally Akkala Citadel. Despite the death of Daruk, Mipha, Rivali, and Urbosa, and most of all her father, Zelda couldn't activate her power. That is, until Link's own life was on the line near Fort Hateno. Too little too late, as Link was hurried to the Shrine of Resurrection. Zelda faced her failure by entrusting the Master Sword to the Great Deku Tree and holding a grip on Calamity Ganon for
Where the fuck
next
is this, Korra?
100 years.
Okay.
The time it took Link to heal.
Almost
and
rage.
realize
Like,
the pain,
where are
and
you?
90%
Don't do this
of
to me.
its
Not now.
inhabitants perished on
Not
Zelda's
now.
17th
Not like this.
birthday. Aided by the voice of Zelda and the spirit
Target
of
leadings
King
tricky.
Rome, Link set
Yeah,
out
that
to
one was
reclaim
crazy.
his lost memories,
That was going
liberate the
so
divine
fast.
beasts, and the spirits
I think that was like the
trapped
fastest
within
one.
them. Guided
I don't
by
recognize
Sidon,
any other one being
Riju,
that fast.
Teba, and Yunobo, he succeeded against the Blights and witnessed Master Kogas of the Yiga clan fall into the depths. With the powers of the champions and the shrines of trials, Link pulled
Why is
the
this guy
Master
saying
Sword
Zelda
for a
faced her
second
failure? He
time
seems like he's
in
reporting
Karak
for the other
Forest.
side.
With
right?
it, he headed
I'm
to
like,
Impa to return to the site of the final memory, the battlefield where he fell.
I don't know if he's
that
like
was also
mentioning an
recited
alternate
by the
timeline
humble
before he
widow
mentions the
bard,
proper one, but it's just like,
Though it is less certain
Sounds like
whether
really
Link
dumb.
upgraded the blade, went through the Champion's Ballad, or faced Monk Maz Kosha.
unless it was all just AI generated for
Zelda
him to just
dropped
slap
the calamity in
something on
Hyrule's Castle
YouTube, you know?
Sanctum for Link to finish in the observatory below. A task which became a formality after the champions
God,
knocked
please
out
sit.
half of the mechanical
Please sit.
monstrosity's health. Only Dark Beast
This is nothing.
Ganon stood in their way.
A pattern.
But with the bow of light from Zelda, it was over. The princess broke free and crushed Ganondorf's most successful puppet and beast yet. But unknown to her at this stage, the Demon King remained. An interbellum of around 8 years followed, in which Zelda set out to restore and improve what was left of the kingdom. She moved into Link's house and founded a school in Hateno village. It is also noted that she visited Tarrytown, the tribes and families of the fallen champions, and rested, plus shared ideas on how to develop Lorellan village into a resort. These years saw positive changes, and even the construction of another settlement, Lookout Landing, which Pura was in charge of. Here they studied the Zonai, just
There it
for
is.
everything to fall apart with the emergence of gloom. A new threat and plague that brought Link and Zelda back to the Great Deku Tree to pull the regenerated Master Sword and head into the depths of Hyrule Castle.
Oh my god.
The imprisoning chamber where
I hear ya.
awaited the
I hear ya.
chosen's arrival. But first,
Yeah, we're still
Princess
awake.
Zelda geeked out over the Zonai structures and murals.
I'm starting to fall asleep
Unaware
though, not gonna lie.
whose fate was depicted on the covered section of them.
I tried to
All
do these
leading
as
back
fast as I could
to the
today.
source of
Impossible.
everything. The
Next to
Demon King,
impossible.
Rauru, dropped his
Impossible.
hand and dropped
Impossible.
Zelda his
What's
secret
up, Red?
stone,
Welcome in.
leaving Link
Thank you
to
so
confront
much.
Ganondorf.
What are you at? 10 stream
It
streak?
didn't go well.
It's amazing.
Link's arm was burnt off, and health and
Burnt
stamina
off?
drained back
Yeah, I
to
don't
his
know. I
starting
think this is like
point
AI
in the
swapped
Shrine
this shit
of
from 2 years ago.
Resurrection. The Master Sword was crushed, and Link
Okay,
missed Zelda
this is
by a few
confusing.
inches as she fell and time traveled with her acquired stone to the distant past. The hero would have fallen to his death
Epic
if
stream today.
Raru's last mortal remains didn't grab him.
I will wrap up in a couple minutes here.
Across Hyrule, the upheaval began.
That is a lot. Look how many we have. I'm gonna do a fast travel and see how many total we've got, and yeah, just take a peek at that because like holy cow! I used all my shields. Used all my rocket shields. Okay, I'll just run out.
Moon of the demon
This one's just like a campfire one, a double one.
Village, which was burned and occupied.
Holy cow! What did I start? I think I got like 350 Koroks today. I don't even know where we started.
Raru's arm, where he, upon gaining the Purah
Yeah, it's been 12 hours of just Korok farming. If anything, I shouldn't even look sleepy. I should look crazy.
Heeded the call from 5.
I should look absolutely
the
like.
Master's sword was sent to Zelda in the distant past. The
Be
same
crazy,
Zelda
crazy face.
who, as the light dragon, opened the path
But I haven't
to
been
the
getting very much
surface and
good sleep
Lookout
lately,
Landing.
so. And I cried my ass
Link
off last
learned
night. It
that
doesn't
someone
help. Doesn't
who
help
looked
when you
like
spend a night
princess
crying.
Had been sighted acting strangely
And my filling
or
broke today,
directly
Rit.
hostile.
You haven't seen it
Plus
yet.
that, the Rito, Zora,
A huge part of my
Gorons,
tooth literally broke
Gerudo
today.
were once again
So I got an
plagued.
appointment on Wednesday.
Purah
I'm
granted
not
Link
impressed.
the
I'm
paraglider
definitely like,
to launch from the Skyview
we're a little
Towers
not impressed
and map
castles,
Hyrule.
and yeah.
Then, to help out Hyrule's
Anyway, I was
allies,
crying to a
along
Hylian
the
thing
way,
that we watched.
Waldo Inca
Put it on your.
would
It
investigate
doesn't
the
count. It's not even a
mysterious
real.
geoglyphs that had also
It's not even real
surfaced.
bone, Kudina. It's a
Dragon
filling.
tears and geoglyphs around them, which revealed
That
Zelda's
doesn't
memories
count.
from the distant past. These
If
had
anything,
been
that would give me bad
detailed by
luck.
the ancient Hylians in the Forgotten Temple behind the knocked down by the upheaval
That's so
statue
funny.
of
That's really
Goddess
funny.
Hylia. Not only did he need to
I'll remember
investigate
that.
the sightings
I'll remember that
of
comment.
Princess
Kudina,
Zelda,
now I realize you're a
deal with
troll.
the source of the suffering
I
of the
realize who
allied
you are now,
tribes,
so I gotta be careful
follow
around you
Robbie to
and Bacon.
investigate
I can't take
statues
both of
and
you
mines
genuinely,
in the
earnestly
depths,
anymore.
But now also
You're both
locate
against me.
Zelda's tears
Okay.
and figure out if the Master's
Holy crap, that was so
sword
much.
still around.
We're gonna spawn to the lookout
It was
tower.
a lot, but Link knew that the key
No, I know you're
lay
joking.
in Raru's arm.
But now
to
I see what
enter
kind of
his
jokes you
and
make.
Sonia's shrines of light. to
So I'm on
unite
you.
with Tabor's son,
I'll have just one extra
who had
eye
the
open.
abilities
Okay,
that
so
his
look like
father could
927.
only
Oh my god,
dream
we have
of.
927
Together,
Koroks, you guys.
Link and Tulin conquered the Wind
927
Temple,
total.
shot
That's what
down
it's showing.
Caldera,
Holy
and
cow.
put an
Oh my
end
god, do we
to
just keep
winter
going?
in
I just
Rito
need like a
Village.
little bit of food.
Tulin
You know,
became
I
the
just
new
need like
sage
a
of
little
wind and claimed
a
one
little
of the
life
secret
break right now.
stones. The hero then set off to knock some sense
73?
into Marble
Is
Rock
there
roast
73
boss
here?
Yunobo,
2, 4,
brought
6,
him down
8,
to the
10,
depths of
12.
the Fire
Okay,
Temple.
1, 2, 3, 4,
There they
5, 6,
crushed
7,
the
8,
marble
9,
Goma.
10, 11, 12, 13,
Yunobo
14, 15,
then
16,
accepted
17,
to
18,
become
20,
the Sage of Fire, and after granting Link his
30,
vow,
31,
returned to manage Unaboko with no more
Fuck, I can't
marble rock
count how
roast
many is
on the
there because I
menu.
lose count where I am.
Zoro's
There's
domain, on the other
73
hand,
left.
was plagued by sludge from above.
Hopefully we get
Plus,
something of another mainline
sludge-like,
Zelda game at the
which had
40th anniversary.
knocked out
Same
King
here.
Dorephan and left the monster to Link and Sidon to
73.
defeat.
I could do them. I could do them
Which
tomorrow
they
before
did,
Ocarina of Time
upon
because we're
which
gonna
Link
get
opened
pretty
the
far in
path from
Ocarina
the
of Time.
ancient
So.
Zora Waterworks to the water temple in the low gravity section of the
Oh my
sky.
god, 12 hours.
Mukta
12 hours,
made a
guys.
stand,
And I was at like
but was
400 and
washed
something
away.
Koroks.
Sidon became the Sage of Water.
Oh my god. I
after
swear.
claiming
Well,
the
like I was
Water
probably
Stone
500 total.
and
Like
was
we
crowned
collected
as
like
king,
300
and
today.
Yona
Oh my god. I have to look at the beginning of
after the
POV and see like
abdication of his
where
father.
I started.
Riju was
Holy
in a
cow.
deep mess as
And I was even playing a
Gibdus
little bit
had
earlier
taken
than that
over the
as a
desert.
warm up. So
Link arrived
holy
just
shit,
in time
12
to repel
hours.
their
Oh my
attack,
god.
and then head to
Korok
the
farming?
Gerudo Chief
Guys.
to the pyramid
What should I
scheme
call you? I
that
never
was
called you
the
anything.
Lightning Temple.
Nickname.
Luckily,
That's up to
Link
you.
and
Choose
Riju
what you want.
came out on top. Riju was no longer just a
Linksy.
chief, but also a sage.
Holy
granting her,
cow.
just
I don't
like
even
in
know what
Tulin,
to say right
Yunobo,
now.
and King Sidon's cases. One of
Okay,
the
well look at our
stones,
percentage.
and
Look, we're at
handing Link an
89.68. Okay, once we
possessing
get the
her
next
power
73
in his
Koroks, we're gonna be at like 90 something
The
percent.
hero had
I can't
done
think
it,
of what. That's okay.
but
You can stick
almost
around
shed a
longer until
tear
you do think of
himself
what.
After witnessing
I mean, I'm not
Princess
saying you need to
Zelda's
have one done by
sacrifice
sundown.
and the final tear
And then
dropped
after,
by
guys,
her.
we have all these caves
The
to discover.
time to
All the
locate
caves and
Master
chasms
Sword
is what's going to
had
increase
arrived.
the percentage
And it
too.
was
But that's going to
clear
be
that the
literally
Zelda
over time.
who
Oh
kept
my
showing
god.
up and then
This is just
disappearing across the
mental.
land was an imposter or disguised
Why do I put myself through
foot
this?
soldiers.
I love the pain.
Link
I don't
made
know.
his way
I love the
down to
completion
the depths,
status.
where he
I like it for the
defeated
bragging
Master
rights,
Cobra
right? Like
and
bragging
his
rights is actually
vehicles.
really important in the gaming
He
community.
then navigated from here to
And if I
Korok
was to
Forest,
cosplay or like
as the
whatever,
path
just
above
like just
had
having this
been
as bragging
cursed,
rights is just like, yeah,
but
I'm better
by
than you.
whom?
It's the one
The
thing where I could be like, yeah, I'm
true
better than you. Oh, but it's
incarnation from
okay,
hell,
you know, I'm not
hands,
judging. This is
and
that.
behind them,
It's a bitch move.
Ganon.
It's a real bitch move.
Link dealt with
How many more minutes are in this
the great
video?
Deku
Crumble?
tree
Crumble's
then
good.
pointed Link to the Master Sword. Or
There's only like
he
10 minutes
already
left to
pulled the
this.
blade after locating the final dragon tear.
I'll map these out
It
then.
turned out that the blade of evil's bane was planted in the
Me,
golden locks
holy.
of Zelda's light dragon. She had
Today
taken
we're
care of it
tired.
all along.
I'm not tired
and
of Zelda,
Link had
but
been
I'm
beaten enough
tired.
shrines of light to pull it.
Yeah, you need 2 rounds of stamina to pull that sword. Luckily, that's what I was pulling into this whole time.
Link barely made his way back from the Great Sky Island when gloom covered the sky over Hyrule Castle and Lookout Landing, leading to a
Zelda!
goose chase after the princess, who kept throwing monsters at Link. She even had the audacity to restore the Sanctum to its prime before Ganondorf finally dropped the Zelda charade and tried once again with Phantom Ganon.
𝖬𝖮𝖳𝖪.
Nope. And despite threats following the
Ugh.
sage's arrival,
Cold
he was
water's gonna
only
be terrible.
delaying what was coming for
Tamama
him.
Pond?
Still, one sage was missing in the lineup. But where? After some help from Paya and Taro and Kakariko, the path led to Faron, prior to reaching Dragonhead. From here, Minoru
Wait a
called
second,
Link,
I got that one.
and with the head of the construct, directed him to Faron's depths and the construct factory. Link assembled Minoru's spirit, a new body, and used it to crush the one
Wait,
she
is this it?
intended to use.
God,
but which
my page
got
is like too
corrupted.
small.
The last Zonai informed Link about her and Zelda's lengthy mission, which
Crap!
was almost
I can't even
at
see
its
where that
end.
is. See, I have to zoom
Now,
all the way out just to find the things.
Had only to
Ugh.
locate Ganondorf. The hero
What?
was back to where the Zonai
Somewhere
thread
here.
started. One skydive and team up with the sages later against
One
the army of the
skydive.
Demon King. And then the hour of destiny struck. There, he was the shell
Holy.
of what was, but once again became Ganondorf in front of the hero's eyes. The king who wanted to rule all with an iron fist, but
Secret
never
hot
got to.
swing.
Link pulled the Shining and restored
Pulled the
Master
Shining?
Sword and prepared for his hardest fight. Ganondorf, however, enjoyed the sensation of dueling once again, transforming into the Demon King. What he wasn't up in the sky about was the arrival of Link's friends and Minoru's construct. He got rid of them, as this was a personal matter between him, Link, and what was left of Rauru. Too bad that
I
our
guess so.
hero bested him with his fusions. The Demon King
With
was
his
at his
fusions,
end,
we didn't even
but
need to use the
refused to
fusions.
accept defeat. He swallowed the stolen Zonai stone.
You literally didn't even need
turned
to.
into
Like, the
demon
sword
dragon,
was strong
and
enough
caught
on its
Link
own,
between
which is a
his
power-up meal. Like, that
there,
was it.
in the sky,
I
the
wonder what it would be
demon
like to
dragon
fight him
was hit
organically,
by the
though, like
light
with
dragon.
absolutely nothing.
Link pulled the Master Sword one final time to finish what Zelda and Rauru couldn't in the distant past. Step by step, The hero made his way
Well,
to
they
the
didn't have
crown
the Master
and
Sword.
stolen Tyr.
That's why
and
they couldn't
planted the
defeat
Master
Ganon.
Sword,
Like, why are we all so
unleashing an
surprised
explosion
when they can't
like
defeat
Hyrule had
Ganon in
never
these
seen
moments where like, oh,
before.
our team up should
But
be
what
all
about
good.
Zelda?
No, you
The
don't have
spirits of
what you
King
need.
Rome
The
and
answer is
Queen
always the
Zelda
Master
came
Sword.
with the answer. They combined the last of their
Come on.
powers through Link
Come on.
and restored Zelda
Stop
and
doing
Link's
that.
original arm. Link had his right arm back, but Princess Zelda was plummeting to the surface.
But she was plummeting.
This time her knight,
This is horrible
hero,
writing.
and love, Sky dived after her until he achieved what he couldn't in the depths. Caught her
A
hand
hug.
and held close as they hit the lake below. Zelda.
Which lake did they
surprised
fall
that she
into?
was
Hold
back
on.
to her
Which lake
true
did they fall
self,
into?
could
Oh, is it this
finally
one?
thank
I think
her
it's this
partner
lake they
for
fall
life
into, right?
of getting
Never
rid
mind
of
that. Even in
all of
Tears, you only
Hyrule's
actually need the Master
suffering.
Sword for that one final
The
stabby
Demon
stab.
King
Yeah.
Ganondorf. Link found Zelda,
But, like, the fight
and the
is
time
so-
had come for Mineru's spirit
It's,
to
in my
depart from the
opinion, it's a
great Sky
cinematic
Island
fight. It's not even
and
a
join her brother and Queen
It's not
Zelda.
even a you need all your
while the
things kind
remaining
of lined up
sages
kind of
swore
fight,
their
you know.
lifelong support to
Okay,
the
I
next
finished that
monarch
because
of
the thing
Hyrule,
wasn't
Queen
activating
Zelda
for some
and
reason.
King
Other
Link.
time.
The
King
perfect
Link?
end to our 20 Zelda games timeline stretching from Skyward Sword to Tears of the Kingdom. What the future of Zelda will bring is uncertain, as we might wait for the 21st game until the series turns 40 in 2026. Sadly, that one will not have a new recording of our narrator Jason Dameron, who retired this year before May 12th. As a result, Jared Raymond was brought in to do Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom justice. We hope you enjoyed this combination and the complete timeline, so be sure to leave a like, subscribe and press the notification bell as we
It's the
get no
gamer's
less than
reward
5,000
they
likes
give you.
this time. A big thanks goes to you for watching until the end, and to all our patreon.com/CommonRealm patrons, and in particular, raw producer Charles
I have
Shash
no
for
idea
making
where
Zelda
this correct
timeline
seat
with
is
Tears
on
of the
his
Kingdom
little
possible.
hut.
You rock, and please enjoy one or both of these two awesome videos.
I realize like I can only handle the Commonwealth for so many videos, and then I'm like, I think you're just kind of
Warning.
bullshit.
The Zelda timeline with
Just
Echoes
a
of
little
Wisdom's
bit.
new origin story starts with a gigantic
Pause.
spoiler. So skip to this
Pause,
point
or
in the
just
video if you want.
just go back to my main menu on YouTube here. It'd be nice. I would just like that to stop playing. Holy cow. Whoops. Big day today. I'm gonna end up missing a couple of these. I know for sure I've already missed a couple of these. Like, which ones I put on. Kind of like gone around in a big circle. And Heber Peak.